Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the start of Season 2 of our F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend, of course, here in Bahrain. If you missed out on pre-season testing and obviously all of the driver transfer news and everything else like that, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. Of course, today, you know, obviously we've got those new rule changes, we've got the confirmation of who is driving where for this new season. A couple of interesting moves, of course. Kevin Magnussen back on the grid, replacing obviously the Valtteri Bottas, who I assume has retired. Yuki Tsunoda bizarrely going to Ferrari in a straight swap between him and Carlos Sainz. Again, we can only assume that Sainz is obviously planning on getting back into the Red Bull main team further down the line. Of course, apart from that, though, it was a fairly quiet winter. Not too many teams are willing to change up their rosters, but hopefully, as we continue through this game, it is going to make things very, very interesting. Of course, obviously, we have got the new department shutdowns, though. So aerodynamic, chassis, and durability this year have all been shut down. It is now just an engine development race, and that hopefully is going to play into our hand, because, of course, we have got a lot of engine components sorted out already onto this car. Of course, I mentioned in that video, we did just completely randomize it, which I thought was going to be quite fun as well further down the line. But of course, yeah, we're back in Bahrain though this weekend. We had a good result here last season. Taking a look, obviously, at some of our goals, obviously throughout the free practice sessions and things like that. These all obviously are becoming a little bit easier as we slowly obviously get the development level all the way up to 3 on all of these programs. But yeah, if you're new around here, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed as well. We are getting very close to 130,000 subs at the moment. And yeah, let's head out then onto the track here in Sakhir.
The long wait is over. This is it, a brand new season. And before the show gets well and truly underway, we've got the all-important matter of a free practice session. It's great to be back. So much unknown before we get underway. So what will be going through the drivers' minds as they get ready for the new season?
The faster you can work around the circuit conditions and get the car tailored to your liking, the better, and then you can just focus on the job in hand in terms of lap times. But first of all, you've got to get the car feeling right.
But a new car then ready for this new season, and safe to say, I think it's going to be a bit of a handful this year. Of course, we've got all of the extra power upgrades that obviously we applied last year, except for we've got none of the brakes, none of the chassis, none of the aerodynamics. Already this car is feeling very, very twitchy on my opening lap here in free practice. But of course, at the end of the day, I am a firm believer in the best kind of Formula 1 racing, or the best kind of racing in general, is when the drivers are struggling to handle the car. That's kind of the goal, apparently, with these new changes ready for the sport this year. So everyone is going to have more power than they can realistically handle. It's a bit like Formula 1 back in the old turbo era of the 1980s. We're not quite at the 1500 horsepower mark, though. Well, the other thing that I'm really going to have to try and get used to quite quickly is how much bigger the braking zones are. It's only about 10-15 meters further back, but that really makes a difference in a Formula 1 car where the braking zones are, 80-90 meters. We do get a purple score, though, to kick things off. Obviously, first round of the year, we do put quite an emphasis on free practice, as we've got to get up to pace. Well, the other, there are quite a few fun quirks that we're going to discover throughout F124 with this all-new kind of randomizer that you can apply to the game. And immediately, another one I'm discovering, of course, is how easy the fuel-saving program now is, because we can save so much time down the straights. And obviously we've got less downforce and less drag into the corners. There's like well over, I would have thought it's millions of combinations that obviously you can end up with between the upgrades you've got on the car and the random perks that you've applied as well. So we make our way though through the final couple of corners. Want to see if we can try and clutch up a nice purple score. We'll try and blend out the throttle. Just about, there we go. I think I'll see you guys in qualifying.
Under the bright lights of Bahrain, it is time for qualifying. Grid position up in the air. Who is going to seize the moment?
Well, as we head out into qualifying then, you've really got one of two options with the way you set up the car now. Either you take that extra power and you apply a little bit more downforce so you can try and control it a bit more, or you take that extra power and you absolutely throw it at making sure you've got a missile in a straight line. I've gone with the former for this first round of the year. Bahrain now is actually quite a high downforce circuit, and I want something that is quite a stable platform underneath us here. You can see now, as track temperature has cooled off, we're on that sticky set of the soft compound tyre. We've got a little bit more grip through turn 1 and turn 2. The car honestly handles a bit more like they did on F123, weirdly, because of this as well. But what I love, yes, is it genuinely feels like a step into the unknown. It feels like a brand new game again. The other, obviously, interesting aspect is we've got no idea how competitive we're going to be. Maybe this is the year Haas really try and make that breakaway away from the midfield runners. Maybe we can start challenging some of the big teams on the regular, as Lando Norris, fastest time for him. Out of the final corner again, a little bit of a wobble as we try and put the power down. What is the time going to be, though? 29. We go slower than Albon, but quicker than Hulkenberg. Well, if you watch the end of yesterday's preview show ready for the new season, you'll also remember I did mention there that the rule that we ended up picking this year probably has actually screwed over Haas a little bit. Obviously, we've got a very good power unit in this car by default, but it's not particularly good aerodynamically or the chassis.
30 seconds left in the session.
And of course, because everyone's back to 0, it's basically just completely dependent on what your chassis was at the start of the game. So we might genuinely be in quite big trouble here. We've got to try and see ourselves into Q2, which currently neither Hulkenberg or I are in. Well, looks like Hulkenberg's then improved himself into safety there as we find a couple of extra tenths as we make our way up the hill. I would really hope, that we are quicker than the likes of Sauber and Williams here, especially, you think Sauber have got exactly the same power unit as us, but obviously we have a slightly better car, simply because we've got more of those power unit upgrades on it. But through the final corner, you can see Magnussen on his return to Formula 1, P17 provisionally. We're going to find 4 more tenths, though. That should be a safety into Q2, P13. It's good, but it's not brilliant. And there we go, Max Verstappen ahead of Ferrari's new boy Yuki Tsunoda. Lando Norris in P4 ahead of Alonso there. You can see Hulkenberg and myself sandwiching Lewis Hamilton. Carlos Sainz on his return to what was Toro Rosso is now VCarb, out-qualifying Daniel Ricciardo as well. Oscar Piastri just squeezing by. Well, we've only got one set of tyres then as we make our way out into Q2. And we need to try and get down into the mid 1 minute 28s there. We need to find half a second over the time I did in Q1. I definitely am building up more and more confidence in the car, but with only one set of tyres here in Q2, I'm not going to hold my breath. I would like to go quicker than Sainz, though. That's kind of the big goal here. Maybe Stroll and Ocon as well. But Alpine look quick, and that line is not. Terrible. Absolutely terrible down at the first corner. Can't let it get away from me, though. We've still got to try and set a time. I don't want to go 1-0 down to Hulkenberg either. He has come back kicking this year. Really feels like he worked out a lot of what went wrong last time. Looked through a lot of our data over the winter as well. Try and thread our way through this chicane, though. Again, you've just got too much power. I'm so used to having a car with a bit more downforce than this relative to the speed we're carrying. It is so difficult. It is so weird trying to handle this thing, because it does feel like a completely different beast. Locking up the front inside wheel. This lap is just not one to write home about so far. Come on, what's the gap going to be to Esteban Ocon by the end of Sector 2? Oh, it's a big gap, 8 tenths of a second down on the Alpine driver. There's no way we're seeing Q3. But I'm not even sure we're going to go quicker than our teammate here. I don't actually know what time Hulkenberg set, but I would assume it was in the 1 minute 28. So one more corner to go, tip it in. I've definitely built up a lot more confidence in the car as the weekend's gone on, but nowhere near enough. Open up the DRS up towards the line. 29.3. We end up P15. And there we go then, Red Bull all-conquering at the front of the field. I must admit, though, I'm impressed with how Tsunoda's getting on so far in his first time out in red. Oscar Piastri, again, the last car to squeeze through into the next session. But yeah, that wasn't a particularly good representative from me, but we've got our work cut if we want to start the year with some points.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal. And it's make or break here at round 1 of this year's Formula 1 World Championship. Formula 1 returns to the desert today and this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position. Sergio Perez lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Norris, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Russell, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Gasly, Ocon, Stroll, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Mr. Monaco, Albon, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Joe, and Logan Sargent. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. Well, welcome back. Let's start with a nice, easy question. How do you stop Max Verstappen?
That's what they're hoping for. And that's what we're hoping for as well in some ways, because we don't want to see just one driver or one team running away with it this season like we had last year or even the years gone by in this sport. Can we get to see a two-way or even a three- or four-way fight throughout this race today? Fingers crossed we'll get that.
Well, here we are then on the grid, ready for the opening round of the all-new season. Of course, once again, the question remains, who is going to be able to stop Max Verstappen? The second half of the last year was very interesting, and then, of course, as we saw, Verstappen came back with a dominant win to finish out the campaign there. We're going to try and do a one-stop. The team clearly don't believe it's possible, but we're going to try and take the mediums as far as we can early on, go to a set of hards, and then maybe have to use a set of the softer compounded tyre right towards the end of the race there. But I think the one-stop's going to be the way to go. However, tyre wear is probably going to be more difficult to manage this year because, of course, everyone's got more power, but no extra downforce or anything like that to kind of nurse the tyres as well. So it's a real step into the unknown here in Bahrain, but it is going to be 5 red lights here in Sakir. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go. Hülkenberg not doing too well there, as it looks like pretty much everyone else around us is going to be on the softer stage of tyre there. Albon gets off to a lightning getaway in towards the first corner, as I see Zhou Guanyu, Kevin Magnussen trying to make an impact through turn 1. Side by side with the Williams will go off of the turn. Oh, I don't want to do a Nikita Mazepin, please, as Hülkenberg already trying to recover a couple of places as well. We all know just how important the DRS is going to be early on in this race, as around the outside of the Williams at the top of the hill. Sainz has had a lightning start. He's already up into the points in that V car. What a getaway that is by Carlos Sainz there, as Ocon and Piastri dispute P11. Albon will get back past me, so we'll try and return the favour yet again as we make our way down into the hairpin there, but really difficult to warm up the rubber. There's Alonso trying to hang on to those Red Bulls at the front. Charles Leclerc trying to do the same thing there as well. Stroll locks up, gets away with it, able to get the power back down, but Red Bull 1 and 2 then on the opening lap of the all-new season, so yeah, I think everybody knows they've got to try and latch onto them as early as they can, and one of those Ferraris, like I said, I'm pretty certain it is Charles Leclerc there, trying to do exactly that. We've gained 1 place though off the start. Shame it was only on my teammate. Well, one of the things we spoke about so much last season is just how important it is that you stay in the DRS range. Of course, we don't really know whether AI going for a 1 or a 2 stop strategy here, so we just want to try and hang on. I would assume if they're on softs, they're going to be 2 stopping. So Oscar Piastri is kind of the unknown for us. I can't get over, though, how well Sainz has done, as Alpine now definitely seem to be a threat as well for good points. It's always a bit difficult to tell with Aston Martin. Alonso's doing really well. Stroll isn't. But it is going to be really interesting to see just how far the AI can go on their set of the soft compounded tyre. You know, if tyre is going to be this high, it might be that a lot of races this year are 2 stop strategies, which would be really, really cool, I think, and actually make this series very, very interesting as well. As Tsunoda and those well, I'm guessing it's Tsunoda and the Mercedes still fighting at the front of this group. They're kind of keeping everybody else in check, apart from Hülkenberg and Logan Sargent at the rear of the field, who seem to be having their own squabble, but they are kind of losing time to everybody. This is not good for Hülkenberg. He's got to make this first stint, you know, play out nicely. I think we're just starting to see a steady transition away. Whoa. from the soft compounded tyre. That might be the most audacious dive bomb I think I've ever done on this game. And obviously we did one like that in Abu Dhabi on Lance Stroll. So clearly, you know, although there might be a completely different rule package and things like that this year, my continual bullying of Lance Stroll is here to stay. I'm staggered we didn't go into the back of Oscar Piastri though in that moment, to be honest. I'm also trying to make sure that I haven't lost the DRS.
Let's try to be consistent with it going forward, please.
Yeah, I'm sure I can do that. Come on, stay in the range of Oscar. It is so difficult to put the power down in this car. But it has got a lot of it. That's a real shame. A real shame for Carlos Sainz early on. Having an absolutely stellar debut with the Visa Cash App Racing Bulls team. Although Perez, he's doing pretty well in that Red Bull. Of course, that's going to be a lot of the narrative as well this season between those two teams. You know, are we going to see Perez potentially get a boot down into the B team, depending on whether Max Verstappen absolutely destroys him again? What this also might do is actually create a bit of a gap between Lando, Norris, and kind of the final couple of points positions here. Sainz still in that 9th, but yeah, I'm sure he's going to get hounded very soon. So it really does depend on how quickly those Alpines can get round him. Here goes Pierre Gasly to the outside of the Spaniard down towards turn 1. They're still side by side into that first corner, but this is just costing them all time. Not good really for any of these guys in terms of their strategy, with maybe the exception of Piastri. Because here we go, Gasly again, Ocon to the outside as well. They're almost 3 wide as they make their way up the hill. Ocon decides better of it. Piastri is just going to sit there watching on. So we're going to try and capitalise on the McLaren, maybe? Yes, down the inside we'll go. A power move there up into P12 as what is this? Ocon, of course, doesn't spot me. We'll still try and look around the outside in the end. As, yeah, the soft tyres are definitely starting to struggle.
Use overtake.
Down the inside of Esteban. Ocon will try and go there as well. Someone in front locking up as well. It is all kicking off here at the moment as Gasly hasn't got the DRS somehow on Carlos Sainz. Surely he's going to be able to steamroll around him though, as it was one of the Mercs then that locked up. Was it George the Bottle Job Russell, or was it Lewis Hamilton? We don't know yet. Right, come on then, Carlos Sainz. Let's see if we can try and get a run on him as we make our way. Oh, hello.
You're going to be on hards next time.
Up into the points we go then, for the first time this season. Always nice to do it. As it was, yeah, George Russell that made that mistake. But you can just see, yeah, one lock-up and one driver struggling. Immediately, the field gets spread back out. As Gasly now trying to hang on to the two in front of him. We've got to try and stick with Pierre. Oh, okay. Quite a few cars then diving into the pit lane. So that's very, very early then, as Verstappen is one of them.
Reminder that you can play around with the RS modes in the MFD, or lift sometimes and ease onto the brake pedal for some manual recharge.
So I'm very intrigued to see whether Perez also started on the mediums or whether he's just had to go the one extra lap on his softs. But yeah, I mean, our medium tyres are getting pretty worn out here. So we're still not safe for a one-stop. George Russell into the pit lane then. So even, yeah, the medium runners can't take their tyres very far here.
If you hit that target, that sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
Okay, Sonoda's gone hards, so...
Windows open, so let's box this lap, Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 4.0 seconds.
This is really, really interesting then. So Ricciardo and Magnussen have somehow gone further on their softs than most could on their mediums. Hulkenberg, of course, is still out there on his hards from the start. Verstappen's gone on another set of mediums, so he is definitely two-stopping. We've already got the tyre wear warning light, but to be honest, the car just feels loose and lively anyway. If we can get these to the end of lap 12, then we'll try a one-stop. Honestly, I'm getting 2013 Australia vibes at the moment. No one can handle their tyres, and in that race, Kimi Räikkönen was actually able to win just because he was able to make a two-stop work when everyone else had to 3. This is really fascinating. Yep, I think that's our reminder. We cannot use these mediums anymore. Huge rear lock-up there down at the final corner. We were lucky to hang on to it. So we'll try and get the car... Well, we'll turn the tyres into 50p pieces there on the way into the pit lane. But yeah, we've definitely lost out a few seconds to some of our rivals as well, which is not ideal. Still got a few more cars that need to pit, though. Magnussen and Ricciardo have done a fantastic job on their first set.
Problem attaching the right rear wheel. We need to try and put that behind us, and let's finish this race strong.
First pit stop of the year. Very first pit stop of the year, and it goes wrong. Absolutely love that by the Haas team.
2 stops remaining in this strategy.
So yeah, we're going to come out basically then back where I started. Is all the cold tyres don't work. What on earth is that there? P8. Oh, Esteban Ocon there gave me a squeeze as well. It's just all going wrong. All so wrong. Down to P17 we go then. But, I mean, there's still a lot more to play out from this race as Albon locks up P16. Oh, we got yellows. Oh, I think that's Zhou Guan Yu. No, it's not. It's one of the Mercs has gone round. We got a roadblock. George Russell's gone for a spin.
No overtaking, please. We'll see you in the pit lane.
We're going to be really cheeky there. Oh, that screwed us, though.
Loose debris. Fortunately, the...
Oh, that has really screwed us over. Of course, everyone else now is going to be able to make a switch over to the hards to see him through to the end. But I was literally just about to say how unpredictable the races might be this year.
Far, but this is a chance to take a breath. We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
I did not know that we had another set of the hard tyres. It's not gone as badly as it could have for us then. I've got no idea on what position we are restarting this race, but let's see how we get underway. P14. So we didn't gain all those spots. It is 5 red lights though. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. It was a very wheel spinny getaway. Sights on there, man. Please spot me as Hulkenberg has been absolutely carried in all of this. He's going to be right up towards the front of the order. He's P2. Nico Hulkenberg. What a well-timed red flag that was for him there as we bang wheels with Lance Stroll. Same between the McLarens and George Russell off the corner. But I can't get over that for Nico Hulkenberg. That has worked out gloriously for our teammates. What's going on? Tsunoda's locked up. We picked up front wing damage off the back of the Ferrari as he rejoins erratically. Turns out our hard tyres weren't brand new, but they're not bad. And suddenly that wing damage might be really bad for us as... Well, I'd say I don't know what the AI's rejoining is like still whenever they lock up on this game. We'll try and get around the outside of Russell.
Replacing if it takes too much damage.
We're basically hoping for another safety car now, aren't we? At some point, it's down the inside of the Merc will go. Up into P9. But, I mean, look at that for Hulkenberg. He's been able to keep up with Verstappen off the restart. All he's got to try and do is hang with him in the DRS and hope Checo hasn't done the same. And maybe Nico Hulkenberg, our very first Formula 1 podium, could be on the cards. Yellows, we've got someone breaking down. I don't know if that's a car in front or behind. Or no one at all. No, it's definitely a car in front, I think. Oh, no, it's the other McLaren. It's Lando Norris, who's out of the Grand Prix. Could that be another safety car? I would love it if it was. Norris out of the race, but I don't think we're going to get it. And that's really sad for us. Here comes George Russell. Down the inside goes the Merc. Would love to still fight for points.
Okay, they're out of this race.
Yeah, funnily enough, Mark, we already knew that. But yeah, Russell will sneak back by. We've got to try and hang with him. Oh, we've got nothing. We've got absolutely nothing at the moment. I need to get these tyres a couple more laps, though, so we can try and go on a set of mediums to the end again. But I don't want to alarm anyone. Nico Hulkenberg has just taken the lead away from Max Verstappen here. Max, I think, is trying to come back at him. He's going to really trip them both over. But Hulkenberg is absolutely having the race of his life right now. Hasn't led a Grand Prix, I think, since Brazil 2012. But he could be in the fight today.
Teammate ahead, 9.3 seconds. And gap to the car in front, 1.8 seconds.
I'm still there. How are the AI not spotting me on the outside of them? As Lance Stroll will make it through. Sainz will go around my outside as well. I just got to get these tyres to the end of 18 so we can go mediums to the flag. So annoying. Oh, here we go. Esteban Ocon down the inside. I'll try and claim some DRS off him. I mean, look at that. We just got nothing. One of the Saubers almost runs into the back of me there. Zhou Guan Yu. Yeah, Sauber are not really having a particularly fun day of it. As, there we go. Clean back around the outside of Ocon back down towards turn 1. All I'm really thinking about at the moment is hopefully we're going to catch these guys up by the end, as that's another Sauber. Kevin Magnussen that time around having a look for it. So there are plenty of battles still going on. I just want to hope, yeah, that we got the pace in the second half of the race. Oh no, Magnussen down the inside. I mean, we can't really do a lot about it. You can see how much time we're losing. We can do that about it, though, as Magnussen tries to take the other half of my wing. I mean, yeah, all I'm thinking about at the moment is every lap we can hold these guys up. Well, hopefully me and I've got less time to try and fight back towards the end. We are going to box at the end of this lap, though. Get a new wing, get a new set of mediums on. But yeah, unless we see another safety car, we can't really do a lot here, to be honest. Annoyingly as well, I can see on my mini-map, Hulkenberg has lost touch with those Red Bulls. Well, I guess if anything, we're going to try and give the team a little bit of pit stop training here as through down the final corner. Up into the pits, make sure I don't get done.
We've got to focus on the pit stop.
I was going to say, yeah, that tyre wear program might be made suddenly very easy if I'm on a completely fresh set of rubber. But yeah, as we make our way in there, we've got 11 laps left of this race. I haven't completely given up hope. Maybe something will happen towards the end of this race. You know, Russell will go for another spin. There's a lot of cars very bunched up. There could still be contact.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
I can just see one red dot moving down the order. I'm worried that is Hulk.
Stop left in this strategy.
I would love to see him score his first Grand Prix points, though, of this career mode. Yeah, obviously he only scored points in the sprint last year. But I'm still eyeing up that gaggle of cars right towards the rear of the field there. Alex Albon, the gap now, it's already come down by more than 3 seconds. Problem is, of course, they've still got DRS off each other. So we're going to need about 2.5 seconds a lap between now and the end. Hulk, no! No! Oh, for God's sake. I didn't realise the only reason Hulkenberg was doing so well off the restart was the fact the team were going to box him. I completely forgot to consider the fact he'd already used a set of hard compound tyre. Damn it, Nico. I thought points were on the board, at least for one of us today.
You hit that target. Really good job.
And we are last and second to last. I guess my only other hope is that maybe more AI have to pit before the end, and that we can at least try and beat anyone. I cannot believe that for our teammate, though. I thought that red flag was perfectly timed. No. Well, really, now we are just out here as a bit of a test session towards the end of the race. We got 4 laps to go. I was kind of holding out a little bit of hope that maybe other drivers are going to have to pit again before the end. Hulkenberg seems to have closed back in on Logan Sargent, but yeah, seemingly this is going to be a weekend for Haas absolutely to forget, and not the ideal start to the all-new season. What I have also decided...
13.2 seconds.
As soon as I say it. As soon as I say it! Now, this has been a race to forget. And we've had a mechanical. My very first on F124. And just like last year, you get no warning of it. It just goes up on you. And we are out of the Bahrain Grand Prix. A disappointing day gets even worse.
Smiling faces on the pit wall then after that superb win here at Sakir, and rightly so. A brilliant effort from the whole team.
Well, all their off-season work clearly paying off here today. A brilliant way to start the season with a solid victory. It's a real good confidence boost as well, and you feel like that's going to really propel them forward through to the next race coming up.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we go then. Just like we saw last year, Max Verstappen, he's going to kickstart the year with a win here. Sergio Perez in P2 ahead of Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso. Hamilton beats out Tsunoda. Gasly gets a couple of big points in for Alpine as well. And Carlos Sainz, what a way to showcase to Red Bull that you are a driver that they need again. Their points in his very first race of the all-new season, able to hold off ahead of Stroll, Ocon and Zhou Guanyu, who all arguably have quicker cars there than that team. Hulkenberg does recover to P15 in the end, got absolutely screwed over with that red flag, and just myself and fellow Brit Lando Norris unable to see the checkered flag. Championship-wise, of course, same as our race results. Constructors, Red Bull leading Ferrari there as we are ahead of Williams by virtue of Hülkenberg's slightly better result. But honestly, I think the best thing for us to do is just put Bahrain behind me today. At least we've kind of got our first mechanical failure done and dusted. So I guess, you know, we can try and, view the positives where possible. But you guys know as well, of course, I'm always someone that whenever we have a bad race in these series, we have a bad race. That's just the way it goes, you know. It's not all just sunshine and rainbows. And yeah, this one has been an absolute stinker. However, I do think there's a lot of potential for some crazy races with these cars over the course of the campaign as well. So thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we will be back tomorrow when Formula 1 returns ready to the Jeddah Corniche. Hopefully such a power-sensitive circuit is going to favour our car.
Welcome to Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar, but let's see who will be the fastest of them all. It's time to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, it's time for qualifying.
Well, as the sun has now set here in Jeddah, we are going to head out for our first qualifying run here in Q1. Of course, we made Q2 last time out. Obviously, we then absolutely butchered our run in that second session. I feel like theoretically we could make Q3 here. The AI, this is not one of their strongest circuits on the calendar, so it would be nice to try and get a big result in. So you just try and thread the car through these curves. There's still so much grip through here, but it definitely feels less sketchy than, more sketchy than it did last season, because you're carrying a bit more speed on the way in. Well, in terms of raw horsepower, I don't think basically anybody can match us at the moment. Ferrari might be very, very similar, and maybe, you know, the likes of Red Bull obviously running a very low drag car. 8 tenths up, though, on Daniel Ricciardo by the end of Sector 2, so hopefully, as long as I don't mess up the final corner, we're going to be pretty competitive. The AI weirdly seem very strong in Sector 3. I never quite know how they do it. But one more real corner to go of the 27 here. Just try and roll on that throttle on the exit. It's close to the outside wall. Don't do a Max Verstappen. That's towards the start-finish line then. It is going to be a 1:29.3. Puts us P6. And there we go then at the end of Q1. Max Verstappen fastest ahead of his teammate. Hülkenberg squeezing by once more. So happy to see it for our teammate. Albon, well, both Williams, both Saubers, and Daniel Ricciardo once again out in Q1. As Sainz, again, drops another 10.5 on his new teammate. I was pretty happy with the time we did in Q1, but at the moment, everyone else continuing to improve, so we just try and match that. Lando Norris now down on a 1:29 flat, so hopefully we're going to be able to try and get close to him. We'd love to try and sort of see ourselves, you know, towards the 28, but I'm not sure what's quite going to be possible, especially with how, sketchy the car feels as you try and thread it through here. Trying to leave it in 6th gear this time as you mount the curbs, both on entry and on exit. Oh, but you can just see, though, you just squirt the throttle and the front end just pushes out. You got nothing. Jeddah I still always find, unless you're absolutely on the limit. It's a difficult track to know just how good your lap has been, unless you've got a delta. Oh, that is a horrible line through the final corner. Definitely know there's some time to be had there. We'll get a good run off of the turn. But are we going to go quicker than Lance Stroll on a 29.7? Yes, we are. Somehow, we still do a 29.4, but it leaves us on the cusp. Well, Pierre Gasly has got within 1/10 of a second of me here, so we are not home and dry just yet. It's everybody else trying to finish off their final Q2 run. It's high risk, high reward. But we have got to try and go for it here on our second flyer. I still want to see ourselves into Q3. I mean, I can't lose to Lance Stroll, surely. In this car was braking down just for the 100-meter board. Oh, hello. Maybe slightly too hard on the brake there. So difficult, so easy to lock the rears at that first corner. And immediate 10.5 down. Oh, come on. Really struggling with the nose. Already 1/4 of a second back. We cannot just continue to bottle our runs here in qualifying. So Ocon's gone up inside that top 10. Sure, we'll find a bit of time back through there. Yes, we will. As Ocon boosts himself up the order, Gasly as well has done the same. Alonso now down on the precipice, as Hamilton there will move himself out of jeopardy. Our lap, though, is really, really sloppy so far, but we're still within a 1/10 of the time I set last time. Just cannot find a rhythm at the moment. This car feels so unbalanced, so unpredictable. What is the time that Alonso has done? As it could be double disappointing for Aston Martin here. Stroll down in P13. And Alonso is on a 29.1, so we need 0.3 of a second. But we are a 1/10 of a second down. We've got to be able to find the time in through this final corner. Just line up the braking at the 100. Try not to lock the inside wheel. We've done okay there. Roll on the throttle on the exit. We're going to improve. It's not going to be enough, though. Are we even going to get back past Esteban Ocon? I think we won't. P12 on the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Well, there we go then. Red Bull seemingly all conquering once again, but Oscar Piastri getting pretty close as Charles Leclerc actually slower than his teammate Yuki Tsunoda. Gasly makes it through. I feel like we could have been right there with Russell Alonso had I got the lap absolutely nailed, but it was always going to be difficult. We do, though, put 0.8 on our team at Hulkenberg, so at least we're 1 for 1 in that comparison.
So here we are then, welcoming you today to one of the jewels of the Arab world. Jeddah, one of the biggest cities in Saudi Arabia, second only to Riyadh, gateway to Mecca. One of the biggest ports in the region and now host to the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at a topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Perez, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Russell, Hamilton, Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Fernando Alonso, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Gasly, Albon, Ricciardo, Joe, Magnussen and Logan Sargent. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down.
Well, here we are then, trackside for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and I'm not quite sure how Aston Martin and Alpine have picked up grid penalties, as it is just round 2 of the year. But they have, so I guess that's quite funny as well there. It's meant to be a one-stop strategy, though, mediums over to hards. Jeddah isn't too abrasive on the tyres. It's a bit odd. I'd expect it to be, you know, with the S's and things like that. But yeah, the tyres seemingly able to hang on here. But yes, starting inside the top 10, hopefully today we can get our first points on the board then as we wait on those 5 red lights. A ridiculously long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. Trying to temper the wheel spin as we did not get a good start there. Stroll absolutely will. Try and get on the fight back. Nope, not in turn 1. Just had memories of collision with Tsunoda last time out. And thought just at the last second, I might try and be a little bit safer there. As Stroll's actually made a couple of overtakes off the start. Gasly has got ahead of Fernando Alonso as they're going to be side by side just behind me through the S's. As most importantly, Lando Norris to the front of the field there. Max Verstappen took pole by nearly half a second. But nice to know McLaren aren't going to let him just have it easy at the start of this Grand Prix. Has no idea what's happened behind me. Alonso and Gasly already 2 seconds back. So I'm not going to knock that if they can't stay in the DRS range early on. But it will really screw over everybody else a bit further behind them. So we make our way then out towards the back straight. We've done okay. We've held on off the start. We picked up no damage, and that's pretty good. But the other thing I've got to remember, don't hit the walls here. It's really, really bad. Obviously, with the tyre wear now, yeah, you can really find yourself screwing over your first stint if you get into a bit too much of a happy rhythm of just rubbing up against those walls. It won't do front wing damage necessarily, but it is really not ideal. As we're going to try and use a bit of battery, see what the pace is like against Ocon down in towards the final corner. He's a bit scared of it, so he's going to go defensive. Can we try and return to the top 10 at the end of lap 1? We gave him a big old squeeze. He did the same to me.
Let's try and move forward.
And we'll move up then into P10. Not for long, though, as here comes Esti Besti back round the outside.
Use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Come on, just absolutely do the, you know, the proper 2024 defense there. It's my apex, therefore I'm going to run you out wide. I tell you what, yeah, a bit like Bahrain, I think managing the rear tyres here is going to be really, really difficult. I can already feel them sliding around. And we're only on the 3rd lap of this GP. But that being said, though, of course, the DRS now enabled. We're going to get the full Jeddah experience, I fear, where it's basically just an absolute slipstream battle until the final lap of the Grand Prix. So you can just see, trying to hang a bit closer to Lance Stroll. I want to still see if we can try and slowly move our way up the order. Yeah, we have got a very, very powerful car here. It's 219 miles an hour temporarily. Stroll wanted to go defensive on me, but I'm not going to let him as the track really does fall away from you on that apex. Almost banging wheels there on the exit of the corner. Who's going to have the legs, though, as we make our way back down towards turn 1? I think that answer is going to be us. It's new fastest lap of the day. Sure, that won't hang around for very long, but I'm not going to be too disappointed if we keep it. We've got yellows, someone at the front. I think that's Verstappen. Max Verstappen from the lead of the Grand Prix is breaking down here. And the Dutchman's engine has gone up in smoke. Max Verstappen dominated the season opener in Bahrain and was looking set to try and lead this one from the front as well. But he is out of it very, very early on. High stakes, high speed. And Max Verstappen is going to be no longer involved in any of that. Well, I think, unfortunately, though, what that's done now is everybody's gone. Max isn't here. We all now have a chance to fight for the lead as they're going to go 3 wide in front of me. Down in towards someone there. McLaren, Red Bull, and Ferrari. Charles Leclerc is going to re-emerge from that one out in front. But yeah, suddenly I feel like this race is going to get even more wild. Now, because Max isn't in it. Oh, they're 4 wide, I think, for the lead. What on earth is that? Again, Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren there are going to make their way down in towards turn 1 side by side. Oh, hello. I wanted to try and look around the outside of Hamilton there, but that clearly ran out of road. Leclerc's still hanging on at the front as they're going to go 2 wide behind him. We've got to be so careful of that inside wall, though. I've already hit that a couple of times inside this game. Anyone that's been watching the Williams Road to Glory will know the pain. But yeah, I feel like we're in a good little spot here at the moment. Just to kind of sit in, wait and see how things pan out. Charles Leclerc now maybe has got a window and broken free. Oh, look at this. 290 miles an hour again is down the inside of Lewis Hamilton. The 7-time world champion still desperately waiting for another win since he last took victory here in 2021. Leclerc, though, sit rep, could not break free. I mean, what on earth is going on here? You just see cars close in and then fan back out. I guess the good thing is... Oh, Perez is locked up. Everybody stops on the racing line behind him, so we'll sense the opportunity. Around the outside of Tsunoda will go. Yeah, I guess the good thing is, though, that Alonso and Gasly's battle at the start cost them so much time that basically all 10 of us in this league group have basically been able to pretty much guarantee they're going to score points. Although I'm sure I will find a way to bottle that. Oh, Perez to the outside of Oscar Piastri. I think both of them want to try and stay with Lando and Charles at the front of the field. But yeah, the AI, they've absolutely just got no sense of patience here. They just want to make the move right then, right there. As are we going to see Russell try and do something? Perez has almost put Oscar in the wall. What is that?
Next time.
Some seriously dangerous driving there by Checo Perez. You can see Piastri's going to try and hang on. Russell watching on. So we're going to try and see if we can switch the Merc off of turn 1. Will we be able to get the speed, though, around the outside? Around the outside we'll go. We keep it between the white lines. We are making moves. Okay, Russell, I had no idea what's happened to him. He's dropped out of the DRS, though. So he's now stuck battling Tsunoda. Could we get a 5-car breakaway here from the rest of this group?
Take button a bit more.
You can see the other group, or mainly the slower cars there, has really kind of thinned out as well. But we've now got an opportunity here. If Russell and Tsunoda want to continue battling out, same Perez and Norris do. But yeah, we could really run away as a top 5. Look at that, 2 seconds immediately. This is absolutely on. Oh, we got more yellows. Don't say another one. Lando Norris! What is this? Lando Norris now out of the Grand Prix for the 2nd race in a row. McLaren have got huge problems with their power unit. And for the 2nd time today, our leader is out of the race. Charles Leclerc going to peel into the pit lane. Team wanted us in. But I want to try and extend the stint a little bit longer. But I can't believe it's happened again. Norris now can, well, have a picnic, I guess, with Max Verstappen and lament what could have been. Oh, Perez is locked up. Sergio Perez now is locked up. What is happening here? It's just carnage as Oscar Piastri is going to peel into the pit lane. I want to try and take these tyres, see if we can go softs to the end.
Target, mate. Nice work. Still a long way to go, though.
As Perez, though, yeah, absolutely just cooks his tyres at the very last moment. We haven't got much left on these, though, but I'm just so scared now of getting undercut. Well, it looks like Charles Leclerc then has got the jump on Piastri and Sergio Perez, so we've got to be very, very careful here. We might be vulnerable to quite a large undercut. Tyres definitely aren't going to be able to go as far as I wanted them to. And I think, yeah, even if we were able to extend this medium stint, the softs might not stand a better shot. So we're just going to drain the battery on this lap, try and carry as much speed as we can down in towards the final corner here. I mean, even the top 4 now are really all starting to spread out. So this could be critical for the second half of the Grand Prix. You can see we just got nothing left. These tyres, it was just nothing on the rotation in towards the final corner there. So nice and aggressively on pit lane entry. Make sure I don't hit the wall on the outside or get done for pit lane speeding there, as here comes Charles Leclerc down in towards the final corner. We've got to try and come out ahead of Russell. That's the big one for us at the moment. Those top 3 could still very easily fight between now and the end. Oh, good. I thought they were softs then.
Okay, go, go, go. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres.
Well, I can't help but feel that Lando, Oscar even, maybe just got caught a little bit out with some slower traffic. Because we're going to come out in P2 then. It could be a dogfight between me and Charles Leclerc. Perez and Piastri are both fighting behind me. This is critical at the moment. I'm happy to work with Charles Leclerc for a few laps. Let him control the pace, especially as I'm trying to recharge up our battery pack as well. But yeah, we've got 11 laps to go. I'm happy just to sit in for now as Perez' new fast lap of the day.
18.7 seconds.
I think Oscar and Sergio are both really annoyed with what's happened. But could it be a Ferrari power unit victory? Would it be the main team, though? Or could it be Haas once more? Well, anyone that watched our F123 series, you'll know I always like to point out when Formula 1 seems to have reached a good level of parity. 5 cars, 5 different teams inside the top 5 at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Charles Leclerc, I think he's already a little bit conscious of what I'm planning. Because you can just see he's just charging up his own battery pack a little bit. And I think sensing if I make any kind of error, that he's willing to break free. Perez and Lando, though, Oscar even behind us. I'm just hoping they continue to trip over each other, because we can definitely open up a small margin.
Hey, mate, right, we've got a full battery, which means we can use more of it to gain performance. Let's go.
Well, that's probably actually come at quite a decent time, to be honest, because I just am monitoring the gap. Perez, he hasn't got within the 1 second, but he's certainly starting to get closer and closer to it. So I think Charles and I have got to start working together more. Got to start utilising the slipstream, utilising the DRS to our advantage to really carry each other along around this circuit. So I think we're going to try and go for a move down at the final corner. Here we go then. Sergio, you can see there, gets right on the limit. 1.0 seconds down the inside of Leclerc will go, though.
Well there, nice one. It's a long way to go in this race, though, so keep your head down.
Got to be in excess of 220 miles an hour. As you can see, immediately we open up just a little bit of a gap. Hoping Charles is going to be able to try and get the run back past me down towards turn 1. Not going to try and fight it. Sorry, Charlie. I was trying to go this side for you. And he'll complete the move again. But unfortunately, yeah, it looks like our 2-way scrap is going to become a 4-way scrap. Sergio Perez got so much pace in that Red Bull. We're going to again try the same move we did last time on Charles Leclerc. Checo, though, getting closer. So we might have to try and defend back down into turn 1 this time. I mean, Charles and I have worked well together here, but we've got to start thinking about our own race as well. So we're going to see the Monegasque driver back to the outside. He'll go.
23.0 seconds.
And yeah, Sergio Perez, they're 8/10 quicker on that last lap. And he barely had any DRS. Well then, Charles Leclerc. I mean, Perez is so fast here. He's practically pushing me along. So we make our way down into the final corner. This race is far from over. So Perez muscles his way to the inside. We'll try and find some room, though. Oh, this is going to be brutal towards the final 6 laps here, and I'm still a little bit worried. Despite the fact we pit last, how good our tyres are going to be. Come on, Charlie. Don't start getting like that now, as Perez will try and have the pair of us back in towards the first corner. We might go from, well, first to fourth. Oscar Piastri, though, can't quite do enough there.
Drivers just completed a pass for the leader race.
That will be Charles Leclerc, Mark. We've been talking about him for ages. I mean, Perez is just able to carry so much speed around this place. That Red Bull is still an absolute missile in a straight line. What is Charles doing, though? Charles Leclerc clearly is seeking blood today, the way he's driving at the moment. Blocking everywhere, really trying to crowd other drivers out. Not a fan of the way he's responding at the moment under this pressure, as Sergio Perez again gets a little bit penned in. Now we're going to be 3 wide back down towards turn 1. And I don't fancy it, to be completely honest. We'll see if we can try and switch them off the exit. Ooh, we go 3 wide again, temporarily bang wheels with Charles Leclerc off for the corner. But maybe Sergio Perez needs to be my new best friend, as round the outside we'll go with Charlie. I mean, where did the AI get the speed from like that? Oh, plenty of contact that time round with Charles Leclerc.
Try to stay with them. They might make a mistake and we could still regain the position.
That was not exactly what I wanted to do there, but I guess the real question is now is one of us is going to lock up before the end in a big way. It's 3 wide once more. Perez this time around is going to get Ricciardo zonted. Ooh, a big moment there, trying to dance the kart off the rear. So we'll somehow hang on to P3 again. One of us is going to have a huge lockup at some point and maybe take another one out. But the question is, who's it going to be? Oh, again, Sergio Perez. I mean, look at that. He just keeps going to the back of Charles and then try and have a look for it. Once Leclerc has kind of closed the door. Oscar Piastri, I mean, he's very, very patient here. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about what Oscar's going to be able to do before this race is down and out. So, I mean, look at that. When we're in the slipstream with Sergio Perez, we can't really do a lot at all. What? Leclerc, you've got to pick a line at some point, sir. It's just, I mean, I feel like there's just going to be a fireball crash at some point towards the end of the race there. So Leclerc will once again try and hang on ahead of Checo. Well, I thought about it, but that wall on the inside haunts me. There we go, Perez this time round. Oh, sorry, Oscar. I was not my intention there. Just squeezed out Oscar Piastri way more aggressively than I'd ever wanted to. Now I think the McLaren man is starting to get a little bit bored of watching this all unfold in front of him. We've still got a wheel there! What is that? The AI on this game are so aggressive when they're battling, as Perez and Leclerc, 2 laps to go of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. This is still any of 4 cars race there, and maybe if something catastrophic happens, Tsunoda could try and win it from P5 there. Leclerc will hang on to the lead once again as we navigate our way into the S's, but now everyone is just starting to try and plot where they want to be, ready for the final lap. The one I'm still worried about is Sergio Perez. That Red Bull is like an absolute missile in a straight line all afternoon. He was able to claw back in when Leclerc and I were using each other strategically. That thing has just got so much natural straight line speed over everything else there. You can see, though, we're really starting to struggle with our tyres towards the end of this race. The balance is all over the show, but we've got to try and hang on. 1 more lap to go after this one. Oscar Piastri is still waiting in the wings. Are we going to see Perez try and get a run on Leclerc? The AI don't tend to go for moves here, and he's not going to again. Just harvesting the battery whilst he's got an opportunity. Tip the car in gently. Roll it on the exit as well. They're actually nudged the inside wall. That's not what I wanted to do. As here goes Perez to the outside of Leclerc. We're going to try and follow him, though, around the outside of the Ferrari. Charles Leclerc doesn't like that. And he's going to try and defend into the final turn then. Will we get some room on the outside? Just about. But this is all helping Sergio Perez just break free a little bit here. As here goes Leclerc once again. 1 more lap to go. Oh, he almost goes to the back of Sergio, who makes a very late move down in towards turn 1. Not sure what I think about that one. Once again, the AI today, not afraid to really just put the car on the line and go for some very, very aggressive blocks with each other. This is not the Formula 1 that I grew up watching at the moment there, but as we try and navigate our way through the S's one final time, tyres are screaming now right towards the end, but there are still 2 more DRS zones that we can try and take full use of on this final lap there, as Perez is just starting to inch away from Charlie boy. He's got to make sure he stays in the range, though. He cannot afford to drop back right now towards the end of this Grand Prix. I would love the win here in Jeddah after the heartbreak in Bahrain, but not quite sure it's going to be the case as we try and navigate our way through. Roll on that throttle once again here. Charles Leclerc still trying to hang on in front of me. Oh, I thought I sensed an opportunity there, but not quite enough. But Leclerc is gaining in on Sergio Perez. This could come down to the final corner of the Grand Prix there, so we've still got a fair amount of battery. We're just going for it. We're draining it now as Charles Leclerc trying to save up a little bit. Why is he trying to save now? Perez has got no speed either. What is this? To the outside of Sergio Perez we're going to go. And the AI, they are so stupid on this game. They basically try and save up battery on the final lap of the race, out of the final corner, out of nowhere. We are going to win it.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys!
And that brings the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix to a close then, as we reflect on the team's impressive performance today.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Today was another great race and an even greater victory for Haas. Here they come now to step out onto the top of the podium. They'll be incredibly happy with today's result.
There we go then. We might not have had the fastest car all weekend, but we did have the battery on the final lap of the Grand Prix there. That was just one of those races where everything continued to fall into place for us. We saw it quite a few times towards the end of last year. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it really doesn't. But Haas, we are back on top once again. I'll be honest, I was hoping we could get a big result here around such a power-sensitive circuit, and it does give me some confidence as we head to Albert Park next time out there. Sergio Perez will finish P2 there, but with fastest lap of the day as well. 19 points for him, and I believe the championship lead, ahead of Leclerc and Oscar Piastri. Tsunoda beats out Stroll ahead of Lewis Hamilton there. Alonso actually recovered to score some points, beating out Ocon and George Russell there, with Gasly and Hülkenberg barely missing out. Once more, Carlos Sainz able to get the better of his teammate Daniel Ricciardo. Was just Lando, Norris and Max Verstappen unable to see the checkered flag. And that means in terms of the Drivers' Championship, yep, Sergio takes the lead at the top of the table ahead of Leclerc, both having a P2. Two P2s for Sergio, two P3s, obviously, for Charles Leclerc. We are 1 point back behind Max Verstappen by virtue of his fastest lap in Bahrain, but we have got as many wins as him there. As Tsunoda up in P5 ahead of Alonso, Hamilton and Oscar Piastri. Hülkenberg still unable to score, and yeah, Lando Norris still unable to finish. Constructors-wise, we are now ahead of Aston Martin and Mercedes, so I'd love to try and have a bit of a fight with them over the course of the year, but Red Bull still leading that ahead of Ferrari as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon, tomorrow in fact, when Formula 1 returns ready for the Australian Grand Prix.
Hello everyone, it is time for qualifying at one of our very favourite stops on the calendar. It's Albert Park, and we're about to take the cars right up to the edge.
We're heading out then onto our first real lap in anger. Actually had some hydraulic problems with the car beforehand, so we're slightly tighter for time here than I would really like for us to be, but hopefully that isn't going to cause too many problems, as Hülkenberg probably only able to put himself P16 after the first runs. Really want to try and make sure that we don't get a repeat of Bahrain. Obviously, we're 1 for 1 now. This is our first opportunity since the season opener to get, the advantage over our teammate, to start building up more recognition within the team as well. That is one of the other things you've got to factor in. When we do want to move away from Haas at some point in the future, our recognition against Hülkenberg will really define, kind of what our future opportunities are. The fact that we outscored him like 150 points to 2 last year is weirdly kind of irrelevant inside this game. So, yeah, it's a little bit odd the way the system works, but I guess it certainly gives us quite the challenge. As 3/10 up on Hülkenberg at the moment, but we've got to get the lap to the end. Pretty nice and tidy through these final couple of corners. I'd love to get out of Q1 in just a single run like we did in Jeddah. We'll wait and see whether that's going to be the case as we power up towards the start-finish line. 17.9 for our teammate, 17.4 for us. Well, there we go. Verstappen just 4 thousandths of a second clear of Lando Norris at the top of the board, but he did end up staying in P10 there. Seemingly our battle is going to be with Stroll and the Alpines. Hulkenberg lacking some pace. I believe that's his first Q1 exit of the year. Ricciardo as well. Home Grand Prix, of course, for him. Getting the better of his teammate Carlos Sainz. 17.4 we did in Q1. I'll be honest, I'll be happy if I match that here in Q2. It was a really, really hooked up lap time. But obviously we're going to need to try and match it if we want to see ourselves into Q3. Like I said, I think Stroll and those Alpines are going to be really frustrating this year. There's going to be a lot of tracks where they're very, very comfortable. They've probably got a better all-round package than us. But we've certainly got more straight-line speed. So we've got to try and use that on the tracks we can. But accept defeat on the tracks we can't. So we try and throw the car through the car park right up towards the white line. Obviously, the car felt like a real handful in Bahrain. But, you know, we fine-tuned it slowly but surely in the opening couple of rounds. And I feel like, yeah, it actually works really nicely with this year's handling model, where you have obviously got so much grip still. But, you know, in this car, it is kind of pushed to the absolute limit. You know, it feels right on a knife edge. It feels rewarding when you get it hooked up, which I guess is really good. Right on board then through the final couple of corners of the lap. Oh, not a good line there. Should never have downshifted. 2 more corners to go though. Try and get the car rotated through nicely. No oversteer on the exit. Not too much drama. 17.4 is the goal. Ocon's done a 17.3. We're going to do a 16.9 somehow. And there we go. For the first time this year, we are going to make it into Q3 then at the expense of Lance Stroll, to the surprise of nobody there. We're in the fight. We've got some good pace here. Looks like Leclerc, Norris, Piastri all wanted to try and get the better of Max Verstappen. But the Dutchman, I think my money's on him making it 3 poles from 3. Because we made it through Q1 and Q2 on just a single set of tyres, we've actually got the opportunity to go for 2 laps here in Q3 on 2 separate sets. Honestly, though, if we go quicker than anybody, I think we'll be pretty happy at the end of the session there, as Hamilton immediately sets the pace on a 1:16.5. I mean, this first run, we can basically just go all out, can't we? Anything higher than 10th, I'm going to treat as a bonus. So we basically get 2 laps to really try and wring the neck out of this car. Have some fun with it, as Perez now 16.2. And Verstappen, yeah, there you go, a 15.8. Ridiculous. 2 tenths down at the end of Sector 2 on Carlos Sainz. Oh, sorry, Yuki Tsunoda even. Old habits die hard once again inside F124. 16.5 though set by the Ferrari driver. That still feels weird to say. There's Charles Leclerc just in front of me through the final few corners. Don't think he's going to affect us too much. So you see there through that third last corner, we were absolutely hanging the car all over the white line, but up towards the start finish though, we're going for it. Absolutely putting it all on the line, and it's still only a 16.8. Well, the gap between ourselves and Fernando Alonso is less than 1/10 of a second, as he's not coming back out again. So we've got an opportunity to try and out-qualify this Spaniard here. This final run, we're just going to risk it all. We got nothing to lose. We've got everything to gain. It's going to be some traditional, good old-fashioned sweat mode there, as tip the car in 5th gear through the apex of turn 1. A little bit of oversteer on the exit, but we do all right. Looking at the 100-meter board, ready for turn 3. Try and roll it in, avoiding the curb though on the inside. Swing the car over left to right, right to left, and really roll on the throttle nicely there at the end of Sector 1. That corner really pretty much nothing inside this year's game. Down into 6th gear, attack the curbs, attack the grass on the inside there. You've got plenty of time as you make your way down this back straight, kind of, to get that grass back off the rubber as you propel yourself for the chicane. Still just under a 10th up at the moment. Down 1 gear on the way in, and down another gear on the way out. Just really gives you that throttle application. And you can see they're 2 tenths up now, with just 1 sector to go. Braking at the 50-meter board. Down here, try to avoid the front inside locking. We've done okay. Through here, 6th gear. Blend the throttle, dab a brake, basically flat though. 2 more corners to go now. Rotate the car through, and then just 1 more turn. Ride the throttle as early as you dare. That's going to be a lap of Albert Park. Is it going to be enough though to go quicker than Fernando Alonso? Come on! Yes it is, P9. I'm happy. I could not care less that I ended up over a second slower than Max Verstappen at the front of the field. Looks like McLaren are going to be his only threats this afternoon, but we've done it. We've out-qualified Fernando Alonso by just 0.02 of a second. That lap, I'm staggered. I honestly held on to it because I was putting it all on the line and trying to commentate. That is kind of my job, though. Let's get on with it, though. It's time for the Australian Grand Prix.
Few places embrace Formula One like Melbourne. It is a truly brilliant sentence to say. Welcome to the Australian Grand Prix. It's Albert Park Circuit, 3.2 miles of bumpy city streets. We have changed the turns at 1, 3, 6 and 13. They have all been widened. We've got rid of the chicane at 9 and 10. That is now a flat-out right-hander. It's a new look that made its debut in 2022. New life into an old classic. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Perez, Russell, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Norris, Leclerc, Mr. Monaco, Fernando Alonso, Gasly, Ocon, Ricciardo, Albon, Stroll, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Sargent, Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. Hello everyone, I'm Alex Jakes. Joining me for this one, a real authority on all things four-wheel. Naomi Schiff is alongside me. Well, it's all about forgetting last time because that was a bit of a shocker. How did they change the story today?
It is true, they had a really tough day in the office last time out, but they cannot dwell on that. It's so important to turn the page and start on a blank slate because the more you dwell on that, the less it's going to push you in the right direction. So take some notes. Obviously, there's things to be learned, but move on.
Well, I can only assume they're just talking about Max Verstappen there because, well, if we could repeat last weekend, I would be incredibly happy with ourselves. P9, though, on the grid. Unfortunately, no grid penalties for anyone else around us. And it looks like, yeah, the medium to the hard once again is going to be our strategy of choice here today. It is sunny skies all afternoon here from Albert Park, and I'm looking forward to getting into this one. So that's exactly what we're going to do as we wait on those 5 red lights here in the land down under. Mighty long hole, but it's going to be lights out, and away we go. Avoided getting the bog down this time around. It's got Perez trying to go down the middle. Oh, we got contact there. Someone was on my outside. I think that was an Alpine. Yep, it was Esteban Ocon.
Incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Well, not ideal for us there, but I think Ocon came off second best. I think he's actually picked up some front wing damage as maybe trying to barge in where he didn't belong. As we're still side by side, with Charles Leclerc there through turn 3 and turn 4. We'll make it through. And we'll be up then into P8 then off the start of the Grand Prix. So happy with that. We've actually made progress. Underfloor damage I found generally, especially minor damage like that, doesn't make too much of a difference inside this year's game either.
Stay alert for threats around you.
I mean, there we go. Charles Leclerc, that Ferrari still absolutely with enough straight line speed behind it. So have a look. We're going to go side by side. And I think, yeah, Charles, maybe for the better, decides to back out of that. Unfortunately, what that has done is meant that our top 3 have already got a bit of a breakaway. As I think it might be Perez that's actually at the front of the field here. I could be wrong. It's probably Max Verstappen that's made his way back through. Will it be World Championship leader, though? Sergio Perez leading at the end of lap 1. We'll stay on board just to get official confirmation. Sergio? No, of course it's not. It's Max Verstappen that leads. Oh, someone's locked up. I think that might be Lando Norris then. So that means Oscar Piastri currently fighting it out for the lead of the race. And that couldn't have come at a much more perfect time for me, because immediately we were going to be under pressure from Charles Leclerc.
Right, let's use that overtake button a bit more.
But as we make our way out onto the back straight once more, we've got the DRS. Lando to the outside of Tsunoda, who for the first time ever, with Charles Leclerc as his teammate, has out-qualified him. I don't think this is going to be a particularly strong track for Ferrari. I think, to be honest, Leclerc, a bit like me last weekend, kind of ended up in the right place at the right time in Jeddah. You know, we were able to work together, and that worked out really nicely. But already we've got a bit of a breakaway. Russell, Piastri and those Red Bulls. As once again, Tsunoda to the outside of Lando, turn 1. A power move? Yuki Tsunoda, that man has no fear. Well, I'm sure the home crowd are absolutely erupting now. Oscar Piastri is going to lead the Grand Prix. So here we go, Lando and Yuki side by side again, and well, anything Tsunoda do, Lando can do better apparently. He'll do exactly the same move that the Ferrari did to him just one lap ago. We're now going to try and get involved with 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton, who positions the car beautifully. Oh, Lando Norris has gone. Second time so far today, Lando Norris is locked up, and I think he's actually going to rejoin right in the path of Charles Leclerc there. Not sure whether I heard contact. I think normally the AI are pretty good at avoiding each other, but Lando Norris, I mean, bearing in mind he hasn't finished a race yet this season, he is really not gelling with that McLaren. Oh, and there we go, Tsunoda now locks up. I reckon it's just having Lewis Hamilton behind you that seems to be the problem for everybody else so far this afternoon. Hamilton now up at a P5 there, basically by just overtaking cars that are making mistakes. I'm happy to follow him.
We can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push, push.
Well, is there an opportunity to get both of us out of the DRS range of those cars behind? Let's wait and see. To the inside of Lewis Hamilton will go.
That target. Really good job.
It has felt like quite a frantic start to this race for the most part. But, oh no, obviously we keep the DRS, don't we? And I don't think I'm going to be quicker than Tsunoda through the final sector. We've got yellows, Someone else having issues? I think that's the Sauber at the rear of the field. How on earth did I hang on to that as Hamilton's going to get down the inside at turn 1? Yep, that is one of the Saubers there. Zhou Guanyu, who is out of the Grand Prix. Surprised that's not a safety car. How on earth has Charles Leclerc got that kind of speed? Right on the outside, the Ferrari will go. And unfortunately that time around, I just did not have the confidence to try and hang on with him. He might try and make it 2 in a row, as he's going to be closing in on his potential future teammate Lewis Hamilton. To the outside goes the Ferrari man. Hamilton will give him the room. Well, we're not going to back out of this. If there's an opportunity to try and keep fighting, then we're going to take it. Lando Norris clearly says the same thing behind me. Sorry, it's Tsunoda, isn't it? Not Charles Leclerc. Leclerc's still a little way further back. How is that not a safety car? That Sauber is on the pit lane entry. I don't know how on earth we've got away with that one, as once again, trying to look around the outside of a car down to a turn 1. Tsunoda hangs on ahead of Lewis. We could not quite commit ahead of Lando. It is frantic today. Oh no, Hamilton to the outside of Yuki. Are we going to see the Ferrari back out? Yes, you do. Seems like the car on the inside there is often the one to back out. It's a bit like the Ascari chicane at Monza. Very, very odd. Are we going to see Yuki get a run back on Lewis? No, we are not. As careful not to run into the back of him. Oh, here we go. Yuki again to the inside of Lewis. They're going to really go defensive in towards that first corner. And Yuki there's going to really sit on the exit. So we're going to try and get a run right around his outside. Hamilton potentially senses an opportunity to break free. So come on, Yuki. You got to play the long game here. I mean, this is just chaos. This is F124, isn't it, in a nutshell at the moment. Hindsight's a beautiful thing, though. I wish we'd looked after the tyres a little bit earlier in the Grand Prix, because they already feel cooked. Well, then, let's see if we can get a run on Lewis Hamilton out onto the second of the back straights. Pretty even with the Merc on the brakes, who wants to just try and cover me off. He'll give me the room, though, and I'll go clean around him on the throttle. Yeah, like I said, though, these tyres feel absolutely cooked, so just trying to rein them back in. Don't want to box until about lap 12, but we saw in Jeddah the overcut worked really nicely for me. That might be the plan of action again here today, as Hulkenberg's in.
Pits. Nico in the pits. Okay, gap to the car ahead, 9.9 seconds. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 3.3 seconds.
Everything Mark just told me then was a lie, apart from the fact Hulkenberg's pit, and that I'm not really sure why. Unless he was on softs at the start, as Hamilton's going to absolutely mug me off there. There is too much going on in this race. Oh, come on. Which way is Lewis going to go? He's going to swing back over to the left-hand side. Oh, my God, Yuki. What is that? What was I meant to do there? Hamilton was squeezing me one way. Yuki Tsunoda was squeezing me the other. That was genuinely a scary moment inside this game. That straight on F124 appears to be my nemesis. Once again, he is showcasing that another power move to the inside down at turn 1. Back up at a 50 he's going to go. Did any of the AI have damage so far? I mean, with all this going on, Hulkenberg could get an almighty undercut. So it might actually be in our best interest to slow everybody else down. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. Someone's breaking down. I think that's a car behind us. It's the McLaren. Lando Norris again. His third mechanical failure in a row. I thought my luck was bad on these games. Lando Norris is something else, and surely, that can't be just bad luck. That's got to be a glitch inside this game. As we take a nice look at the Ferrari side pod. How on earth have I made that move happen? That is utterly bizarre. Not done yet though, as Tsunoda again tries to power his way back to the inside. As we'll make it through. Pinch him, pinch him.
Safety car, safety car. No
Damn it.
overtaking, reduce your pace. Keep your delta number positive as we form up. Okay, the officials have deployed the safety car due to multiple cars being stopped on track. Mind your delta.
Well, we've just watched the safety car appear in the middle of the circuit. But yeah, Verstappen must have made an error in front. And now we've all been really screwed over, especially Hülkenberg, who's going to pit again. Well, everyone then is going to be peeling into the pit lane at the end of lap 12, so we're going to be ever so slightly cheeky with it. Try and just get our way a little bit under the delta as, we're going to see Verstappen. No, he doesn't get held up. So Verstappen didn't pick up any front wing damage. It is going to be chaos, though, but not for me, because our pit box, of course, is right down the far end, so this gives us a real opportunity to get back in the fight.
Come on. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Beautifully tidy pit stop as well.
On the exit, we'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
And I think if anyone's got lucky out of all this, it's the homeboy Daniel Ricciardo. He's gone from like P14 to P7 because of that. I mean, are we going to see Hülkenberg potentially jump a couple of cars? I think Lance Stroll might now be last in this Grand Prix, as Hülkenberg is going to gain pretty much exactly nothing. Well, the safety car's going to be returning to the pit lane then as we get to half distance here. Sergio Perez, he was P2 in both Bahrain and Jeddah, but leading the championship through brutal consistency. Are we going to see him get on the top step of the podium today? There is all. Checo's gone. Verstappen and myself a little bit caught out in that one. Been given a huge opportunity to really try and fight with the big boys again, as we just noticed a little bit of hesitation by the Dutchman back down towards turn 1. Not quite able to get close enough, though. I don't believe Verstappen's got problems again.
3/10 a lap, well done.
What we've got to be careful of course, is how well is the likes of Ricciardo going to be able to keep up. I think one Williams and one Alpine as well have both been vaulted up the order, and the sole remaining Sauber of Bottas, simply because of the way pit lane etiquette works here. Unfortunately for me, though, we are already dropping back off that top group again. And maybe it's in my best interest to let Tsunoda by right now, because we have not got the pace to keep up with the cars in front. Tsunoda, why does he do that? The AI kind of pull alongside you and then give up in terms of straight line speed there. So we'll hang it around the outside. And yeah, for that top four, though, that's reassuring. They're not going to potentially be under more pressure. Unless your name's Oscar Piastri. Huge error down at the end of the back straight. And Oscar Piastri is going to drop to the rear of the field. No! The homeboy, the local hero, he is down to last place in this Grand Prix. He's going to be able to get the car back running again. That is heartbreaking. Well, I want to try and see if we can use Yuki's pace here to try and get away from Daniel Ricciardo, who now is Australia's last hope. There goes Yuki, clean around the outside. But, I mean, I'd say we won't be able to switch him here, will we? I just don't, I mean, Hamilton's still right there, so it might be irrelevant anyway. But yeah, I just want to try and have a bit of a breakaway, have a bit of freedom towards the end of the afternoon. Here might be our window. We've got to try and basically build up a bit of a gap to Ricciardo behind, and then utilise the DRS to get back to Yuki in front. Ricciardo is going to close in as well, but will that gap open up enough? Oh, almost into the back of the Ferrari there. Slightly misjudged just how much speed I would have as around the outside will go. This is frantic stuff at the moment. As, someone else locks up in front. I think that might be George Russell. So Verstappen now back to second place. A bit like Hamilton we saw earlier on, simply by not making errors. Although he did make one. Oh, not again, Yuki. How many times does he want to have a look for a move down the inside of the first corner? That time around, it doesn't even work out for him, as he might now be under pressure from Ricciardo. We've just got to work together, man. Oh, I think Tsunoda's locked up behind me. Just suddenly see Tsunoda dropping off our relative. That's good to know. So Ricciardo now 3/4 of a second back. Surely we can pull out 0.2 of a second over that V-carb car. Surely now, as we make our way out onto the back straight, you can see that gap opening up. It's going to continue to just further extend as Hamilton might want to try and get past him. Got no top-end speed, though, in the end. But come on, this is working. Hamilton 1.2 seconds back. We have been given an opportunity, and we are not going to waste it. Sometimes my hopeful optimism even annoys me inside F124. There was never a chance where we're going to be able to pull away from that Mercedes on raw pace as Hamilton will go back through. Albon's running up in 7th. I mean, we could very easily see every single team score points by just the end of the 3rd round of the season. Oh, we got yellows again. Perez has gone. Hamilton's gone. What is happening? What is happening? And yeah, there you go.
A new objective later. Okay, red flag, mate. Red flag. No overtaking, please. We'll see you in the pit lane. Okay, there's been an incident on
You know how we moaned for a long time inside F124 that the AI made no mistakes, they had no mechanical problems or anything like that? The lockups, I think, are a little bit excessive there. I think Hamilton actually went into Sergio Perez down the end of the back straight there. Unfortunately, because the red flags come out, I won't actually be able to see what's happened. But
get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
there is no chance I'm doing 7 laps on a set of the medium tyres. If we've got a set of softs, I'm going to try and take them. Unfortunately, they are slightly worn. But I guess for the 3rd time today, let's do this thing here in Albert Park. Everyone else is on hards. It's 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out and away we go. And surely we're going to be able to get the best start of anybody. Ricciardo was up in P4, ready for the start here. But now, Max Verstappen, he is going to have his work cut out. It's basically round 1 winner versus round 2 winner at the front of the field. As Ricciardo's into P3. Let's not forget, no Australian has ever scored a podium at their home Grand Prix. So what a turnaround for the books that would be. But Max and I, we've just got to try and run away on this opener. I think Max wants to get away from me as well, as these tyres are slightly worn. But surely, even if we can just hang in his slipstream for a while, we'll be able to break away from the cars behind. Why is everybody else gone on the hard tyres? Well, at the end of lap 22 then, Verstappen already has got 1 second margin over me. But we're just going to use as much battery as we need to.
DRS is now online.
Have to stay in the range of the Dutchman here. We know if we do, we have got a huge opportunity if the tyres hang on. That's the other big one. But Ricciardo, he's going to be defending for all his worth from those Mercedes behind him. I'll be honest, I don't fancy his chances. Well, annoyingly, I haven't ended up in Verstappen's DRS. Well, at the moment we get the detection point, I'll try and keep draining battery, but I've got to be careful. I don't want to sacrifice the rest of my race on the off chance that we can keep up with the Dutchman. Would be very useful, though, as we shut the car through the fast chicane again. The gap behind us, 1.9 seconds. The gap in front of me, 0.9 seconds. Come on. We can get the DRS through this final sector. I will be happy, which I think... Don't want to speak too soon again. I mean, Verstappen's just pushing so much, and we just get understeer at exactly the wrong moment. And already I'm starting to understand and appreciate why the team wanted me to go onto the mediums. The softs are just absolutely chewing themselves apart here as Hamilton's going to gain in. I was trying to give him the space. Hamilton's going to storm his way around the outside there. I'm sure he won't be happy about that one. But if I can use him to stay away from Ricciardo behind, then I'm going to try it.
They might make a mistake and we could still regain the position.
Only Max Verstappen could make a mistake, end up in the gravel, and still look like he's going to win this. Whatever I do at the moment, I cannot hang in the DRS of the car in front of me. Hamilton has broken free now, and Ricciardo might be about to send it back into the podium places here. We have made a catastrophic error when it comes to these tyres, as Russell's going to have a look through as well. We just want to try and hang on with anybody we possibly can around the outside of the second Merc, which we will just about do. As Ricciardo's still in the range of Hamilton up the road. I cannot believe we messed this strategy up as badly as we have, as Russell again, desperate, but not successful. I can't do it. How on earth can we not even keep up with a V-carb at the moment around this circuit? These tyres are already up at 41%. They're going to be very worn by the end of the day, as there goes Russell. Here comes Yuki Tsunoda as well. I mean, Tsunoda quite possibly has been the scariest driver I've ever seen today. But we have just got nothing at the moment, as we almost put it in out of the Grand Prix. Ocon will say thank you very much. Carlos Sainz now in the second V car will say thank you very much. And might we get 2 for the price of 1? No, he doesn't. What on earth is this right towards the end of the Grand Prix? It is all going wrong. Well, I don't see it very often inside this game, but what's the problem is we're actually cooking the rear tyres. That's why we're struggling to keep up with any of the AI at the moment. That's why the car is sliding around so much underneath me, and soon enough, we aren't even going to be in the points here. If we were looking to fight for the win just a couple of laps ago, oh, so sorry, Magnussen. You're just almost into the back of me there, as we're going to be 3 wide again. This time around, Alonso will muscle his way around the outside. We're not going to give up on it, though. Try and fight back. There's tyre wear warning light flashing up. The rear tyres are gone. They're absolutely gone at the moment, but surely we're not going to walk away with nothing here. 1 more lap to go then here from Albert Park, and these tyres are absolutely obliterated. I feel there's a sense of irony to that. Mark happy with what they've been able to do with the tyres. My feelings are very much not the same, as here comes Alonso down the inside at the end of turn 3. I mean, we've got to try and give him, well, get him to give us the DRS here, but Alonso, he's the wily old fox. George Russell found that out the hard way earlier on this year. But Max Verstappen on the final lap of this Grand Prix, the one I'm most gutted about, not only for me, but is Daniel Ricciardo, looking like he might be able to have the upset of the year in that V-Carbs, picking up an early championship podium at his home Grand Prix. Nonetheless, I might have spoke too soon. Ricciardo around the outside of the Ferrari there, as here we go. Gasly trying to have a look down my inside, but Ricciardo might have done it. He might be back into the podium places on the final lap of the Grand Prix. Max Verstappen through the final couple of corners. He is going to win here in Australia. You can see how much we're trying to just hang on to the car through the final couple of corners. Hamilton's going to come through for P2, but for the first time ever, an Australian is going to get a podium here in Albert Park, Australia. Ricciardo has only gone and done it, as we've just got to try and get the foot to the floor. We're going to hang on for 1 single point.
A great race then, and a fantastic victory here at Albert Park.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
There we go then, Max Verstappen, after a chaotic Australian Grand Prix, he is going to end up victorious there. Hamilton comes through for P2, and Daniel Ricciardo, after such heartbreak over the last couple of years, such disappointment with Renault, disappointment with McLaren, he has gone back to Visa Cash App Racing Bulls, and he has absolutely stated his claim to get that Red Bull drive down the line there. Tsunoda comes through for P4, by far and away his best result of the year so far, beating out Russell, Ocon, Sainz, Leclerc, Magnussen, and myself there. Williams, I believe now, might be the only team yet to have scored a point so far in this campaign. Perez could not recover in the end. Oscar Piastri as well, I'm sure, gutted after his front row start. As, yeah, Hulkenberg able to beat out Sargent and Albon. Norris still failing to see the checkered flag so far this year. And Zhou Guanyu a weekend to forget. That means take a look at the Drivers' World Championship. Verstappen, he's taken no time to get back to the top there ahead of his teammate Hamilton. Brutal consistency sees him into P3 ahead of Leclerc and Yuki. I'm still in 6th, 10 points ahead of Alonso, as Ricciardo now tied with George Russell, which is rather impressive to see as well there. Most drivers now would have scored points. It is just Hulkenberg, Zhou Guanyu, both Williams, and Lando Norris, who have failed to score after the opening 3 rounds of the year. We've still got a 2-point lead over Aston Martin as well, which is certainly very useful, as McLaren down in 8th behind Alpine and VCarb as well. Just absolute insanity. I hate to think how long the edit to this video is going to be, because it was just chaos from start to finish there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the first sprint. Japanese Grand Prix, isn't it? Then we head to China for the first sprint of the year.
This is a circuit where sometimes you see something truly exceptional behind the wheel. We've seen it from Vettel, we've seen it from Verstappen. It is a remarkable place to watch a car at speed. Welcome to Suzuka. We're qualifying for the Japanese Grand Prix.
Of course, all the assumptions is that it's going to be Yuki Tsunoda that could get dropped by Ferrari. And of course, this being his home Grand Prix as well, even more squeaky bum time in the world of Formula 1 then. So we need to make sure we deliver, but I'm sure Yuki will be hungry this weekend to try and showcase what he's capable of. He actually had a very good Australian Grand Prix though, so let's not completely count him out just yet. But yeah, obviously Ferrari, you know, they're only really interested in themselves. You know, the biggest team in Formula 1, I think they've got every right to be. You know, they don't want to just have to pick up any driver they can have. They really want to try and craft their own team. And I've obviously done so with great success in years gone by. For us, though, yeah, I still like the idea of trying to bring Haas right the way to the top of the Formula 1 world. But as we make our way into Q1, of course, the first goal of the weekend is getting out of it. Half a second up on Bottas as we tip the car into 130R. So hopefully, yeah, we're going to be able to make it out of Q1 in one run. A little bit disappointed to see Hülkenberg so far down the order. So, I mean, it might end up being our usual suspects out in the first session, up towards the line, 29.3. Good enough for P8. And there we go then, P10 by the end of the first session. It's your usual suspects, the Red Bulls and the McLarens up at the front of the field. We were less than 2 tenths, though, behind Tsunoda. So, yeah, we're really going to have a bit of a battle with him this year. Hülkenberg, last at the end of qualifying. Utter disaster for our teammate. I'm not entirely convinced we're going to have the pace for Q3 here, but we're going to give it our all. Obviously, we made Q3 for the first time last time out in Australia, but generally, yeah, it has been kind of we're on the bubble. Us, the Alpines, Lance Stroll, maybe Sainz and Ricciardo, if they can deliver a good result. But I mean, we've got so much speed down towards Turn 1. I cannot wait until we get to a track like Monza or Vegas, where we're absolutely going to be able to stretch the legs of this thing. I reckon, yeah, this thing is more than capable of 230 miles an hour. We did in the My Team career mode. We went to Monza a couple of days ago, and I think even, yeah, that car, which is nowhere near as upgraded as this one, I think there we topped out at 229. Already a tenth up, though, on Pierre Gasly, and often we lose just a little bit through the Casio Triangle, so we'll have to wait and see as to how we can pair up against the Frenchman here. Tip the car in through the final couple of corners. Try and get nice and easy on the throttle. So easy, though, to pick up oversteer on the exit. Up to the line. 29.1. Again, puts us P8. And there we go. Just like we did in Australia. Able to make it through Q1 and Q2 on just a single run. So, again, I mean, to be fair, we're actually a lot more competitive this weekend. We've actually seemed to have a fair amount of pace against the likes of Mercedes and Aston Martin. George Russell, though, out in P15. Not sure what happened to him, but he definitely got caught out, I think, in some traffic on his last run. Well, luckily then, for the second time this season, we've got 2 sets of tyres to attempt to run in Q3. But just like Australia, if we go quicker than anyone, I'll be quite happy. Would love to get the car into the 1 minute 28. As, yeah, for the first time ever on this game, I actually feel confident with a car underneath me around Suzuka. Well, Tsunoda then on the Delta is the benchmark. As you can see, as we make our way into Sector 3, 3 tenths down at the moment. So not convinced we're going to be able to find that through the final 3 corners of the lap. But what is the time he's done? He's done a 28.7, so he's actually ran a very competitive lap time as well. His time's continuing to improve for absolutely everybody. Shortest run to the line, 29.0. We go quicker than Lance Stroll, which I guess is the bare minimum. Final run here in qualifying. We need 2 tenths of a second if we want to try and challenge Hamilton and Alonso. 9 Formula 1 World Championships lining up directly in front of me on the grid. If things were to end like this, is everybody else out for their last run. Don't know which of the Aston Martins hasn't got a spare set of tyres, but my guess would be Lance. So a little bit of understeer through the first corner. Flick the car into the S's 6th gear on entry, down to the 5th. As you really try and hug the curbs, Perez goes top of the board. Verstappen goes 5 thousandths of a second quicker. So Red Bull, they are clearly very evenly paced here at the moment, and it looks like there's going to be a front row lockout for them. A 10th up though by the end of sector 1. Oh, we gambled it. We gambled it completely flat through the first Egner, and we found basically nothing for it either, because it compromised my line into the second part. Down into the hairpin we go. Got to be so careful of over-rotation, both on entry and on exit, but we have found the 2/10ths we need. So far this lap, we're doing okay. Just a handful of corners to go then of the circuit. 6th gear even for Spoon. 5th gear, 4th gear on the exit. Oh, we haven't got a good run though. We're definitely going to lose a little bit of time there. Staggeringly not. Could we still challenge Yuki Tsunoda for P6 here on the grid? We are less than a 10th behind him as we make our way into the final section of the lap. Get the car over to the left-hand side. Brake at about 110 metres out. Oh, a little bit of rear locking, but we gather it up nicely. Over the chicane, down towards the line. We're going to be 4/10ths up by the time we get there, and that's surely, it's P5 on the grid. I am happy with that. Well, there we go then. Ferrari, if you're interested, I'm available. We outqualified your driver in a slower Haas. Admittedly, not a huge amount slower, though. This car's actually a pretty decent package at the moment. But Verstappen pole position once again, ahead of Sergio Perez and Lando Norris. Their homeboy will start P7, but we line up 5th, and a huge opportunity to score some big points.
This is legendary Suzuka with a long and storied history dating right back to 1987. There is more history to be written here today. Welcome to the Japanese Grand Prix. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Mr. Monaco, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Stroll, Ocon, Sainz, Ricciardo, Gasly, Russell, Albon, Joe, Sargent, Fernando Alonso, Magnussen, and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, here we are then trackside for the Japanese Grand Prix, lining up in that P5 position, no grid penalties for anyone in front of me. Easily our best qualifying session of the year so far, but survival is key here at Suzuka. I'm not expecting the race pace to be as good as the qualifying, but we're going to give it our all anyway. DRS as well. There's only one DRS zone around this circuit, but it is mighty powerful on the run in towards turn 1. But as we wait then on the grid for the 5 red lights, everyone around me is on mediums. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're all just trying to avoid the wheel spin. Verstappen's not done a good job, though, as Perez will say thank you very much. Even Lando Norris going to try and have a look down the inside, in towards the first corner there, as the other McLaren of Oscar Piastri fancies his chances against me, and, well, I've got nothing we can answer back there. Norris and Verstappen side by side as we make our way into the S's, though, as Verstappen will power back through. World Championship leader, his biggest threat, of course, being his teammate in the point standings so far. Perez will lead, though, as we make our way out of the S's there. As looking on the minimap, Hülkenberg has made no progress at all. And immediately, because of course it would be, we have got Yuki Tsunoda up my trumpet. So Verstappen, I'm sure, is going to go in hot pursuit of his teammate. Just could not quite get the initial hookup, but he's done very, very well to stay ahead of the McLaren driver. But we just want to settle in. It is really going to be a race of just hanging on for us today. I cannot stress that enough. So we'll wait and see as to how we get on. Just down through Spoon we go. Oh, a little bit wide there. Come on, get the nose in. The car does not want to bite through that corner. We're really trying to make sure that we hang on inside the DRS of the cars in front early on. Seems like Red Bull, yeah, really pushing each other, and everyone else behind them knows that we've got to keep up if we want any chance here. The big question, Lando Norris, will he actually survive a Grand Prix? Yet to finish so far this season. Has had mechanical failures in every single race. As here goes Verstappen. Oh, trying to look down the inside of his teammate. I think Perez has hung on. Well, Albert Park, I'll be honest, is still on my mind from earlier on in the year. Just obviously how much we tore the tyres apart trying to hang on to Verstappen. We just I think that was exactly 1 second the gap to Piastri through the detection point, but yeah, simply put, I just don't think we got the race pace here to match those cars in front. McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, they're all probably Formula 1's big three teams right now. As once again, the Red Bull's going to go side by side. This time around, we're going to go side by side with the homeboy back into turn 1, and Tsunoda thinks better of it. Trying to go side by side absolutely everywhere. Sergio Perez knows if he wants to have a good title fight chance, he's got to get ahead of him as Verstappen locks up down at the Casio Triangle. That's going to bring us a whole lot closer and slow Oscar Piastri down. So Verstappen now with even more work to do. The second weekend in a row he's locked up. As here goes Lando Norris trying to pounce on the opportunity. Tsunoda down my inside. As Norris will move through to the lead of the Grand Prix. As Tsunoda this time round, he's going to still be there. Whoa, hello, come on. Side by side into the S's will go. We give him a little bit of a pinch.
We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
How on earth does the game think I'm going to be able to get Piastri when Verstappen's between us? Third time's a charm then for Yuki Tsunoda. Here we go, back down the inside again that time round. Yeah, the Ferrari's just able to inch past me. Not quite sure we could hook it up the long way around.
Make a mistake.
Yep, that's the goal mark, as there's still a lot of swapping around going on at the front of the field. Perez back to the lead of the race once more. It's probably been the most dramatic Japanese Grand Prix there's been in the better part of a decade. Well, this feels at the moment like the kind of script you get in an hour of career mode, battling with the man we could be replacing down at Ferrari as Tsunoda's going to go defensive on me. We've got the speed though, clean around the outside. In towards turn 1 once again. Problem is, all this squabbling. Yeah, I don't think either of us have really got the pace to keep up with the cars in front. Oh, we've got yellows, someone's locked up, I think that's Perez. So both Red Bulls now have locked up down at the Casio Triangle, and suddenly they're back squabbling with each other. As are we going to see Verstappen get a run then on his teammate back in towards T1? He's going to have a look to the outside. There is championship implications on the line early on, as Verstappen will power through. Tsunoda again tries to take a look at me, as now Charles Leclerc and the other Ferrari is battling for the lead.
Okay, mate, that still wasn't quite what we needed, I'm afraid, but look, let's move on. Get your head down and chin up and focus till the end of the race.
Yuki down the inside again. We really pinch him. Oh, there was contact. Oh, but that actually compromised ourselves. Come on. Oh, here we go. Here comes Yuki again, as I think we're going to try and dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Maybe get an undercut and get away from him, and, well, if possible, try and get a bit closer to that group up in front. I don't really feel that Tsunoda and I are kind of slowing each other down too badly. I think we're actually pretty even on pace. But again, it is just managing that battery, managing that DRS, and obviously just trying to hang on to the car in my case, as we almost run wide there on the exit of Dunlop. There we go, tyre warning light just flashes up as we make our way through Spoons, so let's try and use the battery, get right up to the gearbox of Yuki again, ready for the Casio Triangle, and then we're going to peel into the pit lane. Gaining on the Ferrari car. You can see we actually gained quite a bit through 130R. Big dive coming in. Oh, Yuki, I'm there. There was no contact, I don't think. As we'll go around his outside there and into the pits we'll go. Make sure we get inside the bollard. As don't get done for speeding. Very, very aggressive on pit lane entry. Slightly worried that I am the first car in. But ultimately, I think the hard tyres should be able to hang on to the end of the afternoon. They just feel absolutely terrible around this place.
Okay, let's go now. Come on. That was a fantastic
we need to get out ahead of that group.
We were expecting.
This is big for us. We need to be out ahead of Logan Sargent. Come on, come on, come on. Go. Ugh. That was not what I was expecting to do. So we've got yellows out for someone. That might have actually been me, as we do hang on in front, but I almost dropped it on pit lane exit. As Sargent, I think, has locked up behind me and ran off the road. Well, there we go. Then we got Hamilton and I believe Esteban Ocon both into the pit lane then, but surprisingly nobody else. Remember, no team is going to want a double stack here, so they're really trying to extend their stints as far as they can. As will we stay out ahead of Lewis? I think we just about will. Yep, there we go.
0.9 seconds.
And that is actually really impressive here, because cold tyres on the outlap around Japan are not that great. Well, this one is going to be the real moment of truth for us. We got a load of the top runners in. I think Leclerc's been held up in the pit lane, though. So I think he's actually been undercut by Max Verstappen actually inside the lane. But are we going to get close enough to that group again to try and hang on? think we are, yeah, look at that. Round the outside of Charles Leclerc will go. Verstappen now just in front of me, but obviously he's going to have cold tyres as well. So we make our way up into the S's. I mean, I was not expecting to get back with this group as well as we have. But you can see Lando Norris, though, has got a big old lead over Verstappen. Final cars then into the pit lane, so where are we going to re-emerge in this race? Lando Norris to the front of the field, but I think we're going to be battling up for the podium. As here we go. Red Bull side by side on pit exit. Verstappen just forced to back out of that one as well. Try and go around the outside of the Dutchman. Through the first couple of corners. It was very aggressive. He tries to pinch me, but we'll make it happen there. Around the outside of Max Verstappen will go. Not expecting to hang on to him, but I basically have a rule of thumb on these games. If you have an opportunity to overtake Max Verstappen, you attempt to overtake Max Verstappen, because it doesn't happen often. Oh, here comes Max having a look. Nope, thinks better of it. Thank you. That's reassuring, because I really thought he'd just try and get the nose at the inside. Now he's going to have a look. Going to try and barge me off the road on the exit of turn 1. We'll return the favour then. Plenty of contact. I think we might already be off each other's Christmas card lists. Well, McLaren having a fight at the front of the field. 11 laps to go with this race. And now Max Verstappen, this time around, I think I'm going to be a bit of a sitting duck in towards turn 1. There goes the Dutchman in that Red Bull.
Win that place back.
I mean, what is that? He deliberately parks it on the first part of the apex to force me to his outside, and then just squeezes me out. Max Verstappen, not afraid to, get his hands dirty when he battles, but we've got to try and hang with him. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Who's breaking down? I think that's a car behind us. Or no one at all? Oh, no, it's the Alpine, I think. The Alpine, that might be Esteban Ocon. Yep, out of the Grand Prix for the second time this year, I want to say. For Esteban Ocon. Really, yeah, Alpine. Alpine and Lando Norris, they're the ones I would say have got to fix their reliability in this game. Oh, Verstappen now has been able to get back in the range of his teammates. So we've got McLaren fighting at the front of the field for the race lead. And we've got Red Bull fighting for the final podium place. Like I said, I think for Red Bull at the moment, for Sergio Perez, he knows this is far more about the 3 extra points for finishing P3. He knows his whole season, the momentum he needs, is going to be absolutely critical. Here is Charles Leclerc, tries to have a look around the outside through 130. Oh, we're going to just dab the brake there to make sure I'm the one that claims the DRS off him. A little bit cheeky. We're going with the Fernando Alonso tactic, but hopefully that's going to mean to make our way back down towards turn 1. We can try and get back around the Ferrari.
You hit that target. That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
There we go. Achieving targets. Everything's going on. But, I mean, we just want to see Verstappen and Perez go side by side. As we've got both Ferraris now and Hamilton queuing up. They're trying to find a way around me. As there we go. Red Bull side by side. Verstappen will complete the move. Leclerc and I side by side. And Leclerc will also complete the move as Hamilton... Oh, he just stuck the nose in.
Position. Trying to keep focus.
What I love right now is we've got a 4-car battle between the Ferrari drivers, the man in real life that is going to Ferrari, and the man inside F124 that could be going to Ferrari. Ferrari have got a lot of affiliation here. Well, Lando Norris then must have made an error here. I think he locked up down at the Casio Triangle, because he's now ended up behind both of those Red Bulls. So Oscar Piastri, 5 laps to go with this Grand Prix, he might be cruising to his first Grand Prix victory of the season and the second of his F1 career. I'd love to see him in a championship fight down the line. I certainly think he's got the potential for it. But yeah, if Red Bull can keep battling...
About 3/10 a lap, well done.
And Lando can just try and kind of stay there as well and slow them both down, surely you've got to play the team game here and make sure that Oscar wins. Well, we seem to gain all the time on Charlie in the final sector of the lap, so I think if we can get a run on him now, we've got to go for it. Otherwise, he's just starting to get a bit too far away down the rest of the circuit. There, around the outside of turn 1 will go. Again, all these cars have so much front end on this year's game. The fact you can have the confidence to do that from so far back is slightly alarming, but also very, very fun. Oh, Alex Albon's gone. Alex Albon, late on in the day, Williams, he was actually looking pretty comfortable. I don't know if he was in the points. He might have been right on the cusp, to be fair. No, I think he was 11th. But Albon out then. Williams' disastrous year will continue. Well, if Leclerc wants to go for it here, he's more than welcome. I'll quite happily take the DRS back again as we make our way through 130R. Just blend out the throttle there, make sure he hangs onto the place. But Hamilton, whoa, hello. Those random moments where you lock the rear still on this game are very, very odd. But we get away with it that time. Luckily, Hamilton doesn't collect me in the process there, so I can still see those Red Bulls battling out in front. 212 miles an hour down to turn 1, but not enough to get back past Charlie. And now, yeah, our tyres are starting to hit the cliff there as Albon, yeah, obviously retired there in the real-life Japanese Grand Prix. But you really are setting yourself up from Spoon Corner, ready to start the last lap of the GP. Oscar Piastri still comfortably out front of everybody else here. And it really has been a race that kind of fell into his lap. He hasn't been the quickest driver all weekend. And as we see Sergio Perez, another lock-up down at the Casio Triangle there. So Max Verstappen is once again going to outscore his teammate. And we said about how much of a psychological battle that might be. I think Perez has lost it for yet another year there, as we're going to try and get a run on Leclerc down to turn 1. Oh, not quite enough though, as we make our way into the first corner. It was always going to be a battle between Red Bull and McLaren here today. Just so many high-speed corners. Leclerc seemingly able to hang on with them early on, but pit strategy did not play into the hand of the Ferrari man, and I guess we can turn around to Ferrari and say I let him keep that place just to try and help our cause a little bit more here. But once again, we've got the better of Yuki Tsunoda, and that's basically all we can hope for at this stage of the season. Make sure that we keep beating Yuki and showcasing to Ferrari what we are capable of here as well. Chronic understeer. I didn't get the car down enough gears at the hairpin, so any chance of getting to Leclerc by the end of this race, I think, is all but over. But Oscar Piastri, as he rounds his way through Spoon Curve for the final time, he's only ever raced here once before. Oscar Piastri having an absolute whale of a time, though, around this Suzuka circuit as he makes his way through. McLaren have had so many iconic moments around this venue, and this might well be another one for them. Through the Casio Triangle he'll go. Oscar Piastri, he is going to be our third different winner in the first 4 Grand Prix of the season. The Australian back on top once again, ahead of Verstappen and Lando Norris. But for us, we're going to come through for a very good P6.
They've done it then. Here at Suzuka, a brilliant win on the beloved figure-of-8 circuit.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight.
Well, I'll be honest, I really expected us to not have the pace today, but to finish less than 7 seconds off the win, admittedly helped a little bit by some other drivers having crazy races. I cannot complain now. Oscar Piastri, I forgot he started behind me down in 6th place there. Really did just make it work, and he was the only real driver that made no errors throughout the entirety of the afternoon. Absolutely deserves that victory today and the 26 points that goes along with it there. Verstappen P2 ahead of Norris and Sergio Perez. Leclerc ahead of myself, Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda, with Gasly and Lance Stroll rounding out your points finishes there. Alonso really was a weekend to forget for both him and George Russell. They got caught up fighting each other. And Nico Hülkenberg, a minute off in the end. I have no idea what happened to our teammate, but he was just terrible all weekend long here, with Albon and Ocon, the 2 drivers, failing to see the flag. That means at the top of the table, the gap now 20 points between Verstappen and Perez, despite the fact Max Verstappen has DNF from a Grand Prix and Checo hasn't. So I think early on, it is looking like it could be another Red Bull World title. But if you look from 2nd down to 6th, you got 5 drivers from 5 different teams there. I mean, you've got 8 teams have drivers inside the top 10 in the championship at the moment, which is rather impressive there. The less said, I think, about Russell's campaign so far, the better. Further down the order, though, Hulkenberg still 17th ahead of Zhou Guanyu, Sargent and Albon. And constructors-wise, they're Red Bull as well with a 40-point lead at the top of the table. I reckon we could beat Aston Martin this year. Alonso seems to be struggling. Stroll is Stroll, so we'll keep hope in terms of that fight as well. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the first sprint weekend of the year from Shanghai. Can our way then out into qualifying. Of course, with it being a sprint weekend, we get all the chicanery of trying to balance out the tyre sets throughout the first qualifying. Do we get through Q1 on a set of the mediums, or do we end up having to go to softs and basically screwing ourselves over later on in the session? It's all part of the fun. When I really just wish the game forced you onto a set of mediums ready for Q1, so at least I knew everybody was in the same boat. But so far this year, yeah, qualifying pace really has been a strong point of this car. Have kind of felt that we're then trying to hang on in a race, but so far it's worked out nicely. When we don't think about Australia or Bahrain. Yeah, Shanghai, though, is really one of those horrible little circuits where if it goes right, it goes really right. If it goes wrong, it's absolutely terrible around here. As we break down in towards the hairpin, try and rattle over the inside curb there. It actually gives you a little bit extra rotation, I found, inside this game. One more corner to go. Again, try and get the car wedged over that curb up towards the line. There we are, 132.5. We go just behind Max Verstappen. Well, there we go then. At the end of Q1, Mercedes make it through, but they both use their soft compound tyres. We were just 22 thousandths of a second behind Max Verstappen. We split the Red Bulls in terms of raw pace here. Lance Stroll out in Q1, Hulkenberg out in Q1, of course, and then both Saubers and the Williams of Logan Sargent. There we go, Alonso now sets the benchmark on a 132.3. He barely scraped through into Q2. Aston Martin, yeah, really does seem to be lacking pace at the moment, as we have officially overtaken them in terms of performance. They've kind of fallen back into, you know, the backmarker group, if you will. But I guess that's good for us, you know, showcases that we're continuing to make forward momentum. Shame Hulkenberg on the other side of the garage isn't showcasing it. I've been reading all your comments as well from, obviously, Japan yesterday. I'm quite surprised how many of you want me to go straight to Ferrari. But I'm kind of quite happy to do so when the opportunity arrives. You know, obviously at the end of the day, I would have loved to have brought Haas either a Drivers' World Championship, but with how bad Hulkenberg's delivering, and their seemingly inability or unwillingness to fire him, I think a Constructors' Crown here would be very, very difficult. I think, yeah, basically every driver that took softs out in Q1 has had to go back out on the same set again, and they're way off the pace. Albon, I think I was a second and a half up on him by the end of Sector 2, so you get some weird and wonderful gaps here as we try and round our way through the final corner. Don't think it's as good a lap as we did in Q1, but it still is another 32, and again, we go P6. And there we go then, once more, it seems like we might be one of Max Verstappen's biggest threats as Yuki Tsunoda top of the board there. Him and Fernando Alonso both make it through on their soft compound tyres. Charles Leclerc out in Q2, alongside Ocon, both Visa Cash Apps, and Alex Albon. So most people have made it into Q3 with the soft tyres to spare. But I'm looking at it, Tsunoda hasn't, Alonso hasn't, both Mercs haven't. We might have a real opportunity again to spring a surprise. Well, I've basically let everybody else get on with it, go out, do their laps, come back into the pit lane, and kind of work out where they're sitting. But I reckon, yeah, we could really end up challenging for a top 5 again here. Max Verstappen top of the board with a ridiculous 1 minute 31.2. I reckon if we could get around the 1 minute 32 flat, I'd be happy with that. Although there can be quite a difference between the soft and the medium here. As immediately, look how much more grip we've got through turn 1. No understeer to have to contend with there through the first corner. And yeah, no real oversteer on the exit as well. You can just put that foot to the floor. What's the gap going to be to Russell at the end of Sector 1? Half a second up. We go purple. Finding another 2/10 on George there. That middle sector, though, probably our weakest of the lap. But already just starting to feel the tyres struggling for grip. Yeah, we need to go 1.8 seconds clear of George if we wanted to try and out-qualify Verstappen here. I don't think that's going to happen, to be completely honest, but I would take another top 5 position Come the end of qualifying there, it was all the drivers you expect to end up down towards the bottom of the order that couldn't bring this set of soft tyres into Q3. One more corner to go, though. It's been a pretty hooked-up lap up to this point. Unable to get the car wedged over that curb again, but up towards the line it is a 1:31.9, and we go P5 just like we did in Japan. Well, there we go then, Verstappen half a second clear of anybody else there at the end of qualifying, and honestly, looking at the times, we were a little bit unlucky that we didn't get any more there. We were less than half a tenth away from both Oscar Piastri and Sergio Perez. It really does look like it's going to be McLaren versus Red Bull this year, but a second clear of Yuki Tsunoda behind me. There's quite some gaps here come the end of qualifying, but we've got to get on with the sprint race.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? Shanghai International Circuit then is a 16-corner high-speed thrill ride. The long and ever-tightening right-hander at turns 1 and 2 tests the driver's patience, and the flat open to the elements location tests their skill in a crosswind. 2 DRS zones will assist passing, and they're available into turn 1 and down the kilometre-long back straight into turn 14. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Perez, Mr. Monaco, Tsunoda, Russell, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Gasly, Leclerc, Ocon, Sainz, Ricciardo, Albon, Hulkenberg, Stroll, Magnussen, Joe, and Logan Sargent. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. We welcome to the commentary box Anthony Davidson. I'm Alex Jakes. We're both looking forward to a really intriguing race today. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Well, here we are then, down on the track, ready for the Shanghai Sprint. Of course, I would use the softs, but they last like 4 laps here, as we found out in the driver career mode. I would be intrigued, though, if you could double soft this race. Look, it's only 6 seconds slower, it reckons, which is absolute insanity. But we're absolutely not going to do that. So, oh no, sorry, 6 seconds slower than the other one stopped. So, absolutely no chance that we would even think about gambling that. But ready then on the grid, it is McLarens and Red Bulls in front. We've got a whole rush of cars behind. It is going to be 5 lights, so away we go with Sergio Perez, another lightning getaway. Able to get between those McLaren cars down in towards turn 1. Lando Norris unable to try and keep up with his teammate there, as here goes Oscar Piastri trying to go the long way. Oh, we're around the Red Bull. Bit of Constantina and up, as Red Bull suddenly now 1 and 2 at the start of the race. But Verstappen knows again, just like we saw in Japan last time at Suzuka. For Red Bull, it's much more about the bigger battle at play. Early on in this campaign, there is Tsunoda trying to defend from a lightning getaway by Pierre Gasly. So he's made good progress off the start of this one. But yeah, I expect this to be a track that really kind of plays into Red Bull's wheelhouse relative to McLaren. The only reason Oscar Piastri was really able to win last time was that both Red Bull drivers kind of tripped over each other and made their own mistakes. But Perez knows if he wants to fight for the title, he has got to start beating his teammate. But how many times have we said that in years gone by, and how often has it happened? Oh, here we go. Speaking of which, Sergio Perez down the inside of the Dutchman. Are we going to see him complete that move? He's going to be on the outside, ready for the final corner. This works out beautifully for me, though, because I can hear plenty of contact going on behind. As Verstappen will hang on at the end of lap 1. We just got to try and stay in the DRS of these cars in front.
We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
I have no idea what's going on behind me, but it's given us 3 seconds of breathing room at the end of lap 1. That is ridiculous. We've got yellows. We've got yellows out already in this sprint. Who's that potentially breaking down? I think that's Tsunoda Yuki Tsunoda then a terrible start to the sprint here, and maybe that was why they were struggling so much, because he was slowing everybody else down if he already had a car issue. Tsunoda, our first casualty of the day. But yeah, we got nearly 5 seconds over Gasly behind. We're basically just trying to hang on with these guys, to be honest. But yeah, now, Perez has got the jump on Verstappen, so both McLaren and Red Bull have their quicker driver behind their slower one. There you go, Sergio Perez now, I think that's Max Verstappen, sorry, under pressure down in towards someone, but he's going to go for a power move to the inside of his teammate there. Sergio and Max once again side by side. And I guess this puts us in a really good spot because, of course, both teams, I'm sure, you know, there will be team orders at play. They won't just be able to, you know, crash each other out or anything like that. We don't have such problems at Haas because Hulkenberg is terrible. There's still side by side between Perez and Verstappen as they make their way up the hill. This is brilliant racing. But, of course, it means so much more at the moment between these two. Perez will once again hang on. But Verstappen, you just get the sense that he's playing with him. Oh, there we go again. Verstappen to the inside of Perez. This time around Oscar Piastri, though, he really wants to get stuck in. He's got the taste of winning once again after his good showing at Suzuka, and he knows he can capitalise if these two really trip each other over there as Verstappen again gets pushed wide out of the final corner. This time around, though, it's going to hand a run to Lando Norris, who's going to go down the inside of one. Verstappen's going to have a look down the inside of Checo again. What is this? In the sprint here, this is just Red Bull and McLaren's civil war at the moment. Because we're not going to sit around and just watch all day there around the outside of Lando Norris. As once again, Perez and Verstappen side by side. We're just to slam the door shut on our fellow Brit there. As are we going to see Verstappen complete the move down the inside? He's really getting the elbows out, but he knows he has to give his teammate room. Perez once again able to get the power down up the hill, and will squeeze in front. Once again then, Verstappen inside of Perez. It hasn't worked for him yet. Not quite sure why he thinks it'll work for him this time round. As there we go. Actually, Checo gets a little bit wedged out over the curb there. Slows Oscar Piastri down in towards the final corner. I thought about trying to hang around the outside, but I figured that might leave us vulnerable to Lando behind. But Verstappen through. Perez unable to get back to him at T1. Oh, Perez again. He's just so willing at that final corner to really force Verstappen out. Oh no, here we go. Just see there, Verstappen being very strategic as well. I think they're both getting a little bit worried of Oscar Piastri, but of course Sergio, he knows the pressure that is coming from VCARB as well. You know, Ricciardo with that podium in Albert Park. Sainz constantly doing very, very well in that team as well. He knows if he wants to keep his seat, he has to prove.
Driver's just completed a pass for the lead.
Well, Oscar Piastri not happy that I've overtaken him, but he knows he has to prove to that team that he can compete with Verstappen, that he can be not even the number 2, but a rival to the Dutchman. And so far today, that's exactly what he's doing. We're now in the hot seat. I've got the better of both McLarens, but I am worried about tyres. Again, Verstappen, Perez. Again, they both just keep trying to... I mean, why doesn't one of them defend more to the inside there? As there was plenty of contact that time. Verstappen's going to go the long way around. Perez, though, again, he's not afraid just to throw the nose in at that final corner. Almost contact between them. And now we're going to be able to try and capitalise here. 2 laps to go around the outside of one to the inside of the other. And for the first time ever, we are going to lead a sprint race here. Double overtake on the Red Bulls. I don't expect to hang on to this, though, when we get to the back straight. But if we can make sure that we still find ourselves between the Red Bulls here onto the final lap, I would like to think we got a slightly better shot. As there goes Perez. Where is Verstappen? See him gaining in so quickly here, but we have waited. We have been the patient driver in this group. We've watched McLaren and Red Bull just battle with each other, trip over themselves all day. And are we now going to be able to capitalise? I'm kind of trying to believe that we're going to give, like, Fernando Alonso vibes from a few years ago, you know, back in the early 2010s, which is sadly not a few years ago anymore. You know, just constantly picking up big results, allowing other teams to have their own kind of meltdowns, and then we're just there ready to pounce come the end of the year, you know, a 2010, a 2012. As all we got yellows out. I think that's Oscar Piastri that's gone. I don't know whether he's gone for a spin or whether that's a mechanical issue for him. But Piastri dropping way down the order. I think he's created a roadblock on this final lap. What has happened? Riding on board then with Oscar Piastri as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. You can see he's still just watching on. Myself there sandwiched in between those Red Bulls, but he makes his way through turn 2. Oh, just as the tyres starting to fall off. Just picks up a bit too much throttle there. The first group of cars able to get round him. And then as you can just see, he reverses back slightly. And George Russell is not a fan of that, as everybody else comes through. Look at Kevin Magnussen, though. He's able just to squeeze his way by there. Hulkenberg almost able to capitalise as well. So that would explain why those two have moved so far up the order. Yeah, look at that. Magnussen has just kind of said thank you very much, and he's going to jump everybody. We haven't got time to focus on that, though. We've still got a battle with Sergio Perez that is going to take us right to the checkered flag here. But chaos on the final lap of the Chinese Grand Prix. Looks like Piastri's been able to get the car going again, but we are just struggling to match Sergio as we make our way out onto the back straight. We've got a full charge of battery, though, so we are just going to keep using it until we get back round to the finish. Start watching that delta coming down as we watch the speed climb there. And look how much you gain. 220 miles an hour down the inside of Sergio Perez, but he puts us off the line, completely overshot it in. Sergio Perez is going to hang on. I did not realise there was gravel there either. As we put the power down out of the final corner, we couldn't quite spring the surprise. Perez is going to win, but we're going to come through for P3. Well, there we go then. Sergio Perez from 4th on the grid to take victory here in the Shanghai Sprint. Max Verstappen and myself, they're both less than a second away as the gap between Lando and Hamilton actually came down towards the end of the race there. Gasly and Charles Leclerc both making good moves. Magnussen, 18th to 9th. That is incredible. Of course, managed to scurry his way through with Oscar Piastri's spin. Hulkenberg P13 in the end, so a decent result for him. Tsunoda, the only driver not to finish there, is Aston Martin, 17th and 18th. Come the end of that race. That is shocking for them. But let's get into real qualifying. Well, making our way then straight out into Q2. Q1 doesn't seem to be much of a problem for us anymore in this series, especially when we normally have to do one run, and then it's both kicks Albers, both Williams, and our teammate out. And that's exactly what has happened here as well then. So we're just going to dive straight in with our Q2 lap. There's no guarantee that we're going to make Q3 like we did in the sprint, though. Alpine and Aston Martin both seem pretty racy here. The same for Carlos Sainz in that V-carb, so probably it's going to take us both runs, unless we can set an absolute worldie of a lap time first time around. Leclerc struggling in the drop zone, but yeah, I'm sure that Ferrari will have the pace. Problem is, we are ultimately just lacking that little bit of top-end speed when we don't use the overtake mode here in qualifying, and that is costing us, of course, in race trim. It's so overpowered that it doesn't actually make much difference there as well. I used first gear down at the hairpin. That was a mistake. Gathered up quite nicely, though, on the exit of the corner. Well, one more corner to go, sorry. That's not good. I can't even count to 2 anymore. Up to the line. 32.4. That was a big improvement over my Q1 run. Might see us straight through. And there we go at the end of the session. Verstappen fastest once again ahead of Lando Norris. Both Ferraris make it through this time. So does Gasly. We did make it through. It did end up being a lot closer than I'd originally intended, though. So Alonso, I'm sure, not too happy. But I think we might be able to out-qualify Pierre. Anything other than that is a bonus. Well, we've got 2 opportunities to try and get it done then here in Q3. And yeah, Mercedes even. They really seem to be struggling as well. It feels like us and Alpine have kind of pretty much bridged the gap to them as well in terms of overall performance. It seems like we kind of got a big 3 again in Formula 1 of Red Bull and McLaren right at the very front. Ferrari kind of near enough there. And then kind of Haas, Alpine, Mercedes, Aston Martin all kind of squabbling for the rest of the points. Or Kevin Magnussen, if you're in the sprint yesterday there as well. We messed up the hairpin. That's not a good way to start this lap. 19 thousandths of a second down then on Charles Leclerc by the time we get to the end of Sector 2. To be honest, that time set by the Ferrari looks pretty beatable at the moment, but that's only if we get the second run nailed. Eye at the braking point, about 120 metres out. All the way, oh no, I don't want to use first. I don't want to use first gear of that hairpin. It costs you way too much time on the exit for a tiny bit of extra rotation on the way through. And I've gone and done an Alex Albon. Keep it out the wall, keep it out the wall, keep it out the wall. That is a shame. I've gone back to the timings then. There was an 0.8 of a second gap between Hamilton and Charles Leclerc up in front, and to me, that seems like a Haas-sized gap that we would be more than happy to try and fill in there. But of course, yes, Tsunoda looks like he might out-qualify Charles Leclerc once again, so getting really decent over one lap is Yuki, especially when you think about just how good Charles Leclerc is. But there's no guarantee, of course, that we're going to go quicker, especially if I bottle it again. So we've got to focus up. Come on, what's the gap going to be to Leclerc at the end of Sector 2? 2/10 up on the Ferrari, but I looked at the Delta too long. A little bit of a lock-up. Come on, we can't start going back to bottling these qualifying sessions like we did towards the end of last year. We've got to find a rhythm as we make our way out onto the back straight. Now you just watch the clock slowly tick by. I'd love to go quicker than Charles, but like I said, that gap behind him, I'm more than happy to try and slot into. Braking down at the hairpin, make sure I leave it in second gear. Actually avoiding the curb that time around on the inside, but we do really nicely on the traction. One more corner to go. Ooh, a little bit of a wobble there. A little bit compromised up towards the line. 32.3. It's P6. We beat out Leclerc. I think we're in a Ferrari sandwich. We are not in a Ferrari sandwich. Yuki Tsunoda put 0.6 on Charlie. That is insane. And clearly, yeah, Yuki Tsunoda wanted to prove himself to that team. But Verstappen once again storms to pole position by 0.4 of a second. I'm happy though. I'm hoping we've got the pace once again to kind of keep ahead of Hamilton and Gasly.
The Chinese Grand Prix then is upon us once again. A race that saw Michael Schumacher claim his final Formula One victory in 2006, as well as Red Bull's first with Sebastian Vettel in 2009. There's no doubt plenty more drama to come here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone of turn 14. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Norris, Mr. Monaco, Leclerc, Hamilton, Gasly, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Ocon, Stroll, Sainz, Ricciardo, Albon, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Joe, and Yuki Tsunoda. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, by virtue of Tsunoda's grid penalties after his best qualifying ever, we line up P5 just like we did in the sprint, and we line up P5 just behind both McLarens and both Red Bulls. I feel like there might be a touch of deja vu coming on today, but I'm going to be intrigued to see how far Tsunoda can climb in the race. Again, obviously, we're going to have to do the one-stop strategy, medium over to hard. Soft tyres do not work around this track, so never even consider using them. Everyone in front of me looks to be on hards, though. It is 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go, and I've gone nowhere. Could not quite manage the wheel spin as Charles Leclerc does a much better job. Piastri boxes in his teammate as Verstappen this time round is going to be under less pressure in towards turn 1. Can we try and fight back around the outside of the Ferrari? Yes, we can. And maybe we'll have a look down the inside of Lando Norris as well then. Never give up after a bad start on F124, especially at a circuit like Shanghai, because there are places that can be gained there. The hard tyres, we know, they will take a little bit of time to heat up at the start of this one, so we've got to be ready to capitalise if we possibly can. As well, Piastri's gone nowhere off of that corner. No idea what that was about, so straight up into P3 then, where we finished the sprint yesterday. But Verstappen, you can already see, trying to run away at the front of the order as... What is that? Oscar Piastri, I saw him having a bit of a sniff down the inside, and... Well, I thought there's no way you can try and look for a move there. There's no way you can try and just shove the nose in there. And that's exactly what he's gone and done. And, of course, because you're going up against the AI, we have come off second best. Really, really disappointed with that. I get that he's desperate on lap 1. I get that, obviously, you know, he's on the hard tyres. He wants to try and recover wherever possible. But he just absolutely shoved the nose in where he didn't belong there. Red Bull have now got a huge lead. And I'm back with my rival Yuki Tsunoda at the back of the field. Well, let's take a look then, riding with Oscar Piastri as we make our way down into the hairpin. He actually gets it down into first gear and cannot find third on the exit of the corner, so that would explain why he was unable to put the power down on the way through. But as you can see, as we navigate our way through the S's, we like to swing in quite late, and Oscar, he actually puts his foot to the floor and simply drives through me there. How on earth does he think that's a good way to drive through that? I mean, look, listen in. Listen to what he does. You can see we weave back in. There's no room, no space, no space. He drives through me like I'm not even there. That is awful and a terrible way to start our Grand Prix. And now we've got a whole lot of work to do. But you probably also would have noticed there we had to be really, really careful of not locking up the tyres. Didn't want to overheat them or anything like that or take more wear out of them. This circuit is really, really abrasive on the tyres. As down the inside of Magnussen will go. So having to, yeah, just to be a little bit protective. But luckily, yeah, we've stayed in the DRS. Looks like we've got a big train there, as I wonder if that McLaren has got damage. But we've just got to try and pick up the pieces. Yeah, that kicks Salvi. Just watch it go around at the moment. And it's a little bit odd, because, of course, we were trying to fight with them last season. And often they were just that bit quicker. And then, of course, suddenly they were way slower. And it just seems to be everywhere. They've lost power. They've lost downforce. They've lost tyre performance as well. They've just got nothing anymore on this game. Which, to be fair, is probably a more accurate representation of them in real life, as careful not to run into the back of Sonoda, who was careful not to run into the back of Sargent. Oh, and there you go. Second time in this lap. Sargent this time round is going to lock up successfully. So that's going to be a nice freebie for us. Come on. Don't lose the car ourselves. Thought we might be able to get a run on Yuki then, as I didn't know if he'd have the DRS or not. But definitely not. Well, Sonoda might cause us a real headache here if he isn't able to start moving past other cars, because we have not got the straight line speed to get past him. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have the straight line speed to get past the Williams as well. Oh, there we go. Now an opportunity opens up. Everybody concertina and up down at the hairpin. Try and get the power down. Oh, I really just want to try and force him offline as best as we can. So we'll try and switch him on the exit of the final corner. Again, we both know what's at stake here. We both know that we are driving for that seat. So I'm surprised he's giving me any room around the outside there. Back down in turn one. I'll try and get the car stopped. Don't dip a wheel out on the grass. But the grip comes back to you through the apex. Not enough.
Okay, mate, we've got to move up the order if we can, so I'm setting you a new target. Push, push.
Well, I've never quite had a target like that on this game. He wants me to make 4 places in 4 laps. We are going to have to get our overtaking shoes on. Come on, Yuki. You've got to be able to get past a Williams, man, surely. Otherwise, we are going to have to dive him here this time round. Second time's the charm. Oh, down the inside of 1 and 2. There was no contact. There was absolutely no contact between myself and Alex Albon there. So this time around, try and keep the power around the outside. Oh, what is that? I spotted that Albon was absolutely sending it there, but wasn't expecting him to send it that deep into the final corner, as we'll get around the outside of him. Come on. Hang on to it. Hang on to it. There we go.
Right, we need to get past here. Use overtake. Use overtake.
Well, I would surely hope in our championship edition, Hulkenberg would just let me by down this back straight. 221 miles an hour. Why is he going defensive? Come on, Nico. You got to play a bit more of a team game than that. It's around the outside we'll go, though. He might just compromise his line on the exit, which he will. And we will just about clean round him there. Up into 14th place now. There's no doubt in my mind that Oscar Piastri has got damage, because every single driver is getting past him and then pulling away. I kind of got a little bit distracted.
Really good job on hitting that target, mate.
I was actually watching Hulkenberg behind me, thinking he was going to try and line up a move on me, and realised there if I didn't send it, I was going to go into the back of Carlos Sainz. But I guess we completed the goal. I guess now, yeah, we just got to try and move past Oscar. I think we've reached the limit then. That V car with Sainz has made it past Oscar, but it's a slow enough car that he's able to keep up with it. It's down the inside of Lance Stroll at turn 1. Oh no, sorry, it's Ricciardo, isn't it? I've just made the move. That one was on me. It's always with Lance Stroll, isn't it, in this game? As will completely, I think that's ruined the Aston Martin's afternoon. And he's gone into the gravel. Not too sure what to make of that one. Yeah, that mistake, I've definitely chopped in on him there. I'm so sorry, Lance. Oh, Hulkenberg definitely doesn't have the pace to match Carlos Sainz right now. So as we get towards lap 10, and what a dramatic 10 laps it has been, doesn't look like Sainz has got any DRS off the cars in front of him, as Hulkenberg again is going to go defensive. Oh, he thinks about a move down the inside of Carlos. What? Our teammate is definitely the one that is fighting me the absolute hardest so far in this Grand Prix, as we'll try and get the run out of the final corner. Are both on the medium though, so I think he's also struggling with his tyres. And he also knows how important the pit stop's going to be. It's to the inside. Whoa, broke earlier than I was expecting. Thank you very much. And once again, we will overtake our teammate there as Oscar and Esteban fighting over the final point in this GP. I worry once we get to the front of this group, it is going to be quite a lonely second half of this race. Oh, Sainz is definitely struggling as well on his tyres. I would love to try and get them one extra lap over what the team thought was viable, as another diving manoeuvre at the hairpin on him. Daniel Ricciardo-esque on Daniel Ricciardo's current teammate, but that's the man I want to overtake right now. I've got a lot of respect for Oscar generally, but yeah, as we saw on the replay, absolutely sniffing in where his nose didn't belong. Oh, there we go, tyre warning lights flashed up, so trying to get these one extra lap I don't think is going to be viable here. But we are going to be able to complete the move on the McLaren, surely. Nice to see, yeah, that their actions do sometimes have consequences in this game, as Ricciardo locks up. I'm going to lock up the rears there and actually park it on Oscar's nose.
The underbody's taken a little damage, just watch out for it.
Easy does it, easy does it, as we make our way through the final couple of corners. But yeah, because most of the field now has been so spread out by Oscar Piastri, we might be able to get Pierre Gasly up in 8th by the end. But I think other than that, it is going to be a difficult march. Well, I think Daniel Ricciardo might actually have damage here as well, because he seems very, very slow. Yeah, he's lost that end plate on the right-hand side, so no idea what's happened to him. But as we're going to be peeling into the pit lane then at the end of this lap, I'd love to try and get the jump on him.
Okay to use your overtake button.
I'm sure Ocon will be planning exactly the same thing, as there goes the Alpine down the inside. 222 miles an hour as well. It's down the middle we're going to have to go. The AI like to really defend. We might have just squeezed out Ricciardo a little bit there, but we're still going to be with him on the exit of the corner, as we're going to have to dive into the pit lane. Easy does it. Ricciardo weirdly stays out. Not too sure what that's all about, but we're going to be one of the first cars in. A little bit earlier than we were really wanted.
Focus on this pit stop.
That doesn't fill me with confidence, as for some reason Stroll's out on soft, so he's going to have to dive back in again very, very soon. But yeah, hopefully we'll get a bit of an undercut on the hard tyre. It's going to be a slow stop though, I think. Yeah, there you go. Of course. Oh, we got a spinner. Hulkenberg span. So he must have done the same as Oscar Piastri yesterday.
The left rear wheel. We need to try and put that behind us, and let's finish the race as strong as possible. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
Well, a whole lot of chaos there kicking off as we try and make our way back out of the pits. But it looks like, again, no safety car. A few cars into the pit lane then. Oscar Piastri, of course, is going to lose out even more with a front wing change. But yeah, we just want to undercut our way at least back to Ricciardo and Ocon. But yeah, I reckon Gasly is still in our fight. Well, that might make it easier then to try and get past Esteban Ocon. I think he's breaking down once again in this series. Obviously, he had that issue in Japan last time out. It might just be that he's got a puncture, which is a really bad time. He still seems to be going, so yeah, I think it is a puncture for him. But he's probably just slightly too far away from making the switch over to the medium compound tyres comfortably. Although saying that, Hulkenberg's still out on his set for whatever reason. So yeah, Ocon's going to have to limp back to the pit lane then. I think Hulkenberg is going to follow him in. Come on, Nico, you got to overtake him. He's got a puncture, man. Why you just sat behind him, watching him?
Into the pits. Nico in the pits.
There we go. We're going to get a big undercut on Ricciardo, so this is working out nicely. There we go. I think that is our final two cars into the pit lane then. So Kevin Magnussen and Pierre Gasly. I've noticed, though, annoyingly, Oscar Piastri is closing in actually quite rapidly at the rate of a second a lap. There you go. New fastest lap of the day for the Australians. So he might... Well, he's probably still going to be a threat before the end of this race. And he's dragging along the likes of Yuki, I think Carlos Sainz.
Mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre now.
I want to believe he might be quicker than Russell and Alonso towards the end, but Yeah, at the moment, all eyes are on the cars behind. But it's actually in our best interest to let Pierre Gasly by at the moment, because he is quicker than George Russell up the road. And of course, he'll help us hopefully defend from Piastri behind. Looks like Tsunoda's dropped out the DRS of the McLaren, though. I just love a point or two here, and yeah, I do want to beat Oscar as well. Yeah, I have got just one problem with my plan of trying to keep up with Pierre Gasly here. He's too fast. He's closing in on Russell still quite rapidly, but I'm hoping the medium tyres are going to fall off. But he basically got past me and then immediately broke out of the DRS. We're not losing as much to Oscar anymore, so I'm inclined to believe that his tyres will hit the cliff. But this is not ideal at the moment for us. No! Of course. I was literally going to say it wouldn't shock me if we had an engine failure here. Genuinely. I was just about to say this race was really calming down towards the end. And whether it's Lando, Norris, Esteban Ocon, or myself, none of us have any luck in this series. And we are out of the Chinese Grand Prix, again, with no warning whatsoever.
It's a performance to be proud of from our Chinese Grand Prix winners today.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we go then. Max Verstappen, he might have had it more difficult in the sprint, but in the real Grand Prix today, he absolutely walked the field there. P1 for the Dutchman ahead of his teammate Sergio Perez there. Lando Norris ahead of Hamilton with Leclerc, Alonso, Russell, Gasly, Tsunoda, and of course, Oscar Piastri rounding out the top 10 there. Yuki, hats off to him. That is a fantastic recovery drive. As well. Their Sainz just misses out ahead of Albon, and both actually Saubers end up recovering a few places towards the end. And it was just me that had a mechanical failure today, because that's my luck on the Formula 1 games as well. They're taking a look at the championship standings. The Dutchman now has got a 1 Grand Prix victory lead over Sergio Perez. We are now 1 point behind Oscar Piastri as well, by virtue of the points we scored in the sprint. So he is going to be our big rival. Him and Yuki, I think, are going to be our rivals throughout the course of the season there. Magnussen with 2 points on the board just means, yeah, we've got both Williams, Zhou Guanyu and Hulkenberg still yet to score. And constructors-wise, Red Bull with nearly twice the points of anybody else. I feel like, yeah, Aston Martin and Alpine, though, are going to be our big rivals, as VCarb desperately need to try and showcase that the opening couple of races weren't a fluke for them. But yeah, a really disappointing way then to end the Chinese Grand Prix weekend here. Thank you all so much for watching nonetheless, though, and we will return back with vengeance tomorrow, ready in Miami.
It is driver versus stopwatch. It is a venue that is new to Formula 1 in recent years, but you have to dance the car to the edge. It is Miami, it is qualifying. Who will take the pole?
Well, we've been on a real tear in qualifying sessions recently. Have made it into Q3 ever since Albert Park, Australia, and hoping that can continue this weekend, but I'll be honest, not feeling so confident about the car's ability around this Miami circuit, especially down at this first corner. So as we head into Q1, again, as always, going to try and follow the real-life tyre rules as best as we can.
P13.
That's not a good way to start. Great, love that, thanks. Which Red Bull was that? Oh my.
That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're okay.
That was not the way I wanted to start the weekend. I think we've been collected by Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. The first one, I mean, we've stopped, and Verstappen just crashes into me. The second one... Oh, no, sorry, it was a kick Sauber. That was my fault. And as soon as I've said we've had a good run of qualifying, we're out of it. I guess I said in the intro how we might want to take some grid penalties at some point. Today might be the time to do it, but obviously we won't take him in the sprint. So I don't really know. We've just got to get on with it. Obviously, for any of you that have been around here long enough, you'll know that I don't use rewinds unless I showcase them. So if we make a silly mistake like that, it gets left in the edit. And occasionally, or quite often, I bottle it.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. A lap of the Miami Grand Prix features 3.36 miles of track around Hard Rock Stadium, and 19 corners make up the Miami International Autodrome, which will challenge the drivers in a tight wheel-to-wheel race. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Norris, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Ocon, Stroll, Hamilton, Gasly, Sainz, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Albon, Joe, Sargent, and Mr. Monaco. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Well, here we are then, trackside, ready for the Miami Grand Prix. I might have jinxed myself in sprint qualifying, but as we head into the sprint race, though, it is sunny skies, meant to be that way all weekend. So fingers crossed we can try and have a good recovery drive here. Not convinced we're going to be able to score points, but we'll give it our best go nonetheless. We've got the local boy Logan Sargent lining up alongside me as we wait on those 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go, trying not to get too much wheel spin as Sargent immediately is going to cover me off in towards that first corner. Here, plenty of contact a little way up the road. I'm struggling. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with the throttle this weekend, but clearly I am there as somehow Sargent avoids me through the first corners. But yeah, getting way too heavy on the throttle here, and well, I clearly just need to refocus, regroup, and focus on the job in hand for the rest of the weekend there. It looks like it's still a Red Bull 1-2 at the front of the field. They've been able to bring one of the Ferraris with them. Of course, the other problem we've had, where I wasn't really able to compete in qualifying, we don't quite know where the car is weak and where it might have a bit of an advantage around this venue. I would guess we're going to struggle down the straights, and probably gain it all back up in the corners there as we close back in on the rest of the field. And now on lap 1, I mean, just through here, you absolutely crawl through. Have a look down the inside of Sargent if I dare. Yeah, no chance that was going to happen, although we will switch him on the exit as he tried to launch it over the curbs. Around the outside we'll go. One of the weirdest moves I think I'll ever make on the F1 game, but we did it. Come on then, we've definitely got the grip through the S's, so just like we've seen on most races so far this year, we've run a little bit more downforce than the AI.
A lot of spare energy, okay to use your overtake button.
It does just mean, yeah, we have to be really, really careful with our battery management as we go down the straights. But of course, yeah, DRS already enabled. Here is, are we going to see Zhou Guanyu try to have a look back around my outside? Look at the speed of that kick Sauber car. Absolute missile. But he hasn't got enough confidence to go the long way around on the brakes. So we got yellows out. Oh, I think Zhou's spam. Love that for Zhou Guanyu. He's stopped only, obviously, Logan Sargent, because he was the only other car behind him, who will let get round him. He's still just stuck there. How is this not a safety car? And I don't know why we've got such an advantage through this section of corners. There was Hulkenberg not able to make an impact on Magnussen. I mean, we're still able to make the moves happen here early on, as Sargent is already nearly 10 seconds behind. Zhou Guanyu, I think the gap is up at about 25 seconds, as Albon's going to get the top speed on me. But not enough as we make our way into the braking zone. We seem to have just about enough straight line speed this year that we can defend the AI into that corner. I do really wish the AI on this game would use sort of more dynamic setups to suit their own cars. You know, I think it's a good addition that, for example, Williams are very good at Monza and that kind of thing, as that was a worldie of a move around our teammate. But it would be kind of nice to see, you know, some cars be really, really strong and kind of go for those high downforce setups. You know, potentially take the car the wrong way even one weekend, and obviously other teams just focus on straight line speed, so they got no cornering performance. Just, you know, provide a little bit more interest and intrigue into the game. I feel like these games still have so much potential, but just those little things desperately need ironing out. Oh, Magnussen, okay. Magnussen's going to lock up down the end of the back straight then. I wasn't actually expecting that to happen. We've gained another. Well, I seem to get a really odd glitch in this game still that coders desperately need to sort out. 9 times out of 10, my force feedback is absolutely fine. And then I'll just get one race occasionally where you'll see it. It's literally trying to shake my hands off the wheel. I haven't changed any settings. I haven't modified anything. You know, I've played the game previously and it was absolutely fine. It just suddenly then seems to be really extreme.
Use overtake, use overtake.
You know, completely spiking and things like that all over the show. So we've got yellows out. I believe that's Alpine breaking down. That might create a little bit of chaos and get us in the range of these group in front. Don't say it's Esteban Ocon again. I'm waiting to see who it is. Yep, Esteban Ocon. Another mechanical issue for him.
Right, they've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring.
P14 now for us. But yeah, it's either Lando, Norris, Esteban Ocon, or myself. Well, I'll be honest, I'm quite impressed with the amount of pace we have had today. It's 220 miles an hour down the back, straight down the inside of Gasly there as we locked up the rears, we locked up the fronts, but we got it stopped.
Nice move, good job.
That was a little bit scary, to be completely honest, but 3 laps to go. We're almost back to the top 10 here. I would take a position a lap, which is basically what we've averaged. Oh, Danny Rick saving battery. We don't often see moves down this straight for me. I'm certainly going to try it now if we can. Down the inside of the Australian will go. And another one completed. They're up at a P12. I mean, I think it would be optimistic to score points in this sprint. Yuki Tsunoda is in that 8th place at the moment. We're trying to look down the inside of Lewis if we can. I mean, we've just got to take the opportunities, haven't we? It is a sprint race after all. Let's go side by side there with Lewis. You can see he gains on every single upshift, so not sure quite how that works. Clearly got a better gearbox in that Mercedes than we've got in this Haas. So much top end speed. Though as Lewis, he wants to cover me off. I'm not having that. Yeah, nice try, Sunshine. Up into 11th we go then. We really seem to have found our stride late on in this sprint race. Again, we'll try and take another one. The AI seem reluctant to defend that position there. I'm just staggered. Honestly, we're able to make that work, to be honest, as we'll move ourselves up then. Oh, we got more yellows. I think that's a Red Bull. Is that Max Verstappen or is that Sergio Perez breaking down late on in the day? It's definitely a Red Bull car, as Ricciardo wanted to send it. Oh, I see contact as well. Who is that out of the sprint race? It's Verstappen. Verstappen, another mechanical issue on this game.
They're retiring from the race.
And the second driver to retire from the sprint race, so he'll be taking some grid penalties for the Grand Prix.
Let's go, final lap.
And that gives, you know, the likes of Perez, the McLarens, the Mercs, the Ferraris, everybody an opportunity to try and take some big points out of him in the championship, especially tomorrow. But could we suddenly now, from the back of the grid, score a point in this sprint race down the inside of Sir Lance? We're up into 8th place. And this is going to be one of the wildest sprints I've ever had on this game. As recovery drives go, I'm pretty happy with this one. Alonso and Sergio Perez now going side by side through this middle sector, so this gives us a really good opportunity to try and close in even more. Perez has actually started this one on the softs as third time's the charm. Down the inside of Yuki Tsunoda, our big rival will go, and that is a power move to remind Ferrari of just what they could have in the not too distant future. We have had the pace this weekend as Russell trying to save up battery as well towards the end of this one. Could we get close enough to the Merc? I think we'll give George the place back on that one. That was probably a little bit too extreme there or not. Russell getting the elbows out as well, trying to sideswipe me up towards the line. It's P7 in the sprint though. That was a proper sprint race. Here we go then. Oscar Piastri takes sprint race glory here in Miami. Another big haul of points for him there ahead of Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris. Alonso in P4. Not really sure what Red Bull were thinking, trying to start Perez on a set of the soft compound tyres. Maybe they were trying to throw him under the bus there, but we come through for P7 from last on the grid. 13 places gained inside 10 laps. I think we've actually got some decent pace around here, so we need to try to showcase that in real qualifying. Well, this time round then, as we head into qualifying, we want to make sure we actually get a lap on the board without spinning out the car this time. I think we've showcased in that sprint that, yeah, we've actually got a very, very competitive package here, and I'm already happy. I believe those might be... No, they're definitely not the first points we've ever scored in America. Obviously, we bottled that podium last year at Cotas. Why am I getting so much oversteer through that curb? I know it's quite a big curb, but I've never really had many problems with it inside this game. I never quite know just how much you can try and attack the car through this section of the lap. Oh, we tip it over the curb, so we actually get up on two wheels. I'm sure that's a good shot for the cameraman on the outside of that corner. It felt like it was like a kite then, up on its side. But as we make our way out into the back straight, only 4/10 up on Kevin Magnussen at the moment. Of course, we want to see ourselves into Q3 ideally. We'll have to wait and see what the one lap pace is really like in the car. It's not been a flawless lap there, as Hulkenberg just up in front, battling it out with one of the V-carbs to get back to the pit lane. Hulkenberg only in P18, and we're about to relegate him into P19 as we only go 13th ourselves. Well, we found a load of time making our way through the middle sector, but I'm not sure I could emulate the line we did every single time through. Just trying to get the car rotated into the hairpin, really struggling with the understeer there, and a nice bit of oversteer to balance it out on the exit of the corner as well. Up to the line, 3.5 up. It's P12 at the end of Q1. I don't think one lap we've got out and out pace here. Well, there we go. Max Verstappen 4/10 clear of anybody else as we find ourselves in an Alpine sandwich. V-Carb have some good pace as well. It is your usual suspects out in Q1. But yeah, I'm not convinced we're going to see Q3. Well, we've only got one set of tyres then as we head back out in Q2. So this is kind of a one run and we're done session. Everybody else trying to finish their lap, so hopefully we're not going to end up with too much traffic as we start ours. We've left it incredibly tight, 11 seconds on the clock by the time we get back round to the start-finish line. But yeah, unless I can match that time we did at the end of Q2, we are going to end up last here on the grid, and of course just don't quite want to, don't have that confidence. Really don't want to mess up this lap time right at the end of the session as we flick the car in 7th gear through the first part of the S's. Oh, just see though, the car not where I need it at the moment. On Daniel Ricciardo, you got to make sure you get out of my way, buddy. I feel like, yeah, he's definitely going to hold me up, isn't he? You can already tell that's what he's going to do. No? Okay. AI on this game, maybe not as bad. Well, as again, we'll get up on two wheels. So I was expecting, I'd love a slipstream here, Pierre Gasly. Maybe knock you out with a slipstream. 7/10 up on Ricciardo. Where on earth is this lap time coming from? I think we're going to lose a fair chunk of time down in the final sector of the lap. But we are definitely getting a slipstream from Pierre Gasly then. So it'd be a lovely surprise to make it into Q3. So a little bit of unsteer. We slapped the wall on the exit though. Not ideal. As we power up towards the start-finish line. Will it be enough to see us through? Yes, it is. It's P10. Thank you, Pierre Gasly. Well, there we go then. We are down in 10th place, but we are through by 0.5 of a second. Thanks to the man that gave me the slipstream. Pierre Gasly, your service has been noted. And I will make sure that I race you with a bit more respect as we head into the Grand Prix there. But yeah, I don't see a world in which we go higher than 10th. Well, as the sun then really beginning to set here in Miami, the crowd still full with people watching as the one Haas car, the American dream here, makes its way onto his final qualifying lap. We've got an Aston Martin just in front. But I mean, yeah, we're just going to put it all on the line with this final run of the weekend there. In real anger. Want to try and give the home crowd something to smile about, something to cheer. A bit like we did, obviously, throughout the entire of the sprint race as well. You know, we're trying to give the fans value for their money. Something Silverstone clearly isn't aware of what to do still in Formula 1. We've got one Aston Martin there of Alonso a little way in front. Will the wily old fox spot me behind? Hopefully he will. It's more about where you catch up with the AI rather than kind of what they're going to do. To be completely honest, just a little bit of understeer there, but keep the car between the white lines, though. You've got to be so delicate as you make your way through this next section of corners there. Really attack the curbs. The more curb you take, the less air you get, rather weirdly. So that was pretty good there as you nick that final one just to try and rotate the back of the car around. We're a tenth up on Tsunoda, but as we saw in the other session, we lose about a good half a second in these final couple of corners of the lap. So let's just try and get back round to the finish line, and maybe, just maybe, we can upset Mercedes there. First time all weekend. Feel like I haven't understeered there on a qualifying run, so we'll get a nice run on the exit up towards the line. It's going to be a 26.8. We do beat a Merc. And there we go then. We make a Mercedes sandwich there. 23 thousandths of a second clear of the 7-time Formula 1 World Champion. Verstappen, though, has taken pole position, although I think he's got some grid penalties to contend with, so it might be the real Miami winner, Lando Norris, on the pole. Let's get into the race.
Florida is no stranger to world-class sport. The USA Sunshine State now on the F1 calendar in a truly wonderful city. It's the Miami Grand Prix. With great opportunities for wheel-to-wheel battles featuring 19 corners, 3.36 miles long, and expected average speeds of 138 miles per hour, the Miami International Autodrome will be sure to create lots of chances to overtake. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he will start from pole position. Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Mr. Monaco, Hamilton, Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll, Albon, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Joe, Hulkenberg, Sargent, Sainz, Verstappen, and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, we line up P7 then by virtue of both Verstappen and Tsunoda. For some reason, Yuki's taking grid penalties every race he gets the chance to right now, so we're pretty happy with that. Obviously, we've got the American flag on the top of the cockpit, ready for one of the American Grand Prix. Strategy today is going to be a fairly simple one-stop. I don't really want to risk doing anything alternate or anything like that, but I think we've got good pace here, and I would love to try and cause an upset. Maybe a podium if we play our cards right. But it is 5 red lights once again here in Miami. And it's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go. Well, not if you mean. Awful wheel spin. Awful start as we make our way down towards turn 1. And now it's just about trying to recover a place or two there, as apparently maybe we'll gain one. What are the AI doing off the start? That is bizarre. I've never seen us get a run like that, as for some reason McLaren have opted for both drivers to start on the hard compounded tyres. So that is a brave call by them. So Lando Norris's pole position is immediately going to escape him there, as down the inside of the second McLaren. We'll need to try and get on with it early on here. We can't afford to get stuck behind these lads, as Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez already sailing off into the distance at the front of the field. Are we going to see Lando get a run on Fernando Alonso? Never forget their love child, Fernando Norris, in this series. Oh, it's rear locking there. Down at the end of the back straight slightly. Got to be careful with these tyres on lap 1 still, as Alonso will hang on to the position. But yeah, Perez and Leclerc have got a real opportunity here to try and run away early on, because I'm not convinced the Aston Martin is going to have the pace to match them. Let's not forget, we now on paper have a quicker car than Aston Martin, so anything Alonso can do, we surely aren't going to be able to match then. He's using plenty of battery lap 1. Perez and Leclerc, you can see, they want to dispute that race lead early on, as Sergio Perez down the inside. He knows what's at stake still this season. As around the outside, Lando Norris will try and go. Oh, he just backs out of it there over the curbs. So there we go, we survived lap 1. Perez there still trying to defend from Charles Leclerc, as we've got 5 cars from 5 different teams making up the top 5 at the end of lap 1. We've got yellows out already. I think that's Esteban Ocon breaking down again. Could just see an Alpine there going a bit slow down the back straight. Don't say Ocon's out of another one. The bad luck that man is experiencing so far this season is quite profound. So there we go, purple through the middle sector. Yep, Ocon out again as Leclerc and Perez. Clearly they feel this race needs to be won on lap 1. As again, Charles Leclerc trying to look around the outside, and again, Perez is just quite happy to squeeze him up against the wall. Well, let's see if we can try and get a run then on Fernando Alonso down this back straight. The Aston Martin, not the best car in a straight line. But of course, neither is ours. There we go, up at a P3 then early on here. I mean, Perez and Leclerc are just having all-out war. Let's not forget, if Sergio Perez was to win this Grand Prix and Verstappen didn't score, he would take the lead of the Drivers' World Championship as Yuki Tsunoda, new fastest lap of the day. Oh, come on, you can't keep doing that with each other, lads. Oh, as Perez locks up as well. Come on, we got to try and... Oh, what on earth was that? Leclerc's through. Alonso's re-overtaken me. So Perez moved dangerously in the braking zone. Leclerc then got back to the outside. I locked up trying to avoid Leclerc. Perez locked up probably because he moved dangerously in the braking zone. And Leclerc did come out of it on top. They're still side by side though, as we make our way back down through the first couple of corners. I mean, this is just chaos early on. How many times have we said it so far in this game? But I guess it's good for Alonso and I, because it does allow our admittedly slightly slower cars a good chance at a fight.
Careful about where and when we use ERS. Let's try and be consistent as you use it moving forward.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to struggle with that, Mark. There's another move past the Spaniards. He must really not like me right now. Well, all this battling really does help 3 drivers out in this Grand Prix. Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, because they're both on the hards. And, of course, Max Verstappen as well, because we know he will probably come back swinging towards the end of the afternoon. Perez again defends the inside. Leclerc, though, able to find the grip on the racing line and back into the lead of the GP. He'll go. Perez, though, has the DRS, and that Red Bull is definitely quicker in a straight line. I mean, look how much they're pushing each other down towards the walls. There is no love lost between these two at the moment. They both know there is an opportunity here, as we're going to try and make it 3 wide off of the corner, down the inside of the pair of them. We're going to be on the outside for the next turn. I don't fancy being out there, as Perez once again, oh, he'll try and hang on. There's more contact between the pair of them as they make their way through the S's. We're only on lap 7. There's still plenty of this race to go, and it already feels like there's just a huge backlog here and a lot of tension, and tempers are already beginning to flare as we'll try and get a run. 3 wide again as we head down the back straight. Leclerc's in the wall. Perez just certainly didn't spot there was 2 cars on his outside. Leclerc, though, not giving up on it. I don't know if he's got damage or not. A little bit of wheel banging with the Ferrari, but round the outside we'll go. And we are into the lead of the Miami Grand Prix, but I'm not expecting it to last for very long. It's only taken us 1 lap, and Charles Leclerc, I mean, look at the speed he's got down the back straight, around the outside. Oh, we actually had contact there with Lando Norris, who I think was trying to have a look for it, but not going to back out of the move, though, with Charlie as he jumps back out of the way. I mean, really, all you're wanting at the moment is to try and get ahead and then build up a 1-second margin over the rest of the field, but that is much easier said than done right now. We can gain a little bit of time here. I'm happy to work with Leclerc and break away from the rest of the cars, but I just don't think it's possible. Oh, I didn't realise Lando Norris had to pit, so I reckon that contact when he went to the back of me has damaged the front wing on that McLaren. As Charles Leclerc, again, I'm going to look back around my outside down this straight. Yeah, it didn't feel like much contact, but clearly it was enough. The damage model inside F124 definitely seems slightly inconsistent, but Lando Norris's hopes and dreams of a Grand Prix victory are probably going to elude him here. Can we try and get a run down the inside of Charles? Not quite. Can we get a run past Charles, though, in the DRS zone? Probably. To the inside we'll go. Got plenty of speed there. That Ferrari, though, is not bad top end. Obviously, equal power units in these cars. It is believed Ferrari have the best power unit in Formula 1 right now, and especially with all the upgrades we've applied to it. As Perez now, oh, Leclerc locked up. Leclerc must have locked up then, because he dropped down to 5th, and one mistake.
Target, mate.
One mistake will cost you a handful of places right now in this Grand Prix. And suddenly we've got Perez to contend with. I mean, there's no real point in fighting the AI down here. Sergio Perez clean around the outside. I mean, that Red Bull is just a missile. He's got the advantage over everybody else still top end, despite the fact it's not believed that Red Bull have the best power unit right now. But then, of course, we gain so much through here. We're definitely running a bit more downforce as well, though, than the AI. So any chance I want to try to break away, we've got to be able to capitalise there. Let's do a quick comparison then. You'll see how easy it was to get past past Charles. You can see how much longer it takes us to get back to Sergio Perez, who will start saving the battery. Around the outside again, but Sergio will keep the nose there. Give him a little bit of a pinch, give him a little bit of a squeeze. Oh, come on. Try and put that power down. You can see the back end of the car swinging around underneath us, but we hang on. Well, we're going to try and go for a little bit of a risky manoeuvre. So we've just built up a DRS window over Fernando Alonso and Sergio Perez here, which I think is about to get cut back down. See, tyres are certainly a bit struggling. So as we make our way into the pit lane then, we're going to try and undercut the rest of the runners at the moment. Obviously, I'm intrigued to see what tyre Lando Norris is on. So we've got yellows out. This might be really badly timed if we end up with a safe... Yeah, of course.
We need to form up at reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive. Okay.
How much bad luck can I get on this game? As soon as I pit, a red flag comes out, so everyone that's got the jump on me's got the jump on me. I don't even know if I could use the same set of tyres I've just pit on.
To change our strategy for the rest of the Grand Prix if we want to.
I cannot believe that. I mean, we might be starting from the top, but I don't think so. But we have suddenly got a lot of work to do in the second half of this race. No, we are 12th. 12th place for the restart. It is 5 red lights. Oh, come on, we've got to try and put the power down. And we've not done a good job of that either, so... Albon's picked up a 5-second penalty. Not too sure what's happened there. As soon as that, have a look down the inside, it is Alex Albon. I mean, that's an illegal overtake if ever I've seen one. There's contact already flying in front.
Over your EOS mode, so play around with them in your MFD.
I cannot believe how badly we've been screwed over there. And Tsunoda's gone and ruined me as well. What am I meant to do? That's the second time this year off a restart Tsunoda's brake checked me on the racing line there. And a tiny bit of front wing damage. I mean, we might end up with another safety car at some point. I don't think that's the end of the world.
He's going to need replacing if it takes too much damage.
But any hopes of a second Grand Prix victory this year are completely gone.
We don't want to get a penalty.
What is that? Stroll, he gets past me and then immediately swings across me in the braking zone. I'm not going to give up on that one if you're going to drive like that, buddy. How much bad luck can I get on these games? Not losing too much time then as of yet, but I feel like as the tyres get more worn, we're going to struggle more and more. There is a huge cloud of smoke down at the final corner. Someone else must have locked up as well there.
Brings you up a place.
As Alonso, Piastri and Sergio Perez have all broken free at the front of the field. Alonso immediately locks up down at turn 1, I can see on the mini-map. But maybe we can snooker away a few points from this. There goes Yuki back around the outside, trying to work out whether he's got front wing damage, as Stroll will make it through as well, and I'm accidentally going to send it. I'm so sorry, I had to come off the brake there to try and make sure that I didn't take Yuki out. Yep, we'll get a warning for it. We'll let Stroll back by as well. That was genuinely not my intention there. I just completely missed my braking point and had to bail out of the corner. So we start lap 20 then. We're kind of in a bit of a weird spot at the moment. We're able to hang on with the cars in front for the most part by virtue of the DRS. We're pulling away from everybody behind, but I guess we basically just got to wait and see where we are with just a handful of laps to go as to whether we can really make an impact still. I just can't get over... I mean, the odds of us pitting in 1 lap early and someone else going for a spin at exactly the same time have got to be so low on this game. Never mind that then bring out a red flag as well. It's always the same, but I must genuinely be the unluckiest F1 player in the world. Well, Ricciardo's provided us then with a bit of a lifeline. We've broken a bit of a gap away from the front runners here, so we're going to try and see if we can make a move on Lance Stroll. Around the outside we'll go of the Aston Martin driver as his teammates still fighting it out for the Grand Prix lead. I mean, Oscar Piastri, he might be about to make it his second win of the year, which would be quite a turnout for McLaren. Could the young Australian really be a title threat? Well, if anything today, we've got to try and prove to Ferrari just how much we can come back swinging even when the bad luck goes our way. Because I think, yeah, if we sign with the team in red, that's probably going to be a common occurrence over the course of our time racing with them. Leclerc and Ricciardo, I mean, how Ferrari have fallen off here and are battling with VCarb is quite spectacular, to be honest. Seems like, yeah, they really are struggling to match the performance of the big teams. But then again, you say that Alpine and Mercedes are seemingly locked into battle as well here, so it's all a little bit odd, and with the way the performance is working so far this year. Down the inside of Tsunoda. Oh, a little bit of rear locking again, but no contact was made. We get the car back under control. And back into the points we go then, with 7 laps remaining. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. Alonso! Fernando Alonso from battling for the lead of the Grand Prix with just a handful of laps to go. And Aston Martin, another team struggling with reliability in this series. Alonso is out of the Miami Grand Prix there. Tsunoda's definitely overtaken me under yellow flag, so I'm not quite sure how he's got away with that one. For some reason, the AI don't have to obey those rules, but we hang on to P10 then, and a heartbreak for Fernando. I mean, Leclerc and Ricciardo, they've absolutely carried me in terms of our overall race performance in the second half of this race. They've really saved me from quite an embarrassing downfall. Oh, there you go, Ricciardo has an embarrassing downfall of his own there. He's going to drop from potentials P7 all the way down to P11 then in an instant.
Managing your tyres, manage your tyres.
The other thing I'm worried about now, of course, is Ferrari might be able to break free, and both Red Bulls are fighting for the win. If Verstappen still wins this race, I'm going to be shocked and disappointed. I'm not sure where it's happened, or not sure how long it's been for, but Leclerc's definitely picked up damage, so we need to try and get past him here if we want to try and keep up with Tsunoda towards the end of the race. Ricciardo and Stroll are definitely losing time further behind us. There's still battles going on in front there. Oh, what is that by Yuki? That surely won't earn him any respect down at Ferrari. Oh, he's going to lock up. Leclerc's going to claim the place anyway. We're going to end up in a Ferrari sandwich temporarily. Oh, more contact with Tsunoda on the exit of the corner there. It's really just trying to make sure we hang on to our position. There's another lock-up. Russell down at turn 1. Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The AI mistakes in this game, a little bit excessive. One more lap to go then here from Miami, and now Charles Leclerc desperate to try and hang on for a P7 finish. I don't know which Red Bull it is leading, but I would rather Perez or Piastri win this one simply just for the title fight. If Verstappen has somehow clutched this up from like P14 on the grid, then, well, fair play to him. I mean, he's a very skilled driver, but it's nice to see when other drivers have got a chance as well here. So we're going to have to use plenty of battery down this back straight, but surely if we're in the DRS of Charlie, he's not going to have much say in towards the final few corners here. Here comes Tsunoda, though, down the inside of myself. Are we going to see? Oh, he tries to lock up, but he gets away with it. And Tsunoda will move back through and into P8 then of the Grand Prix. So we really have not got much fight left. I think the front wing damage is really now starting to affect the tyres as Tsunoda... Oh, we thought about it. We thought about trying to have a look back down the inside there like we did in the sprint, but I think Yuki just able to cover us off this time round. Are we going to see Ferrari battling down into the final corner of the Grand Prix? It is Max Verstappen that wins this race after everything that went on. Oh, Yuki! What is that? You can't move in the braking zone like that, sir. You cannot do that when someone's down the inside. I think we were a day late and $1 short anyway, to be completely honest. I think we've caused carnage in front. Hamilton's got a penalty, so not sure what he's done, but we still come P9.
They've done it then. A truly magnificent win here at the Miami International Autodrome.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go then. 2 points from the sprint, 2 points from the Grand Prix. And I'll be honest, really, really gutted with that. It was just chaos all weekend, though, here from Miami. But Oscar Piastri actually did biggest point score rate in the end by coming P2 in the GP as well. There's somehow Max Verstappen from 19th on the grid takes the victory here today. So whoever said Formula 1 on this game can't be exciting. Had we not been taken out, we probably could have still had P8 there from Lewis Hamilton. No idea what he did to deserve a 10-second time penalty come the end of the GP. But Perez finishes third ahead of Russell, and Pierre Gasly picks up some big points for Alpine. Leclerc ahead of Tsunoda, Hamilton ahead of myself, and Lance Stroll will pick up the final point there. Sargent, a decent recovery to P12, beating out Hulkenberg with Alonso and Ocon, the two drivers failing to see the checkered flag. That means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen a 32-point lead now at the top of the table. Leclerc still hangs on to P3 ahead of Piastri, who's now got the job on Hamilton. We are 1 point ahead of Yuki Tsunoda as Lando Norris, another weekend to forget for our fellow Brit there. Still ahead of Russell, though. There seems to be a lot of drivers that have been very, very inconsistent so far this campaign. Still just Hulkenberg, the Williams, and Zhou Guanyu that are yet to score a point there. Constructors-wise, Red Bull now with a 108-point lead over Ferrari. They've got exactly the same points as second and third overall in the Constructors' Championship. We're still ahead of Aston Martin, but yeah, I think Alpine are going to be a big, big threat as well over the course of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching, though, nonetheless. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix from Imola. That hopefully is going to be a good track for us. We've ran well so far there on this game.
Welcome to the circuit named for Ferrari. It is qualifying at a special arena for motorsport. Welcome to Imola.
Well, I've mentioned it in recent videos as well. Obviously, we're gonna start cutting out, you know, your Q1s and things like that from this series, especially when it's pretty much always Hulkenberg, the Williams, and the Kit Saubers that go out. You know, if we want to be a championship threat as well, then surely we're going to be making that a Q1 pretty easily. Not with lines like that, though, down at the first chicane. Must admit, I know this place isn't great for overtaking in Formula 1, and I think we've all kind of accepted we'll probably be coming off the calendar very soon, but in qualifying trim, it is so much fun there, even when I'm chucking it over the curb sideways at the end of the middle sector. Oscar Piastri sets the pace so far. I got no idea how competitive we're looking, though, relative to the McLaren. So we round our way through the final couple of corners there, trying to get right up close to the gravel. On the exit in the final corner, we're going to be a few tenths away from Oscar. We actually only split the Williams, so I hope once again, like in Miami, I haven't gone and jinxed myself. Oh, one of the Saubers seems to be grinding to a halt down at the first chicane.
Down to P17.
As we try and tip the car through plenty of curb on the exit, we're going to be that half second up though. So as long as we don't mess it up through the final couple of corners, we should still make our way into Q2. Obviously, haven't had a Q1 exit yet in a real qualifying session, only in the Miami Sprint. And I'd like to keep that going this weekend. There is a little bit of a slide at the final corner, up towards the line, though. We're going to make Q2, P13 in the end. And there we go, Max Verstappen ahead of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. How many times have I said that so far this season? Clear of Lance Stroll and an Aston Martin sandwich. But yeah, it's your usual 5 out in Q1. Not sure we got the pace to make it into Q3. But again, how many times have I said that so far this season? And then we always seem to clutch it up. Well, Max Verstappen then fastest in all 3 sectors as we head out for our one run here in Q2. We're going to need to find about another 3 tenths. Yeah, at the moment, so far, it is pretty much all the drivers again that you would expect to see out in Q2. We are normally the one that can kind of upset that routine, and well, I'm sure we've been a painful outstroll this year in more ways than one. And we are even with Esteban Ocon then at the end of Sector 2. I've never seen that on this game. We've got to try and match a 15.1 there as the car sat nice and stable down through at the final few corners of this lap time, though. Braking down, rotate the car in, or a little bit of understeer again. That's going to compromise our line on the exit. Try and put your foot to the floor. Hope the rear end will stay in check. Up towards the line. P9. We've done it again. Well, if I had a pound for every last-minute Banzai Q2 run we did in this series, I'd be a richer man than I currently am. Max Verstappen, though, again fastest ahead of Lando Norris. Looked like Ferrari, though, might be in the mix this weekend, as it's myself and Pierre Gasly that will squeeze through into Q3 alongside all those big names. Both Aston Martins out in Q2 here. That's gotta hurt. And of course, we do get that one extra set of the soft compound tyres ready for Q3, and we're going to try and use it. Not that I'm convinced we'll be able to go quicker than anyone that isn't called Pierre Gasly. Even he's down into the 1:14.7s now, so we're constantly just seeing the AI ramp up here. But we're going to try and go for one big final run to try and boost our way up the order, braking at that curbing on the outside of turn 1. Oh, our car didn't sit as flat that time around as Oscar Piastri goes to the top of the board. Will we see Verstappen go quicker, though? Yes, we will, in a 1:13.9. Unfortunately for me, I'm too busy looking at what time he's doing, rather than where I need to be going on the road. So satisfying when you really hang on through both the entry and the exit of Aqua Minerale. You can see half a second now down on Yuki Tsunoda. He needs to have a big weekend here, showcase to Ferrari on home soil what he's capable of. But once again, those two fearsome Ravazza corners, they look so simple on paper. But if the track falls away from you in the first one, it kind of chucks you into the second one. So important you get a good run on the exit. A little bit of fishtailing from the rear of the car up towards the line. 14.7. We are fractions of a second slower than Gasly. Well, Oscar Piastri then getting the better of his British teammate. So far, Oscar really has been able to showcase to the team what he's capable of so far this year. Both of them, though, less than a tenth away from Max Verstappen. I believe it's exactly the same top three as we saw in the real Grand Prix here a few weeks ago. 17 thousandths, though, between myself and Pierre Gasly. It doesn't get much closer than that. But are we going to be able to hang on with the cars in front in the race, or are we just going to try and hang on for a couple of championship points?
Welcome once again to the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo and Dino Ferrari. The clue is in the name. This is very much Ferrari home turf, and the locals will be out in force today to support their team in what we hope will be a magnificent spectacle of motorsport. On then to the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix. 3.1 miles of track at Imola, featuring 19 turns, 9 to the right and 10 to the left. Remember that Imola differs from most other Formula 1 tracks as it's driven anti-clockwise. Let's hope nobody forgets that today. The exit from turn 18 will probably be the setup for many of today's overtakes, leading as it does into the longest straight on the circuit and its only DRS zone. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Perez, Russell, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Gasly, Mr. Monaco, Fernando Alonso, Ocon, Stroll, Sainz, Ricciardo, Albon, Hulkenberg, Sargent, Joe, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. We welcome to the commentary box Anthony Davidson. I'm Alex Jakes. We're both looking forward to a really intriguing race today. So they've got lots of team members to get to know, to win over, and to get working for them. How do you go about doing that? It's really great to see team and driver working so well together. But there's always improvements that you can get in. Now, those final hours before a race, did you have a routine?
Well, for them, you've got your
We've got a great chance of getting another points finish in this race. Keep it clean and hopefully we can work our way up the field.
I don't know how many times I've listened to Alex Jakes ask anybody he possibly can whether they have a routine, even if he's asked him a completely separate question beforehand. That's why nowadays usually I have to cut the, obviously just after the grid rundown, before he just asks the same question over and over. I'm genuinely losing my mind hearing it. EA, please fix ASAP. But we're ready on the grid though, here for the Emilia Romagna race. Tyre wear actually around here isn't too bad, so we're going to stay on the mediums for the start, but I'm not saying it's out of the realms of possibility that we could try and bolt on a set of softs for the second half of the GP here. Let's line it up though, ready for the first Italian race of the year. It is 5 red lights. Got a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. Well, not if you're Lewis Hamilton, not getting off to a particularly good getaway. I haven't done much better either, though. There's a lot of duking around there. Everyone wants to be on the inside line, ready for the first corner. I'm happy to try and I was about to say, I'm happy to kind of go on the outside. That has proven to be a mistake. No idea how we locked the rears there as badly as we've done, but for the second time this year then, just like we saw in Shanghai, I have got a lot of work to do early on. I don't know whether I nipped a wheel on the grass or what, but straight round for a nice, pirouette. We get to have a look at all the other cars as they make their way into the first corner. Lucky no one collected me or any damage, as Max Verstappen, though, still charging away at the front of the order. We've got to try and catch back up, first of all. As Hulkenberg, down now in a Sauber sandwich. Well, we know how important the DRS is on this game, and as DRS obviously now enabled one lap earlier than in previous titles, we've got our work cut out. We are getting back closer to Magnussen. You can see once they get in that DRS range of each other, in the DRS zone, we're just slowly dropping away. The Sauber, luckily, is not a quick car. I would hope the tyre to conditions still looks good, Mark. We've been on them for 2 laps. Well, where we have now got so much work to do in today's race, that shift like I mentioned before the race, obviously about potentially being able to use the soft tyres towards the end, I think is going to have to be the plan of attack we use here, simply because obviously otherwise we're not really going to be able to carve our way through as quickly as I would like, because we're going to try and get a run then on Kevin Magnussen back down towards turn 1. Oh, I hate the way the cars just bobble over that curb. He wanted to try and slam the door shut, but he's not going to there, as we'll just absolutely hurl it around the outside of him. I'm happy with that one. Next up, our teammate, but obviously we've got to be careful with our battery management. Right, come on then, let's see if we can try and get a run on Hulkenberg as we make our way back down towards turn 1. Everyone inside the range of each other, though, so we've got to use a lot of battery as Sargent's struggling with straight line speed. Oh, Zhou there, going to go around the outside of the Williams. P16 for a Sauber car, that's one of their best positions so far this year, although admittedly, they've scored points. Williams haven't yet. Oh, really try and shut the car through the exit of the Gilles Villeneuve chicane.
Come on, mate, this is it. Let's try and get past them quickly.
Oh, I don't know whether the team have given us, whether they've given him team orders as well. So we try and make our way up the hill.
Nice work, you smashed it. Really good job on hitting that target, mate.
Well, I was trying to out-brake him. I didn't actually think I'd get right the way around the outside, though. But yeah, these real back markers we do need to try and get past as soon as possible. I feel like Hulkenberg now, to me, is... what is that? The AI not afraid to throw a bit of a dangerous block on each other. So Sargent, he just again wanted to pinch me out. Zhou tried to hang it back up the inside. The problem I've got, of course, is every lap we sit behind one of these just means the other faster cars are pulling away more and more. I feel sorry for Alex Albon. He's just that bit quicker than the rest of the back markers, but still doesn't seem like Williams have found enough pace to really battle with the cars in front. Often if he's able to stay in the range of other cars, then he's got a good chance. As how is Sargent? We absolutely flew past him and then he tucked back in the slipstream and was all over my gearbox again by turn 1. Well, maybe taking a little bit more out of the tyre than I would like to at the moment. I was planning on trying to get this set to about lap 20 if we could. Obviously then that would mean that we could safely get a set of softs to the end of the afternoon. But it's so much fun to push around this circuit that it can sometimes actually, mean you take more out of the car than you really need to. Around the outside of Albon will go. We might be able to drag him back up to the rest of this group. Oh, we got the yellows out. We got more yellows out as Pierre Gasly out of the Grand Prix.
The yellow flag ahead.
That's another Alpine power unit that's gone up in smoke, so at least that's realistic inside the game. I mean, Ocon had 2 last weekend and a puncture in Shanghai, so the French team might now have a car that is quick. They certainly don't have one that can survive races, however. Well, it wouldn't be a race on F124, would it, without a Lance Stroll train at one point or another? Obviously, we've come to blows with a Canadian more times than I care to admit so far inside this game. But yeah, now we've actually got a car advantage over Aston Martin. It's so nice to actually have a car that is quick in a straight line. It's to the outside of Carlos Sainz. Stroll has been jumped by Esteban Ocon. So are we going to get all the way around the Spaniard? Yes, we are. The AI, you can kind of pinch him there to the apex down at turn 1. It's a little bit risky, but it seems to work. Really trying to avoid that wheel spin off of that chicane. It's so easy to do, though, as down the inside Daniel Ricciardo. Don't often make moves into the Ravazzas, and I think even Ricciardo hadn't checked his mirrors until he tried to turn in there. Suddenly saw a Haas on the inside of him, but we might already be able to try and move ourselves back into the points then of this Grand Prix. Ocon very, very slow back down towards turn 1. We're going to keep trying to drain the battery. I have no idea how on earth I've just pulled that off. Doing well in excess of 200 miles an hour. 2 wheels on the grass all the way through the braking zone. I will probably never make a move as great as that. Technically that's legal, because I kept 2 wheels inside the white lines all the way down into the corner there, but how on earth I got that stopped, I have no idea. How did we find the grip? What was that?
Okay, we're approaching the pit window. You're going to be on the softs.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to last for very long there as we use so much battery last lap. We're going to be under pressure from Stroll this time. Down the outside goes the Canadian. I think he wanted to do what I did to him. But I'm happy to brake slightly later. Oh, no, Oscar Piastri, the McLaren driver who was battling for the lead.
No overtaking through the yellow flags.
Oscar Piastri has found himself in the gravel. What happened? I'm guessing he would have just had a big lockup. We're riding on board then with Oscar Piastri, who despite starting on hard compound tyres, leads the Grand Prix at the moment, but as he makes his way down in towards the final couple of corners, just locks the fronts up and has to take a trip towards the gravel trap, and then just decides he's going to have a picnic. Not really too sure why, but he's finally going to get back on the road there, maybe testing that the front wheels still work, but Oscar Piastri now left with a mountain to climb. Well, I was too busy taking a look at what happened to Oscar Piastri to realise that a load of the front runners have started diving into the pit lanes, so I think Piastri, he might be one of the only drivers on the hard compounded tyre here. I guess we'll find out in just a second, as I assume most of our other medium runners are going to peel into the pit lane. Looks like we've got some pretty good pace though, as no, maybe both McLaren. We saw them do this in Miami last time out. They like to stay out and go long. So yeah, there we go. They're trying to do it again then. So this is critical. I'm not boxing this lap. We're going to try and take these, like I said, to about lap 20. As you can see there, the tyre wear, we've got 50, just over 50% on the rear. Well, I'm not expecting McLaren to get the overcut here on Red Bull, but I'm expecting them to potentially be able to fight it out towards the end. At least Lando Norris anyway. Oscar Piastri now has got his work cut out. His new fastest lap's pouring in a little bit further behind. One thing I'm sure McLaren would love to see is a Red Bull squabble. And that's exactly what seems to be happening there. Verstappen practically pushing Max. Perez even practically pushing Max down at turn 1. Yeah, Red Bull Civil War, it is still there. We got Lando Norris into the pit lane at the end of lap 18. So yeah, you can take the mediums quite a long way, as we're showcasing here. So I'm surprised they've stayed out as far as they have. I would assume Lando's going to come out around that Ferrari. There we go, we've achieved our target goals, so we're going to be in the end of this one. And Oscar Piastri, I'm sure, then is about to dive into the pit lane in front of me, so we might just lead this Grand Prix for a few seconds here, although I think he'll probably stay out ahead of me. Oh, I don't want to get done for pit lane speeding. I always have to go quiet there, just to make sure that I don't do anything stupid. As will we get out ahead of the McLaren? Yes, we will, but we still didn't lead because of Verstappen and Perez flying past us down towards turn 1. I apologise to Oscar there. I wasn't trying to slow him down.
Come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
I was really hoping we come out ahead of this big group of cars, but not even Oscar's going to manage to there, so that's a bit of a shame. We've got a lot of work still to do in the second half. We're on 2-stage softer tyres than everybody else. But yeah, we've got a lot to try and gain if we want to score some points. That's not good. I don't know what percentages the tyres were on after their qualifying run. They were a U set, but that is some very high wear on just the opening lap on them. We might have to nurse these towards the end, but I've got to try and get into track position first. Oh, I was really hoping we could try and go for fastest lap, but I don't think that's going to happen now. We're caught up in all this traffic. Lance Stroll is the one separating us from points.
9 seconds. Okay, mate. Tyres are wearing at quite a rate here, mate. Please try and look after them.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, we're going to have to nurse these tyres right towards the end of the afternoon. But like I said, there's no point doing that if we're not in the fight for that final point. Lance Stroll, though, is he going to drop back towards this group? Or has he now been given some freedom? In the air, I've just got nowhere near as much grip as me at the moment. Oh, to the outside of sights. He wanted to go right, I wanted to go left ever so slightly, or vice versa. But we'll go right... Hello, I'm still there, mate.
Maneuver, you made it look so easy.
Carlos Sainz there clearly not happy with a bit of an audacious move. Maybe felt the first bit of wheel banging was my fault, but he's trying to get a big run through the final couple of corners if we want to be able to challenge back down towards someone. Use the battery as best as we can. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to try and go for the same move we did on Danny Rick earlier on in the race. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Daniel Ricciardo. Again, he's just not wanting to defend down there. I'm not complaining. It works beautifully for us. And now we've got to try and see if we can do and get another double overtake. Just like we did earlier.
Push now, push.
Yeah, that ain't happening as Ocon really did squeeze Alex Albon back down towards someone. Around the outside of the Frenchman as Albon in that Williams. That thing is so quick in a straight line. Cool, Albon, a little bit of a moment. Are we going to be able to get a run on him? He just flicked the back end out of that Williams. Oh, around the outside, absolutely send it there into the chicane. And we are through. Not quite going to be able to build up the DRS window we need over him, so going to have to fly through the final couple of corners. But Stroll, 4 seconds up the road. We've drained the battery, but here comes Albon. Maybe should have defended more to the inside. Didn't need to. Oh, we've only got 7 laps to go, 6 laps to go, sorry, and the gap to Stroll is still 3 seconds.
Really good job.
We're taking time out of him each and every lap, but is it going to be enough? We need to get inside that DRS range and still have enough tyre to hang with him. But we need half a second a lap on Lance Stroll at the moment. That lap, we took 6/10 out of him.
Catching the car ahead.
Oh, we got another McLaren off. That's Oscar Piastri again. What is Piastri doing this afternoon? We've already seen him lock up once. He's going to do it again there as he's just sat in the gravel trap. And we've got a safety car.
Car is out. We need to form up at reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive.
Well, it's a very late call for a safety car here. I don't know which Red Bull driver's leading the way. I don't really think we got the opportunity to pit though again. But I don't know whether this helps or screws us. I'm staggered they gave us a safety car for that. We saw Zhou Guanyu literally last weekend in Miami go for a spin. Spent 20 seconds trying to sort himself out. And they didn't bring out a safety car. But here today, they have made it dramatic. 2 more laps to go from the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix. It is still Red Bull fighting at the front of the field. But when are we going to go green flag racing? There we go. Really did screw us out of the final corner. But we're going to use the battery and immediately we're going to try and catch Lance Stroll off guard.
By 2.9 seconds.
I think the Aston Martin that was using plenty of his battery as well. What? Lance? You got to give me some room, buddy. Down towards someone. Around the outside we'll go. Oh, and a power move made. Might be the last one I'm able to do today because the tyres are really starting to give up. But how could Lance... I mean, it's Lance Stroll, isn't it? Of course he couldn't see me on his outside. 1 more lap to go then here from Imola. I couldn't tell you which Red Bull is leading the way. And if I was a betting man, of course, all my money would be on Max Verstappen. Has won so many races so far this season. And I'm sure he'd love to make another one today and continue to open up that championship lead of his.
DRS is now enabled.
It's not going to matter. No one's going to get to use it.
The race.
We try and hang close to Yuki Tsunoda back down towards turn 1. Just trying to save up a little bit of battery in case something happens. But these tyres, I'll be honest, I think that safety car came out at the perfect time for us. These tyres really now starting to hit the cliff. It was an aggressive strategy we played, but it was one that was pretty essential in the end. I don't think we would have had the pace to compete with the likes of Stroll had we gone with the normal strategy here. But up the hill we go for the final time. Ferrari car right in front of us. It is going to be Red Bull though back on top once again here. As there we go, tyre wear warning light on. Goes to show you how much we're struggling right towards the end of this one. Just got to keep the car pointing the right way though. Through the final couple of corners. Mad to think we started this afternoon at the very first turn of the entire race facing the wrong way around. But through the final few corners we're going to go then. Is it going to be Max Verstappen? Is it going to be Sergio Perez who is going to take victory here in the first round back in Europe? Are we going to be able to get close enough to Yuki? We absolutely chuck it into the final corners. But I don't think we're going to have enough there. Up towards the line. It is going to be Sergio Perez who finally takes a Grand Prix victory. We get so close to Yuki at the end. And had it been that start-finish line, we might have got him.
It's a performance that our Emilia Romagna Grand Prix winners can be justifiably proud of. And I'm sure there'll be celebrations tonight.
Sergio Perez has a huge fan base back home in Mexico, and they'll be over the moon with this performance today.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we go, though, in what is taking him more than 12 months since his last win in Shanghai last year. Sergio Perez finally back on top in the Formula 1 world there. It was a game of strategy, a game of chicken between himself and Max Verstappen late on in the day, but it was Sergio that was in front when Oscar Piastri binned it, and that proved pivotal come the end of the afternoon there. Red Bull 1-2, so I can't imagine Verstappen should be too upset ahead of Russell and Lando Norris there. Alonso, Leclerc, Hamilton, Tsunoda, myself and Lance Stroll rounding out your points finishers, with Ocon, Ricciardo, Sainz all as well, getting ahead of Oscar Piastri, who really did have a day to forget there. Gasly, of course, went out very early on in the day, the only retirement from this afternoon's running. And that means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, Tsunoda, unfortunately, with that result, has got the better of me. We are down to 9th place, though, still ahead of Alonso. Perez, though, back within 25 of his teammate Verstappen there, as both Red Bulls really pulling away from Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri. It might still generally be the Max Verstappen show, but Perez is doing a very good job so far this season as well. It must be noted there. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, yeah, twice the points of anybody else. 5 now in it between McLaren and Ferrari as Mercedes. I mean, there's 7 points covering those 3 teams. That's pretty mad. Aston Martin, though, for the first time this year, I believe, since Bahrain, they are ahead of Haas. So, yeah, we've got our work cut out trying to keep them at bay. Admittedly, it is basically myself versus Fernando Alonso in that battle as well. There is Alpine. I think we're going to end up in a 3-way fight before the end of the year as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Monaco Grand Prix. I'm going to take tomorrow off because, of course, it is Grand Prix Sunday. But yeah, we'll be back Monday. No, sorry, Canada, isn't it? Back Monday, Canada. Be there.
Not all qualifying sessions are created equal. From the moment that a driver sits in a go-kart, they want to end up here, in the pit lane, ready and raring for qualifying at the Monaco Grand Prix.
I feel like this is going to be a really tough weekend, actually, for the Haas team, to be honest. Obviously, we've got the power under the right foot, but that's irrelevant around a track like this. There's Hamilton immediately shoots to the top of the timings. It's going to be, you know, your Red Bulls, your Mercedes, those kind of teams that are really, really strong here. But, you know, this is a venue where the driver makes the difference at the end of the day. And so far this season, pretty much throughout this entire series, we've been able to get the better of our teammate Nico Hülkenberg as we slap the wall up at Casino Square. And it's really kind of been altered. But yeah, so far, I just cannot get this car where I want it. Trying to make sure we break a little bit early down at back because I'm worried about the understeer as we make our way in there, out of Anthony Noakes though, and up towards the line. It is going to be a 1:10.8 P18 there, 4 tenths behind Hülkenberg. We're going to need a big second run. Everything works slightly differently here at Monaco, and well, you really, if you can avoid it, don't want to leave your last lap to be quite a critical one. Hülkenberg still in P16. Magnussen has got the better of me though, but we need about another half a second here. We want to see ourselves into Q2. That's a nice line through the first corner, but how can we carry that momentum through the first half of the lap? We were pretty good in the second. It really just feels like you just got to try and get the tyres working where you would need them. As there we go, 10.5 up in Sector 1. Trying to be a little less aggressive with the engine brake. Oh, so we just nudge the wall into the hairpin. Come on, just find the time. Keep it tidy. 4 tenths up now. So just about getting our eye in. As you can see, there we go, half a second. The time is slowly coming back towards us here. We're building up confidence in the car as Verstappen goes top of the board. Oh, a little bit of rear locking again down there. But we'll get a nice run on the exit. Charles Leclerc, the homeboy, sure would love to try and take another win on these streets. Oh, we rub up against the wall through the end of Sector 2. I feel like I'm doing a last-ditch Q3 run here, but it is only Q1. Oh, really messy there. We just need to try and get one lap hooked up. The pace is in the car, but it is just extracting it over a single run. Up towards the line, we are going to make Q2, but only in P11. And there we go. Charles Leclerc goes quicker than both Red Bulls at the end of the first session. Top 5, though, separated by less than 3/10. We end up P11. Gasly out in Q1, so Alpine won't be happy with that. But, I mean, look at the gap, though. There's 0.3 of a second from Ricciardo in 7th down to Pierre Gasly in P16. Well, that's even worse than engine warning light has just flashed up as we head out into Q2. Luckily, that shouldn't give us too many problems around this circuit, but you never know what might happen. Right towards the end of qualifying here, we got a huge variety of drivers and teams in the drop zone at the moment. A V-Carb, a Williams, an Alpine, a Haas, and even the McLaren of Oscar Piastri there. But like I said, the pace is actually in this car. When we get the line hooked up, it is just like really getting it dialed in. We just, cannot get the car hooked up here. It's the first time in a long old while I felt like this on the Monaco streets, but this Haas is not working. Up towards the line. P10. How? Well, I thought we took way too much curb there at the end of Sector 2, going on the exit of the swimming pool, but apparently not, and we scraped through by just 0.02 of a second from Esteban Ocon. We were 1,000th of a second slower than George Russell there at the end of that session, but yeah, I'm guessing our rear wheels must have still been inside the white line as the fronts went off, and then as the fronts came back in, the rear wheels obviously went off the track, so really trying to find the limit here. We got one more shot, and I desperately want to try and get a lap I can actually be proud of on the board. Verstappen has got that Red Bull into the 108 by the end of his first run here, but we don't often do it inside F124. I need a sweat mode lap as Charles Leclerc stacked it down at the first corner. I don't quite know what's happened there. See, the Ferrari is in the wall, but we'll get around him. I don't know whether that, kind of what that would do. I mean, we would absolutely have to abandon the lap time there, and for the second time, Charles Leclerc has stacked it in a Q3 here at Monaco. Focus, focus, focus. Come on, we are really putting it all on the line here. It's only get one chance to try and put yourself right up towards the top here in Monaco. Purple middle sector goes to show just how hard we're pushing as well. We nudge the wall. Verstappen able to improve by fractions of a second again. So he might well have set 2 lap times here, good enough for pole. But as we make our way out in the final corner, are we going to be able to upset the Red Bull? No, we aren't. It is P9 in the end. But I don't know whether Charles Leclerc has picked up damage and thus a penalty. Well, Verstappen takes pole then here and will look to try and extend his lead over his teammate in the Drivers' Championship. Russell P2 ahead of Charles Leclerc, who, like I said, might end up with some grid penalties ready for the start of the race. We ended up slower than Carlos Sainz in the V-Carb, though, but quicker than Lando Norris, who I'm guessing got caught up behind Charles crashing. But it's P9 then on the grid here for the Monaco Grand Prix.
A proper road race, and in the true meaning of the word. That's how Mr. Monaco, the late great Graham Hill, once described this iconic event. The cars we drive have come a long way in the intervening half-century, but we still race on those same public roads beside the Mediterranean. There is no victory more coveted than that of the Monaco Grand Prix. The prestigious Circuit de Monaco then is not all that dissimilar today to the layout that made its debut almost a century ago. It's 2 miles and 19 corners through the streets of Monte Carlo, and although the average lap speed of around 93 miles per hour is the lowest of the season, the tiny margins for error make it the natural habitat of the safety car. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Perez, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Sainz, Mr. Monaco, Norris, Ocon, Verstappen, Stroll, Albon, Oscar Piastri, Gasly, Hülkenberg, Sargent, Magnussen, Joe, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. And we welcome you to the commentary box overlooking the circuit. I'm Alex Jakes, and I'm joined by Anthony Davidson. Now, those final hours before a race, did you have a routine?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
We've got a great chance of getting another points finish in this race. Keep it clean and hopefully we can work our way up the field.
Well, we certainly have got a big opportunity here, especially as pole sitter Max Verstappen has taken grid penalties, so he's going to start way down the order. The team want us to start on hards. That is a bold call, but one that I'm going to stick with, simply because if we get a safety car later on in the race, then maybe we can use that to play into our hand here. Hopefully others have done the same. Norris and Ocon behind me haven't, but it is 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go, as we've actually done okay on the hookup to the outside of Lando, still in towards that first corner as Hamilton and Carlos Sainz side by side just in front of me. Well, we've held on then to our grid position off the start here. Looks like Leclerc has made the move work on George Russell at the front of the field, so Russell handed a bit of a lifeline with pole position here, but hasn't been able to capitalise on it. It's down the inside of Carlos Sainz. We're going to go on this lap 1. Be on the outside, ready for the hairpin. So we tried to get to the outside of Hamilton there. More contact with Sainz, who tried to barge me out into the wall. Not too sure what his problem was, but we've held on, as I think...
Okay, the start was fine. Let's try and move forward.
Oh, big moment of oversteer there, as I was about to say. I think Hulkenberg's made up good progress, but I think he was just battling it out with Oscar Piastri in the other McLaren car. Oscar really doesn't seem to have kicked on since that, well, obviously he won the sprint in Shanghai, didn't he, I think, in the end? Or, no, he won a sprint somewhere, I feel like, in this series. But, yeah, I think ever since Albert Park, I haven't quite seen the same Oscar Piastri that I think we were all hoping for. But, yeah, early on then, everybody just trying to settle down, get into a rhythm, get into a routine, make sure everybody is comfortable in their car.
This lap, we can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
But we're just going to try and sit in where we are. I don't think we've got the pace to really match anybody in front. I love that. We're not even at the end of lap 2 yet, and Mark's already on about risking it, trying to go for moves on Lewis Hamilton in front. I want to keep up with the Mercedes early on here, as it looks like Sainz maybe picked up a tiny bit of damage. That little bit of contact he made with me on the exit of the hairpin, where he was really trying to force us out, I think actually he might have come off second best in all of that. But yeah, it is so important that you settle in. You make sure you're comfortable with what the car's doing underneath you. And I'll be honest, on race fuel, this is the best the car's felt all weekend. Well, it's a shame you can't get like a full rundown of the tyres everybody is using in front, especially around a track like Monaco, because Tsunoda's on mediums. I wonder if Charles Leclerc, I think he might also be on mediums, and Russell's on hards. Hence why Charles was able to get the jump at the start and is just waltzing away. Alonso, Perez, they might be, I mean, they could be either way, but it would just be nice to know so you kind of know who you're racing with. Hamilton, though, yeah, is really struggling to keep up with the cars in front, but Sainz is dropping away from us.
Hey, mate, Hamilton's ahead of you. We can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push back.
Oh, that is quite funny. That is quite funny, yeah. Hamilton now, we've been told to get the hurry up and try and get past him. He seems to be just about balancing out the pace with Tsunoda in front of him. Problem I've got, though, if I sit right underneath his rear wing, we're really struggling with tyre temperature, so I'll actually just drop back again. But now apparently I've got to try and get on with it. Well, what I'm trying to work out is whether Lewis Hamilton has ever actually been overtaken in, like, normal circumstances here at Monaco. You know, I know obviously he got like a puncture in 2008 and that kind of thing, but has he ever just normally racing even had a move put on him around this circuit? Are we potentially going to be the first driver ever to make that happen? Like, if you exclude lap 1 and that kind of thing. Let's come on, we've got to try and find a way past, though. Well, I just keep nudging the front left against the wall as well at the moment, so tyre wear has ended up being a bit higher than I really wanted it to. I was hoping, Sainz might lose a little bit more to us if he has picked up that bit of front wing damage just around the outside of Lewis. Well, look, nope, not happening there. Because, yeah, we might have to try and box and go for the undercut. The thing is, at the end of the day, I just don't want to be sat staring at that Ineos logo for the rest of the afternoon. You can already see 47% wear on that front left, and all of that just comes from nudging Armcos. Oh, there we go, tyre wear warning lights flashed up. I mean, like I said, it's not actually the hard tyres not lasting round here. It is simply just how many times we've nudged the walls in the opening half of this Grand Prix. Really did come in way too aggressive once again. Need to focus on that more in this race as well in the future, of just being a bit more patient with the car, being a bit more patient and accepting the fact we can't really make moves early on. Oh, it's down the inside. I mean, it's aggressive. You got to try and take the opportunities where you can here. We're just going to back out immediately. Wasn't quite going to be able to get the power down around Lewis Hamilton, so we are going to peel into the pit lane and bolt on a set of the medium compounded tyre to hopefully see us through to the checkered flag. It's a brave strategy in terms of trying to get the undercut.
Okay, go! Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
So we're definitely going to end up in a fair old amount of traffic.
One stop left in this
Whoa, Logan Sargent there got really aggressive with trying to cut fine next to me down in towards the first corner. But it worked for him. He's come out ahead of me. How long will he be able to stay ahead, though, as we try and round our way up through Casino Square? The tyres pretty much fire up immediately around here at Monaco, down the inside. And that's the second year in a row I believe Sargent's been jumped there. But that time round, he gives me a little bit of a fight on the exit. Well, I guess, yeah, there you go. George Russell's stricken.
1.6 seconds.
Well, there is George Russell's stricken Mercedes then, and I guess for us it gives us a freebie in this race, but far more importantly than that, we haven't got a safety car because of it either, so that works out quite nicely. We've got plenty more cars that we need to try and get by, though. I tell you what, when you've got a tyre wear delta, you know, when the AI are at a deficit here, there is every opportunity to try and make moves happen. As, down the inside. Big lockup. We slid it all the way through Larascas. Oscar Piastri, fair play to him, he did a good job jumping out of the way there, but there was no contact made.
Creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds of that. Really good stuff.
I love the fact, I absolutely love the fact, this is the first F1 game ever where I really feel confident enough to go for moves down into Larascas. Next up, though, is our teammate that we have very quickly rocked up to the back of. Would hope, you know, again, that the team would place orders in this kind of situation. So Hulkenberg there on the inside. Not for long. And the outside of our teammate will go. That was scary. I mean, every move, every overtake you make around the Monaco streets is scary. But yeah, don't often like to go around the outside down into that braking zone, as Pierre Gasly then next up in the Alpine. There we go. A little bit more controlled than the move we pulled off on Oscar Piastri a lap prior. Well, I guess it doesn't happen often here at Monaco, but I guess these are the rare moments where having all that engine power is still very useful.
Moments where we use the RS. Let's try to be consistent with it going forward, please.
That was a huge dive bomb on Alex Albon. The second Williams we've overtaken into Upper Mirabeau this afternoon. Oh, come on, stop nudging the walls. Well, if ever there was a driver I would be scared of spotting me battling with him, it would obviously be Sir Lancelot here, as down the inside. Third lap in a row. He actually does see me there as Ocon peels into the pit lane, so Verstappen has been given free rein. But we're going to be out still ahead. I think we've actually jumped Fernando Alonso here. Yes, we have. So that's actually worked out really nicely for me, and it wasn't many laps of an undercut, but it was a big undercut at that. Well, anyone that watched our F123 series will remember Yuki Tsunoda actually took his first and only ever Formula 1 Grand Prix victory inside that game on these streets. He was just leading once again here, but this time round for Ferrari as Tsunoda into the pit lane then. So we'll definitely be out ahead of him, but I need to try and get past Verstappen, which is still something I don't say often inside F124.
4.8 seconds.
Hulkenberg, I would love to see him pick up a P7. That would be his career best result in this game. Well, Verstappen did all the hard work on Saturday, but has had to have a really long Sunday afternoon up to this point. And we're still only halfway through this Grand Prix. Why on earth Red Bull would take grid penalties here of all places?
Get past, make use of the overtake button and see what you can do.
I'll never quite be able to work out, but yeah, that Red Bull though has just again got the straight line speed down at turn 1. Have we got the power to try and challenge him as we make our way up the hill? No. Oh, Verstappen did jump out of the way there. I think he was a little bit scared. Perhaps I was going to fire it in even more, but you can't argue that we're not committed here to trying to make the overtake. That Red Bull is potentially costing us time towards the end of the afternoon, as again we have a look down the outside of the hairpin. Just cannot find the grip round the outside of the AI there this year. Oh, a little bit of a stutter by Verstappen on the exit, down the inside into the back. You can't turn in on me there, mate. Say, I know what the AI are like into that corner. They'll try and basically turn in on you and force you to hit the inside wall, but down the inside to back will go. Up then into P5 of this Grand Prix. I believe it's only Leclerc in front of me that doesn't have to pit, but we might have to box again. We're in a bit of a race against the clock now, because Carlos Sainz is really slowing Charles Leclerc at this stage of the Grand Prix, is in 2 seconds a lap, because the V-carb still is yet to pit.
Nice work, you smashed it. Really good job on hitting that target, mate.
If we could get up to Charles before Carlos decides to dive in, maybe, just maybe, we could challenge him for the lead of this Grand Prix. Oh, there we go. As soon as I say it, Carlos Sainz then immediately will peel into the pit lane, as will Hamilton and Max Verstappen. Perez then still out in front. The gap to Charles, though, down to just 2 seconds. I mean, I would take a red flag right now. Nico Hulkenberg running up in P4. I wouldn't care that Perez gets the jump on everyone. A red flag would be perfect for the team. Oh, we've got yellows. That might be a red flag. Safety car's been called out.
We need to form up at reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive. Okay, we've been informed of an incident which has resulted in lots of loose debris on the track. A safety car is being deployed.
Well, it's a shame then that we've had no red flag from that one, because that would have been fantastic timing. But we're going to take the opportunity to box again then. Hopefully we're going to still come out in P2, P3 even.
Okay, Nico's into the pits. Nico in the pits. Okay,
Damn
mate,
it, we're gonna
that's
get
it.
jumped.
Go. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Pit strategy
We are going to
complete.
get jumped.
See these tyres through to the end now.
So we got the tyre advantage again over the rest of the runners, and at least we know we certainly won't have to pit between now and the end. But we've got our work cut out with Charles Leclerc back to the lead of this Grand Prix. Well, as we get to 2/3 distance then, Charles Leclerc is going to have his work cut out. Sergio Perez on a fresh set of tyres lines up right behind him, ready for this restart. We want to try and hound drivers as best as we can, as Hamilton there nudges the inside wall through Larascas. Are we going to be able to try and put the power down and get the jump on the Mercedes man pretty much immediately?
And burn off some of this energy.
No, we're not there. That was so close down at turn 1, but Hamilton just able to defend himself that time round. We've been hassling this Merc so much today, but for the first time, yeah, we have really got the tyre advantage. Oh, it's actually Tsunoda and Alonso that seem to be struggling way more than Lewis off of this restart, but the problem is we know the Mercedes driver, he won't try to make moves here. The AI generally won't try and go for anything. I will. But it's not going to work that time round as we lock the rears up, basically. I realised quite late on there that move was never going to happen. So I had to kind of try and lock up and avoid Lewis. But, yeah, come on. I would love a podium here. We've had so much bad luck in this series recently. I just want to try and get a big result. Ready for the first time since Jeddah. Oh, we're so close to the back of Lewis over the start-finish line, but we still just can't find anything at the moment. He's got enough grip on those medium compound tyres, and I don't know how much time he spent today defending from me, but it's certainly been a lot of it. As down the inside we have a look again, nothing. Everything I try at the moment does not work. Oh no, we've got the glitch. How have they not fixed this? This was a glitch years ago. Effectively now, for some reason, the game is pretending that our car is under safety car here, but It's not.
Get what we needed there, I'm afraid. But head down, chin up, and let's focus on the rest of the race.
It doesn't feel as bad as it has done in previous games, but yeah, basically now it will start cutting our power in a couple of spots, trying to brake the car when I'm on full throttle. I mean, look, listen to that. It's trying to do it, and I'm trying to do the opposite.
Okay, gap to the car in front, 2.6 seconds.
I can try flashbacking, but it doesn't seem to fix it. So listen to that. I basically got my foot to the floor, and it's responding way later. I'm not on the brake there. It's just doing it for me. Yep, listen to that. Listen to that. I've tried flashbacking again. It does not fix it. How is this still a glitch in these games, man? It's been a thing for like 5 years, and it just feels like they'll patch it out of one game, and the next year it'll just come back in again. I don't know whether this is because of the new 1.3 update or what, but again, another big opportunity this weekend. And again, another way that EA and Codemasters, I mean, it's undrivable. It is undrivable here. If this was earlier in the Grand Prix, I mean, unless we got another safety car or something like that. Oh, someone's gone off behind me. I think that was that Sainz? He's carried on. He just makes it undrivable around this venue at the moment, and there's not a lot else I can do. Well, I wouldn't normally do this, but I think we need to try to either cause a VSC or a full safety car or something. So down at the final couple of corners, we're going to try and just do it. I hate doing this. I hate doing this, but I'm not putting myself at a disadvantage.
No overtaking. Reduce your pace. Keep your delta number positive as we form up.
It's over. I got a 10-second penalty now. Nothing I could do about it, because obviously we get an illegal blocking, which, yeah, fair enough. But once again, it looks like we're going to get screwed here at Monaco.
Chance to take a breath. We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
We've got 5 laps left of this afternoon, and we've got a 10-second penalty to contend with. Surely we're not going to be able to do anything with this. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. Again, not getting off to a particularly good getaway there as Lando Norris to the inside. Is it still doing it, though? I think it has figured itself out again. But, I mean, yeah, 10-second penalty absolutely ruins everything.
Diffuser performance will be noticeably worse beyond this point, I'm afraid.
Dearie me, yeah, that diffuser damage is awful. We've got no rotation through the front. I was probably better off just calling it quits. As you can see, Ocon and Norris there side by side just behind. We'll try and go side by side with Lewis Hamilton in front. So we've got yellows out. Maybe if these guys can all concertina up and continue to battle with each other, maybe by some miracle we could pull out that advantage.
More. It's time to utilise some of this energy. Come on.
I know some of you guys always kind of wonder, you know, about these kind of glitches, but as I've always said, I will leave them in the videos. I'm not going to let EA and Coders off scot-free when they make mistakes like this. These kind of glitches have to be showcased. You know, so hopefully they fix them. I'm not even convinced we have made a difference here. No, it definitely is better. But, like I say, we've just got no rotation through the front. Right, absolutely brilliant. I've just been completely turned. And now we get to watch everybody go by. Love that. Absolutely love that. What on earth is this game, man? The new patch, it might have fixed, you know, the deltas, that kind of thing. It is still, there is so much that needs fixing on this game. I'm so fed up every year.
Caution, caution. Virtual safety car is out. Reduce speed and maintain a positive delta on your dash.
Great, yeah. Don't care. Don't care.
Let me know you're okay.
How, every year, can they not fix these basic things? It's so stupid. So unbelievably stupid that these glitches have been around now for, what, 5, 6, 7, maybe even more years inside these games. Second year in a row our Monaco Grand Prix has been completely unravelled underneath me, but Codemasters, you know, the only way I see them fixing this kind of thing now is if we get a completely new game next year. You know, not one that's updated year on year, not one that gets altered and tweaked, but a new Formula 1 game that, you know, not on Ego, anything like that. Put us on Unreal Engine, if, you know, if that's what Frostbite or whatever EA wants to do. But please, fix this goddamn game.
Yuki Tsunoda has his day of days and takes the checkered flag.
You always look back at a race like this and think, if I'd just made that mistake there or locked up here, there would have been contact. And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they were able to do today. Great stuff indeed.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, I'd love to see how Tsunoda's won that in the end. Absolutely would love to take a look at that as well there. And of course, my main title rival, he is going to claim victory when I don't even get to see it there. Not a chance that Yuki Tsunoda was actually able to win that Grand Prix on the road, but he is going to be the one that walks home with the 25 points there. Charles Leclerc, 0.02 of a second difference come the checkered flag there. Sergio Perez in P3 ahead of Alonso, Hamilton and Max Verstappen there. Hulkenberg narrowly missing out on what could have been quite a critical point for him in terms of the bigger picture. But for the second year in a row, we get classified, but we don't see the checkered flag here on the Monaco streets. Like I said, I'm not going to edit these glitches out. I'm going to hold EA and, Cody's accountable for this kind of thing until they actually build us a new game from the ground up. We are going to continue to see this kind of thing. And when you think, this is the third game in a row now where we've had a new generation of console, but they, it's not that, they want people on an Xbox One or a PS4 to enjoy the game. It's that they just aren't building a new game that works on, kind of the new physics and things like that. But yeah, I mean, the new patch, maybe it fixes things, maybe it doesn't. I have no idea. It certainly hasn't fixed that glitch. Take a look, though, at the championships. Verstappen, 19-point lead now over Perez. And Charles Leclerc, Yuki Tsunoda leapfrogs his way into P5 as we get jumped by Fernando Alonso. And constructors-wise as well, they're Aston Martin now 20 points ahead of us. It looks like our battle is likely going to end up being with Alpine this season. 2 points between McLaren and Mercedes as well there. But yeah, might have lost my cool ever so slightly. But, like I said, I get so frustrated sometimes with what is going on at the moment. But thank you all so much for watching nonetheless. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. And yeah, we'll be back then ready probably tomorrow. I might take a day off for the Canadian Grand Prix.
It is time to go qualifying in Canada. A historic track. Looks simple, it's anything but. Welcome to Montreal.
Well, as we make our way then out into qualifying, at the time of recording, I don't actually know still whether the AI have been fixed to work with overtake mode or not. Looking at the times,
Push down to P20.
My guess is that they haven't so far, so yeah, we're not going to use the overtake mode still in this series over one lap in qualifying. But maybe if suddenly I end up last and I felt like I got a good lap together, then we might start using it again. But yeah, as we head out into Q1 though, obviously the first goal is just make it to Q2. There's 2/10 up on Albon already. Come on, we just got to try and nail the wall of champion chicane, braking at the 100-meter board on the way in. It's so far out now, you got to brake because we're carrying so much speed on the entry up towards the line. 9.9 only puts us P15. It wasn't the best end to the lap, but I don't know. I don't know whether the AI used an overtake now. Well, if we end up out in Q1 then, I'm going to assume for future videos that the AI are now using that extra battery here in qualifying. We've still made it into Q2 every single race. So, hoping that can continue here, but obviously if it doesn't, then rather than my lack of skill, that's what I'm going to blame it on. Waiting for everybody else to finish their lap time as we are still the one right on the bubble. Oh, come on, we are almost down to last place, and it's only Logan Sargent that seems to have done a worse job than me at the moment. Alex Albon now improving. We need to nail this final chicane. Really try and tip it in nice and early. Get a good run off of the corner as well. We are going to improve, but I think we're going to be out in Q1 for the first time this season. It is P17 on the grid. The AI are definitely using overtake. If you're watching this, start using it on your hot laps or end up like me. But yeah, Monaco is always one that you can't really tell what the AI are doing, to be completely honest, but Max Verstappen fastest then at the end of session 1 ahead of Russell and Fernando Alonso. Tsunoda, not a particularly great qualifying effort by him down in P10, but Hulkenberg, I believe that's for the second or third time this year, is going to see Q2. But yeah, I don't think he's ever out-qualified me so far this season, and suddenly drops 2 tenths on my head. We're going to start using hot lap mode in our qualifying runs.
Lights Out in Canada is approaching at a venue where the island was built for the 1967 World's Fair. The world has gathered once again. Welcome to the Canadian Grand Prix. .7-mile circuit peaking at around 190 miles per hour. 2 DRS zones, 14 turns, tight corners, a narrow track, and the famous Wall of Champions. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Norris, Russell, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Gasly, Ocon, Stroll, Sainz, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Hulkenberg, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Joe, Magnussen and Logan Sargent. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Back of the grid, not great, I know, but let's just try and use the first lap to push your way up the order.
Well, I was going to say that we should probably put some new engine components into the back of the car ready for this race, until I remembered that I've already done that heading into this one. So, yeah, definitely the AI now are using their overtake mode in qualifying, so we're going to do the same in future videos, and that's a good thing, because honestly, the laps that we've kind of had to do in qualifying so far in this game haven't felt like all-out attack mode. You know, you've always kind of felt like you're holding a little bit back in those runs. Of course, today, though, no chance of rain. It's going to be sunny skies throughout. So really, I'm looking forward to this race. Lining up P17, though, we have got our work cut out. We've got to try and carve our way through like we did last year. It is 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. No wheel spin, but just could not quite get the power down as Hamilton immediately is going to get jumped by Hulkenberg, our teammate there, trying to make some moves down at turn 1, as Guan Yu's going to pinch me, but we will try and find a run around the outside, down through the hairpin there. Out of turn 2 we'll go. Surely we can try and get back around the kick Sauber. Oh, I don't run into the back of Alex Albon. Instead, I'll get tagged from behind. Don't know whether that was Joe or Magnussen there that just made contact with my rear wheel, but yeah, obviously we went round at Imola a couple of rounds ago. Do not want to face the same fate today. Imola definitely felt like we had a lot of pace in the car. We were still able to recover to P9. But yeah, not quite sure we're going to be able to make up that many places this weekend as well. We try and navigate our way through the chicane. Nothing lost, nothing gained. I think Hamilton really was one of the only losers there. As speaking about gaining places, down the inside of Alex Albon will go at the hairpin. I believe it is still Verstappen, though, that leads at the front of the field. Well, a lot about this video will still be discussing the new patch, and already we can start to see a little bit of a breakaway between our front runners there. We are going to go for an audacious attempt on Lewis Hamilton down at the hairpin.
Charge is high, let's use that overtake button a bit more.
Yeah, you can already see the AI starting to spread out a little bit more than they used to here. We've got one of the Mercedes, that must obviously be George Russell, trying to hang on to the front runners, as both McLarens just lacking a little bit of pace. But yeah, it'd be nice. It'll just provide a little bit more kind of difference in racing. But yeah, obviously, the kind of the way the AI act really saved us last year here, so this might be a brutal first test. But what this also means is you're going to have to be more critical with your moves, because the AI aren't guaranteed just to stay bunched up. It's down the inside of our team at Hulkenberg will go. He had the qualifying pace over me for the first time this season. He certainly doesn't have the race pace over me, though. Oh, Hamilton and Hulkenberg having a bit of a duke out behind me, so yeah, it's really good to see now that the AI, you know, it's not just the cars at the front of a train that are able to battle with each other. There do seems to be a little bit more swapping around further back. So we are really making this our happy hunting ground down at the hairpin. We've made an overtake there pretty much every other lap so far this Grand Prix.
Good job, nice overtake.
Well, Daniel Ricciardo there has been thoroughly Daniel Ricciardo'd, but yeah, the front of this group though is still those McLaren cars battling with each other. So they are starting to create a little bit of a train, but nothing like we used to see. Well, top end speed, we've said it so much this year, is pretty good in this Haas. 222 miles an hour as our Yuki. Ugh. I genuinely wasn't trying to do that then. I tried to back out against Tsunoda, but clearly he broke a little bit early there because he was off the line. I don't think I've ever kind of gone around the outside like that through the final chicane here in Canada. But yeah, Tsunoda, he's very much had kind of the, you know, critical first ever Formula 1 Grand Prix victory, break that duct, and then immediately have a pretty terrible afternoon next time out. Verstappen did it at Monaco 2016. You know, other drivers have done it as well in the past. So, yeah, not ideal for Tsunoda. Problem I have got is that we haven't got any DRS now, so Tsunoda is gaining on me. Is he going to be able to have a look down the inside? Not quite that time. Whoa, it's just starting to overheat the rears slightly. I guess the other good thing as well with the new patch is that we're starting to see, you know, the likes of Tsunoda and Hamilton able to, you know, after grid penalties and things like that, able to carve their way through. Prior to the update, it was basically, unless your name was Max Verstappen.
Good stuff, mate. You hit the target well there. Nice one. There's a long way to go in this race, though, so keep your head down.
Yeah, unless your name was Max Verstappen, you basically took grid penalties and knew you were going to have a terrible race. Or if you were him, you go from 19th to the win in Miami. But yeah, now we're starting to see AI able to make more moves. Hamilton, I think he was lining up a move on Ricciardo, but the Australians jumped him again. But we're trying to use Tsunoda to get closer to Sainz. Just a little bit worried I've cooked the rears slightly.
Careful, we think you're going to start losing some tyre grip anytime now.
There you go, team just confirming that. So, yeah, really want to try and regulate them a little bit more towards the end of the stint. The undercut doesn't work as well here because tyre wear is so high, as we almost went straight into the back of Yuki. But we've got to be really strategic with when we try and make this move work on Tsunoda at the moment, because we need to try and make sure we slingshot ourselves into the DRS of Carlos Sainz. Seems that at the moment, though, both myself and the Ferrari don't quite have the out-and-out pace to really get to him. As to the inside of Tsunoda will go.
Hards next time.
Oh, another late braking manoeuvre in towards that first corner, and the gap to Carlos dips down to 1.1, but we got so much rear oversteer. We got yellows out. We got yellows. Someone's slowing down. I don't know if that's a car in front of us. It's Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda slowing down. So I think Yuki has... Well, he must have had an engine failure, surely, because he is pretty much grinding to a halt then. Can't see any smoke on the other side of the hairpin, but a safety car now will be perfect. And while Yuki Tsunoda, we said, oh, perfect. Red flag, that's not so perfect. Damn it.
Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive.
Damn it, man. If we'd had a safety car then, the top runners could have been really screwed over, but that's not going to be the case. Red flag here for one car breaking down seems a little bit excessive, unless he's dropped a load of oil around the circuit and things like that. I feel like after we moaned that we weren't getting any red flags inside F124, little bit of a shame now that we're getting too many red flags inside F124, but that's the way it goes.
Free stop, so let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
Well, I'll be honest, that's actually helped us out a little bit as well, because we were probably going to have to try and undercut some of the AI here, because we hadn't looked after the mediums very well. So we get a chance to reset on the harder compounded tyre, and obviously it's hard to the end of the day. Waiting on those 5 red lights once again, though, here in Montreal. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there as local boy Lance Stroll can't quite put the power down. Carlos Sainz can immediately get past him and try to have a look down the inside of his former McLaren teammate there. We know there's a big opportunity to try and make an impact off of this restart, as everyone just trying to work out how much grip they've got on their tyres. As Stroll dives it back down the inside of myself there and almost into the rear quarter of the V-Carb car as well there. Can we have a look down the inside of sight? Yes, we can. There's Lando, Norris and Pierre Gasly on the medium compounded tyres, so they might have to box again before this race is down. And 20 laps on a set of the mediums is a very tall order around this circuit. But yeah, Verstappen and Perez waltzing away at the front of the field off of the restart. We're still struggling to find the balance in this car. As Carlos Sainz there tried to have a look back at the inside, but we know we can brake late into that hairpin. We've done well. We are into the points for the first time today. Red Bull, yeah, have used this restart to their advantage. George Russell has got past Charles Leclerc as well, so they're just waltzing off into the distance at the front. And maybe, you know, Perez again, we need to see him, you know, if he wants to fight for that title. Don't know how many times I've said it, but he has got to start getting the better of his teammate quite reliably. He's kept that gap pretty low this season, but it's often been because of Verstappen having bad races.
These tyres need to get us to the end of this race. Okay, so we're leading
Checo
our
having good
teammate by
ones.
3.3 seconds. Okay, mate, Lando's ahead of you now. They're holding us
I
up
have
now,
eyes
so let's
marked.
please try and get past as soon as possible and get on with our race. Push, push.
It annoys me so much when he just talks non-stop for like a good minute. Especially now as we've lost the DRS to the McLaren. But yeah, got to try and find a way past Lando. Well, there we go. That's going to be the move done.
In that target, mate. Nice work. Still a long way to go, though.
Again, I just get caught out when the AI are bunched up like that, how early they have to brake down into the hairpin there. But we made the move work. There seems to be quite a big Constantine run up behind that Merc and Ferrari still, as you can see how aggressively they're battling each other. So if we could get to the front of this group, I would be a very happy man, as we got a really nice line through the final chicane. Are we going to be able to apply pressure to Gasly, who brakes a little bit earlier than I was expecting? We lock up the rears, but we make it happen. Again, I need a heart rate monitor on F124, because I'm sure it just spiked. Well, we're getting a little bit of deja vu here, trying to get a run, and then on the second Alpine. Obviously, they're probably still our big title rivals. The same between them and Aston Martin. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? Of course, Aston Martin and Haas really only have one driver that's scoring. Alpine have two drivers that score quite reliably, but obviously just not as many points. Which of us will reign supreme in kind of the battle of the midfield? Oh, come on, Russell and Leclerc. I mean, it's working wonders for you at the moment because they are tripping each other up. We have got 6 cars from 6 different teams in a row here at the moment. As Leclerc gets past Russell again, we're going to try and get around the outside of Fernando Alonso. Gave him a little bit of a pinch there down at turn 1. I'm sure he wasn't happy about it. But really interesting to see the way the AI have split their strategy. Are we going to see the medium runners have to box before the end of the afternoon? And also, what tyres are Red Bull on?
Piastri ahead. Okay, the gap is less than a second. They're on old mediums. Okay, their tyres are 7 laps old. Your last lap time, 1 minute 11.6. Right, you're falling back by 1/10 a lap.
Damn it. So the team aren't willing to tell me whether Piastri's got a box again or not. That normally means he doesn't, which would be a little bit of a shame here. Although, yeah, those medium tyres are going to be absolutely wrecked by the end of the afternoon. It kind of seems like after all of the chaos... Oh, hello. Here we go. Oscar Piastri there getting a bad run off of turn 2. Down the inside, we'll send it and into P5. I've already made the overtake mark. Don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, it kind of feels like now Russell and Leclerc have sorted their battle out. That everyone kind of has settled back in again. Alonso is still battling with Pierre Gasly a bit further back. But if we could be in the fight for the podium, I'm going to be very happy. But, you know, we've got to play the long game towards the end. Still more than 10 laps to go. A third of this race left to play. Well, I think the medium runners as well have now started to realise that they need to look after their tyres if they want to get into the end of the race. I'm wondering, because Leclerc was able to keep up with the Red Bulls early on, whether they were on hards, he was on mediums in the first stint. So they might both be on a set of medium tyres as well towards the end of this afternoon. So could us three really work together and try and close back in that gap? Maybe I am living in fantasy land. Well, I'm not a betting man, but if I had to guess which Red Bull has dropped back from the other one, I think my money would be on Sergio Perez here as we try and make our way out of the chicane. Russell, yeah, is definitely just struggling to match Charles Leclerc out and out. So we're going to have a look down the inside. How many times have we made that move today? And we're going to complete it again there as Perez, yep, down in P2. He is on hards, though. Team happy with that. And now we can try and line up Charles Leclerc here late on in the day. I feel like, yeah, second lap over Checo Perez is probably quite a tall order. But the Mexican definitely is starting to struggle. Come on then, Charles Leclerc, surely this is going to be quite an easy move with the DRS as well. Equal power units between our two cars, and well, maybe trying to sign for Ferrari isn't the right choice at the moment. Around the outside will go of Charles, chuck it through the final chicane.
At the moment, just focus on the driving.
Oh, just nudged the wall there on the exit of the final corner. The gap to Checo, though, down to 6 seconds. But yeah, both of those Red Bulls on hard, so there's no risk of their tyres hitting the cliff before the end. I mentioned early on in the weekend about how obviously we're now running 110 AI, and we're able to do that because the AI aren't ridiculously OP in a straight line. This is probably the perfect example of that right now. Gap to Checo Perez is still coming down a little bit each lap. But yeah, Charles Leclerc, despite having the DRS, if we just use our battery strategically here, he's able to get pretty close. And then just cannot quite commit to a move into that final chicane there. 4 laps to go now. The gap to Verstappen is still opening up at the front of the field. Yeah, we are taking a little bit of time out of Checo, but I certainly don't think, unless he locks up or something, we're going to get to him by the end of this GP. That being said, P3 from 17th on the grid, I would not complain about. Starting the final lap then of the Canadian Grand Prix. Any of you that watched the video yesterday will know how annoyed I got with F124. But yeah, obviously with a proper now first test of the new patch, safe to say it does work pretty well. There's still a lot of glaringly obvious glitches in this game that need to be fixed. But yeah, the one they tried to patch out, of course, you know, a DRS train that was basically the entire field, definitely has worked there. You can see how spread out the AI have become over the course of this GP. Would be nice if they patched Max Verstappen's pace, because he's just still OP. I'm fully aware he is OP in real life as well then. But as we make our way down in towards the final corners, clearly as well the AI now do use their overtake mode in qualifying. Obviously Hulkenberg out-qualified me. I've still put nearly 30 seconds on him over the course of the race. So yeah, we're going to obviously definitely use that overtake mode in future videos as well. Here comes Charles Leclerc though. One final time in towards the final chicane there. We'll defend for all our might. Verstappen is going to win and open up his championship lead once more. It is back to the podium for us.
Out of the final corner for the final time, Max Verstappen takes the win.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc gave me a little bit of a scare towards the end of the race, but we did hang on for our first podium since the win back on the Jeddah Corniche. Of course, we did take a podium in the sprint in Shanghai, and I believe, yeah, our top three were pretty much the exact same drivers as it was back there as well then. But Max Verstappen, yet another race victory at the top of the table there. Perez hangs on to P2 ahead of myself. Charles Leclerc, fastest lap bonus point as well for him, ahead of Russell Alonso, both McLarens, the second of the Aston Martins there of Lance Stroll, and Carlos Sainz rounding out the top 10. Alpine, what? Oh, they were Ocon. Oh, they both two stopped in the end. So yeah, Alpine seemingly the only team that really got screwed over by that red flag there. And Hamilton retired from the Grand Prix. Certainly didn't notice that. So that must have been right on the very last lap of the race as well there. But yeah, Hulkenberg down in 14th place, a disappointing result for him. Zhou Guanyu and Alex Albon actually having pretty good races in what is deemed to be the worst cars on the grid right now. That means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship, Verstappen opens up his lead to 26 points once again. Charles Leclerc crosses the 100-point threshold, but really from Hamilton down to Alonso, it is anybody's game for P4 at the moment in the Drivers' Championship. 28 points covering 7 drivers in the table is a rather impressive feat at the moment. I'm mainly interested in trying to get back ahead of the driver in P6 as well. Further down the order, yeah, still just Sergeant Zhou and Hulkenberg yet to score a point. And constructors-wise there, we are back behind Aston Martin. We've got a decent gap over Alpine, but yeah, we need to try and make sure that we are reliably taking points out of Aston Martin as well there. Thank you all so much for watching this video, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure I leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow then ready for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Hello everyone, it is a track the drivers know oh so well. It is qualifying in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, Haas actually went pretty well here in the Grand Prix weekend last time out. Hulkenberg obviously got another P11, his 5th so far of 2024. Yeah, he's had a 50% success rate of finishing exactly one place outside of the points so far this year, but yeah, obviously we had our first ever Q1 elimination last time out in Montreal. I'll be honest, I'm kind of expecting the same here again. We just don't have the pace around this track. You know, it's kind of the deadly combination of a circuit that the car's not very good at and a circuit I'm not very good at. So I'll be happy if we make Q2. I certainly don't see us making Q3 though. I mean, is Campsa now flat? Yes, it is just about there. Had to blend the throttle a couple of times through free practice, but knew, you know, as the track gets more rubbered in, hopefully that was going to be the case. We're half a second up on Magnussen at the moment. Maybe this isn't such a bad track for us. Maybe we have got a little bit of potential in the car as we try and round our way through the final couple of corners. Haven't used as much overtake mode as I probably should have. Is the final corner flat? Just about, as we get the car right on the white lines. 13.1 puts us in P11. We might have slightly more pace than I expected. And there we go then, Max Verstappen fastest at the end of session 1 ahead of Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri. We end up P12, so we've clearly got a bit of pace. Somehow nearly half a second clear of Hulkenberg again. I'm starting to wonder everything I said about the AI now using overtake mode last weekend isn't actually true. Right, come on then, let's try and go for a first lap in anger here in Q2. I'm going to try and use a load of the overtake mode back down towards turn 1. Yeah, I don't know now. I really don't know what the AI doing in this game. I guess the good thing is, obviously, we can't really use all of the overtake mode on this lap anyway. Especially when I don't get the run through turn 1. That was not ideal. As we try and round our way up towards the top of the circuit. We're 2/10 up on Stroll. I don't know whether that's Lance Stroll being bad or me being okay. We definitely lose time through the rest of the laps. So yeah, I don't actually think the AI use hot lap mode anymore as well. So we might stop ourselves from using that again then. At least I guess here in Barcelona, we're having to run a compromise setup anyway to stand a better chance against the AI in race stream. As our slight error of judgment rotating the car into the final corner. 12.9 though, puts us in P10. That was quicker than what I did in Q1, despite using less battery. As we make our way out then for our final Q2 run, we are right on the bubble now, so we've got to try and see if we can find any more time here in this final run. Like I said, I'm going to use the battery down towards turn 1, and then pretty much stop myself after that.
30 seconds left in the session.
See if we can try and get a slightly better line through the opening couple of corners. I messed that up last time round. We don't do any better this time. I've got to just pray now that Gasly, Stroll, Ocon all don't improve. Because, yeah, it's going to be a tall order to do a better time than I did last time through. Got to focus on the road rather than the timing. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just had a look at the wrong time, but I think we've made it through into Q3 then. That one was a little bit of a surprise result. But I guess, obviously, yeah, if we abandon this lap, we are going to have kind of a set of tyres to use out in Q3. And Oscar Piastri then just takes away fastest time at the end of the session. As always, it is both McLarens and both Red Bulls fighting at the front of the field. But yeah, we're kind of, I mean, we got no real major shocks there that have made it into Q3. I guess it's just like the most me thing in the world, where I have no pace expectations in the car, and suddenly we just get the laps hooked up. Come on, what's going to be the gap to that Mercedes by the end of Sector 2? They need to update the Barcelona circuit now. Of course, we've got that all-new building over the entry to Turn 10. Half a second down, though, on Lewis at the moment, who's ran a 1 minute 12.3. We just got to try and keep it clean and tidy through these final couple of corners. Give ourselves a decent benchmark, which I haven't done. Almost slip a wheel in the gravel. We keep our foot to the floor. It's only a 13-0. Well, my two big rivals then in this series are both just in front of me on the grid right now. 8th for Yuki Tsunoda, 9th for George Russell. So are we going to be able to try and spring a surprise? We need about another 3.5 tenths if we want to get close to either of them here. We have obviously got that completely fresh set of tyres ready for our final Q3 run. Not that you would guess that by the line I took down at the first corner. Make the curve through Turn 2 to really try and hug the apex through Turn 3 as we make our way up towards the top of the circuit. 10th up though, that's good. That line isn't, come on. Really just, I think, overdriving the car here at the moment as Lando Norris dips into the 111s. I believe that's the first time we've seen that all weekend. So really puts the gauntlet down and doesn't really look like anybody else is able to improve. And neither will I. We're back to me bottling it on my Q3 runs. Well done, Matt. Well, real apologies then to the team. I've given them with a fair amount of work to do overnight in a session where we probably weren't going to go any better than P10 either. So, yeah, we've definitely now got to try and put on a good show for the team for all their hard work back at base. Lando Norris, though, will take pole position here by a 10.5 over Max Verstappen. He's got his teammate Oscar Piastri as a potential rear gunner as well there, as local hero Fernando Alonso will line up on the second row. Perez, Hamilton, both Ferraris, George Russell and myself will round out the top 10. Yeah, apologies to the lads, but hopefully I can make it up to you.
Max Verstappen's first win for Red Bull on debut here. One of the great dramatic days in Formula One after the clash on the first lap of Hamilton and Rosberg. The entire crowd at Turn 7 on their feet, cheering. An extraordinary race. It's always a treat to come back here for the Spanish Grand Prix. It's a sellout crowd of 140,000 here today as we await lights out for the long run down into Turn 1. This is a 2.9-mile racetrack. Overtaking is challenging here, to put it mildly. There are 16 corners, but there's still a lot of drama and excitement to be found out there on track. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he will start from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who will start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell, Mr. Monaco, Gasly, Stroll, Ricciardo, Albon, Sainz, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Joe, Tsunoda, Sargent, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Okay, mate, I know it's tough in there, it's hot in that cockpit, but your tyres are even hotter, so you're going to have to work extra hard to keep them cool. It matters for performance.
Yep, I think Mark understands the assignment here. Why on earth they'd host a Spanish Grand Prix in June, I will never quite understand. But yeah, we line up then P9 by virtue of even more Yuki Tsunoda grid penalties in this series. But yeah, it is going to be a long afternoon ahead of us. We're going to be managing those tyres as best as we can. And maybe, just maybe, we can try and score a point or two despite that as well. The DRS trains, we know they're still probably going to be quite important around this venue. They have actually been fixed. You know, I will give EA credit where it's due. That has been patched quite well out of the game. So we've got to try and hope that we can keep up with George Russell here early on in the afternoon. We're waiting then on those 5 red lights here for the Spanish Grand Prix. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. Not up to the best start in the world, but we haven't done too badly either, as Lando Norris and Verstappen, just like we saw in real life, going to try and go side by side down in towards Turn 1. Are we going to see Norris swoop through? Yes, we are, and he will hang on to the lead of the Grand Prix, as we'll do what George Russell managed to. except for we've done it on George Russell there, around the outside through turn 1. He's still going to try and keep the wheel up the inside, though, through turn 3 as Charles Leclerc maybe just trying to crowd me out a little bit further behind. Oh, careful not to dip a wheel on the grass, because that's exactly what can happen. A little correction there, as that got a little bit scary on lap 1. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I really need a heart rate monitor on this game, so if anyone knows any I can kind of plug into my recording software, it would be greatly appreciated. But as we make our way up through camps on lap 1, Gasly's on mediums. Lance Stroll, though, has gone for a bit of an interesting gamble on the soft compounded tyre here, so I'm very interested to see how far he's going to be able to go into the Grand Prix. But honestly, looking at the order, I don't really think anything at all has changed. Oh, well, I immediately knew it was going to be very difficult to stay in the DRS of George Russell. But the fact I haven't been able to do it once is probably not reassuring. I mean, 4 tenths back in qualifying, I don't think we could have got much closer to that Merc. To be completely honest, I think we just got to hope that, yeah, these runners in front Constantine are up. Otherwise, we're going to be under a lot of pressure from Pierre Gasly behind. You can just see there, yeah, dropping out of it. I think, yeah, the top 8 are probably just going to set sail this afternoon as Verstappen still trying to apply pressure to Lando Norris at the front. But yeah, I think are going to be focusing on our mirrors. Here goes Pierre Gasly. I mean, look at that. That thing's an absolute missile in a straight line. Lance Stroll as well. Trying to have a look for a move down at turn 1. We almost bang wheels with one of our other rivals. But yeah, that Alpine now is not a bad race car here. So you can already see just how much the other runners have pulled away. The other big thing is I cannot afford to drop the DRS off Pierre Gasly here, as already we're just getting that tyre up towards the limit. I thought I'd taken the pressures low enough, but maybe that isn't the case. How is Gasly able to walk away from me like that? Like, how is he building up so much of a gap instantly? Well, we're certainly not helped by the fact everyone else seems to be on soft compound tyres behind me. There goes Lance Stroll. And it really does feel like whenever I get past you here, the floodgates just open at the points.
Okay, some information on Ricciardo. They seem to have an issue.
That's good. Maybe Ricciardo's going to help me out as you immediately start watching that Delta go the other way. But yeah, I don't mind if Stroll and Gasly want to battle in front, as long as I can stay in the range of the Canadian this time round. I mean, you just look. How does he pull out so much time through some of these corners here? Here we go. Lance Stroll trying to look for a move on Pierre Gasly then as we head back down towards turn 1. And oh, that is really good. They've gone side by side into that first corner. It'll help me get back a little bit closer again. I just feel like we took a bit of a gamble with the tyre pressure here, and it's not quite working. We're probably running it about half a PSI too low. Yeah, I just thought, obviously, because the car's now a little bit more advanced, you know, I'm learning more and more about the game as well, we might be able to get away with 25 PSI. I cannot run less than 25.5 in this car. It just does not work. Oh, Lance Stroll has a lock-up down at turn 1. I was just about to see whether Gasly was going to be able to make it back past him. As we've got more yellows out. That's a Ferrari. Charles Leclerc. Another mechanical failure for Ferrari here. It was Tsunoda last weekend, Charles Leclerc this weekend, and Ferrari. I mean, they've got some big reliability problems. We've had a couple of mechanicals so far this year, and we are suddenly going back from 11th back into P9 then. Ferrari, another weekend, it would appear to forget, as Tsunoda is still way out of the points. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it never really fills me with confidence when the team you're hoping to sign for keeps having mechanical issues in a Formula 1 Grand Prix. But yeah, Gasly just starting to pull away from me again. That Alpine definitely in clear air has more pace than us. We're going to probably let Lance Stroll back by again, back down towards turn 1, and hope that he can drag us back closer.
6.2 seconds.
I mean, yeah, Yuki Tsunoda is already up to P12 then, so he's doing a pretty good recovery job as well. But yeah, we need to stay close to Lance. Oh no, Yuki Tsunoda's now in our range. I think we've got to try and... I can't really go past Lance though. We will just lose so much time to Pierre Gasly here up the road. But yeah, the soft tyres on that Aston Martin really aren't working much anymore either. Say, that Aston Martin is still a quicker car on, you know, theoretical pace, I believe, over the Alpine. It has, unfortunately, got Lance Stroll still behind the wheel of it. But yeah, he's just not taking the gap out of Pierre anymore, and unfortunately, Yuki is getting closer and closer to us. Yeah, now we've kind of settled back in, though. We're not actually overheating the tyres too badly. They're kind of just floating right on the limit of where they should be. We're going to try and go for a move, though, on Lance Stroll, who decides very late on he's going to move into the braking zone. Clean around the outside, though, we're able to go. I'm hoping... There you go, tyre warning light flashes up. I'm hoping Yuki's going to get past him, and then we can try and use the Ferrari for a bit. Although I am worried, yeah, that he's just simply going to be too fast for us. I was hoping to get these tyres to about lap 15. We might have to box sort of the end of 13. I have told myself I refuse to pit until after Lance Stroll has done so, so I'm hoping it. There we go. He peels into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Lando Norris as well, interestingly, started this race on the soft compound tyre. So he's going to try and go soft medium, which seems aggressive here. There goes Tsunoda. Nico Hülkenberg as well into the pit lane then. But yeah, we're going to dive in at the end of this lap. Yeah, I just don't think we can keep up with Yuki even for a lap here. Well, we did manage to keep the DRS off the Tsunoda, so that'll give us a helpful couple of tenths here to make our way around towards the pit lane. Honestly, yeah, I'm worried that we're going to get a puncture if I don't box now. These tyres are absolutely wrecked. 75% on that front left there is really trying to chuck the car into the pit lane. Got to be careful of that wall on the outside.
For now, we've got to focus on the pit stop.
Well, apparently I had to overtake Stroll before lap 11, despite the fact I never got told that. We're on lap 15, and we're ahead of Lance Stroll. Not really sure what to make of that one, but trying to get a nice, clean, tidy stop.
Back into the race. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
Well, I want to try and make sure we are staying in the range of the Canadian, but I don't think that's going to happen. Come on, get some heat into those tyres. Ooh, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. But yeah, Stroll, though. I can only hope his tyres hit that cliff towards the end of the day. Slowly seeing more and more cars trickle into the pit lane then. Logan Sargent and Esteban Ocon. We were ahead of Ocon here, so we can't have been overcut, surely. I think we have, yeah, Esteban Ocon. I mean, we'll try and go right the way around him at turn 1. But how have we been overcut in this race? How badly are we struggling? I mean, Stroll on those mediums is just pulling away from me still. He's gone over a second a lap faster on this last lap, and you know, I don't even think he's two-stopping. That's the problem we've got. I think he is just planning on staying out right to the end of the afternoon. Yeah, that strategy is just completely OP. Is Tsunoda making his way out of the pits?
5.8 seconds.
We need to be close enough to Yuki here as Esteban Ocon tries to close back in. Tsunoda is the key if we want to score any points today, as he is 3 seconds behind Gasly.
Important, so let's try and be as consistent as possible with it, please.
Yeah, I guarantee we're going to be using that that ERS every lap. It is critical. Well, I feel like up to now then, I'm happy that we've kind of learned how to race here at Barcelona finally on this game. It's only taken me 3 attempts, but we seem to finally be there or thereabouts with this track. I really would love to score a point. I feel like we deserve a point from today.
For the tyres, we won't be making another pit stop.
We can see Stroll actually battling with one of the Mercs, so yeah, that strategy is really working for the Canadian at the moment. Like I said, I can only hope he really hits the cliff towards the end of the afternoon. Yuki, though, is quicker than Pierre, so maybe he can drag us back to that Alpine. I think just due to the nature of how much you're having to push here and just how the Barcelona layout is, this might be the most difficult track on the game to commentate and race at the same time. Is every lap now we are only just hanging inside the range of Yuki in front, trying to absolutely hang it through that final corner. We're draining more battery than I'd really like. Are we just missing that final little bit? Well, I can't help but feel that once Yuki gets back in the range of Pierre Gasly anyway, we're kind of just delaying the inevitable here. No idea how I was in the DRS. I never saw the time dip below 1 second. But yeah, I think once Yuki gets inside that range and obviously has the speed advantage off of Pierre, unless they start fighting pretty much immediately, we have really got no hope here. I cannot explain to you guys just how hard I'm pushing right now to try and stay with Tsunoda at this point of the Grand Prix. Every lap, the gap at that DRS detection point is more than 9.5 tenths. That's how on the limit we are here. We are having to go down to 0 on the battery pretty much every time back down towards turn 1. But for now, it is working. I'm also going to be really upset if Lance Stroll makes that strategy work, because he's basically now got to the back of that group in front and is just now sitting there managing his tyres. We got Sauber gone. We got a Sauber gone at the rear of the field. Don't know whether that's just been a spin or what's happened there. Unfortunately, no safety car. That could have been really useful. And for the first time then this Grand Prix, we have now officially lost the DRS to Tsunoda. I think we're going to see Sainz fly past me.
Tyres need to get us to the end of this race.
And then Carlos, you can now be the one to try and drag me for the next few laps. Not convinced he's going to have the pace to beat the Ferrari, but not a lot else I can do. Damn it, man. I let him by. Well, I say I let him by. I couldn't have done a lot else, but as soon as we do, Carlos Sainz now running into technical gremlins. I'm running into gravel gremlins, apparently out of the final corner, as that'll keep him ahead of me for yet another lap. I think this race has got away from us, as Tsunoda now has closed in on Pierre Gasly. Unless they really squabble, surely, I think the dream of points today is over. Unless someone has a mechanical failure, that would be quite handy. Well, not often do we get a run down here on the AI, but Carlos Sainz in a very wounded V-carb down the inside will go. Try and make sure he slows Esteban Ocon down for a little bit. But yeah, 7 laps to go with this Grand Prix. So we wouldn't have been fighting for points anyway had Charles Leclerc hung on, but would have been so nice. Even just 1 point would have felt like a victory here. Oh, here comes Esteban Ocon. We're watching Tsunoda and Gasly fighting out up the road, the former V-carb duo. Sorry, Esteban. May have pinched him a little bit over the apex there, Carlos Sainz style. Sainz is really dropping away, though, towards the end of the afternoon. 5 laps to go. I was kind of hoping if those two could duke it out, maybe we could get close again. But I think, yeah, our battle is going to be with the other Frenchman. Well, maybe I'm being optimistic here late on in the day, but Stroll now has actually dropped back away from that group in front of him. Are we just starting to see those medium tyres fall off? Lando Norris has relinquished the lead of the race as well to Max Verstappen, so it looks like it's going to be another Dutch Grand Prix winner. But, yeah, Stroll, he's really starting to drop back late on in the day here. Just not sure it'll be enough. In the final corner then to start the last lap of the Spanish Grand Prix, and all it would take is one lockup, one issue for somebody else late on in the day here, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen unless Stroll gets a puncture or something crazy. We are once again going to face agonizing defeat here at Barcelona. I must admit that the race has certainly gone better than it did last year. You know, we are definitely still learning and picking up more and more tricks inside F1 24. But yeah, this is just one of those weekends where we always knew it was going to be tough. And to be honest, yeah, P11, I don't think we can really complain about too much. We've probably beaten every car we should have, maybe with the exception of Pierre Gasly and Stroll there. But Max Verstappen, he is going to claim yet another Grand Prix victory so far this season. McLaren, though, they are certainly willing to put up a fight on a track that suits their car as well. It's going to be Lando Norris in P2 ahead of Piastri in P3 there. Perez will come through for P4, so losing out even more points to his Dutch teammate. But through the final couple of corners, it was P10 on the grid. We got a little bit lucky in qualifying. I don't actually think the AI are using their hot lap mode still, but unfortunately, yeah, just lacked the out-and-out pace in the Grand Prix. Out of the final corner, it is P11.
Out of the final corner for the final time, Max Verstappen takes the win.
Well, that's 2 wins in a row for them now. That's really going to help them gain confidence and start to build that momentum that they're really going to be looking for.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
let's say that race result reads like real life in the end. Lando Norris, pole position, fastest lap, but could not beat Max Verstappen over the course of the race there. Ultimately, yeah, I think McLaren completely messed up their strategy, and they paid the price for it. Verstappen takes the win ahead of both McLarens there. Perez ahead of Hamilton, Alonso, Russell, Stroll, Tsunoda, and Pierre Gasly rounding out your top 10. I mean, looking at it, to be honest, most other drivers around us actually have better. In fact, we had one of the slowest lap times of anybody, only quicker than the Williams. Come the checkered flag there. How did Sauber set faster lap times than I was able to this weekend? I think that goes to show just how much we were really dragging the car along over the course of the GP. Taking a look, though, at the Drivers' Championship. Verstappen, yet a 39-point lead now at the top of the table. Are we just going to start seeing that open up as we head into the next few Grand Prix? Charles Leclerc still in that P3 spot, though, but Oscar Piastri up at a 4th ahead of Hamilton and Lando Norris there. We are now 7 points back behind George Russell, so we're going to need a good result next time out as we return to the Austrian GP. And Stroll, picks up a few decent points as well for him and Aston Martin there. That means if we take a look at the constructors, Red Bull now have twice the points of anybody else again in this series. McLaren, though, closing in the gap on Ferrari in P2 as Mercedes just try and hang on around a circuit that seemingly hasn't suited their car this weekend, unlike what it was able to in real life. We are 27 back now from Aston Martin, so we need a bit of an uptick in form over the next couple of rounds there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure I leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns to the Styrian Mountains, our only European sprint race of the year. We'll be back in Austria.
Hello everyone, welcome to Austria. It is a short track, it is high speed, it is exactly what we enjoy for qualifying.
Well, as I've said before then, I'm happy to call out EA and Codys when they make mistakes, but I'm also happy to give them credit when they've done something correctly. And, well, today, they have now finally obviously fixed the sprint qualifying tyre rules. So we only get one set of mediums for Q1, then obviously we get the same for Q2, and then obviously one set of softs if we see ourselves into Q3. The AI, though, definitely don't use their battery in qualifying. We found that out last time out in Barcelona, so we're going to stop using the hot lap mode once again. Yeah, this makes qualifying very interesting then, as that helicopter seemed awfully low to the ground at the top of the hill. But yeah, it basically now has become one shot here in Q1 and Q2. So we really want to try and deliver. This has been a good track for Haas in years gone by. Their still best ever result IRL was, I believe, here in 2018, where they came P4, courtesy of Romain Grosjean. And that is not what I need to do on our qualifying run. A couple of little mistakes on that first lap, so we're going to try and go for a second run quickly. Only down in P12 as Verstappen, P14 World Championship leader, could be under some pressure to deliver. I guess the good thing, of course, here in Austria is obviously where the lap is so short, where it isn't too aggressive on the tyres. 2 laps here is theoretically possible, although we definitely are struggling for grip. We're bringing the car marginally back up into the green then. We're pretty much even as we make our way down to the final couple of corners, but we know any difference could be the difference maker here in Spielberg. Out of the final corner, we're going to just throw away the time in the end. We set 2 laps within 13 thousandths of a second of each other, but are we going to see others improve? Well, the answer to that question, luckily for us, is no. Lando Norris fastest ahead of Alonso and Sergio Perez. Yeah, Max Verstappen clearly just could not quite get the lap hooked up. Hulkenberg agonisingly close to making it into Sprint Q2. We have survived, but I'm not optimistic we're going to see Q3. How many times have I said that, though, on this game? Well, I've gone out then onto the circuit in Q2 with a couple of minutes left on the clock, so we can try and get 2 runs in if we need to. Yeah, some of you kind of might see my skepticism of Q3 appearances as lack of self-belief. I call it tempering expectation here as we tip the car back down towards turn 1. We might just be able to get a slipstream off of Oscar Piastri. Why was he stopped? Why would you stop on the middle of the road, sir? So we got another one in the way. That's George Russell. Hamilton's out of the session, so it's all kind of kicking off here. Everyone else has done their laps, but I guess now with that yellow flag out behind us, this is only going to be a 1 run there. Oh, there we go. Hamilton's gone. So I've not too much to worry about. I think we're aiming for like a low 5, a high 4, if possible. Verstappen as well seems to have got his act together now in Q2, so I think he just messed up his Q1 run. I certainly don't think we're going to see the Dutchman lack pace here at Spielberg of all places. Again, we just dip a wheel in the gravel coming towards the end of the lap, so maybe really struggling to keep the tyres where I need them throughout the entirety of this circuit as we tip the car through the final corner, right up to the white line on the exit once again. A 5.2, only good enough for P14, so we lose nothing by trying to go for a second run here. Oh, big moment of oversteer through the first corner. Will we gain any time, though, by aiming to avoid Oscar Piastri? Yes, we will. Still half-tenth down, though, by the time we get to the top of the hill. But unfortunately, we also seem to be giving Daniel Ricciardo quite the slipstream in that V-carb as well, so even if we promote ourselves up the order, it might be that we help Ricciardo do exactly the same thing. They're 14th and 15th at the moment. The Australian is sticking to me like glue here as we try and navigate our way through. We are again going to find about another 10th of a second, but we need 2 tenths if we want any hope of seeing Sprint qualifying 3 here. Absolutely chuck the car through the final couple of corners. It is going to be so close as we get towards the line. P15 still, despite the fact we did a 105 flat. And there we go then, Red Bull with a front row lockout at the end of the second session there, but Ricciardo improving, Sainz improving, Ocon improving, everybody improved towards the end of the session there. Admittedly, the time we set was never going to be good enough, but weirdly, yeah, obviously only 9 cars heading out into Q3, and sadly, I'm not one of them.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. Seven rights and just 3 left-handers make up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is flat out, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of Turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Ocon, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Sainz, Stroll, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Hülkenberg, Magnussen, Gasly, Joe and Logan Sargent. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me, a real authority on all things motor racing. It's a warm welcome back to Anthony Davidson. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
We came close to scoring points last race. Let's make it happen today, eh?
Well, I certainly hope we can try and score some points today. I believe this might be the first time ever that Hülkenberg and I have actually qualified next to each other on the grid inside this series. I certainly don't see much of my Haas teammate, but maybe we'll just wave across to him at the launch here. But as we wait then on the 5 red lights here for the Austrian GP Sprint, we know how critical lap 1 is, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there as Albon doesn't get off to a particularly good start. Neither does Carlos Sainz. That gives Stroll enough room to manoeuvre himself down towards Turn 1 as well. I think they were 3 wide on the inside there. Sainz kind of broke early and then decided he wanted to be a little bit more aggressive there as Ferrari lead the way up the hill, courtesy of, I believe that must be Charles Leclerc. Oh, I mean, look at this. Everyone just parks at the top of the hill. Gasly doesn't. He's made like 5 cars up. How on earth has Pierre Gasly done that? I think he qualified P17 here, but he's straight up into P11 then, as everybody else has been a little bit mugged off there. Stroll and Ricciardo side by side as we make our way down the hill. But yeah, not the ideal start for us. We have gained 1 place, but certainly was hoping for a little bit more here. starting to feel that these rule changes really haven't played into Haas' hands. As Max Verstappen then leads at the end of lap 1. Stroll.
Use it when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Stroll there, I thought, might try and line up a move on Daniel Ricciardo out up towards turn 1, but we're all just tucked up in the slipstream of each other at the moment. Ricciardo having to go defensive from the Canadian. The Canadian will back out and then doesn't back out. I've got no idea who I want to sit behind here. And ultimately I made the wrong choice as Lance Stroll goes clean around the outside of Daniel Ricciardo up at the top of the hill. The AI now, where they do use their battery more strategically, have certainly become more competitive around this Spielberg circuit. Last year, it was really, really easy just to keep up with them around this venue. Obviously, we watched Verstappen and Hamilton have that almighty battle as Stroll plays a power move to the inside of Ricciardo. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case today. Stroll, though, appears to have lost the DRS to the train in front, so Ricciardo's going to try and have a look back down the inside at turn 1. They're both going to really pinch each other. Stroll will hang on around the outside, but yeah, they might not be able to strategically battle as well as they used to with the battery. Doesn't mean they're not going to battle badly in towards the first corner there, as clear around the outside of the Canadian, who will send it back up my inside at the top of the hill. We want to try and get back up to Pierre Gasly up the road, but I'm sure Stroll again is probably going to try and attack me here as we make our way down to turn 4. We just about got the legs. We've got yellows, that's Pierre Gasly, who appears to be slowing down in the Alpine. They've done alright in the last couple of races with reliability. Not sure where he's trying to go there. But Gasly, oh, we got a red flag.
No overtaking, please. We'll see you in the pit lane.
I think he might have parked on the racing line there, and people have gone into the back of him. Not ideal from Pierre, but it helps us out, because now obviously we've got to restart. We can actually use the softs.
We can get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Oh yeah, this sprint race has effectively been cut in half. We've got 8 laps really to go, actually, if you include lap 5, but a huge chance now.
Stand by.
Waiting on those 5 red lights once again then. It's going to be lights out and away we go. Why on earth is Ocon on the hards? He's still got a pretty good start there as Russell trying to weave his way around down towards turn 1. Verstappen again will hang on, but look at the grit we found around the outside of absolutely everybody there through that first corner. Tsunoda tried to give me a bit of a squeeze. Why have some of the AI opted for hard compound tyres here? I don't quite understand that one, as Leclerc and Verstappen again battling at the top of the hill. Piastri caught, I think, as well on those hard compound tyres, and we are just picking people off. Everyone that opted to start on, well, I assume they all started on the softs there as Russell. Oh, trying to have a look down the inside. We really have to kind of force Oscar Piastri out. 6 places we've gained off of that restart there by virtue of our aggressive tyre strategy. And now the goal is just try and keep up with Perez. Well, we absolutely don't have the pace to belong with this group at the moment, but I'm going to try and hang on here throughout the final 6 laps of this sprint. Pretty much as soon as I said that we didn't really have a chance here, it's incredible just how much a red flag can change the makeup of a Grand Prix. Russell is still trying to apply pressure behind. Piastri's actually done a pretty good job at staying close as well. But of course, yeah, over the likes of Russell and Tsunoda, we need to start beating them, as they are our rivals. Oh, damn it. We've lost the DRS. No. Oh, this is going to leave us so vulnerable to Russell, and I think we can wave goodbye to the top 4. Looks like Verstappen, though, is just... Whoa, hello. Russell, a really late dive bomb. But I was about to say, yeah, I think Verstappen is really using a lot of battery at the moment to keep Charles Leclerc at bay. Is it just all going to be a little bit too little too late, though? With all 3 of the DRS zones around this venue, surely Charles is just charging up the pack and waiting to pounce. Yeah, the soft tyres don't really last that well around this circuit. Quite surprising, actually, considering how good they've been in previous games. As here goes George Russell down the inside. We'll be a bit strategic, because we'll make sure we claim the DRS and get the power down around his outside there at the top of the hill. So we'll live to fight this lap. Well, we have got an almighty train of cars behind us. Piastri, Russell, and Yuki Tsunoda. But they now seem to be squabbling with each other. Piastri, maybe those hard tyres coming back in a little bit right towards the end of this one, but he's lost the DRS to myself. This is really good, actually, at the perfect time. Russell, I don't know if he's got mechanical gremlins, but he definitely seems to be struggling towards the end. Oh, Oh no, Oscar Piastri not here, please, sir. Not into the final couple of corners. We just about hook it up around the outside. But yeah, Russell definitely seems to be struggling right towards the end of this one. There's a horrible run out of the final corner.
Final lap of the race, final lap.
Piastri says thank you very much, but hopefully we're going to be able to try and get a run on the Australian as we make our way back up the hill, open up the battery, open up the DRS as well there, as they're still fighting it out at the front of the field. To the outside of Oscar Piastri we go. It's hard tyres versus the softs. Do we claim the DRS? Yes, we do. And we'll also get really nice traction out over the top of the hill. Charles Leclerc, though, has made the move. He is up into the lead of this Grand Prix. And, of course, the Monegasque driver still yet to win a race this season. We saw Hamilton last year take his only win here in the Styrian Sprint. Are we going to see Charles Leclerc do exactly the same this season round as we make our way through the final couple of corners, though? We've got to be careful of Oscar.
5.0 seconds.
We just don't seem to have the rotation off of that corner against the AI at the moment, so we're going to have to sit in the middle of the road. Oscar Piastri, they're having a look to the inside. Will swing back over there. Oh, a little bit too much understeer through the final corner. It is going to be Leclerc that wins the sprint here in Austria, and Tsunoda will make the move on Oscar. Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc, sprint race winners. For some reason, we're sat in the back of the garage. Verstappen, half a tenth behind come the checkered flag, but it's clear to see Ferrari finally have a car that can fight for victories this year. And of course, if a contract comes over to us, I would be very, very tempted to accept it as well there. Max Verstappen P2 ahead of Perez, Norris and myself. Tsunoda, Piastri and Russell rounding out our top 8 there. But yeah, I'll be honest, 4 points I'm very happy with. 4 of the luckiest points I might ever score, though, in this series. We certainly did not have the pace today there, as Verstappen now his lead at the top up to 40 points ahead of Checo Perez. Leclerc, though, if he gets some good results under his belt, if Ferrari can start upgrading the car a bit quicker, could he still be a threat? Only time will tell, but yeah, let's get into real qualifying.
Hello everyone, welcome to Austria. It is a short track, it is high speed, it is exactly what we enjoy for qualifying.
Well, back to normal qualifying rules then, ready for the real one, and luckily, because we didn't actually make it into Q3 in the sprint, we actually get a 4th set of tyres as well this weekend. But yeah, once again though, I think the AI kind of struggled with kind of the adaptive tyre rules, so maybe we're going to see them come on a little bit stronger here. We need Hulkenberg to have a good qualifying session as well. But yeah, I hope obviously at the very least we see Q2. Maybe we can get back into Q3, but yeah, the AI on soft compound tyres with multiple runs, they are going to be stronger. Well, first lap has felt okay then. A couple of small errors here and there that we can definitely find a bit of time on, but at the final corner we go. Are we going to be competitive against our teammate Hulkenberg? 0.03 of a second behind him, only in P18. I'm really starting to get worried that because we can't do those last upgrades on this Haas, we are really starting to struggle. I don't think track temperature has risen dramatically or anything like that here come the end of Q1, but yeah, we seem to have really, really lacking pace at the moment still. Just confidence over one lap in this car seems to be a bit all over the show now. But we're going to try and get ourselves into Q2. Bit of a tidier line through the first corner there immediately is going to find us a 10th, and that's huge early on this lap. We need about 2/10 if we want to make it through. I would love to be, though, down into the 104s there as well. Again, just struggling to get the car where I need it at the top of the hill. I thought as well we were down into second gear there, but clearly that wasn't the case. Come on, come on, come on. I don't want to go out in Q1 for the second time in 3 Grand Prix. We just cannot find the pace, though. Why aren't I getting these laps hooked up? Bit of a tidier line as we make our way out, though, of the middle sector. Hulkenberg is on a 1.52 now as we try and tip the car in through the final couple of corners. Hanging between the white lines there, 0.3 up. Oscar Piastri top of the board. We go P17. Again, the AI able to improve at the end of qualifying. And we are out in Q1. Well, there we go then. Piastri ahead of Alonso and Lando Norris as track conditions continue to improve there. We find ourselves out. And I said, obviously in the sprint, I believe that's the first time we've qualified alongside Hulkenberg. We've gone and done it again, ready for the real GP. I'll be honest though, another 0.3 of a second was going to be difficult to find. I feel like had we nailed it, we could have been there, but VCarb, Alpine, and now even Williams, with Alex Albon at the wheel, seem to have a better car than us. We are slower than Zhou Guanyu and a Sauber, and they've got the same power unit.
Welcome to the beautiful Styrian Mountains for another chapter in the story of this famous race. It's time for the Austrian Grand Prix. "700 metres above sea level, 10 corners and one of the shortest laps of the season. 2.6 miles with some good overtaking opportunities, but you've got to get the braking right into turn 1 and turn 3. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Sainz, Ocon, Albon, Stroll, Ricciardo, Joe, Mr. Monaco, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Sargent, and Pierre Gasly picks up the final grid slot today. And now it's time to head down to the track. Well, we welcome you to the broadcast. It's going to be some race today. First of all, introductions. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this one, Anthony Davidson. Now, those final hours before a race, did you have a routine?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
We just missed out on points last race, so let's see if we can bring some home today.
Well, we managed to pick up points in the sprint race earlier on, so I'm hoping we can do the same in the main event today. But yeah, once again, we have really got our work cut out. So I'm actually going to try and gamble the strategy a little bit here and try and start on the hards and then take the mediums to the end of the afternoon. It's a big call, but I certainly feel, we're lacking that out-and-out pace in the car. Maybe if we get a well-timed red flag or safety car or something, then hopefully we can try and springboard our way back up the order once again then. But yeah, P16 on the grid, one of my worst qualifying efforts of the year. It is going to be 5 red lights though here on the grid. It's going to be lights out and away we go. Of course, as you would expect, not getting off to a particularly good start as we make our way down in towards turn 1. Hulkenberg there just watching, seeing what our teammate can do, as Pierre Gasly as well just tucks in behind me there through the first corner. He'll be hoping just to see the end of the GP here today, as Max Verstappen has already got about a second lead by the time we make it up the hill in towards turn 3 then. No idea how the Red Bull man has done that, as we'll try to look around the outside of Logan Sargent up the top of the hill. Not quite enough grip out there, as where's Gasly disappeared to? He must have been hidden right behind the rear wing there, because I couldn't spot him off of the corner down the inside. Nope. Think better of that one. We've got to be a bit more kind of racing with some self-preservation, I feel like, in this series. There's been quite a few, aggressive manoeuvres in recent Grand Prix, but of course we know how the AI are going to spread out, though, as Sargent makes a power move to the inside of Magnussen down through the middle sector. Can't help but feel, yeah, this is going to be one of those races where Sauber, Williams, V-Carb, ourselves, and maybe Pierre Gasly and Lance Stroll kind of get caught up with each other. Maybe struggle to keep up with the, kind of the more dominant cars. Well, it is a very, very odd feeling. We don't often try the alternate strategy inside F124, and really, for probably about the first 10 laps or so, we're not going to be able to make much of an impact. Kind of just got to sit in, look after our tyres, kind of see how the race is shaping up around us. I mean, Verstappen, unless something goes catastrophically wrong, appears to have already won this race, but behind him, everybody else still staying pretty bunched up. I know the trains have been fixed inside F124, but Austria, it's kind of just a normal byproduct of racing here. Can we get a run on Magnussen as we make our way up the hill? Just see Sargent struggling to keep in line with some of those cars a little bit further up the road, as Kevin's going to go defensive. Of course, the man who we replaced down at Haas at the start of last season. clean around the outside will go. And yep, there we go. Logan Sargent just dropping out of the DRS range of the cars in front of him. So we've got to try and get a run on the Williams up the hill. Oh, really chucked it in quite late into the braking zone. But that worked out nicely. Meant obviously we get the DRS off of our teammate Hulkenberg in front. Obviously it is, you know, there's a lot of strategy still. But yeah, you can definitely see Williams, Sauber, Haas all struggling to really match anybody else. Stroll now to the inside of Zhou Guanyu at the top of the hill, so clearly the Aston Martin getting a little bit bored.
Okay, mate, and that's Nico ahead. Right, let's go. Let's try and get past them and put them on the back foot. Push, push.
Stroll trying to have a look around the outside of Zhou Guanyu as we make our way down the hill. Is he going to be able to hook the car up the long way around? Or is he just going to have to tuck back in there? I think the Aston Martin maybe has kind of appreciated that he needs to get on with it. Zhou Guanyu still going the long way around there, and Zhou Guanyu hangs on to it. What a beautiful move by the Sauber driver. It definitely feels like Sauber is starting to get a little bit stronger once again inside this series, which is obviously fantastic news for them. So our Stroll and Hulkenberg there, both with a bit of a compromised line behind him through the final corner. We've got to start making an impact though. You can see the field is slowly spreading out. So, I mean, yeah, everyone just kind of sat in waiting for each other at the moment. There's got to be a sense of urgency to the way these guys drive at some point. Surely Stroll's going to get a run on Zhou Guanyu back up the hill to the outside wheel go of our teammate. We'll just about keep the DRS, not that it would have mattered.
Hit that target nicely. There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
That time round, Zhou Guanyu actually gets the DRS off a Lance Stroll. We're going to try and slipstream the Aston Martin, though, to the inside. Oh, a little bit of rear lock in there, but we slow it down on the inside of the corner. I think Stroll's actually picked up a little bit of front wing damage. I don't know whether that was from the contact we just had or whether that was earlier on in this race. But as we try and go the long way around, Stroll will hang on. Front wing damage or not, that Aston Martin has got some grip. Right, come on then. Surely Stroll, yeah, he hasn't got the pace. He hasn't got the pace at the moment. We'll try and get all the way around the outside. Oh, a little bit wide there over the turn one entrance curb, but through we'll go. Unfortunately, we don't get the DRS though. But now we've got, yeah, a 4-second gap up to Ricciardo up the road. We're not far away from points now. Well, I'm just monitoring the gap then to the cars in front. Ricciardo now down to 3.5 seconds, so we're actually doing a really good job kind of dragging Stroll, Hulkenberg and this whole group back to that train in front. Problem is in front of them, yeah, I think that other group of, you know, kind of the top cars is pretty much going to be unattainable today. I'm looking at the tyre wear though. These tyres could probably pretty much go the entire race. Is it worth, you know, really just throwing caution to the wind and trying to basically go to the end of the Grand Prix and pray that we get a safety car towards the end of the race or something? One of the weird ways now, of course, the DRS kind of works, and especially around a track like Austria, is obviously we're basically spending all of our time watching that gap to Ricciardo at the top left-hand side of your screen. It either goes up, obviously, when he's in the slipstream of everybody else, or goes down when they're kind of fighting each other. And weirdly, it's kind of doing both of them so evenly that the gap's basically staying level. I guess the good thing for us still is that Stroll, with that front wing damage, can't quite get a run past me. So we're not really getting tripped over in that regard, as what we got yellows out. I think that might be the Williams in front. Alex Albon out of the final corner. That looks to be a mechanical failure for the Williams. I couldn't see any smoke, so I don't know whether it's just shut off. Apparently, he's got no information on that. Oh, there you go. Of course. Why did he stutter with that? But yeah, up into P13 we go then. But yeah, heartbreak for Williams and Alex Albon. You know, potentially like he was going to be in the fight for a point. Well, I would say 33% tyre wear as we approach half distance. Is actually pretty good tyre wear at the moment, Mark, but okay. We'll try and keep that tyre wear down. Yeah, we're starting to obviously get the advantage now of the mediums, you know, falling off pace in comparison to the hards. So the gap to Ricciardo is coming down. But of course, let's not forget, their undercut will be ridiculously OP. So, I mean, we basically either got to try and box early with them and pray that the mediums hang on, or we box late and hope that we get a big advantage. There we go, starting to see AI into the pit lane then. Pretty much where we would expect them to, as Hulkenberg diving in behind. For the first time then in this race, we're going to be up into the points as Max Verstappen has already got a pit stop margin over me. The Dutchman, he dominated this race last season. I think he's going to do the same today. There we go, Danny Rick into the pits as well, and just see him arc over to the right-hand side to make our way through the final couple of corners. But come on, let's just try and keep this thing clean and tidy for the next few laps.
Okay, we're approaching the pit window. You're going to be on softs. And gap to the car in front, 6.9 seconds.
Well, Russell is going for a very, very aggressive strategy as well. Got 40% wear as we get to half distance. I reckon if we can get these to about the end of 26, we could go softs to the end. But yeah, I'm basically now praying that we get a red flag or a safety car at any point. There we go, Russell then, our other big title rival. Into the pit lane he goes. We are not going to complete the tyre wear program, but yeah, running P2 then. Not bad from 17th on the grid. Shame we've still got a pit.
18.8 seconds.
I think, yeah, we would come out behind Hulkenberg once he's pit, but he's closing in on those V-carbs, which appear to be fighting for the final point. Oh, we've got yellows, that is perfect. Come on, give me that red flag, give me that red flag. We don't often try strategies like this on this game, but I would take it today. It is one of the V-carbs breaking down. I think that might be Sainz, who's out of the GP. Or at least running very slowly. Come on, Carlos Sainz out of it. No safety car, nothing for that at the moment. I don't know why, but I'm starting to get nervous that we might have an engine failure towards the end of this race. Just sometimes you get that sneaking suspicion that the F1 game is plotting something against you. Perez will move his way past us though, but yeah, Hamilton, Leclerc and a few others have really been squabbling behind. So if we can just hang with Checo for a few laps in the DRS, I think, yeah, once we lose sight of him, that's probably when we're going to pit. Yeah, I promise the team, Perez is not holding me up right now. We are barely trying to hang on to him, and that Red Bull is so fast in a straight line at the moment. Yeah, we obviously saw last season here the AI would lock up at the top of the hill. Actually, it might have been in the My Team series, where they would lock up heading down into turn 4, and they basically park on the exit of the corner. That's kind of what I'm hoping they do, but they just don't want to at the moment, and it's really annoying me. I know it's a bit cheesy trying to get some points this way, but sometimes you got to take risk inside this game. And yeah, we are going to box though, end of 26. You know what, actually we're going to box now. I'm just looking at some of those gaps further back and where Hulkenberg's fighting. Even if it means we can't score a point, I'd love to be able to try and help our teammate out. 50 mph exactly as we make our way down into the pit lane then, but I'm hoping we're going to come out around still with that V-carb car. As onto a set of mediums for the final 10 laps. No. 5.5 second pit stop. That is disgusting. Why, whenever I'm in a desperate need?
Wheel. We need to try and put that behind us though and finish this race strong.
Why, whenever we are in a desperate need for a good pit stop inside this game, does it not happen? As what is Zhou doing? What was that? Zhou Guanyu tried to get in front of me and then basically just parked on my nose as we'll get the DRS at the top of the hill. Surely we've got the grip to have a look around the outside of the Sauber and the Alpine. Just trying to utilise that slipstream as best as we can. Pierre, you can go defensive, I don't care. As late on the brakes around the outside. Gasly almost locks up into me, but we'll go clean past him. 5 seconds to Ricciardo up the road. We need to be going probably close to a second a lap faster than the cars in front of me if we want to take points. Well, clearly then, team worried that obviously we're closing in on this group very quickly, but we need to try and get through them as soon as we can. Hulkenberg, this might be the best shot of points I've ever seen him have inside this game. The Haas car had no pace in qualifying, but really has come alive in the race and helped by the McLaren, the Aston Martin, the Alpine, all kind of squabbling with each other. Let's just try and make sure that we get to that ERS charge target that the team are hoping for. Is up over 60%. We're still closing in, though, on these cars in front. So we'll open up the battery as well. We'll try and short shift over to 7th gear. Into 8th gear, even, I should say. I mean, look at that going on down at turn 1. Ocon and Norris really trip over each other. And now we've got to try and help our teammate out. Here goes Lance Stroll, potentially making it 3 wide as they make their way up the hill. Hulkenberg, he's a little bit of contact with our teammate. Oh, we go 3 wide up through turn 2 there. Ricciardo will get around the outside of us, and Hulkenberg. I don't really know what to do to help him at the moment, apart from maybe focus on our own race and make sure that we still score some points. We'll go clean around the outside of Ricciardo there, maybe pinch him a little bit to the apex, but Norris is definitely struggling. Lance Stroll now, to the front of this group, as you can see how much grip we've got through there over Esteban Ocon. The Alpine driver, I mean, yeah, neither Alpine's got much left. As this was the joy, obviously, when all of these teams were battling with each other earlier on. We were obviously not losing out much at all there. It's down the inside of Ocon, who kind of peels out of the way. We have got so much grip. I mean, I think, yeah, as much as I want to help Hulkenberg out to score his first points, we've also got to focus on making sure that we actually bring home some points as well here. As has Norris got damage? I think he might do. Lando Norris will try and take a look. I think he's missing both end plates on that McLaren car. So Norris has really been in the wars this afternoon. So we'll go around the outside at the top of the hill. A little bit of a pinch to the apex, but we're through. Perhaps that's why Hulkenberg's doing so well here. He definitely has both of his end plates still attached to the car. But yeah, Norris is struggling. He's got a lot of damage here, so Stroll and myself have both really been able to run away. You just get, if you sit halfway behind another car there, the understeer is really, really noticeable. That corner has basically been my kryptonite all afternoon. As we dive our way through the final couple of corners. Has Stroll even got all of his front wing? I swear he's missing an end plate as well there. Try and have a look. Yeah, he is. Lance Stroll as well has got front wing damage. So, seemingly, yeah, all these drivers in the wars right now. Norris desperately trying to defend against his former teammate Daniel Ricciardo. It's not for points anymore, as Hulkenberg starting to struggle as well a little bit. To the outside of the Canadian. Around the outside, we'll go up the top of the hill.
Nice work, mate. That brings you up a place.
And well, the alternate strategy often doesn't work that well inside F124. It has absolutely worked today. That was exactly what I was about to talk about. Mark can read my mind, because Hamilton now, I reckon he's got front wing damage, because he's dropping back lots of time from Oscar Piastri here. Do we sense blood in the water? Could we get the jump on the Merc before this race is done and dusted? Come on, 3 laps to go. We took another second out of him. This could be a last lap battle here in the Styrian Mountains with 7-time Formula 1 World Champion Lewis Hamilton. This has never been his favourite track in the world, though. I would love to get the better of him. Come on, 2 laps to go. The gap down to 1.4. We've got to be in the DRS this time next lap. Let's see, we gain a fair chunk of time through turn 1. Oh, you can see that how much earlier we're able to roll on the throttle, but we've got to really manage the battery here. Obviously, we know now the AI, they're strategic. They will save up a bit of charge for the final lap, so we can't have what we did at Jeddah, where we were able to get past Leclerc and Perez in the final lap of the Grand Prix, because the AI don't look after it. Come on, through the final couple of corners, we've got to get in that range, which I think we just about have. Hamilton, he's been in last lap battles here before, 2016 and 2020 most notably.
Final lap.
As Max Verstappen, well, he never looked back after pretty much turn 1, did he? Already had a 1-second lead at the start of this Grand Prix, and then pretty much just held on to it ever since, but closing in on Hamilton as we make our way up the hill. We haven't got much in the way of charge left, but we have still got a tire advantage. Oh, Hamilton! A bit of a lockup. Was that strategic? It can't have been. He won't get the DRS off me off the corner, and I thought we might have to try and go for a move down at turn 4, but just as Max Verstappen will win the Austrian Grand Prix there, Lewis Hamilton locks up, and from 16th place on the grid, I think we ended up, didn't we? We have carved our way through today. We have used the alternate strategy to great effect. It's not one that often works too well inside F124, but it has paid dividends today as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. We didn't think the points were possible all weekend long. The car has had no 1-lap pace, but in race trim, it has still been a force to be reckoned with. It is 4 points here in Austria. I am happy with that.
You've heard this one before. Max Verstappen takes the victory.
A great display of dominance today by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Max Verstappen then, he seems to just have the swing of things at the moment. It is going to be 33 out of a theoretical 34 points this weekend. I mean, yeah, he had a 1 second lead by turn 2 on lap 1 and never really looked back. It wasn't as dominant as his Grand Prix victory here last year, which was over half a minute, but 22 seconds clear of Sergio Perez. It has certainly been another weekend to remember for the Dutchman. Charles Leclerc, after sprint race glory on Saturday, couldn't quite do the same on Sunday afternoon, but another trophy back to Maranello. I don't think he can complain too much about there. Russell beats out Tsunoda, Alonso, Piastri, myself, Hamilton, and Lance Stroll there with Hulkenberg, an agonising P11. When, oh when, are we going to see that man score a point in a Grand Prix this season? Take a look then at the driver's standings. 48 now, the gap for Max Verstappen at the top. It is not insurmountable, but he is certainly cementing that lead in the table there. Leclerc, again, he's just kind of branching it in P3. He's got the gap over everybody else, and as, you know, Piastri, Hamilton, Norris, Tsunoda, Russell, Alonso, and myself really fight each other for points, Leclerc is just often picking up the trophies, picking up the P3s, and he is making it worth his while at the moment there. Constructors-wise, Red Bull now with a 206-point lead over Ferrari. McLaren get ahead of Mercedes once again there as we continue to lose ground to Aston Martin. We need a big push back at the factory. We need to get our acclaim to 60% of the teams overall so we can actually finally start applying those last upgrades at the moment there. But once again, we push out the gap over Alpine. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for our home Grand Prix back at Silverstone.
A one-time airfield fully owned by cars in this era. One of the finest ribbons of racetrack anywhere on Earth. It's high speed, it's dramatic, it's Silverstone.
Well, Silverstone, Spa, Monaco and Qatar. They're 4 very, very different circuits on the F1 calendar, but I would say they are probably the 4 most satisfying ones when you get a lap hooked up. Singapore as well is another one that is right up there. But as we make our way then out into Q1, of course, as soon as I start this session, an engine warning light has just flashed up, so I guess we're going to have to deal with that throughout this weekend. Unless we end up out in Q1, then I would just be willing to take the grid penalties and try to do a last question mark challenge. Reliability hasn't been fantastic, obviously having those 2 failures in the opening 5 Grand Prix. Since then, though, we've done alright. We've made it to the end of every single race. So, yeah, we've kind of built up... Oh, no, we didn't finish Monaco, did we, again? I tried to remove Monaco from my memory so far this game, because it has been absolutely terrible for us, but want to try and put on a good show for the home crowd as we make our way on our first lap. Yeah, this place, so fun when you get it nailed. Tense up on Logan Sargent at the moment as we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners. Hulkenberg really seems to lack 1 lap pace now in this series. Again, I think not helped by the lack of upgrades there as we chuck the car in to the final chicane there. A little bit too much oversteer on the entry, but we worked it out quite nicely. 28.1 puts us on the bubble. Verstappen is behind me, though, so I think I'm going to have to improve. Well, Verstappen is provisionally 1/1000th of a second slower than me here as we head back out for our final qualifying time. And he might still be stuck in traffic here, so there's no guarantee that the Dutchman is going to be able to improve. We're going to start our last lap, though. I mean, we're going to have to go for it, aren't we? As there we go, Oscar Piastri, top of the board. We're still... Oh, there we go. Now we're in the drop zone as Verstappen immediately goes and removes any hope we all had that he was going to have to try and work for the Grand Prix win like he did back in Miami. But yeah, we need to find just that little bit more. We need a couple more tenths here, and we should see ourselves into Q2. 10.5 up by the end of Sector 1. That is good. Braking down at the 50-metre ball. We're still actually down on the split time set by Alex Albon. Got to be really, really careful not to overwork the tyres here. That's not good. Just nudge the wheel in the gravel. We're still up, but we are just really struggling to get this car pointed on the absolute limit in recent times. Completely flat through the old turn 1. Obviously, you go down 1 gear just to give yourself a little bit of extra rotation through the corner as we try and chuck the car up through Maggots and Beckett's. Come on, hang on to it. Right up over the curbs.
P16.
Come on, I don't know how much time we need to get to Carlos Sainz here. I don't know what his time is. He's got to be less than 2 tenths up, though, as we make our way through the final couple of corners. We know there is a little bit of time to be had, but we are not finding it at the moment. Braking at the curb. Come on, surely that's got to find us a bit more time. Put the power down. Is it going to be enough? Are we out in Q1 here? I think we might be. P16. Damn it, man. Just messed that one corner up on the exit of Luffield, and that was enough to make the difference. There we go, Verstappen, 2/10 clear of Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. Their top three looking very, very similar to what we saw last year, but right when we need to try and prove ourselves to Ferrari at the moment, we are not managing it. Twice now we have been knocked out in Q1 in a row, and 3 of the last 4 Grand Prix, I think. Only Spain we made it through. Admittedly, that was the one where I did use the overtake mode. This Haas car really, really struggling for pace at this part of the season, but we've got to put that behind us. We've got to see if we can score points come the GP.
The home of British motorsport and the birthplace of the Formula One World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone, and it's time for the British Grand Prix. Silverstone Circuit is comprised of 18 corners, 3.6 miles, with DRS detection zones at Village and Maggots. Your overtaking opportunities at the end of the Wellington and Hangar Straights. You've got to be brave on the throttle in order to succeed here. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Stroll, Gasly, Ocon, Albon, Sainz, Ricciardo, Mr. Monaco, Joe, Sargent, Hulkenberg, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
If we want to achieve a points finish like last race, you're going to need to push for positions early on. Let's go for it. Good luck.
We started P16 last weekend and we finished P8. We start P16 again this weekend. Maybe I would take a P8, to be honest, with the AI's pace here at Silverstone. The AI, though, the team want to go with a really, really aggressive strategy. Soft to medium is bold around this circuit, but you know what? We're going to listen to them. We're going to have a little bit of faith and pray that we can hang on to the first set of tyres. And as soon as I say that, I'm going to chicken out, actually. We're going to go medium to hard here and really just make sure that we have got enough pace in the car. Team aren't really convinced that the hard tyres work that well, but I guess it opens up if we want to go medium to soft. I'm just not convinced that the soft tyres are going to be able to stay cool enough in these conditions. Waiting, though, on the grid for the 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. And inevitably, we aren't going to get a particularly good start on those harder tyres.
On the internal combustion engine, be aware that we're going to start to see a loss of power. Okay.
And immediately we've got a safety car.
Car is out. We need to form up at reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive.
That looked like quite a violent crash for Lance Stroll. I've got no idea what happened. Well, let's watch this race start then on board with Lance Stroll as we make our way in towards the first corner. He's going to keep the revs low and really time it quite well there. Looks like Hamilton and Alonso not getting off to particularly good getaways. We make our way down in towards that turn 1. They were 4 wide. I hadn't even noticed that on the outside of the corner there, but I think Gasly, it must have been, had a really good start as well in the second Alpine, as both Aston Martins and both Mercedes struggled down towards turn 1. Gasly clean around the outside and just tries to trim in there. I don't think they realised that they had so many cars on the inside of the corner. Russell, I think he just felt a little bit pinched, didn't he? He must have, yeah, see Russell there around the outside of Lance. I mean, oh, that is really uncomfortable in towards that first corner, but Stroll faced the brunt of it. Somehow Hamilton getting away with that one, but I think he picked up a 10-second penalty. But Stroll out of this Grand Prix. And yeah, kind of reminiscent of last year where we saw a lot of drivers get pinched. Stroll's wheel clean off, and that is the end of his afternoon. You guys have to let me know down in the comments below whose fault you think that was. But we're going to take a big gamble at the end of lap 1. We're going to box for the hard tyres now. I don't know just how bad the tyre wear is going to be here, as we've already got a couple of other drivers with 10-second penalties.
Car conditions and you can't overtake. Return the position.
we were admittedly a little bit cheeky there, as it definitely gains you time to pit at the end of a Grand Prix here, as we make our way back down the lane. Yeah, obviously the pit lane here at Silverstone takes so long, because it is only 37 miles an hour, that this might well be a worthwhile strategy for us to try and get to the end of the afternoon.
Go, go, go! That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Like I said, don't quite know for sure how long the tyres will last, but yeah, I'm not convinced we're going to have the pace for points.
We want to finish the race on this compound.
There we go, at least the team have got the same idea as me. Like I said, we may as well try and do something different against the AI here to see if we can pick up some points. Imagine if the tyres hung on and we took the win. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Well, under the safety car then, this is really good. Tyres have taken exactly 0% wear so far in the 2 laps we've done under it. So, I mean, effectively we're on a one-stop strategy for the rest of the afternoon, but we need to try and get a little bit of heat into the tyres again. It's going to be critical off this restart that we stay in the DRS of our teammate in front, as it's going to be green flag racing through the final couple of corners. We're going to have no grip on these tyres.
Okay to use your overtake button.
We're going to have to use a lot of our energy as well over the next couple of laps. Like I said, I don't think, you know, unless we had a really well-timed red flag or something like that, that we're ever going to have the pace to win here today. But it would be nice if we could lead a few laps, that kind of thing, around this circuit. But finally, then, we're going to go green flag racing. And almost immediately, you can see we are dropping back from Hulkenberg. They got 1% on them. Of course they still look good. Well, we've got to be very, very methodical then throughout the rest of the afternoon. Verstappen already trying to build up a little bit of a lead at the front of the field, as we are just about getting the tyres to where we need them. I mean, that lap we were 3 seconds slower than the Dutchman.
DRS is now online.
Lost 2 seconds to Hulkenberg though, so we've certainly got no chance of hanging on to the DRS. Yeah, both Sauber cars though seem to have dropped back from the group in front of them. But unfortunately, Haas last and second to last. I mean, this is really turning into a race like no other I've had on this game.
Work at that target. Let's try and keep that going right through to the end of the race.
I made easy work of that target because it was a terrible target time to try and hit there. The gap seems to have pretty much stagnated though to Hulkenberg, which I guess is good. We're still running 2 seconds a lap slower than the Red Bull though at the front of the field. What I need is him and Perez to start fighting, just so we lose a bit less time. So we got yellows. I think that might be Verstappen. I think Verstappen's gone for a spin. So as soon as I say that, the Dutchman running into problems here. And Perez now with a huge opportunity in the championship. Where is he? There he is, Max Verstappen. As he returns to the circuit, he has bottled it in front of the Silverstone crowd. And I can't speak for all, but I'm sure many around this Silverstone circuit will be happy to see that. And suddenly, the man that maybe I was worried about today is behind us. Well, let's take a look then, riding on board with Max Verstappen. He's already got a healthy lead over his teammate Sergio Perez, but might just be trying to make sure that he keeps him outside of the DRS range there as we make our way down into Luffield. Just gets a little bit of understeer, tries to tickle the throttle on the exit, and now he's going to have to watch every single car roll past him in this Grand Prix. I don't think he's got any drive, because that car was just rolling back into the gravel trap. And as we are going to be the last one to go past him, Verstappen, he has now got a mountain to climb. Oh, we've got more yellow flags. Who now's got issues? This is just chaos. We're only on lap 7. I think we got our first mechanical failure. It's Alonso. So both Aston Martins here at home out of the Grand Prix inside the first, well, 8 laps here. Disappointment for Fernando. Poor placement for Lance Stroll. And we're up into 17th place then. I'm prepared to let Verstappen by if he's willing to drag me along in the DRS. Oh, we're setting new personal bests as well, and tyre wear. Well, look at that, 14% on the front left. We should absolutely be able to make it to the end of the afternoon if we can make sure we don't cook that front tyre. Verstappen, though, will steamroll past us.
In your MFD if you need to.
Yeah, we just want to try and stick with the Dutchman, and maybe he can drag me to the next cars in front. I think Verstappen knows what I'm trying to do at the moment. He's kind of trying to break free from me very, very quickly, using more battery on this lap as we run just ever so slightly wide. He's going to have to work harder than that, though, if he wants to get me out of the range. Let's not forget as well, I mean, those tyres should easily be able to make it a half distance on that Red Bull, but they will be wearing at a faster rate than our own. I'm just monitoring the gap to Perez at the front of the field. he, Charles Leclerc, pretty much everybody else will be sensing a huge opportunity to try and take points out of the Dutchman today. I mean, this was basically where Verstappen's title started to unravel last season. Luckily, he had a big enough advantage that he was still able to convert. Are we starting to see the same this season? Oh, here we go. 3 wide, I believe that is, down the Wellington Straight there as Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu just try and squeeze out Logan Sargent. Verstappen, Hulkenberg and I all having to watch on. And obviously 2022, Verstappen, he's never had a huge amount of luck around this circuit. Obviously 2022 picked up damage and ended up in a battle with Mick Schumacher in his Haas towards the end of the afternoon. As what on earth is going on here? Hulkenberg and Sargent slow each other up. We're going to try and go down the middle. And that's going to be one of the oddest double overtakes I'll make inside F124 there. But I guess we put Verstappen behind me again. I'm not just going to sit at the back and wait.
That overtake button a bit more.
I am ever so slightly worried, though, about that front left, as we are keeping it right at the top of the temperature window right now. But they're battling at the front of the field as well. This is perfect early on. Ooh, okay, already then starting to see a McLaren and a Ferrari into the pit lane then, so this should start giving us an idea of the advantage that we're going to have ready for the second half of this race. Basically, we're just going to be watching cars close in on me towards the end of the afternoon as Verstappen peels into the pit lane. Zhou and Magnussen there decide they're going to dispute P14 temporarily. Oh, as we just try and roll the throttle on out of the final corner. So there we go, Hamilton with that penalty as well. We are obviously clear out in front of the Ferrari of Yuki Tsunoda, and luckily we should get a delta as well, as down the inside of Sargent will go. We won't get that delta anymore, but Yuki making his way out the pit lane. I reckon we've got about 10 seconds. It's probably not enough where we can fight for the win necessarily, but it should be enough that leapfrogs a lot of quicker cars. I still maintain that we need to do better than Sauber this season. We need to prove that we have got more pace over them as Zhou Guanyu decides to sit in behind Magnussen. Maybe they're planning a formation ready for the pit stops, but I'll make the double overtake. I'm not too worried as, yeah, there we go. Zhou Guanyu decides he doesn't want to go wheel to wheel with his teammate before making his box. As he will come in then, so we're going to elevate ourselves right up towards the front of the order. One of the Alpines now leading. As there we go. Got past Leclerc. I mean, we've still got a few guys with penalties as well, so that might play into our hand late on in the day. As we make our way out through turn 1. Ferrari now look like they've got the upper hand over Red Bull. Perez has really dropped back. So our battle today might be with Tsunoda, the man we could be replacing. Surely we're going to see all of the other soft runners dive in then. I know we had a couple of laps under safety car. No, he's not. Hulkenberg or myself are not in the pit lane. No idea what Mark's talking about. That's not good. He should know what his own cars are doing. So we make our way through the final corner. There we go. Now Hulkenberg into the pit lane then as Ricciardo has moved over to hard compound tyres. So has George Russell. We've got 6 seconds though over Charles Leclerc. So let's enjoy leading a couple of laps here at our home Grand Prix. But it is, yeah, Leclerc, Piastri, Tsunoda, all very close together. But if we could slot in behind Charles, maybe work together, there's still the opportunity for some big points. Well, this is really critical for us at the moment then. Leclerc and Piastri going about 1.5 seconds a lap faster. But if they start fighting here for the, well, effectively the lead of the Grand Prix, then we have got a big opportunity just to try and prolong our advantage at the front. Or, if push comes to shove, sitting behind them, watch them battle, and either try to fight with them right towards the end, or just make sure we bring home some decent points. Piastri, new fast lap of the day, 2.6 seconds quicker than I went that lap.
Okay, be aware, the grip levels are going to start falling away soon.
Admittedly, he was helped by the slipstream from Charles Leclerc and the DRS, but that is ridiculous. Well, there we go. It might not be Leclerc, Piastri and I. It might just be Piastri and I. Charles Leclerc with potential mechanical issues here late on. It might not affect him right to the end of the afternoon, but will certainly make a difference. He has now desperately got to try and hang on in the DRS, or make sure, at least for my case, that Perez doesn't latch back onto that train. Now we've got to be really, really methodical here. Leclerc has lost the range to Oscar. The McLaren driver is going to absolutely fly around my outside back down towards the old turn 1. And I'm happy to let him do so, because it'll mean we get the DRS out onto the hangar straight.
Position, that's us down a place.
Maybe underestimated the amount of downforce we lose going through the old turn 1. But I'm happy to work with Oscar Piastri here. I'm happy just to let him drag me along towards the end of the afternoon, especially if we can build up a little bit of a gap over Charles Leclerc here. You can see top-end speed. The DRS and overtake mode combo is still lethal around this track, especially, we have still got a very, very good power unit underneath us. It just feels that a lot of other teams have been able to kind of catch back up in that regard. But yeah, Piastri, 1 win so far this year back at Japan. We have 1 win so far this year back at Jeddah.
Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Mark just hyping me up a little bit. Yep, Leclerc's starting to drop back, but he's taking Tsunoda and Perez with him. Well, if my memory serves me correct, Oscar Piastri was in the fight with Verstappen for the win here last season and just lost it on the final lap of the Grand Prix. I'm sure, this has got to be up there for most F1 drivers as a circuit they really, really want to win at. Unfortunately now, our hopes of that today seem to just be evading us as we've lost the DRS to the McLaren man. Unless something disastrous happens to these tyres, which could still happen by the end. That front left is looking angry. This has definitely still been the right strategy choice. But are we just starting to see, hopes of a huge point stall collapsing? On 6 laps to go, my main goal still here has got to be to try and beat Charles Leclerc. Don't know how long his mechanical issues are going to plague him, as we'll let Perez by down the hangar straight. Yeah, there's nothing we can really do apart from trying to hang on to the rear end of the car. Oscar Piastri, though, unless something goes catastrophic for him, looks set to try and claim his 2nd victory of the year. He's been silently very, very quick so far this season. The other driver, of course, I'd love to beat here has got to be Yuki Tsunoda. Top Brit, I would take. But, yeah, Tsunoda and Leclerc, those are the ones I want to try and beat here. The Japanese driver more than anybody else. I guess the other good thing for us at the moment is, of course, we know every single lap the AI's tyres are slowly getting closer and closer in terms of performance to our own. So here goes Yuki Tsunoda trying to look around the outside. Not happening there, sunshine. As Norris now will try and get a move on him. They're still both behind us. Oh, Perez looks up. Thank you very much. We'll claim the freebie there. He's going to get in the way of Tsunoda and Lando Norris on the exit of the corner as well. And we have suddenly been given another chance. Oh no, Perez, don't try it here, please, sir. Just back out of it, man, on the outside. He's going to try and find the grip now. We didn't really give him much space at all. Can I just make sure that we claim the DRS, though, on the back straight? I think we have there as we force him out in through Maggots and Beckett. That's probably a move I wouldn't be so tempted to try with Max Verstappen, but we'll claim the DRS and it will give us just that little bit more defensive behaviour against the Red Bull. Here goes Tsunoda down the inside of him. All this fighting really plays into our hand late on here. 4 laps to go at the British Grand Prix, and we are still in the fight for the podium. I'm just trying to make sure we get the ERS battery to where the team won it, just so we can say we've achieved that goal. There we go.
Great stuff, mate.
Tsunoda does make a mistake.
Nice. It's a long way to go in this race, though, so keep your head down.
We were so close to being spat off his rear wheel there, as Perez will take the chance as well to try and slide back down the inside off of the corner. Tsunoda knows he needs to run now, but we know we need to try and get back past Checo if we want any chance of P2 here as they make their way through the old turn 1. That Red Bull has just got so much grip. That higher baseline that car started with has really played into their hands so far this year. Are we going to see Checo, though, get a run back past Yuki on this hangar straight? Surely we are. So we're just going to try and hang close to the pair of them. 3 laps left of the British Grand Prix, and Perez will storm back through. I wanted to see Tsunoda go side by side with him at the end of the straight, but we might be forced to watch this battle unfold as we battle Lando for best of the Brits. And we battle the rear end of the car for grip. Tyre warning lights flashed up. That is not good. We are really, really leading still on that left front tyre late on in the day, as we're still just trying to hang on. I don't really care if we can't beat Yuki and Perez here, but as long as we hang close to them, say this strategy still has worked out well for us, unless we get a puncture right towards the end of this race. We're just monitoring the gaps, though. Gasly is slowly closing in as well, so Charles Leclerc, heartbreak for the Ferrari driver.
19.8 seconds.
And on a weekend where he could have really done with some big points there to close in the gap on Verstappen, Not even sure he's going to beat him as well. Just once again hanging the DRS of Yuki. It is critical. Lap to go, and I think Lando Norris is about to get a run on me down the hangar straight. He won't be able to get in the DRS of the two in front of him. So it's still going to be a battle of the Brits into the final lap of this Grand Prix. His teammate Oscar Piastri, though, rounding the final couple of corners, looks set to get his third career victory here. And what a location to do it at. Oh, we are really struggling. These tyres are practically 50 pence pieces now as we round the final corner to start the last lap of the Grand Prix. It's got to be one of the weirdest strategies we've ever tried, but I think we can safely say up to now it has worked quite nicely for us. To round our way back through turn 1 and turn 2, we've got to stay in the range of Norris, who is desperately trying to close in on Yuki and Perez up the road. But surely, yeah, with that McLaren not claiming any DRS, we can try and get a little bit closer to him. We've got to drain the battery, though, at every possible opportunity. We need to get as much DRS off him as we possibly can here, but the gap isn't coming back down. The AI, like I said, they're strategic now with their battery on the final lap. They will drain it rather than trying to harvest, ready for another lap here. So we make our way through this middle sector, though. Like I said, in Austria, we went from 16th to 8th. I was going to be happy if we managed to do the same today. We've certainly gone better there. 5th place here at Silverstone. I think, yeah, we haven't quite got enough to stick with Lando Norris right towards the end of this, but we used the strategy to great effect. We used the other cars to work in our favour as well. But rounding the final couple of corners, Oscar Piastri, I believe, is going to be the first Australian to win at Silverstone since that remarkable race back in 2010. Not bad for a number 2 driver. Oscar Piastri might well say the same thing today. He is going to win the British Grand Prix. Perez will hang on against Yuki Tsunoda in towards the final couple of corners, and we use our strategy to full effect here today. It is going to be 16th to 5th.
He'd won a sprint before, but now it's time for Grand Prix success. Oscar Piastri takes the win.
To come here and take victory as a team today on home soil was so important. You can see how much it means to them. The drivers there doing their part. The team's strategy was perfect as well. And the fans really embraced that. What a great atmosphere we had here today.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight.
Well, there we go then. From 16th place on the grid, we are going to walk away with 5th here at the British Grand Prix. Not a bad second home race, sorry, I should say, in this series. But I'll be honest, I think I'm more impressed with Carlos Sainz. 14th to 6th in that V-Carb. And he was on the normal strategy, so he must have had an absolute blinder of a Grand Prix to carve his way through there. Oscar Piastri, though, takes the win ahead of Perez and Yuki Tsunoda, so at least the gap at the top has been cut down there. Leclerc, agony for him, as he doesn't even walk away with a single point, as Verstappen will recover to 9th place there, right behind Lewis Hamilton come the checkered flag. Further down the order, well, yeah, Mercedes, George Russell, 13th for him. He's just had no confidence in the last couple of races. Hulkenberg beats out the likes of Zhou and Magnussen there, as well as Logan Sargent. And it was only Aston Martin that couldn't get a car to the checkered flag. That means if you take a look at the Drivers' Championship, Verstappen now, his lead at the top cut back down to 32 points. So Sergio Perez is doing a better job than last year at staying close to his rival. Alonso, we have jumped him again in the drivers' table. You can see it is all 4 Brits now in a row. Lando Norris on 100, Hamilton on 93, Russell on 81, and myself on 79 there, as Tsunoda up into P5. Piastri as well. He's been quietly very consistent this year and could be a threat to Charles Leclerc and the best of the rest standing. That result as well bumped Sainz back ahead of Danny Rick a bit further down in their battle for that second Red Bull seat. Although I must admit, I think at the moment Sergio Perez is doing enough to keep that ride there. Constructors-wise, McLaren open up the gap over Mercedes. They are now just 13 points back behind Ferrari, though, as we leave Silverstone. We've cut down the gap to Aston Martin as well, back to 18 points as VCarb and Alpine. They are looking like they could be locked into battle right the way throughout the rest of the season as well there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourselves subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
It is time for the drivers to dance on the edge. You are never resting, you are never still in qualifying for the Hungarian Grand Prix right here at the Hungaroring.
Well, we've taken a huge gamble then with the car setup ready for this qualifying session. We are running completely maxed out downforce. My hope is that maybe we can elevate ourselves up the order, because if we start at the back, then I think we're going to really struggle to make any progress here today. But as we round our way to start the first lap then, Hulkenberg again down in P17. It seems to be us, the Saubers, and Logan Sargent now that always end up out in Q1, and that's not good. Obviously, we managed to get a little bit of data about the way the car handles from that free practice program. Definitely can't attack the curb up through turn 4. It just unsettles the car a little bit and pushes the front end out on the exit as we make our way then down in towards this middle sector. I mean, it's so difficult. You're trying to bounce over the curbs but keep the car planted underneath you. Definitely a bit more grip than we saw in free practice. But yeah, this is one of the tracks where you've actually still got to be very, very careful of the curbs inside F124. Make more of those curbs flat, and this is actually quite a fun venue as well here. But 2 tenths up at the moment then on Kevin Magnussen, so I would take a return to Q2. Just weird how it seems to always happen on the tracks where we don't really feel as strong inside this game. But round in the final corner, up towards the start-finish line. What's the time going to be? 16.0. We go P15 again, just like at Silverstone, right on the bubble. We've actually gone and set the identical lap time to Pierre Gasly here at the moment, so I would have maybe felt slightly more comfortable in P14 rather than P15 here, but I'm sure we're going to see other times improve. Albon needs to find a couple of tenths though, so might be that our first run safely sees us through. I just don't want to run the risk. Like I said, we've gone with a qualifying setup here. I don't expect to be able to make many places up in the race, so we cannot afford to accidentally end up out in Q1. Oh no, Albon, he's been able to get the jump on me. Come on, we need to find a bit more time here. Everybody seems to be improving as we aren't. Why are we 3 tenths down? What is wrong with me on this game at the moment? I just cannot deliver over 1 lap, it feels like, on this game at the moment. And are you guys sure that the AI aren't using hot lap mode? Because it feels like now that they kind of might use a little bit of it as the lap goes on. Making our way through the final corner. Yeah, we're definitely in hot lap mode. We're out in Q1 again, though. P17. Are they using it? Are they not? I've got no idea. There we go. Sonoda dips into the 114s at the end of qualifying. Maybe this isn't going to be a happy hunting ground for Red Bull like we've seen so many times in recent races. I guess the AI now... I mean, we're very, very balanced with Nico Hulkenberg in the last few races, so maybe we've actually got the AI level correct, finally, in this series. I said, I think it was Austria, that we've never qualified alongside him, and now we've done it 4 times in a row, so I guess it's balanced. I don't think we were going to find another quarter of a second to go clear of Alex Albon here come the end of qualifying, but I just desperately want a contract through from Ferrari so we can try and make the switch.
It's race day in Budapest as we get ready for another round of Formula 1 action. It's tight, it's technical. Some drivers love it, some drivers find it a challenge. Either way, there's been so much drama in the last couple of years at the Hungarian Grand Prix. We're about 12 miles northeast of the bustling Hungarian capital of Budapest. We have 14 corners that comprise the Hungaroring, and they are all steeped in history and prestige. Overtaking has always been tough around here. It's a technical 2.7-mile track. The last few years in particular have been dramatic. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position. and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Russell, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Stroll, Gasly, Sainz, Ocon, Albon, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Mr. Monaco, Hulkenberg, Joe, and Logan Sargent. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Try to put the starting position out of your mind and just focus on the race ahead. We can still do a good job here today.
Well, the only thing I can keep saying to myself at the moment is where we started last time and the fact we were able to score points. We started 16th in Austria, came 8th. We started 16th at Silverstone, came 5th. We start 17th here today, but I'll be honest, yeah, the Hungaroring, I'm not feeling a track so confident with. Honestly, I'm tempted to try the 2-stop, just as something a little bit different here. If we could go, say, 12 laps, 13 laps, and then softs. It reckons it's 8 seconds slower than the 1-stop strategy, so I think we're going to try that and hopefully be a bit quick towards the end of the afternoon. It'll open up as well if we get a safety car or something like that at some point during the Grand Prix. But yeah, really struggling at the moment with this car. Not really too sure why. We'll have to take a look over the summer break. It is 5 red lights though. And it's going to be lights out and away we go here for the Hungarian Grand Prix. We've done pretty well off the getaway. Not as well as Hulkenberg, though, who's immediately going to try and slice his way up the middle. We've got plenty of cars trying to look to the inside down at turn 1. We're going to try the outside line then, and somehow the seas have opened for us around the outside of numerous cars through the first corner there. Up now with Lance Stroll, as Ocon and Pierre Gasly just in front of me. I mean, yeah, like I said, we've set up this car to be quick over 1 lap, and well, I'll take it if it's quick on lap 1. As what is Esteban Ocon doing there? Yeah, but absolutely the grip to go around the outside of his teammate, but maybe was told no contact between you two, and unfortunately we come off as the loser there. Luckily we didn't pick up any damage or anything like that. Oh, I just saw one of the AI lock up in front and kind of panicked as Ocon hops over the curbs on the exit. It was a robust move by me in the first place, but he did kind of return the favour there. And let's not forget, we have the rule. If it's Esteban Ocon, it is allowed inside this game as well. So by the end of lap 1, we're up to P11 then. I can't see which McLaren that was that had the lockup. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I think it was Oscar Piastri. Yes, it was. So winner last time around at Silverstone. Maybe struggling a bit more today. Well, Hungary really is one of those tracks where you kind of settle into a rhythm very early on and see what happens, unless, of course, it starts raining here, and then it is anybody's guess. I'm monitoring the gap to Gasly, though, in front. I don't think Alpine have got the pace to keep up with Mercedes today, so if he drops out of that range quite soon, and we can stay in the range of the Frenchman, we might be able to try and apply a bit more pressure to him. Obviously, announced he was signing a long-term renewal with the Alpine team a couple of days ago. And rumour mill, I mean, I'm recording this on Thursday, so nothing's been announced yet. But apparently, it might be Carlos Sainz that's joining him. First half of the lap, we're looking really competitive against that Alpine. Second half, with the more kind of traditional change of direction and things, we're really struggling. We have just about been able to stay, though, in the DRS range of Pierre. Esteban Ocon, his teammate, maybe has been told to really push hard to try and get past me. Yeah, an Alpine sandwich is not the most comfortable place to be in the world, but I'd rather I'm battling them here and than them potentially taking big points away. Of course, we're locked into a late Constructors battle with them in the My Team career mode as well, but here we've got a little bit of safety.
Hey, that's Gasly ahead. We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
What does Mark think I'm trying to do right now? I'm not just sat behind him for the fun of it. I'm desperately trying to keep up with Pierre early on in this race. Yeah, I'm still feeling... do we go for a 2-stop? I guess if we're able to keep up with him, then it's probably quite pointless to try it. We may as well stay on the same boat as the AI. I don't know. I mean, is our pace going to be better if we're out by ourselves? Do I feel like I can overtake other cars? It's a very odd gamble, isn't it? Well, I don't know whether Gasly's getting slower or I'm getting faster here at the moment, but we just now seeming to be able to get a little bit closer to him through this middle sector of the lap, and that's really good. If we can just hang, you know, a couple of tenths closer, I think if we're within half a second of him, As we make our way through the final corner, then we might be able to get a run back down to turn 1.
Okay to use your overtake button.
We also seem to be able to save a little bit more battery as well, so I think we're just driving a little bit better at this stage of the day. Maybe we should have had a look there down the inside, but we didn't. Okay, then Max Verstappen, I think that is straight into the pit lane at the end of lap 9. I was going to say it might be worth it for us to box a couple laps earlier than the AI, try and undercut Gasly and get to the front. It's actually Perez then, sorry, that's boxed at just the end of lap 9, so he's going a very long way on the hard compound tyre to the end of the afternoon. Maybe Red Bull just a little bit too worried he's close to Verstappen in the championship, so just wants to screw him over. Oh, okay, now Hamilton as well, peeling into the pit lane, so maybe some of the AI are too stopping here. Certainly would be a weird call, at least in my book, to do the strategy they're on.
That wasn't quite what we needed, but let's not worry about it. Get your head down and chin up. There's a long way to go.
Oh, so close to Pierre back down at turn 1. But yeah, just starting to slowly see AI in. I reckon end of lap 12, we're going to try and go for an undercut on Pierre. But yeah, we've got to try the one-stop now with Perez and Lewis out of position. I just want to basically give ourselves the best shot to take any points. Oh, come on then, into the pits will come. I thought we might be close enough to potentially hassle Gasly back down to turn 1. But that's not going to happen here as we make our way in. Want a nice clean pit lane as well. Oh, just about. I mean, we turn those tyres into 50 pence pieces. But are you really pushing hard enough on the pit lane in this game if you don't do that? Rear temperature just starting to struggle a little bit. As Hamilton and Logan Sargent, the battle we all wanted to watch this afternoon, unfolding in front.
Okay, off we go, back into the race. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
I'm happier with that than I should be, simply for the fact that we didn't get held up with a bad pit stop. Let's go undercut Pierre. I'm hoping we've caught Logan Sargent at the perfect time here, because we should start seeing more of the AI into the pit lane. I think Perez is still trying to stretch a one-stop, but Hamilton is definitely on a two-stopper here as Hulkenberg peels into the pit lane. Unfortunately for me, Logan Sargent doesn't, but it does mean we get to use some DRS around the outside through the final corner. Don't often see moves there, but we'll go clean around Logan Sargent.
Target, mate. Nice work. Still a long way to go, though. Okay.
Look at that, we've actually closed in on Alonso.
3.6 seconds.
That's worked out really nicely for us then. We've closed in on Fernando Alonso, the gap 2.5 seconds. I'm expecting him to pull away from me. But yeah, surely we've undercut Gasly by a big margin. There we go, another Sauber into the pit lane then. I believe that might be Zhou Guanyu. No, it is Kevin Magnussen. Still feels weird that Bottas is no longer in this series, but yeah, we should be then back up into the points. There we go, P10, P9. We're ahead of Oscar Piastri. And remember, Lewis Hamilton has still got a pit before the end of the afternoon. I'm happy just to let Oscar by and then try and hang on to him.
Our teammate by 11.8 seconds.
The undercut is so overpowered here. Ocon's now got the jump on Gasly as well by a good 2-3 seconds. Even Stroll's jumped Pierre. Yeah, don't really have much faith in us being able to keep Oscar Piastri at bay. Definitely broke a little bit early there into turn 1 and we kind of got a bit pinched on the outside, but yeah, if we can hang with him for a few laps, build up that gap over Ocon behind, I think if we had more than about a 15-second lead, I could be tempted to pit again here and go to softs towards the end of the race, just to have the pace and try and go for fastest lap. Well, I guess the other two real questions we have then for the second half of this race is, are we going to see Perez pit again? And when are we going to see Hamilton pit again? He has to. He's used 2 sets of mediums so far this afternoon.
2.2 seconds.
Oscar Piastri is absolutely flying along here. He is loving life in that McLaren. Shame he's not in a particularly ideal position. But yeah, Hamilton just starting to slow those cars down behind him. Same probably will be said for Sergio Perez. I think the hards should make it to the end of the afternoon. But that front left, yeah, is starting to look just a little bit angry. How many times have I said that on this game? We've got yellows. I would take a safety car now. That would be very nicely timed for us in this good position. It's one of the Saubers breaking down. I think that might be Magnussen, whose engine has expired. Not good because it's another Ferrari power unit.
Okay, they're out of this race.
So yeah, Magnussen left wondering what could have been. Probably not a lot based on that Sauber car's performance right now. Hamilton as well into the pit lane at the end of lap 21, so at least we've got someone that we know we're going to have to fight towards the end of the afternoon. If he comes out behind Ocon, and Stroll, which he will, that's going to be really difficult for him to get back to me by the end of the day. But yeah, we are up into P9. Ooh, okay, Perez is pitting. I was not expecting that by Sergio Perez then. Besides, he's going to dive into the pit lane here.
The gap is currently around 5 seconds.
So we're then up into P8 of this Grand Prix. Unfortunately, I was about to say, wonder what his pace would be like towards the end on those dead hard compound tyres. But he's come out, I think, he's still ahead of Lewis. But they're both going to have a lot of work to do if they want to get back to me. Our fight towards the end of this might be with Stroll and Ocon, but they're starting to trip each other up a bit. Yeah, we are going to have to start nursing them a little bit more towards the end, although admittedly, even that front left, which is taking most of the pounding, should only be at about 60% by the end of the race. Team's starting to get a bit more worried about it. I'm more focused on that gap to Stroll. I think he's kind of finally remembered how decent that Aston Martin is. It suits these higher downforce configurations. But yeah, Stroll, after a lap 1 DNF last weekend, has just carved that gap to under 3 seconds to myself. Come on then, 8 laps to go with this Grand Prix. Let's see what kind of straight line speed Lance Stroll's got in comparison to myself. I'm going to try and drain the battery back down towards turn 1. You can see that time around. The Aston Martin driver not able to get close enough to me. He's still running it upwards of a second a lap faster, but that's quite difficult to keep up when you're trapped under the gearbox of the car in front. This is one of the joys and pains of the Hungaroring. We obviously experienced it early on, stuck behind Pierre Gasly, but we're going to have to try and put up a defensive drive.
0 seconds.
Yeah, we're still losing time to the cars in front. That I don't really care about, but 4 points I would be very happy with. 2 I would take. I don't really want to finish any lower than none. We're also going to be mighty close on the tyre sim run. I really don't care about it normally, but if we can try and just keep it under the score, then I'd be quite happy. One final corner to go. Oh, it's creeping up.
Okay,
Damn it! Damn it!
our targets. Not to worry, get your head down and chin up. Let's focus right the way into the checkered flag.
Well, we were about 150 yards out, but that is the difference maker inside F124. As, yeah, Stroll that time around. I think if we can defend the inside, we've probably got a good chance of keeping him at bay towards the end of this race. Well, again, here we go. Defensive against Lance Stroll. I think, you know, it could be that we end up having to try and do the same move every lap towards the end of this race. You can definitely see we're starting to struggle with the tyres. He has got a tyre advantage over me, and of course the other thing is that if Esteban Ocon gets here, then he might be able to try and fight his way through. Let's not forget as well, Hamilton. He's slowly moving his way back up through the order as well. Could he spring a late surprise as Stroll? The AI will get more impatient on this game. If they get stuck behind you for too many laps, they will start going for more aggressive moves. So it's not, you know, kind of cut and dry that we can keep him back. Here we go, Lance Stroll again, trying to look down the inside me back towards turn 1. Oh, that time around we're able to hook it up the long way around. I should have defended more. I wasn't even thinking about it that time. We've got to try and defend to the inside. I won't get away with that mistake too many times. Again, I keep forgetting about it towards the end of the race. I don't know what I'm getting distracted by. Let's Stroll again that time around. I think we'll try and switch me off the corner. Not happening there, but you can see everybody else now is joining this train. I don't know whether that's going to help or hinder Lewis Hamilton. The AI, yeah, you can't really make moves if the car in front of you's got DRS as well, unless you've got a ridiculous amount of extra grip. Our Stroll is definitely getting more aggressive each and every time. You can see he's trying to push from a little bit further back and tries to get even closer alongside me. I mean, what does he have to do, though? I guess it's try and take me by surprise and just dive it up the inside in towards turn 1, but 3 laps left for the Hungarian GP. I was not expecting this result when we came into this one. I'm really happy with the way we've been able to pick up points so far this year. You know, especially in the last few rounds. We only really missed out at Barcelona, didn't we? Ever since Monaco. We've done really well, especially as the AI have got better on this game. Oh no, again, Stroll this time round on the inside. Just a little bit more speed there. He backs out. Why on earth is Stroll backing out of that down at turn 1? He had the car fully alongside me and just decides he's going to brake early in towards that first corner. If I was Stroll, I'd be getting the elbows out, absolutely sending it in. making sure I don't lock up and parking it then on the apex, not allowing the car on the outside to get the run. But I guess obviously it is Lance Stroll at the end of the day. Recently announced he was re-signing with Aston Martin. Not that any of us saw that coming, because that's not what I saw coming. Horrible line there. Well, we left ourselves vulnerable, but again, just got the grip on the racing line. Well, helped massively today then by Hamilton and Perez's bot strategy calls. I'm so happy we didn't end up on a two-stop here. It was definitely the right call to stay on what we were doing as Stroll. I mean, that's probably the worst run he's had on me all afternoon towards the end of this. We have soaked up the pressure late on in the day, and now as long as I don't make a mistake around the rest of the lap, surely 4 extra points are in the back pocket for us and the Haas Formula 1 team there. Max Verstappen, I think Perez had to box twice towards the end here, because Max Verstappen has almost lapped him in this Grand Prix there as the Dutchman rounds his way through the final couple of corners. He had a terrible time at Silverstone last time out, making a mistake by himself. Red Bull today, though, the strategy for Sergio Perez has not been there. The Dutchman is going to be back on top once again. Lando Norris, I think, is going to come through for P2, heading home ahead of both of those Ferraris. Actually, in front of me, it wasn't really many battles going on towards the end, with maybe the exception of Alonso, Russell, and Oscar Piastri. But in towards the final few corners, from 17th place on the grid, we have not got the pace over one lap, but we really still are able to use our good skill and, you know, confidence in this car to make the difference come Grand Prix Sunday. We took a gamble with the setup. It has paid off here today out of the final corner. It is 8th place once again here at the Hungaroring.
It's always box office when this man's at the front. Max Verstappen takes the checkered flag.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
I genuinely believe that has got to be one of my most underrated drives so far this season. I hate this track with a passion. And to walk away with 4 points there, despite lacking a car that should have suited this circuit as well, I am really, really happy with. I genuinely am, like, looking back there, happy with the way we drove today. Max Verstappen, though, takes the win, 8 seconds clear ahead of Lando Norris. Like we said, Charles Leclerc beats out Tsunoda to 3rd and 4th. Alonso, Russell, Piastri, myself, Stroll, and Esteban Ocon rounding out the top 10 there. Carlos Sainz was able to hold off ahead of Lewis Hamilton right towards the end of the afternoon. And yeah, Perez, for some reason, was put on a 3-stop strategy. Did almost still beat Logan Sargent, though, who just clearly had no pace throughout the entirety of the weekend there. Hulkenberg, P16 for him in the end, able to get ahead of Kevin Magnussen, who of course failed to see the checkered flag, and the ailing Mexican. And that means if we take a look at the Drivers' Championship there, Max Verstappen the lead at the top now, 57 points as we head towards Belgium there. Charles Leclerc almost as close to Sergio as he is to his teammate. Piastri still ahead of Lando Norris. It seems like McLaren have taken a step forward recently and have really been able to up their pace there. Both drivers now ahead of Tsunoda in the championship standings. Mercedes struggling a little bit as Alonso re-jumps myself there. Yeah, we could be in a battle with Alonso and those two Mercs right the way throughout the rest of the campaign. Stroll, a couple of extra points, bumps himself clear of Sainz and Ricciardo once more, and it is still just Hulkenberg, Sargent, and Zhou Guanyu that have yet to get off the starting blocks so far this year. There, Red Bull, they open up the lead to 209 points even ahead of Ferrari. We are now 26 behind Aston Martin after their double DNF last time out. Alonso clearly came back with vengeance here and has just once again pushed themselves further clear of our team. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. No video tomorrow, of course, because it is the IRL Austrian Grand Prix, so hopefully you guys enjoy that, and we'll be back Monday ready at Belgium.
Welcome to the behemoth that they value so highly. This is Spa. It's high speed. It is really challenging. We have elevation, we have dramatic corners, and we have one driver in a few moments' time who will take pole position.
Well, I would love for it to be us who takes pole position here. Still yet to take a single pole inside F124, but honestly, with the way we've gone in recent times, I'll be happy if we see Q2. Really has been a tough old run of races for us. And yeah, like I said, it has been ever since the new patch. I don't think it's the AIU's overtake. I think they just now actually use their battery in qualifying, but it has kind of meant we're a lot more balanced with Hulkenberg in qualifying. Often still in races, we've been able to get the better of him, and I must admit, you know, recently we have done a really good job as well of still picking up points here and there, you know, keeping close to the likes of Alonso and those Mercedes in the championship. 210 miles by the time we get on the brakes at the top of the Camel Straight. Yeah, this thing is still fast. Well, I like to still pride myself on being able to get a pretty well nailed down lap here. Unfortunately, Lewis Hamilton appears to have used me for slipstream right the way round. So we've actually carried the Mercedes along, and well, I guess technically he is one of my big championship rivals so far this season. We make our way up in towards the bus stop chicane though to finish off this lap. Oh, a little bit of rear locking. First real mistake I've made all lap round. So we put the power down out of the final corner. It's going to be P10. That's better than we've done recently. Quicker than Gasly. Well, Mark's lying to me. It's P14 currently, so I don't know why he's telling me that. But yeah, not only do the AI now seem to be quicker over one lap inside this game, but they also seem to be able to improve more frequently come the end of their second runs here. So as we try and get our final flyer kick-started, we're going to be keeping one eye on the top left-hand side of your screens there as well. Make sure that we don't find ourselves out in Q1. That's an interesting way to take the first corner. Weirdly, I don't think it cost us anything, rather impressively. We're still pretty much even with my Delta to make our way through, as we've seen lots of other times moving around me. But we are still in P14 for now. I'm happy to bail out if we don't need to improve, and we don't. P15 in the end. That is close, but we've made Q2. Well, if ever there was going to be a track I'd back myself to make it straight into Q2, surely Spa was going to be that one there. Only 8 thousandths between us and Kevin Magnussen, though, so I would hardly say we safely made it by. Hulkenberg will line up at the back of the grid, but we've got basically 2 sets of tyres to go for a run in Q2. Right, well, we're going to go back out then on the first scrub set of tyres that we used in Q1, and hopefully then we'll be able to find some time when we go for a second one. We need to be into the 43s in this second session. We also need to be careful that we're not locking up the rears. Brakes seem really sensitive around this track. You know, we've said it since the beginning of the year, but this car definitely has a bit more power than the chassis and the aerodynamics can handle. It makes things leery, and it makes things fun. Well, first lap hasn't felt too bad. We're half a second down though on Esteban Ocon, so clearly the Alpine driver able to find a bit more pace as he's gone back out into the second session. Everybody should be building up confidence. A little bit gutted to see Albon so far down the order. He had a really good race here last season. I think he made it into Q3, as did I. But yeah, horrible line through the bus stop as we try and roll on the throttle out of the final corner. 44.2. Only a tenth slower than we did in Q1. And we have got a fresh set of tyres left. Trying to give ourselves a nice slipstream then from Lance Stroll here, ready for our final run. Provisional Q3 knockout time is a 1:43.5. So we're going to need a big improvement here as we head into our final qualifying effort. I don't know whether Stroll, what are they doing? Stroll there tries to park it on the inside. Tsunoda then as well gets a little bit confused just in front of him. We'll claim the slipstream off of the first corner. That will put us back up in the green then. So once more finding a little bit of time as we chuck the car up through Eau Rouge and Rayon on lap 1. I mean, it's so fun when you get a lap nailed around here. But are we going to be able to do it in Q2? I'm just happy to be in Q2, to be completely honest. You can see there, 10th up on the Alpine at the end of the first sector. But, of course, yeah, that was probably helped a little bit by the slipstream. Stroll now into the drop zone as we plunge down the hill through Malmedy. Try and keep the car near the curb. just finding a little bit more pace as the grid comes to us. Don't really want to lean on that outside curb anymore. But we find another 10th as well through Noning. Down into Puon we go. Down 1 gear this time around. Feeling brave and we'll capitalise. Claim the speed off of the corner. And use it right the way down into the Fania chicane. Tip it in 4th gear. Keep it tidy on the entry. Really easy to upset the car on the exit. And that's exactly what we've done.
We need a good lap here or we're out of qualifying. Come on.
Just sticking the wheel in the gravel, but we get away with it. We keep the wheel speed up on the exit of the corner. And we are just finding time everywhere around this venue right now. Unless we nail the final couple of corners, I don't think we're going to see ourselves into Q3. But what a brilliant effort it would be if we could. This is my favourite track. It's the one I probably still feel strongest on inside the F1 game. Brake at the 100-metre board. Tip the car in. Back end wants to slide around a little bit. We accidentally go down into 1st gear, but we find another couple of tenths. Is it Q3? P12. So close. I thought we were just going to do it. There we go. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris trading fastest time so far throughout the qualifying sessions. Esteban Ocon will see himself into Q3, but we were half a tenth away from George Russell in P10 there. Unlucky for us, but we have absolutely got the pace to fight on lap 1. So that's exactly what we're going to do.
The Belgian Grand Prix, a race the great Ayrton Senna won 6 times, and in 2019 Charles Leclerc became the first driver to take their maiden win here since a certain Michael Schumacher in 1992. One of the circuits that makes Formula One, Formula One. Welcome to the Belgian Grand Prix. 19 corners, 4.3 miles or 7 kilometres. There's over 100 metres of elevation change here, with long stretches of the lap spent flat out. Look out for the bus stop chicane. The final challenge before the temporary relief of the start-finish straight. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. Edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Tsunoda, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Russell, Ocon, Stroll, Mr. Monaco, Sainz, Albon, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Joe, Sargent, and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Well, here we are then on the grid, and by virtue of Fernando Alonso's penalties, I think this is the highest we've qualified since Monaco. It's been a while since we even started kind of near the midfield here, but hopefully we're not going to waste that opportunity as well. 22 laps ahead of us here in the Ardennes, and we're going to go aggressive with the strategy. Soft to medium, we might go for an undercut if we feel it's viable as well a bit later on. No chance of rain. So hopefully this can play into our hand. I've had very little rain recently since the new update as well, but it is 5 red lights. A ridiculously long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. We've actually done a pretty good getaway there. Straight past Lance Stroll, down in towards someone. It's all Ocon and Russell. Who's turned in on me? Why? Stroll and Sainz there, too busy fighting with each other.
You might start to pick up a little bit extra drag.
Love that on lap 1, as we're going to really try and pinch in Lance Stroll down in towards Rouge and Rally on there. I don't get how the AI, they're side by side behind me, and yet somehow I'm the one that picks up damage and all of that, and Stroll will try and go around my outside. That's not going to happen so easily. Suddenly, as we'll just absolutely send it in towards the next corner there. I'm not willing to give up on points despite the lap 1 damage. There's Russell and Ocon duking out just in front of me, but it is still Verstappen who leads the way ahead of Lando Norris at the front of the field. McLaren might well and truly be showing signs that they are back in this series. Of course, Oscar Piastri won the British Grand Prix a few rounds ago. Silverstone and Spa, fairly similar, I would argue. Verstappen is already streaking away at the front of the field, but now we've got DRS enabled. We're going to try and go on the offensive here.
The side pods expect to feel a little bit more drag than normal.
I can't say I've noticed it too badly so far, as around the outside of George will go. Like we said, Mercedes, they're really kind of dropping back, into ours, Aston Martin, Alpine's clutches in recent times. Obviously, we are battling with them in the drivers' table, so any points we gain could prove pivotal by the end of the year. There's Esteban Ocon as well, having a really good run for Alpine.
Button more, it's time to utilise some of this energy, come on.
Verstappen, though, at the front of the field has decided he's checking out, and a bit like Austria, he's just winning this one with great ease. I think Russell and Carlos Sainz then must have made contact here, because Sainz has kept up with me. George Russell, though, is dropping off at a rapid rate of knots early on, so not too sure what's happened to him. I'm trying to monitor the gap to Esteban Ocon in front, because I'm hoping he's going to lose the DRS of the cars in front of him. Although that being both McLarens, both Ferraris, want to get involved in a battle here. Looks like one of them has broken free. So we've got yellows out. Someone might be breaking down. Or is it just Russell making his way into the pit lane now? What on earth is going on down at turn 1? Apparently we're having a tea party, lads. We're going to try and see if we can get a run then on Esteban Ocon here as we make our way up the Kennels Straight. Hamilton, Piastri and Lando Norris fighting it out just in front of me. 3 wide they go. Are we going to see Hamilton? Sorry? What on earth was that? Esteban Ocon just turned for me.
Mate, it's good to get your elbows out, mate, but come on, not like this. Let's keep it clean, please.
I've never had this target acquired inside F1 24 as immediately Lando Norris and I make a tiny bit of contact. What on earth was Esteban Ocon trying to do there, though? He just swung for me down the middle of the Kemmel Straight as we almost bin it on the exit of the corner. I think Lando Norris as well, and all that 3 wide fighting up in front, picked up damage last time round as well. As he immediately has dropped back off the tail of Lewis Hamilton and his teammate there. Lando really has had a lot of bad luck so far this season, as we're going to try and go around the outside then of the McLaren. Oscar and Lewis still fighting just up the road. Are we going to see... I mean, they had obviously that magnificent battle to the end of the Qatar Grand Prix last year, but this time around it's Hamilton that comes out on top. Well, I kind of didn't realise actually how much damage we took from that early incident. I don't think no, it was Esteban Ocon, wasn't it, who took a swipe at me, has helped us out either. Luckily, Lando Norris is kind of spreading out the group further back. But yeah, Sainz, Ocon and I can kind of work together throughout a lot of the afternoon, then maybe we can all try and guarantee ourselves some points. It's kind of a bit weird. You don't really think there's any of the top runners that are outside of the top 10. But I guess with neither Alpine there,
Behind, 1 second.
George Russell, it does provide a lot of us with some opportunity. Speaking of opportunity though, well, Carlos Sainz, I was trying to let him buy the easy way, but he wanted to try and make himself work for it. Around the outside goes the Spaniard.
Overtake button for more power.
Now, I've got no qualms with Lando Norris creating a bit of a roadblock further behind, as Lance Stroll now moves himself up into P10. We just want to work with Sainz here over the next couple of laps to keep Ocon further back. I don't know what it is now about this track, but it's turn 1 that seems to be the corner I really struggle with the most around this venue. I guess because the camber isn't the same as I remember it being. Can we try and get a run on Carlos Sainz around the outside at the top of the hill? Clean will sweep back through there. We're working together quite nicely. Not when I do that, though, as he might be able to try and get the switch on me back down.
You made it look so easy.
Nope, we just, you know, we dipped the wheel in the gravel there for the theatrics, for the cameras. Well, unfortunately, yeah, I think Ocon's tyres now just starting to work out a little bit better. And Sainz on my own, I think we've certainly put a lot of wear through these, especially when you factor in the damage as well that we've taken. Want to try and keep hold of the lead, you know what I mean, of this group for now, as you can just hear both of them closing in there at the end of the Kemmel Straight. I don't know whether to box now. I think we want to try and go 1 lap more if we can. But I guess it will kind of depend on when Ocon wants to pit, because I don't want to get undercut by him. Yellows, we've got yellows. Someone's got issues. Who's that going to be then, potentially out of the Grand Prix? I think that might be Carlos Sainz. So Sainz then running into mechanical issues, and he's out.
Okay, it looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
That all happened very suddenly then, as we're going to box into the end of this lap. Ocon now forced to battle with Lance Stroll a bit further behind. Making our way then into the pit lane at the end of lap 10. We've done pretty well actually on these soft compound tyres to hang on to them as well as we have, despite obviously the underfloor and body damage that we've got on the car. Absolutely nailed that pit lane entry as well. 49 miles an hour. We just got it slowed down at exactly the right time. So hopefully we're not going to get ourselves overcut then by some of the other runners. It is an earlier pit stop than we've seen most drivers make, but I think it's the right call.
Okay, go, go, go! That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
I didn't realise I popped the car in neutral, so Russell's going to say thank you very much and immediately get past me. But only down to 12th. I didn't realise Ocon had pit as well, to be fair. So we've actually done pretty well there, and surely we're going to be able to get a run back on the Mercedes then as we make our way up the straight. Maybe putting it in neutral actually helped me out there, so we wouldn't be under pressure from George myself. As use that little bit extra battery, you just slingshot yourself alongside the AI, and we are through. Is Russell trying to go to the end on those hards? Or does he plan on boxing again? Only time will tell. There we go. Teammate in, so we should be back up inside the points.
Okay, Nico's into the pits. Nico in the pits. Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead, please. 3.7 seconds.
Oh, I thought for a split second then we might get the jump on Oscar Piastri, but of course, yeah, he's come out a little way up the road. Kind of hoping Russell can help me out here and not let Ocon get too close, as we're still up in P7. I mean, it would be a pretty standard result for me in recent races, but every single time, I really do feel like we've driven the wheels off the car.
The mediums. Car ahead now running medium tyres.
There goes George. But yeah, let's try and keep Ocon back. Well, I'm genuinely happy just to keep trading this place with George Russell right now, as long as it keeps Ocon a little bit further back. He seems to be gaining in on the pair of us here, as Russell, which way is he going to go? He's going to let me by, and then kind of decide at the last moment he doesn't want to let me by. We'll open up the gap to Ocon back up to 2 seconds. It's purple through the first sector. I'm sure in no thanks into that slipstream. I can formulate a full sentence still, ish. Got bigger concerns at the moment, Mark. We got a Williams that's gone round. Maybe something else has happened. No, I think it is just that Williams has gone for a spin. Gets back going. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would assume that's Sargent. But yeah, I mean, this could be a new personal best of the race as well for us. So we're getting into a decent groove at the moment. We're keeping Russell as well away from Esteban Ocon. 45.2.
Teammate behind. 0.7 seconds.
That ain't right. But yeah, we're not that far off Max's best lap.
On Stroll. Okay, they're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car.
Is the problem with the car the meat and flesh driving it? Because then I understand. Well, I am very much monitoring the gap at the moment between Ocon and George Russell. I feel like, yeah, if Ocon gets within the range of George, then it's time that I just let George go. And when I say let George go, I actually mean try and get out the 1 second zone. Because I'm just keeping him there at the moment, trying to make sure that Ocon doesn't get the DRS off him too soon towards the end of the race. But yeah, despite the damage though, pace feels really good in the car, like I said. I feel like I can just maximise Spa as a track better than any other. It's a track I feel I have slightly more confidence with the car at. As you can see, oh, it's getting mighty close between those two behind me. I think George, though, again for now, has kept Esteban out of the range. And as soon as I say that, Russell, I think, has had a minor lock-up, so Esteban now is within his range. I'm sorry, George, I've got to let you go, my friend. So try and put the power down out of turn 1, drain the battery. Yep, we'll leave those two to fight. 7 laps to go here in the Ardennes. And I'll be honest, I'm hoping it's really quiet and undramatic. Esteban Ocon, clean past George Russell, though, on lap 17. So, yeah, we're still going to end up in a fight, I believe, with that Alpine before now in the end. But Russell, are we going to see him able to hang close enough to Ocon? I'm staggered. The Mercedes driver has gone as far as he had on the hards. I can only assume he's trying to get into the end. I tell you what, it's actually a good strategy by them. It's worked really well as we've got yellows out. I think that's Verstappen. Max Verstappen, he's either gone for a spin or he's out of the Grand Prix.
In the next part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
The second time in 3 races the Dutchman has seemingly bottled an easy lead at the front of the field. He did it back at Silverstone. He's done it again here. And Verstappen now suddenly down to P6. 4 laps to go here from Belgium, and now we're having to start playing the strategy game with Esteban Ocon behind me. We know he's looking quick at the moment. Annoyingly, he has been able to drag George Russell back to us, and he hasn't quite been able to get George out of the range just yet. So we're going to try and let Esteban by, slot in between them, and make sure that obviously we can attack him again before the end of the race there, as there goes Esty Bestie around the outside. We might now be able to get George out of the range. Oh, but we've got to basically stick to his rear end like glue through this middle sector. Come on. Here we go then. We've got to try and get George out of the range, so we need to basically be under Esteban's gearbox here as we make our way in towards the bus stop. Ocon will go defensive on me. Whoa, hello. Huge rear snap there as we make our way in. Those 2 big braking zones in towards the final couple of corners and down at turn 1.
target nicely. There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
Why I struggle with them both so much, but I really do in this year's game. Can we try and get the power down and keep Russell at the range once again? No, we can. George Russell, he's on hard tyres that are like 17 laps old at this point, and yet still he refuses to give up in this battle. I'm going to sit behind Esteban this time. I think it's in our best interest. 2 laps to go then. I don't think Russell's going to give up. I think he's been really clever here and has let us both by and is now just willing to sit in behind. See, this time around we're going to get a run on Esteban Ocon. He keeps it pinned down on the right-hand side. Clean around the outside of him. We'll go, though, on the brakes, just to keep it inside track limits as well. They're at the top of the hill. Same can't be said off the corner. As are we going to see Esteban have a look back down the inside? Yes, we are. We got gravel on the tyres. And he kind of takes a very late apex there. I thought he was going to turn in long before he did. It's a big battle late on in the day. We know we have beef with Esteban Ocon. He is not a driver I would like to work with unless I absolutely had to. And today, that seems to be the case. Oh, yellows. George Russell. Russell right at the end. I think he's gone for a spin. Something's happened to George Russell here, who was tucked up behind me. And after such a good job done by nursing those tyres, it has all gone wrong for the Mercedes man late on in the day here. I think he's trying to get back on the road, and I think he has created a roadblock a little bit further back, so no idea whether the AI are going to be able to deal with that. We've got more important pressing matters on the hands, though, as we're going to try and have a look to the inside of Esteban Ocon. Up the Kemmel Straight there, through we will go, and back into P7.
0.1 seconds.
No idea. What did George do? I would love to find out. But yeah, as we make our way, though, around this final lap, I could not tell you which Ferrari it is leading the way. I would assume it's Charles Leclerc, but we were so just expecting Verstappen to dominate this one. Ferrari, they haven't looked quick all weekend. It's all been about Red Bull and McLaren, most notably Verstappen and Lando Norris. Lando picked up damage early on, which I don't think McLaren ever bothered to fix. Max Verstappen absolutely bottled it under no pressure for the second time in 3 Grand Prix. So Ferrari are going to be the ones that reap the rewards here. Is it going to be a 1-2? Or is Sergio Perez going to keep his title hopes alive by getting between them here on X-Core and his teammate by a good 9 or 10 points here? Only time will tell. Through the final corner, it is going to be Charles Leclerc that wins the Belgian Grand Prix for the second time. Sainz will hang on for P2. He beats out Sergio Perez, who will cut the gap back down to his Red Bull teammate. We're still under pressure from Esteban Ocon in towards the final couple of corners. They're nice and early on the brakes. Through we go. It is P7 in the end here in Belgium. I will happily bring home the points.
The man from Monaco will win again. Charles Leclerc takes the checkered flag.
Well, a truly brilliant performance today by Charles Leclerc to take victory. You can see why he's so highly rated. He's always a joy to watch, and a brilliant race put together by him today.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit, familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari, do it again.
Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc takes the victory ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. A big weekend for Ferrari, and really, really important for them as they go into the summer break with a bit of momentum behind them there. Perez hangs on for P3 ahead of Hamilton and Oscar Piastri there, with Verstappen beating myself, Ocon, Albon and Pierre Gasly in the final results there. Ricciardo, the only V-carb to survive. Stroll beating out Fernando Alonso in the end. And Hulkenberg, a pretty disappointing day. P16, admittedly from 20th on the grid, but I'm sure he would have wanted a little bit more there. Carlos Sainz, the only driver not to see the checkered flag. That means if we take a look at the championship standings, Verstappen heads into the summer break with a 51-point lead over his teammate there. Perez, 49. The gap between him and Charles Leclerc, who, yeah, extends that gap over Oscar Piastri once more. Tsunoda, he has been a lot better in recent races, so I'll be intrigued to see maybe Ferrari holding off on signing me because they want to keep Yuki on for the rest of the year there. We're up to 8th, though, ahead of George Russell and Fernando Alonso. So, yeah, again, nice to go into the summer break with that little bit of extra, you know, kind of momentum behind us there. The gap to Aston Martin, though, 20 points. As we take a couple of days off there. Ferrari, 190 back from Red Bull. It's looking, yeah, like it's probably going to be Red Bull that claim both championships this year, unless, yeah, Ferrari can come back swinging in the second half of the season. But, yeah, those 2 points as well, critical for Williams, as they will now be back ahead of Kick Sauber as well there. So, yeah, really, really good to see for Alex Albon on a track they needed to capitalise. They have done exactly that. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort.
With partisan support that we rarely see anywhere else on the calendar, there is an incredible atmosphere at Zandvoort. We're setting the grid for the Dutch Grand Prix in qualifying.
Well, as we head out into qualifying then here from Zandvoort, like I said, we are going to use that overtake mode now inside this series. It's a bit odd. It's almost like the AI use half a charge around the lap. It really seems to be quite difficult to find the balance. As I mentioned in the My Team career mode earlier on, probably would just be a good idea if EA gave us a working game, wouldn't it, that is well balanced and everything like that. But yeah, I mean, the less said about that, the better it would appear. First goal, though, is try and see ourselves into Q2, and honestly, my pace at Zandvoort tends to either be really good or really bad, so I'll wait and see as to how this goes. We try and chuck the car up through the top of the hill. Come on. Nope, that's not the line we want there. Didn't do as badly as I thought we were going to, but still far from perfect. 4 tenths up on the Williams of Alex Albon at the moment. Looks like Hulkenberg. Oh, damn it. Oh, no. I was just about to say, looks like Hulkenberg's doing a pretty good job as well. And that's a really, really stupid way to ruin our first lap. Right towards the end of it as well. We've got to get on with it. There's a car coming up behind me. It's an Alpine, so I don't really want to give him a slipstream if I can avoid it. Oh, come on, what are you doing? I'll get a penalty if you don't get on with it past me. I've now become one of AI's, the F124's terrible AI with blue flags. But we'll make sure we've got a delta. Q1 has now kind of become one run. Well, Hulkenberg then is right on the cusp here as we go round to start our final lap in Q1. Obviously, we've still got that delta to the other drivers. I'm going to try and be a little bit more careful with our battery management as well, but it might well be that one has is going to knock out the other. It might well be that we simply don't have the pace to try and go quicker than our teammate, but I would certainly like to believe so. We've pretty handily had the better of Hulkenberg over one lap, pretty much in any session so far inside this series. We've done a pretty good job at beating our teammate there as another nearly 10th up in Sector 1. Perez goes top of the timings. There's all a little bit wide. Come on. Gather it up. We don't need to start going and throwing away time now. Well, it looks like everybody improving around us then. Somehow Hulkenberg now.
Your teammate is faster.
There you go. Hulkenberg improves again as we make another little mistake though. Down towards the end of the lap. Now we're going to find loads of time though on the Delta. I've got no idea how far up we need to be. I think it's got to be a good 11-12 seconds here out of the final corner. Use all that battery as we make our way towards the line. Are we into Q2? P11, yes we are. Well, it all got a little bit nip and tuck right towards the end of the session. Yuki Tsunoda, though, fastest. Verstappen, slower than his teammate Sergio Perez there, as Carlos Sainz, both Williams, both Saubers out in that first run. But, I mean, yeah, Haas, we're not far away from the likes of Mercedes and co, but it is just finding that last little bit. Well, we kind of wrecked both sets of our Q1 tyres by going a little bit too aggressive. Like I said, I think we did get a little bit desperate towards the end of that session. Luckily, it didn't come back to haunt me this time round as we make our way then out of the banking to start our first run here in Q2. It's our only run here in Q2 as well, so we need to try and get a good time on the board as we make our way through Turn 1. Obviously, like I said, we've got no delta or anything like that this time. But Hulkenberg only good enough for P14 at the moment. I think it's the V-carb, though, of Ricciardo that hasn't gone back out towards the end of the session. But I think we need a high 9 if we want to see ourselves into Q3. Purple through the first sector, but we are often very, very strong through there. Unfortunately, we messed up the line up through the top of the hill. Just again, getting a little bit desperate here in qualifying. We want to try and deliver. We know how important grid position is around this venue. It's out in the final corner, up towards the line, completely drained the battery. 10-1, P9, somehow. Well, it doesn't happen very often for me on this game, but our ragged laps seem to be working at the moment. We just squeezed by there. 700ths of a second clear of Esteban Ocon. It's a shame Hulkenberg couldn't re-deliver towards the end of the session, but Haas, Alpine, we've really closed in with those big 5 teams at the top of the order. But I think, again, anything higher than 10th is a bonus. The car is ready then for, once again, a one-run attempt here in Q3. Say we have really, really struggled so far, but I would love to just get one properly good qualifying lap on the board. Well, not only is quick, but also is tiny there as we rake about 70 meters out from turn 1. You can avoid taking the apex too early on the entry, as long as you can roll on that throttle on the exit there, attack the car over the curbs as you make your way down through the hairpin. Use the banking on the exit to really stabilize the rear end of the car, and allows you to ride that throttle really early, save a little bit of battery as you make your way up the hill on the other side. We're going to try and leave it in 7th gear. A little bit of battery usage on the exit to give you that power and the torque that you need. As oh no. No. A little bit of a moment. You get a bit of oversteer as well. Oh no, it's gone. It's absolutely gone. The fact we've even made it to Q3, I think, is nothing short of a miracle here in qualifying. We have really just over-pushed the car right the way throughout the session. You can see there nearly a second down on Sergio Perez by the end of the middle sector, and again just a little bit of a wobble as well. The car does not feel stable. It's quick, but it does not feel stable here in qualifying trim as we round our way through the final corner. Then what's the time going to be? It's going to be nothing to write home about, is it? It's going to be like a mid-10, and yes it is a 10.7. That is disgusting. Well, there we go. Oscar Piastri, quarter of a second away, but it was always going to be Max Verstappen on the pole here at the Dutch Grand Prix. We do start inside the top 10, though, for the first time in a little while, so hopefully we can deliver any kind of result today.
We're on the coast of the North Sea at Zandvoort Circuit, 25 miles outside of Amsterdam. We're all set for the Dutch Grand Prix, a race that the greats have won at, including Jim Clark, who took the biggest trophy home here on 4 occasions. A lap of this short 2.6 mile Zandvoort Circuit then features 14 corners, 10 to the right and 4 to the left, with a 678-metre main straight into turn 1, aka Tarzan Corner, which with DRS open will be the best overtaking opportunity on the track. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Ricciardo, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Sainz, Sargent, Magnussen, Joe, Ocon, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Okay, Mark here. Let's get another points finish today. I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you.
Well, yeah, like I said, I feel like we've been very, very consistent over the course of the campaign. I think only Monaco, where obviously we had the glitch, Shanghai and Bahrain, where both of those races we had mechanical failures. I think every other race so far this year, apart from Spain, we have scored points, and even there we ended up coming P11. So we've been very, very consistent this year, and I hope that will continue right the way towards the end of the campaign. Team thinks softs are viable. I, however, am not so convinced. We're going to stick with the mediums. We're going to stick on the safe strategy here, and maybe we could go to softs later on in the afternoon, depending on how the mediums hold up. I've said it before, I'll say it again. We've just got to manage that front left tyre today, and that will be the difference maker here as we wait then on the grid for the 5 red lights here in Zandvoort. Oh, it's a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. And everybody around me on softs immediately means we're going to be under some pressure. Stroll says thank you very much. Down towards turn 1. We're not going to give up on it, though. As all Hamilton a little bit slow on the exit the corner there. Maybe caught napping slightly. Thought we could try and force the error, but apparently not, as we'll try and go high around the outside. Nope, we're 3 wide temporarily. And there was no grip where I ended up. Come on. Keep the back end of the car in check. Side by side with Ricciardo. As we make our way up the hill, looks like everybody has opted for that really aggressive strategy here, as Hamilton once again will just about hang on ahead of the Aston Martin. Ricciardo again down my inside. We'll just try and give him a little bit of a pinch there to the apex. Through into the middle sector. Brutally tough, brutally difficult, as the AI have just got way more grip than me off the start of this one. Clearly, this is going to be a race that has to come to us a bit later on over the event, so we'll just try and settle down. Make sure we stay in a good routine and a good rhythm here as well. And obviously, yeah, try and make sure that we open up any opportunity we possibly can for ourselves. The other thing, of course, is the medium hopefully won't cook as quickly as the soft tyre would here, but as we survive lap 1, Verstappen still leads at the front. Well, 2 really, really important things here early on in the afternoon. 1 is obviously that we look after the tyres. 2 is we try and stay in the range of those cars in front. Ricciardo already hassling me here. This track is not the easiest to obviously recharge at the battery pack either, but seems like we're starting to get a little bit of a train forming behind Yuki Tsunoda in that second Ferrari. So yeah, if we can just get close in those last couple of tenths back to Pierre, then hopefully we can try and sit in with them. Oh, come on, we've used all our battery way too early in the race. There goes Ricciardo.
1.7 seconds. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 1.7 seconds.
Nudge the wall as well, back down at turn 1. Yeah, these mediums, they're just struggling a little bit early on. We've got to remember, we haven't got as much grip as the AI in already a car that is proving to be quite challenging when it comes to grip this weekend. Let's just try and stick with Ricciardo and see how badly he loses time to those other runners. Well, it's a bit like what we saw in Qatar then in the My Team career mode.
Few tenths per lap. Get your head down.
I've said it before and I've said it again on this game. I like, you know, the new implementation of the tyre wear and things like that. But when it feels like you're at an unfair disadvantage against the AI everywhere, it is really, really frustrating. I mean, admittedly, I've come back to this game, and Qatar and Zandvoort are 2 of the worst tracks for it.
Okay, Sainz is ahead of you. We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
But yeah, it is so frustrating when it feels like you're just at a disadvantage here. Weirdly, the team have told me I need to try and get past Ricciardo, despite the fact Sainz is between us. Oh, who's that? Ocon having a look. Just barges me out on the exit of the corner. I think he's picked up some front wing damage, though. Don't know whether that was there or prior. Oh, Bottas, I'm sorry. I might have been barged out by Esteban Ocon, but I've done exactly the same to Bottas, I think. He'll rejoin on the road. But yeah, just things... sorry, Magnussen, isn't it, of course, not Bottas in this series. But yeah, trying to get the elbows out. It is not working for us. We need to regroup, refocus. There's 25% tyre wear already. Oh, here we go. We might actually be able to make an overtake here. So we try and get a run on Esteban Ocon out of the final corner. To the outside we'll go. And maybe now our medium tyres are starting to come in. I kind of forgot again, yeah, that the AI had got a tyre advantage early on. But yeah, we've got to now see if we can close back in on those V-carbs. Oh, here we go. See Sainz and Ricciardo just in front, having a bit of a battle. Hopefully they go side by side through turn 1, which they will. So obviously both of those two still fighting. Although Perez has admittedly done a very good job so far this year, both of them know that they could still be within a shot of that Red Bull seat next campaign. Sainz will move through, claim track position. But yeah, they're just really kind of carrying each other along, rather than dragging each other back towards me. Here we go again. Ricciardo this time around getting put right to the wall by Carlos Sainz in front. Oh, a very, very good little battle, these two. A little way up the road. It just seems I'm not close enough to really enjoy it there, as Sainz this time around will hang on. But the gap here is definitely just starting to creep down. Well, how many times am I going to see Ricciardo try and make the move on Carlos Sainz?
Gaining on the car ahead.
Is the one good thing about this, though. We are still, well, not really gaining much, but we are gaining a little bit there. As side by side again, they'll go. This time around, Ricciardo does finally complete the move on his Spanish teammate. And you can see now, when they do that, We take a good half a second out of the pair of them. We need them doing that more, but of course they're probably going to be pitting quite soon. I don't know, do we try and extend the first stint?
2.4 seconds.
I mean, a well-timed safety car will be really useful this afternoon, but it's so difficult to guess around Zandvoort. Wow, okay, tyre warning light now has come on just lap 14, so it might be that we have to try and undercut our way on the hard tyres ahead of some of these softer runners. They don't actually feel too bad at the moment, but yeah, it just goes to show how much you are dragging those front tyres along around this venue. I mean, the other 3 tyres absolutely fine. Well, we're going to peel into the pit lane then at the end of that lap. Now we've got that target achieved. We're going to try and get the undercut on some of those other drivers there. It's just if I get the car slowed down. Everybody else now moving to the mediums. We're going to have to go all the way over to the hard compounded tyre. But yeah, I want to try and get the undercut on Ricciardo and Sainz if possible.
Off we go, back into the race. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
Yeah, really don't know whether we should have taken the gamble with the soft tyres at the start of this one, but we've got to try and make our own strategy work. We are 7 seconds behind Hamilton, though. It is very weird seeing the likes of Hamilton and Alonso at the rear of the field. Not so much Perez. Everybody else then pouring into the pit lane, including one of those V-carb cars. So are we going to be out ahead? Don't know which one it is.
9 seconds.
Oh, it's Carlos Sainz there. We're going to be so close on pit exit. Oh, a big moment of oversteer, though, and that might be the difference maker. Sainz will hang on just in front of me. The Sonoda a little further up the road, but all of those front runners are trying to have to find a way around Logan Sargent right now. We are in the range of Carlos Sainz. Everybody else then peeling into the pit, so hopefully we're going to re-emerge about where we were. Maybe we can get the jump on Ricciardo as he makes his way out of the pit lane. Don't bottle it through the run off the hairpin, which we won't. Around the outside then of the Australian will go, so we managed to split those V-carves for now. Only thing is, Sainz immediately got back out of the range. We just don't have the pace through the middle sector against the AI, despite the fact I'm running basically maximum downforce. Here comes Ricciardo again, immediately straight back past me. Wanted to move across me in the braking zone as well there, but yeah, he said at the start of this race. Yeah, we better at the very least be able to keep up with him. Maybe he can get us back close to Carlos Sainz as well, but yeah, I said at the start of this race how well we've done being able to score points reliably this year. I just can't get the sense but feeling that today that will not continue. Oh, come on, we've lost the reins to Daniel Ricciardo as well now. I feel like whatever we do today, we just simply have not got the pace to hang on. Just overdriving the car and getting nothing from it all weekend. It is so difficult to find the limit around this track, and of course the AI can do it lap after lap after lap. I do really feel, yeah, that ever since this track came back into the F1 game, I think it was F1 2021, it's often been one that the AI just a little bit too strong at.
Behind the car ahead, keep pushing.
I think because there's so little room for error. Obviously the AI don't tend to make errors. Yeah, that they kind of are just able to run perfect lines everywhere. Well, maybe all I ended up doing then was accidentally prolonging that V-car battle from resuming once more towards the end of this race. Again, we're not losing much time to Carlos Sainz, but Ricciardo seems to be looking pretty racy right now. If we could just sort of get in towards those final 10 laps and start taking time out of both of them reliably, I would still love to try and beat him by the end of the day. And there we go, Sainz and Ricciardo side by side again, back down towards turn 1. Sainz that time round will just about hang on to it around the outside. But yeah, we want to see that gap immediately come back down under 4. How when they're fighting, are they still pulling away from me? Oh, we've got yellow flags. We've got yellow flags late on in the day. I think that's one of the Aston Martins that might be out of the Grand Prix. I think that might be Fernando Alonso. That's maybe falling to the wayside. We're going to just take the gamble. We're going to box now for a set of the soft compound tyres.
It looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
Damn it. It's Stroll out, which I guess that doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, though, we're not going to see a safety car or anything like that.
Mate, looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
I basically just took a punt, to be honest. I thought, you know what, we can't really gain anything if we don't pit, so we're not really going to lose a lot either if we do. Stroll out of the Grand Prix. I guess now we've got to try and make some overtakes before the end to recover back to where I was. I must admit, it feels nice for pretty much the first time all afternoon to actually have a bit of a grip advantage over the AI down the inside as Sargent will go. Very, very aggressive manoeuvre, but we did get it stopped on the track. Up into P18 we go once again.
That brings you up a place.
Really, really disappointed with the way this one's turned out for us, but we've got to still see the finish. Well, I mean, looking at the pace of these soft compound tyres towards the end of the afternoon, maybe a proper two-stop would have been viable here. We only ended up doing it because we were struggling for pace. Around the outside of our teammate Hulkenberg will go back down at turn 1. I mean, the fact he hasn't been able to match the Saubers or Alex Albon goes to show just how much this car has struggled today. Up into P17 we go. We've got Zhou, Albon, Ocon, and Magnussen all just in front. How many of them are we going to be able to get heading into the final lap? Right, come on then. One more lap to go here from Zandvoort. We're going to try and get a run on Zhou Guanyu, despite the fact that he's got DRS. I mean, look at him. Just pulling away. I mean, we've got way more braking performance, though, so we're still able to try and look around the outside. Albon trying to do the same thing with Esteban Ocon just up in front. And both of us are going to be able to make it work there as we make our way through this final lap. I mean, we've got so much more grip. Tiny bit of contact with Ocon, only doing what he did to me earlier on. Max Verstappen, though, he is going to come through to take victory once again here at Zandvoort. And I mean, World Championship leader, home Grand Prix. Were we ever expecting it to be any different? Especially once we saw the margin come the end of qualifying here. But as we make our way in towards the final sector of this GP, we took the gamble with the safe strategy, weirdly, inside this race, but it ultimately didn't work out for us. We were on the back foot pretty much from the get-go down the inside of yet another Williams here. Are we going to be able to recover back to where we were, though, before this all unfolded towards the end of the afternoon? If we could just get the run on Kevin Magnussen through this final corner, we might end up in a drag race towards the line with the Sauber car here. Are we going to get to him? It's so close, but it's not enough.
Out of the final corner for the final time, Max Verstappen takes the win.
And you can just see how much this means to the fans as well. The energy that they were giving the driver all day today. A race win at home feels like 10 race wins elsewhere.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
Well, there we go. Max Verstappen, I mean, pole position, fastest lap, race victory, 15 seconds clear come the end of the afternoon. This was one of those weekends, I think, like I said, after qualifying, we knew the Dutchman was going to win. It was really just a question of how would Sergio Perez fare and would he be able to recover in behind him. Only 5th place for the Mexican, will lose out to Charles Leclerc and both McLaren, so big championship points lost in the bigger picture. Alonso beats out both Mercs. Gasly gets a couple of points ahead of Yuki Tsunoda there, with both of the V-Carbs in 11th and 12th place. I think, honestly, we might have been able to close into them towards the end of the afternoon, but the hard tyres, they just weren't providing us with enough grip, and whilst they were squabbling, they were kind of carrying each other along towards the end of the race. That means Verstappen, though, his title lead now up to 67 points over his teammate Sergio Perez, so it is far from over, but certainly, yeah, the Dutchman is just stating his claim at the top of the table there. We get re-jumped by both Russell and Alonso, who are now tied on 93 points apiece. So, yeah, plenty of work for us still to do before the end of the campaign there. Constructors-wise, we're in a pretty safe 6th. I think Alonso is just about doing enough now with that Aston Martin car to keep ahead of us. Hopefully we're not going to see Alpine and VCarb get close by the end of the year as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Italian Grand Prix.
For over a century, the Temple of Speed has all come down to moments like this. Driver versus the stopwatch to set the grid for the Grand Prix. It is qualifying at Monza.
But as we head into qualifying then, Monza has often actually been a tricky track for us to work out just how much potential we've got in the car, especially with the ERS now inside F124. Do we use all of it to try and get right up towards the top end, or do we just try and use it to carry the car off of the corners there? 215, 260 miles an hour down towards someone, 217. Can't imagine how quick Carlos Sainz in that V car went behind me, because he was certainly gaining in at a rapid rate of knots as well. But yeah, obviously got to make sure you try and utilise it. You know, it can make such a difference around this track, but surely at a bare minimum we want to be seeing ourselves into Q2 here. We made Q3 at Zandvoort, but we then really lacked race pace. Something about the cars on this year's game getting right up towards the red line that for some reason kind of reminds me of the old V8s that obviously F1 used to run 2013 and before. Just the way they absolutely scream up towards the top of the limiter in a way that kind of these modern hybrid cars have never been able to. Lando Norris 18.9, I'm going to do a 19.6, puts us P11. To everybody else then finishing off their runs, we've been relegated all the way down to P15, so we are right on the cusp at the moment. It might be that we've got enough to see ourselves through there. It's a really nice line through the exit of Sector 2. Of course, happy memories from this circuit. We accidentally won here last season, which was all very, very peculiar. We're still not really sure how I managed it. The AI just seemingly had no pace as Tsunoda goes top of the board in that Ferrari car. We're going to easily put ourselves, though, through to Q2 with a 19.1. And there we go, then. Yep, Yuki Tsunoda quicker than Lando Norris and Esteban Ocon, weirdly. 5 cars from 5 different teams making up our top 5 at the end of Q1. And it is both Williams, both Saubers and Hulkenberg out in that first session. Well, because we had to do the 2 runs in Q1, we've obviously only got the 1 set of soft compound tyres here ready for Q2, so it is going to be a late last-ditch run. Hopefully see us into that final session. I so desperately wish they'd move where the DRS marker board is, because it is nowhere near where the actual zone is inside this game. But yeah, that's another one that EA desperately need to fix there, as that the first couple of corners really nice and tidy. Roll on that throttle, watch the revs climb through every single gear. You've just got so much speed, so little drag and resistance in this car. It is an absolute rocket ship as purple, I believe that is, through the first sector. We do seem to be quick through sector 1, I think because we use a lot of our battery. It's just a case of how much we hang on through the rest of the lap. Oh, and using that last little bit of battery then up in towards the final corner. 5% left. We'll make sure we just get a little bit of recharge. Ready to slingshot out of the Alboreto curve. Braking at the 50 metre. We'll tip the car in. Try and take that late apex and then ride the throttle on the exit. Tiny bit wide over the AstroTurf. Hopefully that's not going to cost us anything. It is a 19.2 and we go P5. Well, a couple of shockers then out in Q2. Lewis Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda there both failed to make it into Q3. They're joined by both V-Carbs and Pierre Gasly then. So Esteban Ocon looking pretty racy here. We're looking pretty racy here. But Ferrari fastest in Q1 and Q2. Can Charles Leclerc make it happen? Well, we only get one chance here. We get one opportunity to try and put this thing right up towards the front of the order. Charles Leclerc, currently fastest on a 1:18.7. I'll be happy if we just get near the 1:18s, to be honest, because so far we did a 19.1 in Q1, a 19.2 in Q2. What can we do here in Q3? Braking about 110 meters out from the first apex. Lick both those curves nicely as Lando Norris, an 18.4. That is a ridiculous lap time by the McLaren man there. Max Verstappen an 18.2. All the times are improving, but Charles Leclerc does not go fastest anymore. So now we are the only other Ferrari power unit car with a chance. Purple through the first sector, attack the curbs, go through the chicane entry and on the exit there as we try and tip the car into the first of the Lesbos. Allow it to run wide on the exit. But keep it a bit more composed through the second one there. Really attack the curb and give yourself the straightest run on the exit of the corner there. Now you're just mentally preparing yourself for the Ascari chicane. 250 miles an hour on the way in, brake at 100, tip the car in 5th gear. Whoa, leaving in 6th on the exit there. We bobbled over the curve slightly. We were lucky we were able to keep our foot in and get the power down off of the corner. We're going to completely drain the battery down in towards this final turn. We don't want to have the energy recharging just yet. We'll try and get a little bit though back in the car as roll on that throttle out of the final corner up towards the line. Where is it going to put us on the grid? It's a 19-1 again. We line up P7. There we go, Spa and Monza. Those are always two tracks I feel like I can get a good lap under my belt. And I'll be honest, I think had we nailed the Ascari, we could have gone quicker than Alonso and Sergio Perez there. It's P7 on the grid. I believe that's exactly where we started last season here, where we took victory. Maybe we can make it 2 years in a row.
Welcome to the venue of evocative corner names, like Parabolica, which was renamed in 2021 to Curva Alboreto, in honour of Italian motorsport legend Michele Alboreto. It's a fitting tribute to him here at Monza, ahead of the Italian Grand Prix. Monza, northeast of Milan, some of the most iconic turns in all of racing. The chicane at turn 1 and 2, the Variante Ascari at turns 8, 9 and 10, and the Parabolica to conclude things at turn 11. We are full throttle for 80% of the lap. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Mr. Monaco, Russell, Ocon, Stroll, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Sainz, Gasly, Ricciardo, Albon, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Sargent, Joe, and Max Verstappen completes the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, delighted to say that we're joined today by Anthony Davidson. So they've got lots of team members to get to know, to win over, and to get working for them. How do you go about doing that? It's really great to see team and driver working so well together, but there's always improvements that you can get in. Now, those final hours before a race, did you have a routine?
Okay, this is our engine supplier's home Grand Prix, which means there's a lot of very important people here behind the scenes. I'd love to give them a strong result to watch today, plus a good result might make my post-race meetings a little bit easier.
Well, Alex Jakes, he has many questions, but only one of them does he ever want answering. Do we have a pre-race routine? And for the love of all that's holy, EA, please fix that bug, because every time, genuinely now, every time that comes up, my eye twitches. It annoys me so much inside this game. I love Alex Jakes as a commentator, and they are completely ruining him for me. Simple one-stop strategy, though, this afternoon. Tyre wear is not too much of a concern around this circuit. Max Verstappen with grid penalties, though, means everybody today has a shot at victory. It is 5 red lights on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go here at the Temple of Speed. Oscar Piastri gets off to a good start, so does Charles Leclerc. Straight to the front of the field there is Russell. Oh, trying to cover off myself. We're just going to try and hang down the inside as best as we can. Make sure that we don't get jumped by Sir Lancelot. We've lost the one place then to that Mercedes of the start here as Charles Leclerc hangs on to the lead, though. He's side by side with Oscar Piastri as we make our way up towards the second chicane there. Perez knows he has to keep it tidy if he wants to have a good shot at closing in some points on his big title rival there, as Piastri will tuck in behind Charles Leclerc at the top of the hill. It's actually ended up being a fairly calm start here. Everybody knows there's opportunity at the start of this one. We just want to try and stay out of trouble as well. I'll be honest, we've only won one race so far this year, all the way back at Jeddah. When we did win that race, I never thought it would be my only one of the year. I really did think we'd have a car that could fight over the course of the campaign. That really hasn't ended up being the case so far. Any opportunity we've got, we've obviously got to take.
Stay alert for threats around you.
Maybe, just maybe, Monza can be that track today.
DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Well, there we go. Sergio Perez immediately then trying to flex that Red Bull straight line speed to the outside of George Russell, back down towards turn 1. Are we going to be able to position our car to potentially get a run on him on the exit of the corner? Yes, we will. Just see there, ever so slightly longer gear ratios with this Ferrari power unit. So we're going to be able to try and get past him there as he's going to have a look back down the inside. Oh, the AI, I tell you what, into that chicane, they can pull off a good dive bomb. Well, I guess this gives us a good chance to try and do a top speed test as well then as we roll on to lap 3. And our first opportunity with the DRS there, Perez and Russell not too far in front. Let's watch that speedo climb. 220, 225, 231 miles an hour. That's our round. There's all this contact up at the front of the field. I think that was Alonso and Charles Leclerc getting together, but Oscar Piastri just spotted there an end plate of the McLaren, so he might immediately start dropping backwards then. Here, it doesn't take long, but temper's already flaring. Yeah, there we go. Lando Norris already having a look down the inside of his teammate there as Russell, Perez and I all forced to kind of stand and watch. Whoa, you don't often see moves on the exit of Ascari, but somehow we get the long way around Sergio Perez there, who I think realises it's probably not a fight worth having. Oscar Piastri just not letting his teammate by at the moment. There's a lot of civil war down at McLaren, it would appear, as Norris is going to try and get past him. Surely Piastri needs to pit. No opportunity to do so that time. He has to sit in behind. Can we get another run back then down in towards Sermon as we're closing in on George Russell? Lando Norris, the one without any DRS that time round. And for the second year in a row, I've gone for a spin down at Turn 1. Admittedly, the other one was in the driver career mode.
Been deployed. Watch your delta. Make sure you keep it positive as we catch the pack.
But I don't think we really needed a safety car from that. I just went for a bit of a spin and caused a bit of concertina and up. I guess it does give us an opportunity, though, to try and take the hard tyres to the end of the afternoon. Sure, Piastri might have to try the same, but will anybody else? Well, are we going to see other drivers then peel into the pit lane? Yes, we are. Everybody then. I think this is going to be a mad dash in the pits to try and find some space. Look at that. Every single car in front of me. He's peeling into the pit lane then, so McLaren might have major problems with Oscar Piastri. But clearly everybody feels that the hard tyres to the end of the afternoon is going to be the way to go. And look at this, there's a traffic jam. Chaos in the pits as everybody trying to find their spots. Luckily for us down the far end, both myself and Hulkenberg, we have no such problems as Hulkenberg's got a penalty somehow. Don't know how that's happened.
Fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Well, I guess that's how you make up 10 pit places in the pit lane.
We want to finish the race on this compound.
That safety car has worked fantastically for me. In fact, only I could spin out under a safety and cause a safety car and gain places from it. Well, we've seen Fernando Alonso claim glory before inside this series. Are we going to see it happen again today then? The Aston Martin driver leading the way. I think he's got front wing damage, though. He does. Alonso's missing an end plate there, so I don't know how badly that's going to cost him off of this restart. And I also don't know why Aston Martin didn't fix that in the pit lane as well then. But Alonso trying to time his restart. We are just hounding him on his gearbox there. Out of the final corner we'll go. And look at that, we've got a really good start. In fact, a 2 going to launch on Fernando Alonso, who's seemingly caught napping there, or doesn't have enough straight line speed in that Aston Martin. Oscar Piastri closing in on the pair of us as well. Back down towards 1. Oh no, we lose a bit of our front wing there. Alonso just, I think, wanted to crowd in a little bit towards the apex there. It was only a tiny bit of contact. I'm quite surprised that we did lose any front wing from that.
For now, everything's looking good.
And now the 2 cars at the front of the field then in a similar position. I mean, look how much he's trying to squeeze me. You can't do that, Fernando. I'll give him back the place there. We were basically able to avoid him off of the corner. Down the inside we went, and nothing we could do there as Magnussen up into a mighty P4 for the Sauber team. So they would have rathered that when they were back as Alfa Romeo here at their home Grand Prix. But Alonso struggling. Oh, what is going on here as well? Lando Norris trying to desperately defend. As Leclerc now down the inside of Alonso. Even more contact is made. It's the second time I've seen Alonso in the wars here, as I thought he was going to try and peel into the pit lane. Magnussen might be able to get a real opportunity here.
Now enabled.
As they're all just squabbling with each other back down towards turn 1. Look at Magnussen getting involved. 3 wide once again for the lead. As Magnussen trying to follow Charles Leclerc through. There's even more contact as another end plate gets thrown around. I don't know whose that was. Maybe it was Leclerc. Maybe it was Alonso again. Surely we can try and get a run, though, on Kevin off the corner. I mean, this is just pure Monza on F124, isn't it?
We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race. Okay, really, really good. You hit that target nicely. There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
I love it when you get those kind of targets where you've completed them before Mark's even told you about it. But yeah, Alonso is struggling. I don't know. Like I said, I think he might damage the other end plate as well then. Here, as he's once again going to try and defend from me. He's not afraid to put me near the grass, but we'll make it round him. Surely won't have the braking performance on the inside. It's all there's contact, I think, between Leclerc and Piastri. Sparks flying up, but they both survive. Again, Leclerc this time round back to the inside of Oscar. Clearly wasn't happy with getting shuffled back slightly off the restart. There is even more contact. I have never seen so much contact inside F124. As again, I just thought for a split second, are we going to see Leclerc into the pits?
Now, well done. Let's try and get past in the DRS zone.
Despite a little bit of front wing damage, I still feel like we have got the pace to fight here as Leclerc will make it through. He seems to be sparking away though. We might have floor damage. Oh, here we go. Charles Leclerc again trying to defend from Oscar Piastri. We got yellow flags out further behind. Someone might be suffering a mechanical issue. We don't say it's Magnussen. No. I think it's the Merc of George Russell then, who seemingly is going to be out of the Grand Prix. We've got a huge check up behind him. Could this be another safety car here? I think Russell is just about trying to move as Piastri, I mean, he's practically pushing Charles Leclerc down to that final corner. We don't get any kind of safety car or anything for it. Alonso has had to pit once again then with that front wing damages. Here we go, Oscar Piastri trying to look around the outside of Leclerc.
8.3 seconds.
Hero's going fastest. I mean, Hulkenberg's got to be quite far up the order. He's only 8 seconds behind me. I mean, this is just... I mean, it's a typical Italian Grand Prix inside this game, isn't it? So are we going to be able to get a run on Oscar Piastri off of turn 1? To the outside, we'll try and have a look then on the McLaren man, as Charles Leclerc might provide me with a little bit of slipstream up towards the top of the hill.
Drivers just completed a pass for the lead of the race.
Second time then, Oscar Piastri there wanted to keep the nose down the inside. Unable to on the exit. Well, this puts us in a very, very difficult position ethically now within this game. Obviously, we're meant to be signing with Ferrari next year. I think it is a matter of when rather than if that contract comes through. What do we do now we're fighting Charles Leclerc for the lead? I hadn't really kind of thought about this before we came into the Grand Prix. Do we kind of let what might be our potential future teammate win? Do we let Ferrari win on home soil if I want the drive? Or do I just continue to show them that I am a fighter right until the bitter end? I really don't know. I mean, we'll probably end up trying to fight Charles Leclerc for it. He actually seems to have pretty good pace at the moment. Now he's in clear air. But yeah, as we get to half distance, we've been put in a really, really awkward spot. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Who now has got a mechanical issue? I think that's the McLaren of Lando Norris. Norris now out of the Grand Prix, so the second Mercedes power unit of the day going up in smoke. And Norris seems to be out of it then. Heartbreak for two of our fellow British drivers today, who are certainly left wondering what could have been. But for us at the moment, I'm genuinely struggling to keep up with Charles Leclerc. We're barely hanging on and even sometimes now losing the DRS. But we seem to be just ebbing and flowing in terms of our ultimate pace against Charles Leclerc here. This time around we've stayed a little bit closer and we've got the run. 228 miles an hour down the outside of Charlie Boy. And through back to the lead we'll go of the Italian Grand Prix there. Charles Leclerc, he fought for the win last season. Wasn't able to make it happen. He's still only ever won that 2019 race in his first ever attempt for the Ferrari organisation. I might have made the move. I don't think it'll be long before he gets back past me. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows again. Who now's got issues in this race? I think it's Charles Leclerc. Leclerc's gone. What on earth has happened to Charlie Boy then? Is he's going to try and get back in the road? And I think he's caused a roadblock. That might be a red flag. Well, for some reason, I've got a bit of an odd glitch when I go into the replays here. Mark is just constantly telling me I failed objectives, which is very odd. But yeah, riding on board then with Charles Leclerc, you can just see as we make our way into the braking zone, just snags the front wheel, and we'll end up in the gravel trap. You can just see as he tries to make sure he waits for a gap in the traffic, and slowly wiggle his way back into the road. And, I mean, that's not a particularly good rejoin. Luckily, Albon gets round him. But Mark, please shut up. He does when I pause it.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. Get your head down and chin up, and let's focus on the rest of this race.
But yeah, for some reason, Mark now, whenever I look at replays, is just adamant I failed objectives.
Okay, mate, we didn't get what we needed there, I'm afraid. But head down, chin up, and let's focus on the rest of the race.
As proven right then. Well, I guess that removes our ethical dilemma then. I mean, I'm more than happy to fight Oscar Piastri for the victory here, and now suddenly 3 cars fighting for it, has become 2. Leclerc only down to P5. So he's actually done alright there as well. What is Oscar doing?
That's us down a place.
Just that little moment of oversteer off turn 1 is going to mean he doesn't quite get the drive off a Curva Grande. Will it be a Grande move around the outside? He wants to put me right up towards the grass. Oscar Piastri has built up so much confidence within that McLaren team. And again, so have I with this Haas team. Less than 10 laps to go then. Here goes Oscar again around the outside. I think, to be honest, we've got to play a bit strategic with him at this stage of the day. Perez does not have the pace. But obviously I don't want the Red Bull getting it up close. A 2-way fight is much easier than a 3-way fight. As again, Piastri just kicks the back end out. He is working that McLaren so hard. Well, we're just monitoring the gap to Sergio Perez at the moment. He doesn't seem to be closing back in.
Mate, nice work. Still a long way to go, though.
Yep, 8 more laps still of this Grand Prix as that McLaren is rapid in a straight line. No DRS assistance or anything like that, and he was still approaching 220. That's really, really impressive there. So give him a little bit of a shoulder barge out off the exit of turn 1. But yeah, Piastri, he doesn't have any front wing damage. He lost his front wing early on, and then got very lucky not losing places from it.
Falling away soon.
What are the tyres at? They've got to be sort of close to 40, I would have thought, if we're getting that message. 35, that's not of concern. Oh, here we go, Oscar Piastri again. He seems to just charge at the battery. Oh no, he has got damage. So everything I just said a minute ago was irrelevant then. Oscar Piastri has got front wing damage.
Burn off some of this energy.
So that might explain, yeah, why he's just struggled a little bit over the last couple of laps to get back past me. And that gives me a little bit more confidence towards the end to immediately try and go back round him again. That McLaren is in a similar position to us. So there's still a battle to be had, and an even battle at that. Oh, well, it's so odd down into Ascari. You have to let the AI go on the inside, otherwise then they'll break really early, as you've just seen. For some reason, they just cannot figure out the line down there. They're confident into the first and second chicane. Ascari, though, they can't do anything, as I'm getting a little bit nervous. Perez is closing in on Oscar and I towards the end of this. I have no idea whether he's got any front wing damage or not. But yeah, could the Mexican still spring a surprise? Oh, Oscar Piastri struggling. Oscar Piastri is really, really struggling here. And if Perez is going to get inside his range... Oh, no. We need to try and get on with it. Almost our second spin of the afternoon. We still haven't quite caught the car on the exit of the turn, as now Oscar Piastri immediately will close back in. But now so is Perez. And Charles Leclerc, admittedly, isn't too far behind. Still, it would have to take a lot of battling towards the end of the afternoon for the Ferrari band to get back in this fight, but I'm sure the team are telling him just to hurry up with it. There is 3 wide, down in towards the Ascari chicane temporarily. That's not quite what we wanted to do. Oscar Piastri somehow will go down the middle and move back up into the lead of the Grand Prix, as we are really struggling with the balance of the car right now.
Just moved into first place.
Go, we need to stay inside the range of these two. We cannot afford to drop out of the range late on in the day. 3 laps to go here from Monza, and it is still anybody's guess. Perez to the outside of Oscar Piastri once again. They make their way back down towards turn 1 and completely past.
0.4 seconds.
Cleanly through for Sergio Perez. No idea what's happened to Hulkenberg today. He's had an absolute stinker, but basically now we need to sit back, recharge the pack, and it's basically going to be a last lap decider for us. Well, the other thing I'm slightly worried about is that Piastri doesn't have the pace to even keep up with Sergio Perez at the moment. I think we're going to have to try and get a move done on the Australian. It's 230 again. So much speed down towards turn 1 as Perez clearly learned a lesson out of the Max Verstappen handbook. Trying to make a big late maneuver to block the line towards that first corner. We're back into P2.
Good job.
But now we've got to recharge the battery again if we want a chance at Perez. Oscar Piastri, though, hasn't given up against me. He's gaining. Not enough. Come on, 1 more lap to go. Oscar Piastri is still hounding me just behind Sergio Perez. He hasn't really had a look in all day. But suddenly, with just a handful of laps to go, with every other car seemingly running into problems, the Mexican has moved his way back to the front of the field. We've just got to drain the battery. We've got to go for it. At this final corner, I believe we're still in the range. We're not in the range!
Target well there. Nice one. It's a long way to go in this race, though, so keep your head down.
How weren't we in the range of Sergio Perez there? As we make our way back down towards someone, I was adamant we were under a second away there. There's plenty of curb through turn 1. We've just got to try and look for an opportunity, because I'm not convinced after Ascari we're going to be able to get close enough to him. But we've got no battery left. We can only hope Perez is having to try and save as well here. Or are we once again just going to come up short in this series? They tuck the car in through the chicane. Tyres are screaming at me. We've got nothing left on the rubber, but it doesn't look like we're going to have enough. You can just see Perez through the corners, especially at the top of the hill there. Just has so much grip where he's got full front wing intact. Again, we're going to have to drain the battery this time round. We have got DRS, though, on the Mexican, but I don't think it's enough. I think Sergio Perez is going to snooker this one away. I cannot believe what we are seeing towards the end of the Italian Grand Prix there. We're going to take all the curb we possibly can, drain the battery again. You can see Perez is having to charge up his pack as well, but he's got enough. How has he got enough straight line speed in that car down in towards the final corner after Verstappen dominated last weekend? Sergio Perez is going to fight back today and claim yet another Grand Prix victory this season, but for us, it is only P2.
Oh, this has been a drive and a half, and it will be rewarded with a trip to the top step of the podium. Sergio Perez wins.
You always look back at a race like this and think, if I'd just made that mistake there or locked up here, there would have been contact. And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they're able to do today. Great stuff indeed.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we go then. Sergio Perez back on top in this series and the full 26 points for the Mexican. What a weekend for him, and keeps his title hopes alive, just as we started to wonder whether Verstappen would be able to pull away there. We come through just half a second away from our second victory of the season, but we are just going to have to wait that little bit longer. Oscar Piastri P3, Verstappen from last on the grid. He still was able to recover to P4 this afternoon. Beats out Leclerc, Albon, Sainz, Magnussen, Ricciardo, and Lance Stroll there. Loads of drivers. They big opportunity to score some points. Tsunoda in 12th, Hamilton in 14th, Alonso 16th, and Russell and Lando Norris both failing to see the checkered flag. They're gutted that Hülkenberg couldn't capitalise. He will end the afternoon in 15th place there. Take a look, though, at the Drivers' Championship. Verstappen, that lead at the top, has been cut down to 53 points. We are back ahead, though, of Russell and Alonso, and just 4 points away from Lewis Hamilton once more, so pretty happy with that. As Lando and Yuki still tied, Oscar Piastri and Charles Leclerc in a bit of no man's land individually, but still doing pretty well there. I believe that's first points of the year for Kevin Magnussen. Just leaves Joe, Sargent and Hülkenberg yet to score this season there. And Albon, a big haul of points for him, will mean that Williams further away from Kick Sauber at the rear of the field. We're still in P6, but only 11 points back behind Aston Martin. I really do feel like with the results we've driven so far this year, we deserve to at least get close to them by the end of the season. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we will be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Singapore Grand Prix.
It is a truly unique layout. Welcome to Baku and welcome to qualifying.
Well, after that absolute stinker in free practice, we move into qualifying with slightly less time under my belt around this circuit, so hopefully that isn't going to affect our confidence all too much. The car round here, though, I find the AI, again, this is a track where they're very, very good, and one that I struggle with, as clearly shown by that line down at turn 1. I don't know why either, but I've just got a sneaking suspicion that this weekend we're going to have an engine failure, which obviously I really don't want, but it's been a long time since we've had one, and that kind of means my nerves around it just continue to build up late on in the campaign. We haven't had one, I think, since Shanghai, back at round 5 of the year, and obviously we had 2 in the opening 5 races of the year. But yeah, trying to get my first Q1 lap underway. It is scrappy. We're using all my battery then out of the final couple of corners. Got to make sure we got enough charge though to pick up decent speed up in 8th gear. Max Verstappen has just shot to the top of the board. Perez though was quicker in free practice, and we know this place has often been good to the Mexican then as we make our way up towards the finish line. Yeah, we did not have a lap to write home about. We go 17th, 6/10 away from our teammate. Bottom of the pile so far as we're giving one of the Williams. I think that is a very handy slipstream up towards the start-finish line. But we need to just get the lap tidier here. We know there's a lot of time if I just do that immediately. 3/10 found through turn 1. Oh, looking at the rears so slightly. We have just not got the balance of the car sussed here. I must admit, I've said before, I prefer this track now inside F124 than I did on last year's game. But it is still far from perfect for me. When you get a lap nailed, it's really fun. But it's just so difficult to do so. Because, you know, it is such a precision-based circuit, but in a very different way. That's not helpful. Tiny knock on the front wing. Hopefully won't affect us too badly on this run. But, yeah, we just are not up to speed here. Could have really done with that extra practice time. Half a second up, though, as we try and thread the car in towards the next few corners. Can we nail the castle? That's the big question. Down one gear, down another one. Almost skim the outside wall. You can see the time is slowly coming towards us there. Much tidier line on the exit, 9/10 up. But the rest of the lap was pretty tidy here, so we're not probably going to be able to find much more around the rest of the lap. We are going to try something different, though, with the battery. This does not bode well. This really does not bode well today. Only got one real corner left to navigate, though. So we'll luckily be able to put the power down. Dearie me. I mean, we're what? 1.6 seconds away from Carlos Sainz in P16, so I'm not even convinced we're going to be able to get very close to him anyway. We'll use the battery out of the final corner. It has not been one to write home about up to now. We're going to be over a second up, though, so hopefully at least we're going to go quicker than our teammate, but we are out in Q1, P19, and we were using battery. Well, there we go. Verstappen, a 10th clear of his teammate at the end of Q1. Mercedes with George Russell as well, looking pretty racy here. We do go quicker than Hulkenberg, admittedly by only half a tenth, so really not an ideal showing by myself. Had we nailed it, I think we could have made Q2, but honestly, that has been a qualifying session to forget.
The starting line set a few meters away from the Caspian Sea. It is an unusual location, and it is one where starting low down the grid does not mean the end for your race. We've seen Stroll and Sainz take podiums here from the 4th row. Can anyone emulate them today? The Baku city circuit measures roughly 6 kilometers and is made up of 20 corners and 2 DRS zones. The circuit winds around the narrow city, through the old town, and even brushes against the city's medieval walls. However, as beautiful as the setting is, this track is also a ferocious technical challenge, where the smallest of mistakes could lead to catastrophic consequence for any one of our drivers. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Perez, Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Stroll, Hamilton, Gasly, Norris, Ocon, Oscar Piastri, Albon, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Sainz, Sargent, Joe, Mr. Monaco, Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Back of the grid's not what we're aiming for. See if you can make up a few places at the start.
Well, we've only got one round left of the My Team career mode, and well, we've ended up being real backmarkers again in that series. So I'm hoping the same isn't going to be the case in this series today. Lining up on the grid all the way down in P19, though, with Hulkenberg right behind me. I'm tempted. We've just got to do something different, haven't we? We've got to pray for a safety car at some point and hope that we can make the difference that way. So we're going to start on the hards. We might lose the place at the start as long as we stay in the DRS, though. It isn't too much of a concern there, as it looks like we might be the only one that has done so. It is 5 red lights on the grid here in Baku. And it's going to be lights out and away. Oh, we go. A huge moment of kind of understeer, or underpower even, I should say, down in towards the first corner. We just didn't keep the revs up. So immediately we're going to lose that place to our teammate Nico Hulkenberg. But I'm not too worried. We are just going to try and settle in here early on, as immediately around the outside of our teammate will go. I was happy to sit in behind him and just kind of let things unfold on this opening lap, but that doesn't appear to be the case there, as one of the Ferraris, I believe that's Charles Leclerc, is absolutely rocketed away off the start. Whoa, Hulkenberg, hello. I am still down around your outside there, buddy. So, yeah, everybody, it's so important you don't kind of rub elbows with the wrong people here on lap 1. You really just got to make sure, you know, you don't lose your wing, don't lose a wheel, both of which I've done so far this weekend there. It's just trying to send it around the outside of our teammate. We're still side by side, give him the room on the exit of the corner. I'm sure Komatsu would have told us, lap 1, just don't crash with each other. We'll ride on board, make sure I make it through the castle section cleanly in one piece. Obviously tried as well to go side by side with Zhou Guanyu through there in the My Team career mode. Did not go well. We've survived though. Let's just settle in. Oh no, why on earth have we got a V-carb? And I think that's Oscar Piastri in the McLaren going side by side. That must be the 2 Australians then. I just could tell. I just could tell then that Zhou Guanyu was going to try and cut me off. We do get a warning for it. Somehow no front wing damage, as we're going to try and use a bit of battery, 220 miles an hour temporarily.
This lap, we can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
What is going on here? This is like touring cars out through the final couple of corners. Piastri's got damage, and immediately will lock up. We have to try to avoid him on the exit of the corner, because I had no idea where he's going to end up going. And already, look at the gap that's opened up between ourselves and the drivers in front there, as we can see again, Ricciardo and Sargent side by side into the next corner. I do like the fact the AI now, you know, will have a bit more contact occasionally. You know, for many years, they just kind of sat single file or, you know, raced millimeters apart without ever making contact. This year, they seem to be willing to kind of sacrifice each other, which is quite funny. So we'll try and get a run then on Kevin Magnussen, the man obviously we replaced down at Haas. That was a Magnussen-style move, but we didn't hit the wall. I'd be shocked if we don't see Piastri into the pit lane then at the end of lap 1. Charles Leclerc trying to do what he couldn't last time out and win here in Baku, as Piastri isn't pitting then, rather interestingly, so we need to try and get on with it and get the long way around him.
Don't worry about the tyre condition for now, everything's looking good.
Oh, he thought about keeping the nose up the inside there, but I think worked out it probably wasn't wise. Ricciardo and Sargent, though, dragging each other along nicely. Hopefully cars further up are going to battle. Otherwise, it's going to be a very disappointing afternoon with the best chance of P13. Really trying desperately to get inside that range of Logan Sargent at the moment. Tyre wear, though, round here is pretty much non-existent on these hard compound tyres. You could very easily do the entire race on them, which honestly, depending on how things end up going, we might take that gamble. Basically do. I think it was Esteban Ocon, wasn't it? A couple of years ago here, basically stayed on one set of tyres throughout the entire afternoon and boxed with 1 lap to go. I think that was last year, even, because obviously Baku, it feels very odd now, it being towards the end of a year.
At the moment. Let's try and close up the difference between them.
Yeah, I think we're going to absolutely obliterate that target time, especially now as we've got DRS. Oh, and I don't want to sit behind Logan Sargent all afternoon here either, especially as Ricciardo's just starting to break away. A little bit of a late move there by the American driver, but I think we were just about far enough back. We're going for a lot of Magnussen-style moves today. It was not pretty.
Good job.
It was not particularly clean. Mark, though, he seemed quite happy with that one, so I guess we'll take it. You have got to be really, really strategic around here with where you use the DRS, especially as it seems like the medium compound runners now just starting to struggle a little bit with their tyres. Just got to make sure we're inside the range of Ricciardo, and then we can use that DRS to recharge the battery pack up for at least a lap or two. Luckily, I mean, you can see already how much the battery recharges and you're making your way down the straight. We've almost got half a charge. We have got half a charge. I must admit, I give this game a lot of stick. The battery management this year, though, is fantastic. I mean, there are so many big braking zones around this track. The battery management should never be the biggest of your concerns, as immediately we're going to try and go on the attack then here on Danny Rick. 225, 227 miles an hour as we go back down to C1.
5.5 seconds.
Yeah, we're actually taking a bit of time out of Albon and Ocon a little bit further up the road as well. There's still a big train of cars, I think being led by Yuki Tsunoda here. We might still be in the fight for some points. Well, the one thing we do still have to be careful of here is that we aren't rubbing up against the walls too much. You can see that front left now, sorry, front right even, just taking a little bit of a beating. Obviously, this is a anti-clockwise circuit as well.
Target well there. Nice one. It's a long way to go in this race, though, so keep your head down.
So it is very, very rare, actually, that Formula 1 cars are anti-clockwise, and obviously that means that the right takes more than the left. But, yeah, that front left tyre is on 4% wear. We're on lap 10 here. The hard tyres genuinely feel OP at the moment. Okay, Charles Leclerc then, first driver into the pit lane. We're starting to see a few more peel in as well. I did wonder whether Charles had actually started this race on a set of the softs, but I don't think he would have gone that deep in. Ocon, Albon, Hamilton, Alonso, Charles Leclerc all in. Yeah, the other thing you have got to be careful of here, though, is it's actually quite a rear-limited track. Got to be very, very careful in the traction zones. Leclerc has popped out back in front of me, though, as Hulkenberg as well dives in. There we go, most of the other runners into the pit lane as well then, so very interesting. Both Red Bulls are still out, so I can only assume that they both started on hards. So did Norris and someone else. No, that's Leclerc, isn't it? Obviously, that's already pit, so Red Bull prepared to take the gamble. Lando, Norris, both McLarens actually took the gamble as well. So we are on a good strategy.
35.0 seconds.
I guess the real question is now is how long do we stay out here? Do we try and pray for a safety car? Or do we just try and keep an orthodox strategy and hope we can get to the points?
Okay, safety car deployed.
Hey?
Safety
Okay.
car's been deployed. Watch your delta.
Well, I hadn't even spotted that, but George Russell must have gone down an escape road somewhere. I think he's out of the Grand Prix. We just haven't been notified of it. What on earth happened to the Mercedes? But that's perfect. Well, as we ride on board then with George Russell as he makes his way out of the pit lane here, we've actually got to watch for Alex Albon tucked up behind him. Sees the Mercedes dive out, just goes straight down the inside, down towards turn 2 there. Is a very, very opportunistic lunge by the Williams man. Equal power units in both of those cars, so Russell is going to try and go defensive down in towards turn 3, but as he tries to get the car slowed down, just locks up the front, hits the wall, and Russell is out here in Baku. Charles Leclerc then has got to stay out. Lando, Norris, though, both Red Bulls have been given a bit of a lifeline then, although admittedly, and they were all pretty close together anyway, as into the pit lane will go. I mean, now for us, this is how many cars are going to be able to jump me here. I'm looking at that Williams of Alex Albon still a little way further up the road, as we've actually got ahead of Lando Norris temporarily. I mean, even the fact they've just bunched up is fantastic news for us, because we're on the softer tyres to the end.
Left rear wheel. I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put it behind us and finish the race strong.
And it is immediately irrelevant.
To those tyres.
We'll come out between Tsunoda and Lance Stroll, so I guess we are now up in the points, but it could have been more. Well, Charles Leclerc then has got his work cut out late on. He's got two very, very fast Red Bulls on softer, fresher tyres than his own. We've got an opportunity to try and springboard our way up the order as well. But it really is just a guessing game of when is the Ferrari man going to leave the field. Oh, just that Constantina and up round here is absolutely terrible. As the leader, you want to leave it as late as you possibly can. So we're just going to try to get ourselves some room. Oh, a little bit too early. We'll see if we can try and capitalise on Yuki as we make our way back down towards turn 1. We've done all right.
Gap to your teammate behind, 4.1 seconds.
I genuinely had no intention of trying to get past Alex Albon as well there, but I guess that's exactly what we've gone and done. As Verstappen immediately in hot pursuit of Charles Leclerc, Sergio Perez just waiting in the wings. You need to try and outscore his teammate once again here if he wants to keep that title fight alive. But we've done pretty well then. A double overtake off of the restart. Next up, though, 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton. Well, we've got to try and go on the offensive early on. We don't know how well these tyres are going to last towards the end of the Grand Prix. So we're tucked up in the wheel tracks of Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, no DRS just yet. Still able to do 220 miles an hour, though, when we're on that battery usage. Well, we got yellows out, I think. Oh, there's been a spin. There's been a spin, Hamilton. There's got to be a red flag. Yep, there you go. Immediately.
Keep your delta number positive as we form up.
What on earth was that? One of the McLarens, Lando Norris, is gone, but chaos.
But officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now. Just be careful.
Well, I don't know whether Charles Leclerc got tipped into that spin or what happened, but...
So let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
Oh, I'm so tempted to gamble it. I'm so tempted to gamble it. Should we go softs to the end, surely? We've just got to try and make it happen there. We've only got 8 laps to go, And, well, Baku is always a track that if you get one safety car, you get another one, or a red flag, or just carnage here. So that's what we're going to do. We got an illegal overtake, apparently. It's 5 red lights, though. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. And Alonso on hards has gone nowhere, so immediately we'll get back past him. Lando Norris. Oh, who's hit me? Well, I think that was... I don't know who that was. I think that was Sonoda, who had a magnificent start then from a little bit further back, so he's clearly on the warpath off the restart. We got a bit of side pod damage.
Heard some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Well, I guess for Leclerc, that weirdly is a bit of a lifeline for him, because of course now he's going to have fresh tyres, just like everybody else, towards the end of the afternoon. But Verstappen and Perez struggling to keep up. Immediately then, Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc trying to break away at the front of the field, but chaos towards the end here in Baku. Can we get a big result because of it? Sergio Perez got the better of me last weekend. Is he going to be able to do the same here as Lando Norris trying to streak away at the front of the field? Surely, if you're in that McLaren, you start this restart on softs, just so you can try and break free. As look at that, Verstappen trying to hound Charles Leclerc.
DRS is now online.
Leclerc has got a 5-second penalty, so that'll really cost him come the end of the race here as we're trying to look around the outside of Perez. Oh no, we just nicked the wall again, but luckily we get away with it. No major damage. Tiny bit of contact though, that might be the difference maker as Leclerc's on hards. What on earth is going on? Verstappen is absolutely on the warpath right now. He senses a victory here, and he senses a big opportunity to take points out of his teammate as well. Perez all the way down to 6th, so I wonder if he got a bit of damage as well when we were very close together. Norris new fastest lap. Verstappen doesn't go faster.
We need to get to the end of the race on these tyres.
Yeah, we have got to look after the tyres as well, but I'm just thinking if we could use Leclerc to slingshot our way closer to Verstappen, maybe he could drag us closer to Lando Norris by the end. It's optimistic, but we really want to have a shot. That Ferrari is so quick in a straight line though, the way Charles Leclerc is able to take off through those final couple of corners. We just can't match it. Luckily, DRS will certainly allow us to get a whole lot closer. 225 miles an hour almost to make our way back down to turn 1.
By 9.5 seconds.
Damn it, man. Absolutely damn it. I knew as soon as I ticked it in then we'd gone way too aggressive. Gasly apparently is not going to see me as we try and get back on the road. And podium hopes gone in an instant. Well, I'll give them credit. The soft tyres are very, very quick, but by gum, do they not last long around this circuit? I'm pretty certain, yeah, they are made of gum. The way they're going around at the moment. Gasly struggling in front of me just to keep up with Perez and Alonso. We need to see what the gap would be to Charles Leclerc by the end of this, because for all we know, if we could get to the front of this group...
Car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
Yeah, we could still try and get the jump on Charlie Boy by the end of this. I think he might just about have enough, though, at the moment. Yeah, our advantage has pretty much eradicated now. Verstappen to the front of the field as well, so it just gets worse for Sergio Perez. Well, looking at the gaps, actually, Perez might now have dropped out of the range of Fernando Alonso here with just 2 laps left. It seems like our top 4 are pretty stagnant. Everything going on behind him, though, is a lot more to be decided as Perez has lost the range. Gasly immediately then is going to try and look to the outside of the Mexican. We're going to go wheel to wheel back down at turn 1, and are we going to be able to capitalise on this? We've got to just kind of wait for an opportunity. Maybe we can get the switch on the pair of them at turn 2. Oh, so close to... I think we did make a tiny bit of contact there with Checo, but it wasn't enough to really affect things as Gasly's going to try and go defensive on him. Perez, though, clean around the outside, but Gasly's not willing to give up on that Alpine. So close to the wall. And, well, we got the best seat in the house for this, but it doesn't really help us out. There's Alonso running away. Gasly will make the run round the outside. As we start the last lap then of this Grand Prix, Perez again is going to try and look back past Pierre Gasly. He's not going to get there for turn 1, though. We need to make sure we just stay close enough to the pair of them here, because we want to have a full charge of battery out of the final corner, but we need to see these two to continue to fight. Perez is a little bit further back this time round. Are we going to see him get back around Pierre Gasly? So we make our way down towards the next couple of corners. He's gaining, but he's not able to get close enough there, and this is critical for Perez's championship. We've absolutely wrecked these soft tyres. They are cooked towards the end of the afternoon, but we just need to stay in the range until we get back round to that start-finish line there. Even Lance Stroll now is sat in the waiting, see if he can get a run past me. I don't know whether Alonso is going to be in the range of Charles Leclerc, though, a little bit further up, but Yuki Tsunoda, it looks like he is going to get a podium at the circuit. Let's not forget last season, where Sauber and Valtteri Bottas took a podium. Pretty much the last points they seem to be scored inside this series. But yeah, looking at it, Perez, he might lose the range here to Pierre Gasly before the end of this race. So that could be really, really helpful for us, because we are staying obviously a lot closer to Checo than we are to the Alpine in front of him there. And you can see that gap now is rapidly floating at the 1 second mark. We have got nothing left on this set of tyres. We are just draining battery wherever we possibly can there. In towards the final couple of corners we go. Verstappen is going to claim victory here in Baku. Perez is going to stay in the range of Pierre Gasly in front of him. But here comes Lance Stroll. Nothing we can do as we fight towards the line. We are going to be wheel to wheel with the Aston Martin. It's a dead heat, but we take it.
He has left the field behind. It is victory for Max Verstappen.
A great display of dominance today by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
Well, there we go then. Max Verstappen takes victory here on the Azerbaijan streets. For Lando Norris, though, from 10th on the grid to 2nd come the checkered flag. That really was a very good drive by the McLaren man there. Tsunoda gets on the podium. It has happened a few times, but not too often so far this season, beating out Charles Leclerc by virtue of his penalty. Alonso, Gasly, Perez, myself, we were 28 thousandths of a second ahead of Lance Stroll come the checkered flag there. We were actually tied for quite a lot down that straight, but we did just about have enough top-end speed when we got to the flag there. And Albon gets another point for Williams as well. Things you absolutely love to see. Hulkenberg, a decent recovery from last on the grid to 15th come the flag, but Hamilton, Ocon and George Russell all failing to see the checkered flag there. That means if you take a look at the drivers' standings, Verstappen, all the points he lost last weekend, he's just gained again, and a little bit more over Sergio Perez there. The gap at the top, 73 points. It might still be that the Mexican ends up in a fight with Charles Leclerc behind him. We are now tied with Hamilton, so 111 points apiece for us. 37 back from Yuki. I think we would need a really good run of form between now and the end of the year if we wanted to get better than the Ferrari driver there. But take a look as well, constructors-wise. We're now just 19 back from Haas as well. That gap has opened up once more, but I reckon we could still get to Abu Dhabi with a fight on our hands there. Thank you all so much for watching this video, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Singapore Grand Prix.
It is one of our great cinematic settings of the season. Welcome to Singapore. We're under the floodlights with the walls close and pole position up for grabs.
Well, you heard Alex Jakes. Pole position is up for grabs here tonight as we make our way into qualifying. Then the sun has set over Marina Bay, and what a beautiful venue this is as well to go street racing. I know Monaco is the original street race, but Singapore definitely kind of feels special in its own way as well. Almost held, not quite in the same regard, but of course, was before we kind of saw the onslaught of street tracks now in Formula 1. Maybe this place was what kick-started more and more of them appearing on the calendar as well. There is purple in Sector 1. Not a bad way to start this lap. Like I said, it's never been a track I've loved, Singapore, but it seems to be a track I'm really good at. On the modern F1 games, or just one the AI seem to struggle. So we're always going to try and use that and capitalise. but hopefully we can instantly see ourselves into Q2. Making our way in towards the final couple of corners, though. You can see one of those Kick-Sauber cars dives out the way into the pit lane. Just tucks behind the wall there, does Kevin Magnussen at the final turn. 28-2. We go P2. Instantly rocketing ourselves up as a contender, just like we did last year. We'll take a look then at those Q1 results. Charles Leclerc fastest on the board, clear of myself. Out in the drop zone, though, actually Daniel Ricciardo. Unfortunate there for him behind Alex Albon, but it is both Kick-Saubers, Logan Sargent and Nico Hülkenberg that joins him. Second race in a row, Hülkenberg has ended up last on the grid. Well, hopefully then we'll see ourselves straight into Q3 with just a single run once again, although admittedly not with lines like that out of the final corner here. But yes, we make our way into second qualifying. We were so comfortable in Sector 1. Well, yeah, early on, we're not quite getting the car where I need it. Come on, focus up. We know we've got good pace. Well, the first part of the lap was really, really scrappy, but we have tidied it up ever since then. Really finding the limits of what the car's capable of around this venue as we make our way down the back straight. You can see there is one of those Mercs just in front of me there. The whole track, though, seems to be wider, seems to have more flow, and is definitely much more fun when you have got that little bit more front end as well on the cars. I don't know which Mercedes it is. I think it's Hamilton, yeah. Who, of course, has had a couple of his own glorious laps. That's not one of ours, though.
Damage to your front wing, damage to your front wing. Suggest we box to change it.
Damn it, man. We are qualifying. It's become one shot here in Q2, and that is not what we needed. Trying to make sure we've got as much free track space as we possibly can then, ready for our last-ditch run here in Q2. I think we got one of the Williams just in front of me, so hopefully they will get out of our way. We only need to match the time we set in first session, and we should be pretty comfortably into Q3, but I'm just that little bit nervous now that Albon or that Alpine in front is going to block me. Let's get down at the bottom of the order at the moment as we make our way out onto the Raffles Boulevard. This first sector has felt a whole lot tidier than we managed last time, and luckily Alex Albon will get out of the way there. Half a second up on Oscar Piastri, who's currently on the bubble. That is fantastic news. No! No, man. Cannot believe that. Cannot believe that. Just nicked the wall over the Anderson Bridge, and I know I need to try and keep my foot in to roll off of the corner, but we just skimmed it.
You've got damage to your rear wing. Suggest we box to repair it.
And from a potential fight for pole here in Singapore, we are out in Q2. I think our best course of action, honestly, now is put a load of fresh engine components in the back of the car, and allow ourselves, obviously, to have those spare parts in the pool for the rest of the season, and start this race from the back.
It's the Singapore Grand Prix, where Sebastian Vettel has the most wins here with 5. Who will be lifting the trophy today here at the Marina Bay Circuit? This is a wonderful racetrack to come to, but it's sometimes been a bit tricky to overtake. We have a new layout to try and change all of that. Reduced to 3 miles, it's turn 16 and turn 19, which has gone from corners to a straight. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Tsunoda, Norris, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Oscar Piastri, Stroll, Albon, Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Sargent, Joe, Gasly, and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
It's going to be a struggle to match our last result, but let's see what you can do.
Well, I definitely put new engine components in the back of the car. Whether they've actually applied or not, I don't think they have, simply because we're still starting right up towards the front of the order, so not sure what to make about that. I don't know whether that's a normal glitch inside this game, or whether that's just something that temporarily has occurred there, but I definitely put them in ready for the GP then as we line up on the grid. Yeah, look at that, I've got the grid penalties but I haven't actually dropped places at all. 5 red lights on the grid. And well, to keep things fair then, I'm going to let everybody by. I'm not, you know, that's just a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? And how EA can't even fix that inside F124, I will never quite understand. They're making our way down in towards someone, though. Hulkenberg, yeah, of course, had a terrible qualifying session. Should have started P19, but will immediately get relegated back to the rear of the field then. It's Gasly, Zhou, and Sargent side by side down at turn 4. Hopefully Gasly there just see a little bit compromised on the exit of the corner. It's not going to put me in a wall, thank you. Just about gives me the room as we make our way up the Raffles Boulevard then. It's Williams and Sauber just behind Sauber and V-Carb cars. I mean, everybody is scrapping out early on.
Let's try and move forward.
Everybody trying to make moves here. It looks like it's Noah's Ark. 2 by 2 they go as we make our way in towards the Singapore Sling. 3 wide for us. Oh, I was so scared then we were going to get turned in on by a car on the outside, but we make it through. That's a rather daring double overtake, so we're basically back to where we were at the start of this one. Is around the outside of Kevin Magnussen. I wanted to make the overtakes at least fairly there, as Magnussen gets a little bit squeezed down towards the wall on the inside, but through will go. So yeah, slowing down and letting everybody by off the start ended up being irrelevant here, because we've still recovered back to where we were then. I believe that's Charles Leclerc at the front of the field as they make their way through the final couple of corners of lap 1. Followed, of course, yeah, hot pursuit Fernando Alonso, who would desperately love a big result for Aston Martin this weekend. It's Tsunoda that leads the way. Yuki Tsunoda, okay. Could we be about to see the Japanese driver's 2nd win of the year? But it is all about settling into a rhythm early on around this venue as we follow both Australians into lap 3. Of course, you get all that kind of chaos on lap 1 and Constantina and up. After that, we do find this track tends to calm down rather rapidly. That's Carlos Sainz there having a really, really good showing so far. Ahead of, I think, Sergio Perez. I mean, yeah, Verstappen, he's just slowly pulling away his championship margin, isn't he, right now? Checo, he's done pretty well to hold it as close as he has all year. But it does just feel like time is ticking away. Down the inside of Ricciardo. It's a Ricciardo-style move on him. It was aggressive. It was very, very aggressive. But we've done it. We did quite a few of those at Baku. And again, Mark, he seems quite happy with those. He's happy for us to get the elbows out. Are we in NASCAR? Is rubbing racing? I don't know. Tell me in the comments. Esteban Ocon's engine's gone right in front of Oscar Piastri, and it looks like, yep, Ocon has had another mechanical failure in this series. Let's try and get round him off of the corner. That was very, very scary, simply just because it shocked me. But yeah, Oscar Piastri and I managed to make it through. I don't know why there's no DRS zone down this straight.
Looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
Yet another mechanical failure for Esteban Ocon this year. It really has not been a campaign to remember for him. But yeah, why is that straight not a DRS one, but the one beforehand is? Oh, what's going on? Perez is slow. I think Perez might have had a lock-up. So he's suddenly got a load of Constantina and up behind him as we'll try and look around the outside of Oscar. Not happening there. Okay. We'll switch him. I have no idea how we switched him there, but clearly this time around the DRS zone is rather useful. Down that little straight. Oh no, don't hit a wall, thank you. Pointless. Absolutely pointless. I was so worried we were going to hit the wall on the outside though. But Oscar, he can keep it. Well, Piastri definitely seems to be struggling off of that hairpin there, and it means that we're able to get a decent run on him down in towards the final couple of corners. We still have got very competitive pace. So clearly qualifying wasn't a flash in the pan, as round the outside will go of our 2nd Australian of the afternoon. Well, I mean, we're almost back into the points. We just seem to have so much confidence around this track, over the curbs and everything like that, able to utilise the track width better than anybody else. I mean, points are right there, courtesy of Lance Stroll. Well, not only does our pace seem pretty good at this stage of the afternoon, but the AI as well are kind of spreading out at the perfect times here. Alex Albon now has lost the DRS to Lance Stroll as soon as we get under his kind of rear wings, so maybe we can have a look for a move back down towards turn 1. Don't often see moves here.
7.0 seconds.
As Albon will kind of just let me by, we just like keep the wheels in between the white lines. But yeah, this is just really, really odd so far. I've double-checked the AI, they're still at 110 like we always run. I mean, this has never been a particularly strong track for the AI ever since they made the changes to it. We might be under pressure from Albon now as we make our way up the Raffles Boulevard once more. Sit in the middle of the road. Here goes the Williams. Very late on the brakes, but not late enough. I'm just watching Sergio Perez a little further up the road. It is so important that he gets past Carlos Sainz at this stage of the afternoon. I mean, he cannot afford to let Verstappen just start pulling away and wrap up the title with like 3 or 4 rounds to go. He has got to try at the very least and drag it out towards the end of the year, and especially when you're stuck behind a V-carb car around this track.
The overtake button and see what you can do.
I mean, Verstappen isn't having the perfect race so far. He is only up in P3. But yeah, Perez, I mean, he's made another mistake there. He just cannot find a way around Sainz. Meanwhile then, as we watch those two fight up in front, we're going to try and get the run on Lance Stroll, who really squeezes me up against the wall. Therefore, I will return the favour there and squeeze him up against the curb on the inside. We did use a lot of curb there around the outside.
It looks so easy.
Again though, if Mark's happy with it, as am I. I mean, we were most of the way ahead, I feel, by the time we did run slightly wide there. Especially when Stroll, I think, actually wanted to try and kill me. Oh, here we go, Perez this time around. Oh, he hits the wall. I think Sergio Perez just slapped the wall there, trying to have a look round Sainz. He gets the move done nonetheless. Couldn't see any front wing damage on that Red Bull, but Sainz, he knows he is the shoo-in to be Max Verstappen's teammate next year. He knows there's an opportunity to try and really rustle Checo's feathers in this race as well tonight and prove to, you know, Christian Horner, Helmut Marko and everybody, every senior member of that Red Bull team what he's capable of. But yeah, putting Sergio Perez down towards the wall. I should have had a look at the inside there, but luckily I keep it out the wall. I know I say it every time we come here. Singapore is a marathon, not a sprint though, this place. You've really got to be on your A-game all afternoon there as we're going to try and get a run on Carlos Sainz. You can see already how much Perez has pulled out. So we make our way down the Raffles Boulevard. Clean around the outside will go though. Guess that is the one good thing still about obviously putting that fresh power unit in. And we got so much straight line speed. We got so much competitiveness down the straights, even with a car that is maybe lacking overall performance. But it does mean overtakes are quite easy to make. Well, I think we're just starting to overwork the rear tyres at the moment. So as we come towards the end of lap 13, I'm actually going to try and go for the undercut on the likes of Checo and Hamilton. So a little bit lucky there not to get a penalty, to be completely honest. But as we dive then down into the pit lane, Alonso seems to have moved into the lead then. So definitely seems to be some chopping and changing going around at the front of the order. Hulkenberg has got the jump on Logan Sargent and seems to have the race pace over him. It is a mighty long pit lane here.
The left rear wheel. I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put it behind us and finish the race strong.
Every time I look to try and get an undercut, it feels like on this game, we end up with that issue. How many times does it happen inside this series? And how many times is it going to potentially cost us places? Oh, Perez is out. Okay. Guess we're going to get the undercut on him as Checo Perez out of the Grand Prix. Luckily, he hasn't stopped in the middle of the road or anything like that. He seems to have had a mechanical failure. So that is huge, in fact, for the championship. Between him and Verstappen, the Dutchman, wherever he finishes today, he's going to be gaining on his one and only championship rival. And there we go, there is the stricken Red Bull. Heartbreak for Sergio. And well, I guess for Verstappen, that puts one hand on the trophy. Well, there we go, Alonso then the first of the other runners into the pit lane. So everybody able to take their soft tyres, the mediums even, very, very deep into the afternoon. I guess the only disappointing thing with Checo's retirement is A, the championship, and B, obviously, doesn't give us a particularly good indicator as to, you know, kind of how far we were going to be able to go on this set of the hards as well. I mean, this should easily make it through to the end of the afternoon. Zhou Guanyu then into the pit lane. We are going to re-emerge. There is Lewis Hamilton, the man we were hoping to undercut. It's going to be mighty close on pit exit. He's just about stayed ahead of me for now, but he's going to have to try and put some temperature into those tyres, and he needs to do it very, very quickly. We are hungry. We are on the prowl here as we make our way out onto the Raffles Boulevard. Use that battery as we head out onto the back straight. Which way is Hamilton going to go? He's going to go defensive.
Consider changing mode on your MFD, or lift a little with gentle braking into corners to recharge it.
Well, round the outside of Hamilton will go there, but I cannot stress enough to Mark, don't talk to me when I'm in the braking zones. There we go then, every other car into the pit lane then, so Perez must have been the only driver in the entire field who'd opted for the hards. They're going to be up into 7th place in this. We've actually got a decent undercut here. Nicely nestled now up in the points. Just see Russell, I think that is Norris, and Yuki Tsunoda in front. So a bit gutted that Yuki isn't going to be able to fight for the win, at least for him. I guess for us and our Ferrari hopes, this is fantastic news. I mean, I've got no idea what's happening this afternoon, but clearly, yeah, that qualifying pace was real. We just seem to have a couple of extra tenths in the back pocket over absolutely everybody here. As we approach 2/3 distance, Alonso, he's got a little bit of breathing room at the front of the field. Verstappen knows any points he scores today, he'll be gaining over his big championship rival. Tsunoda, Norris, and Russell seemingly having a bit of a tea party as well. Here we go. It looks like Norris has got a bad run. Yuki Tsunoda will say thank you very much. I don't know if it's the McLaren breaking down. So he had 3 mechanical failures at the start of the year, but nothing since then. But I think Norris continues. Oh, that's not what you want if you're Fernando Alonso. Max Verstappen, he's got past Charles Leclerc, and he is just setting fastest lap after fastest lap here. The gap you can already see has come down dramatically to the leading Aston Martin. But Verstappen, yeah, he has got the bit between his teeth right now, as have I. I would love a podium. Oh, here we go. We can see Tsunoda trying to have a look against George Russell. Russell locks up. George Russell locks up. Lando Norris almost collects him. And we're going to try and go down the middle then. Oh, a tiny bit of front wing damage off of Lando's car. I mean, I'm not really sure what we did there, Mark. That was basically just moving past a car that already binned it. But that little bit of front wing damage might be the difference maker here. As we try to have a look down the inside of Lando Norris. Doesn't actually feel too bad on the car. Definitely worse through the rights than the left-handers. But Russell, just a little lock-up under pressure, and that could have seismic impacts on this race.
The car, we can't sustain this level of damage.
Damn it, man. Come on, how much bad luck can I get in this series? Another news I've just spotted on the minimap, Max Verstappen has absolutely sailed past Fernando Alonso for the lead of the Grand Prix, so the Dutchman's had his fun this afternoon and just fancies winning this. 10 laps to go. I think a podium is optimistic, but we could still beat Yuki. Well, just a handful of laps to go then, and things actually seem to be getting more frantic towards the end of this race. Lando, Yuki, and I all seem to be doing qualifying laps at the moment to try and keep up with each other.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
Hand just slightly slipped off the wheel there through the final corner. That's how much I'm trying to hang on, literally and metaphorically, to the car right now. You can just see, are we going to see Lando Norris get a run on Yuki Tsunoda this time as we make our way out onto the Raffles Boulevard? We hang it right up against the wall once again, and surely Lando is going to at least get a look in this time round to the outside of the V-carb. Not quite close enough. Tsunoda, he's not in the V-carb, he's in a Ferrari. That's quite a costly mistake to make. But Tsunoda hangs on. Not really sure at this stage of the day we can do anything unless Lando Norris is able to try and get at least side by side with Yuki Tsunoda. Once again, he's going to try it. And once again, Yuki, oh, he's just going to slam the door. That time around, he did try to give him some room off of the corner as well. But yeah, Yuki Tsunoda's placing that car in all the right spots right now. And Lando Norris can't do anything, and I just have to watch on and try and keep the back end of the car in check. Let's not forget, Russell is still just less than a second behind. Come on, Lando Norris, you've got to try and get a run on him. You can see he just gets close and then starts to hesitate as we make our way into the corner there. He's now going to try and go defensive on me, so we're going to take that gap. We're going to try and look right the way around the McLaren, as I think he just got a little bit of oversteer on the exit of the corner, but into P5 will go then. A daring manoeuvre. Lando Norris sits the car defensive, and I'll say thank you very much as we almost hit the wall. 2 corners further down the road. Now we've got to try and find a way around Yuki, who's doing a fantastic job defending. 4 laps to go then. These tyres are starting to feel very, very wrecked underneath us.
38.0 seconds.
I mean, yeah, the less said about Hulkenberg's performance this weekend, the better. I think he's just starting to wonder whether he's going to keep his seat. I mean, Haas, they could really do with trying to keep some stability. But surely if we make this move, that contract for Ferrari is going to be even more in our favour as we try and get a run out into the Raffles Boulevard. We do drop quite a bit back from Yuki, but we gain so much top-end speed in towards the corner. We are gaining on him every single lap, but it is just about getting a run off of that turn 5. Well, all this is doing late on in the day is really making me wonder, had we not bottled qualifying, could we be on the cards for our second win of the year? The pace has been so good this afternoon. We have really hounded Yuki Tsunoda in these last couple of laps, and we're much, much closer off of the first couple of corners here. If we can get a run out onto this back straight, surely now we can try and handle him and get past him there. 4/10 the gap as we make our way out onto the Raffles Boulevard. Tsunoda will go defensive, we'll go to the outside. Yuki tries to use some of his battery though, but we just get through. And with 3 laps to go, we are up into P4 then of this Grand Prix. Are we going to be able to open up a gap though? Or are we still going to have to defend in these final couple of laps? It is not over. Oh, I think Yuki might be in trouble. I think the gap was just over the 1 second mark at the right point there. And he might now be under more pressure from Lando Norris behind. Just monitoring those gaps. I think, nah, it's not going to be close enough for him. So we've got yellows out. Someone's got issues in front. What's happened? I think Verstappen's span. We've got to be really careful through here. As Alonso's in the wall, Verstappen's now got a 10-second time penalty. What on earth has happened? As Verstappen's out. Where's Verstappen? He's gone. He's in the wall and suddenly we're into the lead of the Singapore Grand Prix with just a lap and a half to go. What on earth is this? We're riding on board then with Max Verstappen here. He has got an absolutely dominant lead over Fernando Alonso behind him, but as he makes his way down in towards the middle sector, I think he's just going to lock the rear slightly, try to get on the throttle, and you can see now Alonso kind of just sits in behind him. It's actually Charles Leclerc that slapped the wall. Verstappen gets done for illegal blocking, and as Alonso tries to move through, you can just see we have moved up into the lead of the Grand Prix. Leclerc will actually, no, that's Yuki Tsunoda, isn't it, who moves up into P2. I think Leclerc, yeah, has got front wing damage. He will get past Max Verstappen, but nightmares towards the end of the race, but we are into the lead. Well, I have never had a moment like this inside a Formula 1 game, but as we are about to start the last lap here in Singapore, race leader Max Verstappen, he was under no pressure whatsoever. He had dominated most of the afternoon, but a little spin late on in the day, Alonso and Leclerc left with nowhere to go behind him. I think he's got a 10-second time penalty as well. I didn't even see where he was as we would go around the circuit, but now we have got a 2-second lead over Yuki Tsunoda as we make our way into the final lap. Let's not forget, had those grid penalties applied correctly, we started this race from the back of the grid. That has never been done in Formula 1. I know it won't really count to it, because according to the game, we started from P15. But from the back of the field at turn 1 to the front of the field with 1 lap to go, as we round our way around Marina Bay, we have been longing, hoping, wishing for another win after the one we took on the Jeddah Corniche. And apparently, if I want to win races this season, it's got to be night races at street tracks. It's a rather obscure one, I'll give it that. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners, Haas once again are going to be back on top. Just as we were losing hope this season, we've had a car that's felt quick all weekend. We bottled qualifying, but maybe that was the best thing for us, as it meant we were just that little bit further behind Verstappen when he made that mistake. 1 more sector to go in what is undoubtedly yet another dramatic end here to a Singapore Grand Prix. 3 more corners left here from Marina Bay. We took 2 wins last year. We're going to make it 2 wins so far this season as well. We've left Europe. We've proved our confidence through the final corner. We are back on top.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys!
They've endured the harsh conditions here in Singapore then to pull off a spectacular victory.
It's not every day that we get to see such incredible wheel-to-wheel racing. Next time, they might consider making it easier for themselves, but today, we absolutely loved all the action that we got to see out there.
Today was another great race and an even greater victory for Haas. Here they come now to step out onto the top of the podium. They'll be incredibly happy with today's result.
Well, after all that drama with Sergio Perez's mechanical failure early on in the afternoon, it was looking like Verstappen was going to absolutely open up the championship lead at the top. But a late mistake by the Dutchman, a 10-second penalty. He walks away with just 2 points there, 1 for his P10 and 1 for his fastest lap. But from 14th on the grid, we walk away with a victory here at Marina Bay. I mean, the Dutchman, he was the only driver to get a lap under 1 minute 30. We were admittedly very, very close to doing the same there. But 25 points for Haas. I'll be honest, I started to worry that Jeddah was going to be my last win for the team, but clearly we have proven ourselves once again there. Tsunoda P2 beats out Alonso, who deserved that victory, especially after Verstappen's mistake. Then Norris ahead of Russell, Hamilton and Oscar Piastri, with Sainz, Stroll and yet the Dutchman rounding out the top 10 there. Take a look further down, it was only Perez and Ocon, of course, who failed to see the checkered flag. Hulkenberg, yeah, you say he was only just behind Charles Leclerc in the end. But I think, yeah, the Monegasque driver had to pit heading into the final lap of the GP. That means championship-wise, the gap of the top now 75 points even between our top two. Verstappen, yeah, still ahead of Perez there and Charles Leclerc. We've opened up a bit of a gap ahead of Hamilton and Fernando Alonso late on in the campaign, so it's going to be really, really important that we try to hang on to that for as long as we possibly can. And Stroll once more just staying ahead of Carlos Sainz a bit further down the roster. The gap between us and Aston Martin has been cut to just 11 points as well, so it is not over until it's over between us and the green team as well. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. You don't get dramatic races like that very often inside F124, so we will be back Monday ready in Texas.
The party in the USA continues right now. The Circuit of the Americas, undulating, high speed, downright thrilling. It is time for qualifying to set the grid for the Grand Prix.
Well, I forgot to mention that the new patch has been implemented into F124 now, so hopefully curbs are going to have a bigger effect on the car, and we should hopefully have seen more tweaks to the way the AI use their battery in qualifying as well then. So as we make our way then out into sprint qualifying 1, of course hopefully we can try and make it through on just the single set of the soft compound tyres. It's not quite one-shot qualifying, but it certainly feels that way. There have been quite a few other tweaks and changes made to F124, and from what I can tell so far, the car feels like more of a handful to drive. Maybe it's just a limitation here at COTA as well. Maybe it's just taking the setup in slightly the wrong direction, but one thing remains the same. And we're on high wing settings, we have got a lot of grip through Sector 1. This car really does feel like it's on rails. Or draining battery then as we make our way down the back straight. But got to try and get it tidy, ready for this final sector of the lap. We're going to be 7/10 up so far on Daniel Ricciardo, so yeah, it looks like Hulkenberg as well, not in the drop zone right now, which would be nice to get Haas back, and you know, obviously home Grand Prix once more. He had a pretty good run, if I remember correctly, back in Miami until we got screwed over by a red flag, so hopefully we're not going to see the same here in qualifying. There's just 2 more corners to go then, both of which are left-handers. Absolutely flick it through the first one, try and hang on to the car, and through the second. Final corner will go. Roll on that throttle nice and tidy. 33.2 puts us in P8. And there we go at the end of the first session. Max Verstappen fastest ahead of Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda. Hulkenberg just misses out, so he must have bumped him into the drop zone. Sargent, yeah, the homeboy, down in last place as well, so not ideal for the American driver or one of the American team drivers either there. We're going to have to fly the flag as we head into Q2. While following Esteban Ocon as he tries to finish off his last-ditch Q2 run. We're going out for our first one then, so we've really put it all on the line. Didn't work out well for me in Singapore, obviously we made a couple of mistakes in qualifying there. Still able to walk away though with the Grand Prix victory. Not convinced we'll be able to do the same here at COTA. This is a track, yeah, where we really struggle as we get into the races. Ocon almost into the side of me there down at turn 1. But yeah, we know what we need to try and achieve. We basically need to match the time we did in Q1 then, as we ride our way in towards the S's. I mean, COTA isn't a track with particularly aggressive curbs anyway, so I'm probably not going to feel much difference. But once again, we go purple through the first sector. Just try and ride the car over the ride there. It definitely unsettles more when you nick those small orange curbs, though. Oh, we're still 4 tenths up on Pierre Gasly at the moment, but this final sector is not where we're as strong. Really struggling to carry the speed through these corners. Just really struggling with the traction, actually. Off of corner exit there as into the Turkey S section. We need Istanbul back on the F1 calendar as well, it must be said, but 2 more corners to go. Chuck it in once more as everybody else peels into the pit lane. Oh, really got to try and attack those curbs, but you've got to be a bit more careful with it now. Put the throttle down, 32.8. We're into Q3 pretty comfortably in the end. And there we go then, George Russell out in Q2, so I'm sure he's a bit gutted with that result. Both Aston Martins make it by though, so clearly Stroll, even with the pace, over Lewis Hamilton as well. I'm going to try to avoid mentioning too much in this video that Hamilton, of course, won yesterday at Silverstone. But happy that we've made it through. We get 1 chance on the softs. Well, I don't think we're going to see anyone try anything brave with their set of soft compound tyres here at the end of qualifying. We're just once again going to go out for a single run. In many ways, it is a little bit of a shame now that obviously sprint qualifying, it is just 1 shot. But I guess it adds to the tension. And obviously, especially ready for a sprint race as well, it means you've got to do all the work as quickly as you can. Not expecting our race pace to be particularly brilliant here, but we'll wait and see what we can muster up then, as battery management is really, really critical through qualifying. Now we're basically just guessing how much grip we're going to have as we get towards the soft compound run there. I mean, look at the speed. Pretty much flat through those corners. Quite flat out through here, unfortunately. That would be absolutely ridiculous. I do miss ever so slightly, you know, the grip we had on those 2020 and 2021 cars as well. You know, how much grip they had, you know, mechanical grip as well, was absolutely a sight to behold. But these things, they're not exactly slow either, are they? I mean, we're taking absolutely everything out of the tyres, but certainly not going to try and do another run on them. We're pretty close with Alonso at this stage of the session as we wind our way up through. Hopefully we can try and get near the Aston Martin and maybe beat out a couple of other drivers. There is a lot of curb through that penultimate corner. 1 more turn to go though, a slight error. Lock the rears ever so slightly. Roll on the throttle though up to the line. It's P10. I think that mistake did really cost us in the end. And there we go then. It is going to be Charles Leclerc who goes fastest at the end of qualifying, ahead of Verstappen and Lando, Norris then. So 3 drivers from 3 different teams making up the top 3 though. But yeah, look at Charles and Max there, just able to find the grip right when it matters most. We ended up a little way away from Alonso. I think we could have been with that group at the tail end of the top 10, but scoring points in the sprint is going to be a challenge.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? We're racing then today in Travis County, Texas, around the 20 corners of the wonderful Circuit of the Americas. We're reaching speeds around 200 miles per hour here today, and there are plenty of good opportunities to pass, especially through the 2 DRS zones into turn 1 and the long back straight into turn 12. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Norris, Perez, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Russell, Gasly, Ocon, Sainz, Albon, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Joe, Magnussen and Logan Sargent. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Okay, as you know, this is the team's home race, which means it's extra important for everybody in this team. They've got friends here, they've got family here, they're all in the grandstands watching, so let's go and put on a good show for them.
Well, I believe we scored points in both the Miami Sprint and the Miami GP, so hopefully we can try and continue that here in the Texas Sprint and the Texas GP as well. Then 10 laps ahead of us, the sun is meant to be shining all weekend long, which is absolutely fantastic news, and I just want to get on with it. Ready on the grid for the sprint race here in Kota. It's going to be 5 red lights and lights out and away we go. It's actually getting quite a decent start. A little bit of wheel spin in the final stage there as Gasly will try and have a look around the outside down at turn 1. But you can see Stroll there and Oscar Piastri just going side by side in front of us there as the Alpine again not wanting to back out of it on the exit of the corner. It has often been myself and Pierre that really try and challenge the established point scorers so far this year, and long may that continue right towards the very end, as Piastri will just squeeze around Stroll into the S's. Can't go too wide through there for very long unless you're feeling exceptionally brave. Leclerc pulling away, though, at the front of the field early on, so maybe trying to get a bit of a breakaway there as well. Oscar Piastri locks up. Stroll gets a bit caught out of it. I have to kind of jump out of the way as we make our way out onto the back straight, though. We should hopefully now be able to get the run on the Aston Martin. Hasn't got the greatest straight line speed in the world, but they have brought a lot of decent upgrades to that car in recent weekends there, as down the inside of the Canadian will go. And he's going to lose 2 places then off the start of this race, down to P10. But yeah, Kota, we know how important it is to settle down into rhythm. Look after those tyres, don't allow them to overheat. Yes, this race is, I believe, at the end of October, but it is still toasty. Well, Oscar Piastri is barely hanging on then to Fernando Alonso in front of him, so I think we need to try and go on the attack here very early on in the GP. The Australian is going to try and go defensive on me. Around the outside, we'll try and have a look, though, and through we might just be able to go. I'm not too worried if we both lose the DRS. I'm quite happy just to sit in behind the McLaren for a few laps as we'll storm down the inside. Just cut him off on the exit. That's what's so great about this final sector here at Kota. It allows that switchback. It allows you to try out some different lines. And that time round it has worked out beautifully. Well, I mean, already then you can see the top 7. Those Red Bulls, Ferraris, Hamilton, Norris and Alonso with such an advantage over the rest of the field. We're getting a little bit lucky. The fact Stroll and Piastri seem to be fighting as much as they are, because it's allowing us just to kind of stay ahead of there of them.
3.1 seconds.
Yeah, Alonso close to a second a lap faster than me right now. We're just trying to manage these tyres, but yeah, if these two can continue tripping over each other, which they seem to be, if we can knock them out of the DRS window, that would be fantastic. Like I said, not interested in how many points we get here, as long as we get a single point.
Here's some information on Tsunoda for you. Okay, they're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car.
Well, there we go then. We might have a bit of a lifeline against Yuki towards the end of the race. Of course, still the man we are fighting for that Ferrari seat with. You know, it's looking like Ferrari are going to send us a contract at some point, but you never know. Yuki might just hang on and live to tell the tale with Ferrari. Of course, took that win back at Monaco. Hasn't really seen any other particularly historic results this season, but he might be doing enough to stay as the number 2. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. Someone's got issues. Is that a car in front or a car behind? I think it might be a car behind us.
Okay, so gap to the car ahead.
It's Stroll.
4.0 seconds.
Lance Stroll out of the US Grand Prix sprint race then, so that means he's going to be starting the main event from the rear of the field. It does also give Oscar Piastri and I a little bit of breathing room from Pierre Gasly. I think the only really worrying thing I've got here is, despite the fact Tsunoda's got car issues, I'm not really going much quicker than him. Well, I honestly thought I'd see this happen a whole lot sooner in this race, but here comes Oscar Piastri. I'm sure he's about to fly back past me to the inside goes the McLaren driver. We'll try and launch it though on the brakes around the outside again though into the next braking zone as Oscar. Oh, you really want to try and chop me off. We get the nose back down the inside though through the next apex, and we will hang on once again. All this is doing is giving Tsunoda a bit of breathing room. But yeah, Oscar Piastri, not afraid to get the elbows out. But we've got more yellows towards the end of lap 7 then, so this race has been chaos. Looks to be a V-carb car. No, it's an Alpine as well. What on earth is happening? Russell up into 10th place then, as here comes Oscar Piastri again. I think it's just been a puncture for one of the V-carbs, so that must be Daniel Ricciardo that's ran into issues. Oscar Piastri is going to dive it down my inside. But as long as we stay close, surely we'll get the run down the back straight. Right, come on then, out onto the back straight. We saved up a little bit of charge just for when Oscar was going to be able to make the move past me. So we can try and unleash it all here. As all down the inside, we'll try and have a look. They'll go for a late move to try and block it, but not late enough. He'll get the elbows out of me. I'll repeat the favour.
3.5 seconds.
Yeah, we both still are taking a little bit of time out of Yuki, but Oscar and I not willing to give up against each other in this race, but putting on a show. Oh, come on, just over 1 lap to go. We've got to try and keep Oscar Piastri at bay for as long as we can. Drain the battery as much as we dare, and then just make sure we cover off into the corners here. This has been a rather interesting sprint. But yeah, certainly has gone to showcase how much work there is still yet to do within this Haas organisation there. The car's got so much grunt, but simply just, you know, we've been kind of screwed over by the rule changes we put in. Obviously, yeah, this car's baseline for aero and chassis was far from fantastic. And as we make our way further and further through this season, that weakness has absolutely been exposed. But one more lap to go then of this sprint. We've just got to try and keep Oscar Piastri at bay.
Final lap of the race. Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 2.8 seconds.
Oh, I broke too late. I broke too late. Just get it slowed down. Don't allow him to switch me off the corner. Russell's surely got to be watching this going on and fancying his chances right towards the end. But for now, we are still ahead of the Australian. The AI are definitely still way too slow in qualifying on this game. Either that or we have just got the most OP qualifying car I have ever witnessed, because you get this thing in a race trim and it really does begin to struggle there. Try and put the power down one final time. Drain the battery down the back straight. I think Verstappen has been able to move past Charles Leclerc here late on, as here comes Oscar Piastri still gaining on me. He's going to have to have a look around the outside, but surely he's not going to get any kind of run there, as once again we will slam the door. It's a shame we have had to battle so much, as we might have been able to get a bit closer to Yuki towards the end of the afternoon. But through the final couple of corners then of this sprint, I think it's going to be Verstappen that is going to walk away with the victory, but it could easily be Checo Perez. Only time will tell. Will it be the Dutchman? Will it be the Mexican? It is, of course, Max Verstappen, who will further extend his lead at the top of the table through the final couple of corners, though from 10th on the grid. I said I wanted a point. We got to 8th early on, and then we have just hung on right until the flag. Well, there we go then, the end of the US Grand Prix sprint there, and you can see Max Verstappen takes the win from 2nd on the grid. Will extend his lead over his teammate Checo Perez by yet another 2 points there. Top runners all seem pretty close in the end, but yeah, our fastest lap was certainly nowhere near enough to really be in the fight there. 6 tenths away from Fernando Alonso in that Aston Martin there. Hulkenberg, decent drive from 16th to 13th come the end of that one. Obviously with Ricciardo and Lance Stroll both running into separate problems there. And Magnussen, not really sure what happened to Magnussen, but he just had no pace at all throughout the entirety of that sprint. That means the gap at the top now up to 77 points between Verstappen and Sergio Perez. We lose out a few to both Hamilton and Alonso, but as we make our way then into real qualifying, it is all square between Tsunoda and Norris. 4 points between them and Oscar Piastri as well. There's a lot to fight for still, so let's see if we can make it into Q3 again.
The party in the USA continues right now. The circuit of the Americas, undulating, high speed, downright thrilling. It is time for qualifying to set the grid for the Grand Prix.
Well, we have obviously got that little bit of one-shot qualifying experience from the sprint qualifying, so hopefully as we head into real qualifying then, with all runs now being done on the soft compound tyres, we're going to be able to carry a little bit more pace in. Definitely don't have the confidence like the AI do on the brakes at turn 1, but hopefully we're going to be able to maintain that speed. I haven't really tweaked the setup at all. Felt like we were pretty much where we were going to be able to get to with the car performance where it's at. But look at the way again. We've got so much grip through here in qualifying trim. It's just a shame it doesn't seem to last into a race session. Well, our definitely strongest tyres seem to be the medium if qualifying's ended to go by, so maybe we'll see some other surprises as well as other drivers build on confidence on the soft compound tyres. The first laps, some of them will have done all weekend on a set of the soft compound tyre. There was a horrible little error through the final couple of corners. Hopefully we're still going to see ourselves straight into Q2 once again. Bottas is a 33.3. We do a 32.7. Not perfect, but not bad. I'll be honest, I'm really not sure we're going to have the pace to see ourselves into Q3. It was all your usual suspects out in Q1, both Saubers, both Williams, and Daniel Ricciardo this time. So Hulkenberg actually making it through. We're actually P14 mark currently, as everybody else finishing off their runs. Make that P15 then, as Gasly will bump his way up into 11th. But yeah, I mean, we made that little mistake at the end of our first run. We only ended up P13 though anyway, so we're going to need a big improvement here as we make our way into Q2. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to find that. Again, it's just so important that you make sure you keep the tyres in good shape, because this final sector Really does like to take a lot out of them. Luckily, you do get a chance to cool them down through Sector 2. Again, a bit too much curb, but that time around the car sits pretty stable. One more corner to go up towards the line. It's a 32.5 by Pierre. It's only a 32.6 by us. Verstappen then, with a big lock up here as everybody else trying to finish off their final run. Sergio Perez now down on the bubbles, so we need about another 0.3 of a second if we want to try and get close enough to the Mexican. Hopefully Gasly's going to let me by. What is that? He let me by and then dive bombs me into the first corner. 0.3 down immediately, and I'm trying to avoid putting ourselves out in traffic here on this game, because apparently this is just a glitch that EA don't seem to be able to fix right now. But yeah, that means we've got even more work to do around the rest of the lap here as we try and throw the car between the curbs. Oh, a bit of a wobble there as well over the top of the hill. 0.4 down. I think we might be out in Q2 here. No help thanks to Pierre Gasly as well. It's just terrible. There's no way. Half a second down, it's over. Well, I thought we've got nothing to lose. We may as well try to finish the lap anyway. But yeah, we haven't really found anything else either. So yeah, there we go. It's over. It's completely ruined. Qualifying out in Q2 here at Texas. We've got a lot of work to do as we head into the race.
F1 is so popular in these parts now that we race here 3 times a year, but let's give full respect to COTA, or the Circuit of the Americas if you prefer, which laid the foundations for it. It still remains the United States Grand Prix. It's the Circuit of the Americas then. Situated 14 miles outside the great city of Austin, this is a 3.6 mile lap with 20 corners, 10 to the left and 10 to the right. Top speeds are around 200 miles per hour. Overtaking opportunities are available in turns 1 and 12, especially with that rear wing DRS wide open. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. Charles Leclerc alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Norris, Russell, Hamilton, Gasly, Mr. Monaco, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, Joe, Albon, Sargent, Magnussen, Ocon. Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, here we are then once again backtrack side for the US Grand Prix proper this time round. 28 laps ahead of us here from the Circuit of the Americas, and we started P10 for the sprint. We line up P11 for the main race. Yeah, Lance Stroll, of course, starting at the back of the field after that mechanical failure. He has got a lot of work to do today, but we scored a single point in that sprint. I would be quite happy if we can do the same as well in the main event. As we line up then on the grid, it is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. Once again, actually able to get a pretty decent start. Look at Hülkenberg, though. Down around my outside in towards turn 1. We are just going to try and find some room in towards that first corner. It's 3 wide just in front of me there. We might make it 4 wide on the exit of the first corner there. As you can see, Gasly and I once again side by side of turn 2 as we make our way though into the S's there. Round the outside we'll go. We've got the confidence on these tyres with the aerodynamic grip we've got in the car at the moment, so happy with that. Through the first couple of corners, bobbling the car over the curb slightly. You can immediately see the effect that has inside F124. But as we make our way then down the hill, looks like Charles Leclerc has got the lead off of Max Verstappen on lap 1. Yuki Tsunoda had a pretty decent qualifying as well, so I'm sure Ferrari will be trying to attack the Dutchman in that Red Bull nice and early on here. Our goal is just try and stick with some of the cars a little bit in front of me here early on in this race. We saw how much pace we lacked yesterday. Obviously, once we dropped out of the DRS window of those cars in front, so hopefully we can do a bit of a better job of it this afternoon. Obviously, we've got a bit more experience now in the car, how it handles on these tyres in race trim. So, yeah, we're going to try and utilise that to the best of our ability there. But once again, making places up off the start. Happy we're back in the points. Already just pulling away then from Pierre Gasly early on. Going to try and get a run on Lando Norris down this back straight. I think he wanted to do the same thing to George Russell once again. It is all 4 Brits line astern. Just like, well, we saw all 3 of them, didn't we, at Silverstone last weekend, until Russell's mechanical issue And obviously Lando really struggled right towards the end of the afternoon against Max Verstappen. How glorious would it have been to see all three of them on the podium? What a story that would have been for the home crowd. But yeah, we got 4 good talents inside this series from the UK. But which of us is going to be world champion first? Well, I know we're only in the early stages of this race, but once again, it looks like Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc are just able to operate at a higher level than anybody else right now at the front of the order, pulling away just that little bit early on. Well, I can just see again, though, how much just unsettling the car over the curbs makes a difference. And we've lost the DRS to Lando Norris then. We've still got Gasly and Sainz breathing down my neck, 2 former and current Red Bull family drivers. Of course, yes, Sainz still. I'll be interested to see if he gets that seat off of Checo. As you can see, I think that's Oscar Piastri and Yuki Tsunoda fighting further up the road. Maybe Oscar Piastri could go to Ferrari down the line. That would be an interesting move. Just coming on to me about the tyres early on, and yeah, they really are wearing out rather rapidly. Already up over 30% wear on that front left. It's always the front left inside this game, even though this track has an even number of obviously left and right-handers around this venue. We seem to get back inside the range of Lando as we get out into the back straight. Unfortunately, we weren't there at the detection point, though. Luckily, doesn't seem that Gasly and Sainz have got anything more, as I think it's Perez and Yuki that are tripping over each other right now, and that's just allowing a load of us to hang close. I'm starting to wonder, I think Yuki might in fact have damage here, because immediately Lewis Hamilton has romped up to the back of him as well, so I think Yuki's just slowing everybody down. And just like we saw in the sprint then, the issues for the Ferrari driver, now it's going to be a mad dash of who can get past him. Come on then, Lewis, surely we're going to see the Merc fly past Yuki Tsunoda. It really has spread out the top runners early on today. That has given us a bit of a lifeline by getting back inside the DRS range of Lando Norris. Hamilton through pretty easily in the end, and now Russell has to wait in queue. Oh no, George Russell, he's not going to be waiting in queue for very long. Oh, come on. What's going on? Oh, we've been absolutely rear-ended there by Pierre Gasly as we try and get back going again. I mean, Russell just sat in the middle of the road. We were trying to find a way around Lando Norris, but that has immediately gone and spread everybody out. Gasly, I think, has come out worse in all of that, as he unfortunately has picked up some front wing damage, but
the underbody's incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
I was staggered we didn't run into the back of Lando Norris there, but yeah, now both of us having to go back and close in on Yuki again. Russell has caused chaos. Oh, Lando Norris, he's just got the pace on me at the moment. You can see immediately he's trying to look around the inside of Yuki Tsunoda. We've definitely still got some extra speed over the Ferrari. It'll be especially useful if these two battle.
0.9 seconds.
Hopefully watch that gap come down a little bit more. There is, oh, Norris, you can just see get the elbows out. Hulkenberg, though, I've noticed, he's up into P11 of this race. Of course, still yet to score a point this year. Has never, inside this series, had a top 10 finish in a Grand Prix.
That wasn't quite what we needed, but let's not worry about it. Get your head down and chin up. There's a long way to go.
Yeah, the tyres are taking an absolute pounding around this track. We might have to box a little bit early than the team were hoping to, but yeah, maybe we could see Hulkenberg get his first ever Grand Prix top 10. Of course, he's been an absolute baller IRL recently. Same can't be said in this series. I mean, look at that tyre wear warning light has already flashed up on lap 10. The tyre wear is worse than we saw in the sprint race. As well, Tsunoda, a little bit of an overcorrection. I don't actually know whether he has got front wing damage. I haven't seen an end plate missing or anything like that on the Ferrari car, but if he's had like technical gremlins again, then surely you wouldn't expect them to last this long into a Grand Prix. But I'm thinking, yeah, if Hulkenberg can get past him up inside the top 10, we're still waiting to see how well Stroll can carve his way through. I mean, I would be prepared to act as a bit of a rear gunner for Hulkenberg if needed. So you can just see, yeah, we are overworking the tyres. We have to come in for an early box. Before we dive into the pit lane, though, hopefully we're going to try and get a run on Yuki Tsunoda down the back straight. We'll really drain the battery here as well. Tsunoda, late move to the inside there, where you wanted to try and fight him yesterday, wasn't able to. This time around, though, it's not going to be much of a fight.
3.4 seconds.
Say again, I can't see any front wing, missing off of that Ferrari car. So I really can't work out what's happened to him at the moment, as now he's going to end up in battle with Carlos Sainz. Sainz has gone clean around him as well, so hopefully Hulkenberg will be able to find a way through soon. But we're going to peel into the pit lane then at the end of lap 11, slightly earlier than I originally wanted, but we can only hope that the hard tyres work out a little bit more in my favour towards the end of the Grand Prix there. It's nice and tidy on pit lane entry. Don't want to take too much risk there, as I'm intrigued to see where we're going to come out relative to Pierre Gasly, because he's been looking still pretty racy here all weekend, just narrowly outside of kind of where we would notice him.
Left rear wheel. We need to try and put that behind us though, and let's finish this race strong.
3 races in a row that's happened now. 3 races in a row.
Last stop. No more.
When am I going to get some more luck in this game? Seriously, how much bad luck can I seemingly find? As Gasly is 3 seconds in front, but we're going to be on fresher tyres. I don't know if we'll be able to go to the end on that set. There we go. Starting to see a few other cars into the pit lane then, so hopefully we haven't ended up being overcut even too badly. There's only a handful of cars, including Sainz. We're still ahead of the V-carb. That's good. And a load more cars then into the pits, so we're really starting to see everybody cycle through. I'm so close as well on that target time, every single one. But yeah, Hulkenberg then is not going to be out in a bad spot still. He's going to have slightly fresher tyres to the end of the afternoon. It's just a question of how well is Yuki going to be able to hang on up the road. That Ferrari trying to go a little bit longer. He seemingly... Is he pit and come out further behind? No, he can't have done. How has he closed back in on the Red Bull? What's happened? Well, I'm sure right now you can hear gunfire and freedom in the air. Logan Sargent up inside that top 10. Admittedly, I don't think it's going to be for very long. So are we going to get a jump on that Red Bull? Because I think, yeah, it's still Leclerc and Verstappen battling at the front of the field. But Perez, I think, might have fallen back into the clutches of Tsunoda here. Gasly, if he can get to the end, is in a really good spot.
That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
As there re-emerges Sergio Perez up in P7. Sainz has got the jump on Tsunoda as well. Hulkenberg isn't going to be a million miles away behind him. But we are still inside the top 10. And now if Gasly can fight, maybe we can get a bit closer to Sergio. But I think it was always optimistic to hope that Pierre Gasly could keep up with Sergio Perez when you can factor in the Red Bull advantage and the tyre wear advantage. This has probably actually been one of Sergio's strongest ever years in Formula 1. He just really seems to be lacking that out-and-out pace towards the end of the year. And I think, yeah, that mechanical failure last weekend at Singapore, despite the error Max then made, might really have taken the wind out of his sails. But the hard tyres as well working wonderfully at the moment. So hopefully we're about to try and make the move on Pierre Gasly. Go defensive, mate, I don't care. Or go clean around his outside into the braking zone. Actually make sure we get it slowed down into the apex. But hopefully, yeah, he can hold Sainz at bay. Well, I've got to give him credit. Gasly's done a pretty good job for me here. Sainz now, one lap further on, is going to try and have a look around the outside of the Alpine and is just about going to make that move happen. But yeah, Yuki Tsunoda, I don't know what's wrong with his car. Whether it could well just be a lack of pace by the driver, to be completely honest. But if him and Sainz can really battle out towards the end, maybe give us a bit of free breathing space for a little while longer. It does seem like Sainz has got the bit between his teeth here at the moment. He wants to try and get back to me. That V-carb working really well towards the end of this campaign. But if we can keep him a little bit further back, I would take 4 big points here and 2 8th place finishes of the weekend. Effectively now we've got a sprint race left to go here in Texas. You can see we've now got Tsunoda and Sainz all over my gearbox as well. 2 men that have always wanted a Red Bull seat. One of them seemingly is going to get that opportunity in the future. The other one seemingly has got an even better opportunity, but he's not really doing everything you would hope he is with that drive this year. Yuki Tsunoda. As Sainz again will try and have a look around the outside. We'll get the elbows out. In fact, Yuki going to try and fight with the V-carb off the corner, unable to put the power down. We've got to get really strategic towards the end of this. Is Lando, Norris and Sergio Perez battling out in front. Sorry, Lando and Oscar are battling it out in front, and that's allowed Perez to close in. What I'm hoping for is one of these cars in front has an issue. No, I'm not anymore, because Albon seems to have jumped Hulkenberg. Here we go, Sainz and Tsunoda. They're swapping around behind me. They're still fighting it. They're both using me for DRS at the moment, but Carlos Sainz forced to the outside. I'm just watching this battle going down in my mirrors. I think he's going to try and roll on the power there off the exit of the corner. They're still side by side. And it's these little moments we've got to be prepared to capitalise. We've got to be prepared just to try and inch away from the pair of them. As again, how are they still side by side behind me? And how are they closing in? How are they gaining time there on the battery in the middle of a corner in which they're going side by side and they still lost barely anything? Tsunoda, though, will move back up into P9. Potentially my biggest rival currently in Formula 1. And now we're going to fight him on the track again. Oh no, here comes Yuki. I don't think there's going to be much of a fight to be had with the Ferrari right now. And the inside will go on. I mean, look at the legs that thing's got on me. Equal power units perhaps, but a much better aero and chassis platform in that Ferrari than this Haas right now. Only got a handful more races to go, and boy oh boy do I wish I was in his car already. I can only assume it was more technical gremlins for Yuki Tsunoda early on this afternoon, because right now I'm not even convinced we'll stay in the DRS range of him one lap further on. We shut the car down through the S's. We know we've still got a lot of downforce. Purple constantly in qualifying. In race trim though, the AI, they're just able to hang on to the car so much better. Well, less than 5 laps to go then. Yuki Tsunoda is just pulling away from me right now. We just seem to be able to keep Carlos Sainz at an arm's length. But I am starting to get a little bit nervous about these tyres. They've hung on really well, actually. I wouldn't surprise me if they were actually a better tyre for the sprint race as well. But I think you only get one set for the weekend here at COTA, so you really want to try and hang on to them after the ones you use in free practice. But yeah, the hard tyres really are the better race tyre around this circuit. But Sainz, yeah, is just, I mean, he's closing in so much there, filling my mirrors. But we just want to try and hang on. So here comes Sainz down the inside of turn 1. The AI just have so much more confidence on the brakes there than I do. And annoyingly, I'm not sure we're going to be able to hang close enough to him to get a run out onto the back straight here. Sainz is a decisive move late on in the day. He fought with Sergio Perez last weekend at Singapore. Can we have a look all the way around? No. We end up finding ourselves right on the dirty marbles and everything like that through the end of Sector 1. Just sit close, sit under the rear wing. This V-Carb car, we might just be able to get a run back on him down the back straight there. You can see Gasly's actually done staggeringly well to hang on those hard tyres for as long as he has towards the end of the afternoon. But I think Hulkenberg is likely going to move past him, just like we've already seen with Alex Albon. We've got yellows, Verstappen! Max Verstappen late on in the day is going to be out of the US Grand Prix, I think. So for the second year in a row, I think the Dutchman has had a mechanical failure here. We're going to go right on the outside of Sainz.
Problems terminal, they're retiring the car.
And a huge shift potentially for Sergio Perez here. Unfortunately, he's not really in a position to capitalise on it all too much. But Verstappen out of the US Grand Prix with just 3 laps to go. It's slim, but could that affect his championship hopes as we're going to move up into P8 once more? The final corner then to start the last lap of the US Grand Prix here. Charles Leclerc's day has suddenly been made a whole lot easier with Max Verstappen out.
And let's bring it home.
I'm trying to rack my brains. I think he has at some point, but I can't remember when Charles Leclerc has previously won a race so far this year. It has been such a topsy-turvy campaign for Ferrari. But today is finally going to be his day there. Sergio Perez, he needs to try and get back past at least one of those McLarens on the final lap here, because every point could be critical come the end of the year. Gutted for Hulkenberg as well. I think he's going to be agonisingly close, but not close enough to points this weekend there, as we're just trying to keep Carlos Sainz at bay. One final real opportunity for the Spaniard to try and move back past me there. But what a race weekend it's been here from COTA. We recovered from 10th on the grid. We knew we wanted 8th in the sprint, so we were able to make those moves happen really, really early on. Today, though, in the real GP, obviously we've sustained some damage early on, but it surprisingly hasn't had much of an effect on the car. There is Sainz, one last-ditch attempt down the outside there is not going to work for him. Charles Leclerc is going to win the US Grand Prix here in Texas. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners, last season here we bottled it. We bottled the podium at the very final corner of the GP in typical Mach 2 and 2 fashion. This season though, hopefully we're going to have no such disappointment. Admittedly, it's not a podium, but the less said about that the better. Through the final corners, it is going to be P8 in both sprint and main event here at Texas. Big points for the team. I am happy with that.
What a performance! He's left the field behind. Charles Leclerc wins it.
Yes, it absolutely was, and what an incredible victory and an important milestone though as we head into the business end of the season. You know that that's really going to matter from a confidence perspective to get them to the end of the season with potentially even more of these victories.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
There we are. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I've immediately gone and clicked past the final results. We're beating Hamilton in a rivalry that I didn't know we were having. And we've gained some more experience as well. Some of you guys have asked me to show more of this off inside the game. So there you go. You get a nice look at that. 88 focus now. And we are almost 86 rated as well. 54 recognition against Hulkenberg's 46. Unfortunately, I don't think we're quite going to get the full 60 to apply those extra upgrades to the car before the end of the year. But let's go take a look at our championship standings. Well, there we go then. The gap between Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen is back under 70 points then with just 5 rounds left of the season. Still about 140 points available. But Checo is going to really need to pull his finger out. We're still ahead of Hamilton and Fernando Alonso by virtue of that 8th place finish there. And unfortunately, the gap to Aston Martin has opened up to 27 points in the Constructors' Championship. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. And we'll be back tomorrow when Formula 1 returns ready for Sergio Perez's home Grand Prix at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez.
This is a special place to go motor racing. We have the Fora Sol. The track is warming up nicely, and it is nearly time to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. What an atmosphere we have in Mexico City.
Well, we have ultimately been a bit of a bottle job recently in qualifying sessions, both in Singapore and Texas. We found ourselves out in Q2, so we'd like to try and return back to Q3 here today, especially when you consider how high at the championship table we currently are. 2 wins to our name. Admittedly, that has been more than a third of our points over the course of the season as well there. But, you know, 2 very, very high-speed tracks. And another one here today. Is Singapore now a high-speed track? I don't know. Someone tell me down in the comments below. You still need a lot of wing round there, but it's probably actually quite similar to Mexico now in that regard. There are 2 kind of outliers on the Formula 1 circuit there, as have a second up on Kevin Magnussen through the first sector. Again, I don't think the AI are using hot lap mode anymore in qualifying. I don't think they ever started using it again. I just think they got, the overtake mode even. I think they just got a tiny bit quicker in qualifying, because otherwise we seem to massively be able to upset on Saturday and then never seemingly have the pace on Sunday. What's the gap now? 8/10 up on Kevin Magnussen, so still finding time around the rest of the lap. But yeah, I think we might want to stop using the overtake mode again, because it certainly hasn't been tweaked in the newest patch for F124. Through the final couple of corners, Perez just in front of me is going to peel into the pit lane, and we're going to do a 1:15.0, puts us in P6. Well, it did only take us 1 run then here in Q1, and once again, Max Verstappen just seems to have the advantage over everybody here, quicker than both of the Ferraris. A bit gutted, Hulkenberg actually seemingly did quite well on his first run, but was unable to improve, so just 17 thousandths of a second he is out in Q1. He's joined by Ricciardo, both Saubers, and Logan Sargent, to maybe the surprise of absolutely nobody. Well, I'm going to do this first run then in Q2 using no overtake mode again, then just to wait and see as to what the raw pace of the car looks like. I mean, we'll lose a bit of time through the first sector, but ultimately after that, there's not really many places you can use the overtake mode around this venue, especially as Hot Lap does still allow you to get right up towards the top of the rev range there, almost 210 miles an hour as we approach Turn 1, 209. It just flashes up as Leclerc now pretty much matches the time Verstappen did in Q1. The bigger question is, are we going to see Perez get close? Making our way then down into the final sector. We are pretty much even then with Alex Albon in that Williams, who's currently slotting himself up in P11. Williams' one-lap pace this year really hasn't been that strong, so Albon's done very well to drag it as high as he has on a couple of occasions. Out of the final corner, though, it's a 15-1 last time round. This time it's a 15-7. So, yeah, it's just all over the show. I don't really know what's going on with this game. Well, overtake mode or not then, it's going to require a Herculean effort to see ourselves into Q3. Lewis Hamilton currently the one on the cusp on a 1:15.0, so that's exactly what we need to try and aim for here. We'll see how much time we can find in Sector 1. See, immediately 2 tenths up though, so it definitely does still make quite a lot of difference around this circuit. Our last lap wasn't particularly fantastic though. There was definitely a couple of little errors as well. There is chuck the car through the turn 1 curbs. Absolutely bouncing over those now. They do have a much bigger effect as immediately half a second up. That's how much difference it means. That's how much of an advantage the overtake mode gets you. And immediately we are 2 tenths up as Hamilton now into the drop zone. So we're seeing others improve. Unfortunately though, we just don't seem to be able to find the time around the rest of the lap. Maybe took a bit too much out of the tyres early on. So we're just still climbing up around between 4 tenths and half a second up here to make our way through the final couple of corners, attack that curbing, and it's going to be mighty close as to whether we make it into Q3. Up to the line, P12 again. We are right in that fight, but it is not enough. And there we go then, Charles Leclerc bringing the fight to Max Verstappen. So is Sergio Perez there, half a tenth covering the 2 Red Bulls come the end of Q2. But Carlos Sainz once again springing a surprise there at the end of qualifying. Hamilton out in Q2. There was half a tenth from half a tenth between Sainz in 10th and myself in 12th place there. But once again, we just find ourselves on the wrong side of that cutoff.
Welcome to the most populous city in North America. The legendary Jim Clark won the first official F1 race here in 1963. It's Mexico City, and it's Grand Prix Sunday. 2,285 metres above sea level, the altitude will test the driver's fitness and their engine's efficiency. 17 corners, 7 to the left, 10 to the right, and make up a 2.6-mile circuit equipped with 2 DRS zones. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Tsunoda, Perez, Norris, Oscar Piastri, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Sainz, Mr. Monaco, Albon, Gasly, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Magnussen, Sargent, Joe, Hamilton, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Okay, mate, I know it's tough in there, it's hot in that cockpit, but your tyres are even hotter, so you're going to have to work extra hard to keep them cool. It matters for performance.
Well, Lewis Hamilton then clearly decided he didn't fancy starting in the mid-pack. Grid penalties for him, and Daniel Ricciardo sees both of them at the rear of the field then. But taking a look at strategy, I'll say it before and I'll say it again. The 2-stop is viable around Mexico City. We're going to start on the mediums, though, just see how far we can take them, see if we can avoid trouble early on. But yeah, Red Bull and Ferrari now seemingly interchangeable at the top of the field. When it comes to pace, Max Verstappen lines up P2, Sergio Perez lines up P4. All of that can change, though, on the long old run down towards Turn 1. As we wait on the grid then, ready for the 5 red lights here in Mexico City. It is lights out and away we go there as well. We actually have reacted really well to the lights, but then no throttle down in the second phase there. Albon and Gasly will say thank you very much. So will Esteban Ocon as we try and have a look to the outside in towards the first corner. Will there be any room for us? Look at the speed. How has everybody else got that much speed? And Magnussen's going to move across me in the braking zone. And immediately we have picked up front wing damage there. Don't know whether anybody else has been caught out in all of that.
Front wing, damage to your front wing. Suggest we box to change it.
What a nightmare start then here in Mexico, and now I guess we're basically hoping for a safety car or something like that later on in the afternoon. Not going to stop us trying to go back on a fight early on here. Maybe we can cause a little bit of commotion for some of the other drivers as well. But yeah, what was Magnussen doing? We were alongside each other. He just tries to brake ever so slightly later than me and then just cuts me off in towards that first corner. Now he's going to go side by side with his old teammate in Nico Hülkenberg. This might be actually a good opportunity for our Haas teammate to outscore me or outfinish me at some point between now and the end of the year. But yeah, we need to peel into the pit lane then at just the end of lap 1. We could be in for quite a lonely race here this afternoon here in Mexico, but that being said, there's every possibility of a safety car or a red flag or something that can happen a bit later on, as it is still Charles Leclerc at the front. Looks like Tsunoda's moved up to P2, and I've picked up a 10-second penalty as well. This has not been a good start to this Grand Prix. We can get rid of that, though, if we do get a safety car. So, yeah, basically that's everything we're hoping for this afternoon, because it will give us a chance to get back in then. But new front wing going on, hard tyres going on as well. Not sure how long we're going to be able to take these into the afternoon.
Let's go, come on! Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
Nightmare. Absolute nightmare to kickstart the weekend.
These tyres through to the end now.
And in a car that is getting weaker and weaker in terms of performance towards the end of the year, that was not what we needed. Well, this track genuinely seemed to be one of my luckiest in F1 23. As I mentioned before, we won our first 3 ever Mexican Grand Prix back when we did the My Team career mode inside that game. On F1 24, it seems to be one of my unluckiest. So we got bullied by Lance Stroll and I think it was Magnussen in the My Team race here. I can't remember what happened last season. I remember Gasly got a podium. So it doesn't seem to be a good track for us. That being said, though, we are taking time out of Zhou and Ricciardo that seem to be tripping each other up. Well, Mexico as a circuit then is very rear limited inside F1 24, so we are going to try and manage those tyres and make sure that we're not cooking the rears. I mean, we could theoretically go right to the end on this set of tyres, but I'm not convinced it would be the quickest way to go. But yeah, I hope Ricciardo and Zhou realise just how much they're costing each other at the moment, because we can actually get back to them before they pit. Might give me a little bit of extra motivation then early on. Our lap times are very consistent. We've done, I think, the last 4 laps in a row, all within the space of a tenth of each other, so pretty happy with the times that we're able to hit. The only issue we've got, yeah, is that Ricciardo now is just kind of carrying Zhou Guanyu along. I feel like, yeah, if Zhou was to drop out of the DRS range, then he might continue to fall back slightly quicker into our clutches. But, yeah, still, but we're really just waiting, yeah, for a safety car or a red flag. This would absolutely as well be the kind of race where I go 30 laps, basically, without seeing another car, and then we'd get an engine failure. Oh, we got yellows, come on. Give us a safety car, nice and early on in the afternoon. I don't even know who it is with issues. It might be our teammate. No? Oh, it's a Williams. I think it's Alex Albon that is out of the Grand Prix. Yes, it is. So, we're not going to be in 20th for very long. But, yeah, no safety car from that one. Well, we might still be ahead of Lewis Hamilton in the Drivers' Championship come the end of this weekend, because he seems to be unable to make much progress at all here at the moment. I think Alonso is sadly going to get back ahead of me, though. Tyre wear, it's not looking fantastic. That front left is just starting to struggle a little bit as we put it through a bit more work. But are we going to see anyone again? I've refused to pit unless we're under a safety car, because I don't want to take the full effect of that penalty either. So it's either we get a safety car and we box, or we don't get a safety car and we serve this penalty at the end of the race. Well, it looks like Sargent then has backed up Magnussen into Ricciardo and Zhou Guanyu here, so we might be about to see the second of those Saubers drop out of the DRS window. I mean, we're going to be ahead of them when they do inevitably box in a few laps' time, but we're barely going to be ahead. Some of you are probably wondering why on earth, you know, I didn't restart this race or anything like that.
Take button more. It's time to utilise some of this energy. Come on.
If you're newer here on the Matsu&Two channel, we just don't do that kind of thing. You know, if I have a bad race, I have a bad race. It's what happens sometimes. It's Formula 1. You know, we don't have any scripts or anything like that. It's just what happens. Oh, there's more chopping and changing going on. Sargent and Magnussen now going side by side through the first couple of corners. Unfortunately, yeah, it looks like Hülkenberg is having a pretty lonely afternoon of it as well. Not got enough pace to keep up with the Alpines. But yeah, just got that bit more than the Saubers and the other back markers. That works out well for us. Magnussen then apparently with issues, and apparently the next car in front is only 3/10 clear. Must be invisible, but Yeah, Magnussen's starting to struggle then as we get towards the pit stop window. So we might be able to get a bit closer to him and maybe keep him at bay later on in the day. There we go, first few cars into the pit lane then. Hulkenberg is not one of them, so we might not be last.
Joe is stopping now.
So Guan Yu into the pit lane then. Hamilton just making his way back out onto the circuit. We're going to be a little way back behind the Mercedes, although we will get the run back down towards turn 1. Are we going to get into the slipstream here? It's nice to actually see another car at this stage of the race. But yeah, everybody looking like they're one-stopping this, so yeah, we haven't really got the opportunity against the two stoppers or anything like that either.
The gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep it up.
We've come out 10 seconds ahead of Zhou though, so that is basically our penalty. We can't stay in the range of Lewis Hamilton. Nico Hulkenberg into the pit lane though, so we should be out ahead of our teammate again, at least for a short period here. Back to P14 we go. It's the highest we've ran since basically the start-finish line. But yeah, we're gonna be watching our mirrors still. I'm now starting to wonder whether we'll ever get a safety car in this race. Having a look then on the mini-map here, and it looks like Red Bull have seemingly got no pace in the race trim then. Ferrari have absolutely waltzed away. George Russell now seems to have pulled away from both of their cars as well, as we're just starting to struggle a little bit on our own tyres, just cooking that rear left ever so slightly. Obviously, Checo Perez, he needs to outfinish his teammate here this weekend, but if they were to finish like 5th and 6th, for example, they wouldn't really gain a lot on him. Obviously, championship can't be wrapped up yet. Helped, of course, by those couple of sprint races still before the end of the year. I believe there's still 120 points available for the driver's title. So, Checo, I mean, he really wants that gap probably under 60 by the end of this one. I'll be amazed if he goes into Abu Dhabi with a shot still, even mathematically. We're seeing a lot of time. We're in the data mark. We're basically trying to no-stop this Grand Prix. It's actually not as bad as I thought it would be, though. The hards do seem to be hanging on, but ever so slightly overheating the rears still. But yeah, with the gaggle of cars in front having a bit of a battle, not really losing anything at all to the likes of Sargent behind. I think we could still beat Zhou. No, it might be Magnussen, actually, who's in last place. Either way, we might not finish last here. Oh, we got yellows. We've got yellows. Come on, safety car now. Please, make this race be worth something towards the end of the afternoon there. I think it's one of the Alpines. I think it's Pierre Gasly that looks to be breaking down. So after a podium here last year, it is going to be disappointment for Pierre Gasly this weekend. Doesn't seem to be stopping in a dangerous location or anything like that. In fact, it looks like he's going to stop at the same place that Albon did. So don't think we're going to get a safety car for that one, annoyingly. There's Hulkenberg now closing in on myself. But wait, I mean, we're almost back to the points. Hamilton and Ocon, two of my title rivals, battling it out with each other. But yeah, considering if you factored out the 10-second penalty, this has probably been a really good recovery drive up to now. Oh, here comes Nico Hulkenberg then. We're actually going to have a side-by-side battle with another car. Admittedly, only very temporarily, as he almost does exactly what Magnussen did to me earlier on and tries to cut me off down at turn 1. Hulkenberg threw them on over to P13. He does seem to have kicked on quite well towards the end of the year, but he still just hasn't quite got enough for points. As we near the end then of the Mexican Grand Prix, I'm just watching the gaps, and Sargent at the moment as well could be tripping up Zhou Guanyu and Daniel Ricciardo here right towards the end. We might still be able to get a 10-second gap over them, which would be an absolute miracle come the end of the afternoon here. We're actually fighting still with our teammate Hulkenberg. Going to try and look round the outside. We're on completely dead tyres, let's not forget. Feels like I'm ice skating through the middle sector, but round his outside will go. I mean, if we can just utilise this, I'm going to try and take it. The one problem we do have is we've got no straight line speed when we are in front of our teammate. Again, he's going to look down the inside as we start lap 30. Oh, so close to banging wheels there. We're just allowing the car to run wide. We've never really battered Nico inside this series up to this point, so nice to actually have a bit of a wheel-to-wheel scrap with him.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 9.8 seconds.
Might well be our only ever wheel-to-wheel scrap in this series with our teammate. If we move to Ferrari next year, maybe Hulkenberg will follow me. I can't see it happening. Third time's the charm then. Nico Hulkenberg again flying back down my inside. That time round, he's got way too much speed for us to really be able to contend with here. But yeah, you can see the gap to Sargent and Zhou He's still going up in the right direction then, so if we can just work together, I would like to beat Hulkenberg on the road, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. Annoyingly as well, I think, yeah, we are pretty much on one of the last laps that we can get a safety car still in this race. Well, the F1 game likes to give you 2 green flag laps at the end of a race, so I believe from now we can no longer get a safety car this afternoon. But yeah, we're still trying to fight with our teammate Nico Hulkenberg as we make our way back down towards turn 1. To the outside we'll go of our teammate once again. That time around we're going to cleanly get the car stopped at the first corner once more. Are we going to see him come back at me? I mean, every single lap, the tyre difference between the pair of us just comes down that little bit more. There's Sargent 12 seconds back now, so as long as we don't really trip over each other, we should still beat the American. Charles Leclerc then on to the final lap of the Mexican Grand Prix, but Red Bull, a team that have dominated this year, have been so consistent. It looks like their gap at the top has just come down enough, and Charles Leclerc again looks like he's going to get his second win on the bounce right towards the end of the year. But we saw this last season, Verstappen absolutely started throwing it away. He's then come back and dominated this year. Could he be lulling some of the other drivers into a false sense of security once again then, as we've got one last opportunity to try and get close to Hulkenberg. We have pretty much nailed the fuel usage as well this afternoon. We're pretty much down to neutral as we start this last lap of the Grand Prix, but we need to get good traction out of turn 3. Open up that DRS once again then, and try to potentially have a look to the inside of our teammate here. I haven't really been beating him on pace ever in this series, and I don't intend to now. Down the inside we go of our teammate here as Charles Leclerc out of the final corner. He is going to win the Mexican Grand Prix there. Ferrari making a 1-2. Yuki Tsunoda just trying to prove to the team right towards the end of the year why he is a valuable asset to them. But will it be enough to keep his seat in the future? But after damage on lap 1, yeah, this race was really rather lonely for us on the most part. But we actually learned quite a lot, and I'm happy with the way we were able to manage the tyres right the way to the end of the Grand Prix. There effectively, we have done a no-stop strategy here in Mexico, and we have made it work as well. As through the final corner we go. It is P13 in the end. Not the result we would have wanted, but I don't think we can be too upset.
What a drive! What a driver! Charles Leclerc takes the victory!
And it's always good to get that momentum on your side, and it's really good for your confidence as well. The more confident you are, the further that can take you.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then, at the end of the Mexican Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc takes the win ahead of his teammate Yuki Tsunoda. Russell, a decent drive actually from 7th on the grid, really was able to capitalise on both Red Bull and McLaren's seemingly lack of race pace there. Verstappen, though, he does once again continue to edge out his championship lead over his teammate there. And Alonso, 4 points for him means I think he's 1 back ahead of us in the drivers' table as well. There's it's all still to play for between us and Aston Martin towards the end of the year. There's 73 points, though, the gap for Verstappen at the top of the table. I believe, theoretically, that could be wrapped up next time out in Brazil. He would have to leave the Brazilian Grand Prix with an 85 point, 86 point lead if I'm not mistaken there. So absolutely possible for Verstappen. As Charles Leclerc, yeah, only 15 points back now behind that second of the Red Bulls. Constructors-wise, yeah, I think Red Bull have all but guaranteed themselves they've wrapped that one up now. That should be a foregone conclusion come the end of next weekend there. But yeah, for us, the gap opens up 33 points to Aston Martin. I'm not holding out hope towards the end of the year. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Brazil, Sao Paulo. I've been reading the comments that you guys put on yesterday's video, and you guys are bullying me, so I'm not going to talk about that thing I always talk about in qualifying anymore. I'm just going to use it and not mention it. Yeah, hopefully that will make you guys happy. But anyway, yeah, moving into Q1, though, I'm genuinely concerned, not only by my line through that first corner, we might not see Q2 here. The AI, like I said, this is probably one of, if not their strongest track on the game. It's definitely the track that they've seen the most improvement from last year's games. So we're going to go for one run now, and then we're going to peel back into the pit lane, kind of see where we are, and try and go for another one. You can't even manage the battery around this track as well as I would like. You use so much in Sector 1, and you don't really get to recharge it a whole lot in Sector 2. Come on, what is the split time going to be to Daniel Ricciardo as we make our way down into the final corner? We're 1/10 up on the Australian at the moment, so I guess that's at least us pointing still in the right direction. Luckily, you don't tend to see the AI improve as you get towards the end of qualifying, but using the rest of our battery pack up towards the line, we are going to be ahead of him. Only P12, though, so far from perfect. Well, there we go. Verstappen fastest 0.02 of a second clear of Charles Leclerc in that first session. Yeah, despite the fact that the start of the lap felt a little bit rusty, we ended up doing okay. Make it through straight into SQ2. But yeah, only a 10th away from safety there. Hulkenberg, he's definitely getting closer to me as the season gets to the end. Maybe my mind is in other places. But now we built up a little bit more confidence in the car. We're going to head out then for our second run. This time we're going to try and be a little bit more strategic. Only use the battery when we get into 8th gear here to give ourselves that extra speed up towards turn 1. But yeah, we need, I believe it's an 8.8 here if we want to see ourselves into Sprint Q3. So we do need to see a bit of improvement off of the time I set in Q1 as we ride the car out the first couple of corners.
Into P15.
Yeah, we're hopefully not going to see anybody else improve there as purple immediately. Finding a little bit more in the car. Ricciardo now has just been bumped off of the bubble. So a 51.9 for the Australian is his split 2 point. We are a 10th up on that at the moment, but we do just dip the wheel on the grass slightly as we make the entry in towards the final corner. It's an 8.5 for the Australian then, so times have really tumbled towards the end of SQ2 here. Will it be enough, though, to see us into SQ3? I think we've done it. P8! We improved by nearly 0.7 of a second. Well, there we go. Sergio Perez now fastest on the board at the end of SQ2, but we end up knocking out Lando Norris in the second session here, and while we tied with Oscar Piastri, that pace genuinely came out of nowhere there. I still believe this is a fantastic qualifying car, but anything, well, I mean, we should hopefully be able to beat Carlos Sainz in SQ3. Anything higher than 9th place, though, will be a bonus. This is what is so horrible with the new sprint qualifying format inside F1 24. You kind of go into this last run with it completely into the unknown. You've got no idea how much grip the soft tyres are going to provide. You've got no idea how much confidence you can carry in the car, but we're just going to have to try and go out there then and see if we can find a little bit more. Just snagging the brake into turn 1, but we managed to get the car rotated in to that first apex there. You've really got to utilise the curbs. They are so wide around this circuit, and chuck the car down the Escudo de Lago, aiming just for the 100-metre boards. Tip the car in 4th gear. That's been a pretty good sector 1, 2/10 up on Fernando Alonso. But we know this middle sector is where the AI really fly. Down 1 gear into Ferradura. It allows you to take that nice double apex and then avoid the grass on the outside on the exit. It is horribly placed there. It's just before where you want to turn in. So you have to kind of compromise the point in which you rotate the car through. Again, a little bit of lock-up as we make our way through all these hairpins. What is the split time going to be, though, as Charles Leclerc top of the board at the moment? We are a 10.5 down on Oscar Piastri, but I think it's been a pretty competitive time by the McLaren man. Drain the battery as we make our way out of the final corner. I'd like to believe we'll be down towards a 1 minute 8 flat. So we watch the clock slowly tick by up to the line. 7-9. We go P8 again. Oh, I'm pretty happy. Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc ahead of Max Verstappen, ahead of Yuki Tsunoda and Sergio Perez. So I think that's exactly the same top 4 as we saw last time out in Mexico. We just got the better of George Russell come the end of the session, so pretty happy to be in that fight with the Mercs. Now we got to see if we can score points in the sprint.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil, is a 2.7 mile circuit with 9 lefts and 6 rights for a total of 15 corners. The fastest lap today should have an average speed of around 135 miles per hour, if of course the weather stays dry until the end of the Grand Prix. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Tsunoda, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Russell, Sainz, Norris, Ricciardo, Stroll, Ocon, Gasly, Albon, Hulkenberg, Joe, Magnussen and Logan Sargent. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out.
Well, here we are then lining up on the grid ready for the Brazilian Grand Prix sprint race. 12 laps ahead of us, and I'm basing this off my experience in the My Team series. You have to start on softs. The AI will do it. Their pace doesn't fall off quick enough, so that's exactly what we're going to do ready for this one this afternoon. Hopefully, a bit like we did at Kota, we can try and score some points in both races once again here. Keep our tally slowly rolling. It is 5 red lights here in Sao Paulo. And it is going to be lights out and away we go. Oscar Piastri and Alonso, though, not getting off to a good start. Hamilton kind of being forced out there as Alonso, one of my other championship rivals, is going to squeeze us out down at turn 1. Get a lot of oversteer off of the first corner, as Perez will just about hang on around the outside of the Mercedes. But we have got in between then our 2 championship rivals here on lap 1. 9 Formula 1 World Championships directly in front and behind. As I think that was Sergio Perez then having a bit of a lock-up as we make our way down the hill, though. Verstappen up into the lead of the Grand Prix. So, yeah, I'm sure Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda will want to try and keep applying the pressure to him this weekend. Of course, the Dutchman, he's really, I'm sure, only interested in making sure he finishes ahead of his teammate Sergio Perez here. Like we said, he needs to leave here with a 86-point lead, if my maths hasn't failed me. 1 more sprint, 3 more Grand Prix, and 3 more fastest laps. And that'll mean the Dutchman has wrapped up the title. But as we make our way out of the final corner then on lap 1, I'm quite happy that we made a couple of places. Piastri has just absolutely fallen off, though, all the way down to P10. So McLaren seemingly have sacrificed him. Oh, okay, Hamilton. That seems to be another Mercedes power unit going up in smoke. Round the outside we'll go. Annoyingly, yeah, that might just drop us out of the DRS range of Sergio Perez then. But that's the 2nd time in 3 races a Mercedes engine has exploded right in front of me.
Okay, they're out of this race.
I mean, yeah, the AI is so quick through this section of corners now. Immediately, you can see we've lost a good 3 tenths to Checo Perez. I think we might be focusing on our mirrors throughout most of the afternoon. My magic, here comes Fernando Alonso. Surely he's going to get a run on me back up towards turn 1. Yep, there goes the Aston Martin. I'm happy to sit in behind him for a little while. Otherwise, I just feel like we're just going to continue to drop further and further away. Want to make sure we keep a good charge of battery as well. As already, yeah, gap forming behind Lando Norris and his former teammate, and Carlos Sainz. More yellows out. Someone behind us now, I think, is breaking down in this sprint. No idea who it is. I think that's Oscar Piastri then, so...
Information on Piastri. They're retiring from the race.
Get your tinfoil hats out, ladies and gentlemen. Did McLaren put him on a set of mediums because they knew the engine was going to break down? And that will allow him a set of softs for the Grand Prix. Either way, does mean we're going to see a couple of decent hitters with grid penalties. Oh no, just a little bit of a lock-up there down at the final corner. And I think we're about to say goodbye to Fernando Alonso then. Lando Norris, I'm sure, probably going to be able to get a run on me as well, so I don't think it's really worth the fight right now. Maybe we can try and use Lando to get back into slipstream of Fernando here. I mean, I know it's still, we've got a few more rounds to go. It's not the be-all and end-all today, but we cannot let Fernando Alonso get into a rhythm of outscoring us regularly. We have got to try and make sure that we keep that points gap down. And, of course, the same against Aston Martin in the Constructors. Both teams have basically had one driver all year. And once again, this car's weakness is just getting exposed. We're also just ever so slightly struggling with tyre temperature here. So we've got to make sure we keep Sainz at bay right towards the end of the race. He's already 2 seconds back, but yeah, Norris and Fernando, unless they want to fight, unless they want to battle, I think we're just going to watch them both sail into the sunset. Maybe need a bit more tyre pressure in the car. Well, we've got rising temperature across the board at the moment, so not really what we want in this sprint race. You're kind of drawn into a game of chicken here in Brazil. The medium tyre, I do genuinely reckon, is the better way to go. But because everybody else uses softs...
They seem to have an issue.
Okay, don't really care, Mark. But yeah, because everybody else uses softs, you're kind of forced into it. I feel now that the AI is starting to struggle just a bit more as well, as we're hanging a bit closer to Fernando again. But I think, yeah, unless he was to drop out of the range of Lando Norris, who does seem to still have decent pace in that car, or they go wheel to wheel again, are just kind of like close but not close enough. Well, on to the final lap then here in Sao Paulo. I've never known this track to be so rear limited in F124. Both tyres completely over the operating window. And we are really, really struggling here on this final lap. In fact, George Russell now has completely closed in, and you can see just how twitchy the car has become. We're basically just trying to save battery to utilise it out of the final corner. But yeah, we've got Russell, Sainz, and I think even a couple more just waiting in the queue. So just trying to hang on. Want to try and make sure, obviously, that we bring home that point. We've completely fallen away from Norris and Fernando Alonso. At the final corner, though, Charles Leclerc is going to win the sprint here in Sao Paulo. We're going to just get on the battery because, see, we barely got anything over George Russell at the moment. This may have to be a big defensive push up towards the start-finish line here. Are we going to see the Merc get close enough? We're going to be drag racing. I think we just hung on.
That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc takes the sprint victory. Sergio Perez just able to get past Yuki Tsunoda at the finish there, as we were 5 thousandths in it between ourselves and George Russell. That has got to be the closest finish I think I've ever had so far inside F124. I honestly thought we were a little bit safer ahead of the Mercedes there, but apparently not. Sit rep then in terms of the championship. Verstappen would need to win, and I think he would need Sergio Perez not on the podium. If Perez gets a podium, the fight will continue into Las Vegas.
Atmospheric tracks don't come much better than this. We're in Brazil for qualifying. Let's get some laps at the limit.
I have made those setup tweaks then as we move back into real qualifying. I've upped the pressures a bit more. I've changed the diff around, the aerodynamics, and even a couple of the toe and camber settings as well. Then lots of changes needed as we head into real qualifying there. I feel like these tweaks might affect our one-lap pace slightly, so we might end up only seeing Q2, but hopefully it'll mean that we've got a better chance of fighting for more points in the race there. P7 though in the sprint, honestly, I'm quite happy with. I think that was probably as best as we sensibly could have done. But obviously, I want to try and make sure that we're scoring points between now and the end of the year, with maybe the exception of Mexico. Our first lap then hasn't been one to write home about, especially with lines like that at the final corner. Luckily, we don't spin it, but an 8.9 by Daniel Ricciardo. Track temperature is definitely up, so lap times are slower than they were in sprint qualifying. It is going to be an 9.1, P19 at the end of our first run. Well, you know, it's a bad qualifying effort when we end up going slower than our teammate Nico Hülkenberg. I think he's only out-qualified me once or twice so far in this campaign, but as we make our way then out onto our second run, yeah, we just need to try and find a little bit more here, and I feel like not overdriving the car is going to be key to extracting a little bit more time out of it there. We only need about 1/10 of a second, I believe, so it's not actually a big improvement required, but yeah, it's certainly, you know, I don't want to be out in Q1 here, surely, right towards the end of the season. That being said, though, the middle sector on that lap was pretty good. It's just Sector 1 and Sector 3 where we lost a bit of time. Fernando Alonso Improves the best time down to a 1:07.7. Oh, I'm just too busy watching other times improve around us, though. 3/10 up as we make our way out of the final corner. This might still not be enough, though. Half a second up. That should hopefully get us through and into Q2. Alex Albon on a 1:18.6. We're going to do a 1:18.6. It's P16. Damn it, man. We are out in Q1 for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Out of nowhere. Well, Verstappen puts himself in prime position at the end of Q1, but we have been out-qualified by Nico Hülkenberg here, so if it hasn't happened before, it has certainly happened today. 26 thousandths of a second slower than Daniel Ricciardo in the end. We just was not expecting everybody else to improve as much as they did there, but we're out in Q1. I'm tempted to put new components in the back of the car, but I don't think we should need to. But it's a long old march to try and score points today.
Formula One returns to Interlagos once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his third championship here in 2012, and in 2016, Max Verstappen treated us all to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. We're racing then at Interlagos, a historic 2.7-mile circuit and one of the few anti-clockwise tracks on the calendar. 15 corners in total, 9 to the left and 6 to the right, with a technical middle section opening up to a flat-out Sector 3 that gives us our best passing opportunity down into Turn 1. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole, and Yuki Tsunoda completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Norris, Perez, Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Ocon, Stroll, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Mr. Monaco, Albon, Gasly, Sargent, Joe, Hülkenberg, Hamilton, Sainz, and Oscar Piastri. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, we line up P12 then by virtue of quite a lot of grid penalties for other drivers here, but yeah, as we look towards the race ahead, medium to hard is going to be the way I want to go. I just don't have confidence in the soft tyres lasting right the way throughout the Grand Prix here. Perez lines up P5 ahead of his teammate Max Verstappen. It is critical for him that he outscores his teammate here today if he wants any chance, any hope of dragging this fight out longer. It's 5 red lights. And it is going to be lights out and away we go here in Sao Paulo then. Not a particularly good start. I'm sure we'll see a couple of soft compound runners around me get a good getaway down in towards Turn 1. As down the inside of Magnussen will go. Here, plenty of contact out on my outside there, but luckily we make it through that first corner as Verstappen already then making the move on his teammate Checo Perez. We're going to try and have a look down the inside of Lance Stroll then. No kind of top-end speed. But we will... Oh, I capitalised there on the Constantine run-up. I had to turn out of the corner there. Otherwise, I knew Ricciardo would spin me out. So I'll give him back the place on lap 1. Because it was kind of an over-opportunistic dive bomb there through the first couple of corners. Luckily, it seems like most drivers have opted for the medium tyre. So I was a little bit worried that we'd see some of them go super aggressive on the soft tyre strategy. Ferrari, though, already on the mini-map trying to pull away on lap 1, so yeah, they clearly, I mean, Charles Leclerc, if he can make it 3 wins in a row towards the end of the campaign, it has been quite the turnaround by Ferrari late on this season, but we saw it last year as well, and then still Red Bull dominated this year's championship. Maybe, just maybe, next season they can really try and give them a run for their money there, is trying to get a run on Daniel Ricciardo, back up towards the start-finish line. Got to be careful with the battery usage. We are running slightly more wing. Yeah, we are using slightly more wing as we head into the main event to hopefully try and give us a bit of extra grip through the middle sector. But as we get round the outside of Ricciardo there, it did get very elbows out through Turn 1 and Turn 2. We are up to P9, and there again is our big title rival. Oh, we got a car locking up. Lando Norris there, what is that rejoin? Down at Turn 4 there, we could see a couple of the AI going side by side a little bit further up. And now Norris there trying to cut me off as we make our way up the hill. What is he doing? Lando Norris is a maniac. Oh, that's one way to make the move. Kimi Räikkönen, I think it was Hungary 2016. He tried to do that against, I believe it was Felipe Nasr all the way back in the day. One driver that has all worked out well for is Esteban Ocon. But somehow, yeah, no one gets any damage. despite the fact Lando Norris needs to head to Specsavers. If you don't know what Specsavers is, it's a glasses shop here in the UK to help you see as we watch Lando Norris make the move on Esteban Ocon. That was actually not what I intended to do there. I had to go to the inside so he didn't run into the back of him, but I guess we'll make the move. Up then into P7, exactly where we finished in the sprint race yesterday. But are we going to find that we've got better pace on the mediums? That maybe we can stay in the McLaren's DRS? Seem to be able to hang inside the DRS range of Lando Norris. Oh, we've got yellows out, but only through the first DRS zone, as who's got mechanical problems then in this Grand Prix? I believe it might be Esteban Ocon then. So after a good qualifying and a good start, it is all going to come to nothing for the Frenchman. I wouldn't mind a safety car, but I don't think it's going to happen. Feels like it's been a while since I've had a safety car on this game. Oh, Fernando Alonso's going to get me here. There's not really any point in even fighting it against the Spaniards. Luckily, we're out of the range of Lando Norris further up the road. I'm happy just to have a battle with Fernando today if push comes to shove. I mean, we do need to beat him, though, because, of course, Stroll as well running up in the points. As there is Esteban Ocon's stricken car. Oh, we're already at 1/4 distance here as well. We might have more yellows? No, I thought someone else might have gone for a spin. I feel like the tweaks and changes we made to the car have allowed us to hang on against the Aston Martin a bit more.
Not to worry, there's a long way to go in this race, so let's focus.
See, Fernando Alonso clearly really wants to keep hold of track position at the moment. Like I said, I'm happy to sit behind him for a while here, to be honest, but even if we can rustle his feathers, then I'm certainly going to try. So you can just see there, he tries to slam the door, but he does give me a car's width down the inside. And back through we'll go then on the Spaniards. Just got to make sure we don't drop back into Stroll's clutches. And then once again then, here goes Fernando Alonso, clean back around the outside. He seems to have a bit more straight line speed than I do right now. When he gets the DRS run, it's easy. When I get it, we still have to work really hard. When I don't really see the point in trying to go for too many moves on Alonso right now.
And you're going to be on hards next time.
He's actually helping me maintain a good, decent speed at the moment, but we are completely driving into no man's land. Norris is a good couple of tenths quicker every lap. Stroll is a good couple of tenths slower every lap. And even he's pulling away from Ricciardo and Gasly that are fighting for that final points-paying position. I only really want to try and get the run on Alonso if I'm planning on undercutting him.
Taking your moments to use ERS is important, so let's try and be as consistent as possible with it, please.
At least the game's given me something more to keep my mind off things. As yeah, we just stare at that Valvoline logo. Well, we've seen a few cars slowly trickle into the pit lane then so far, and that's exactly what we're going to do at the end of lap 17 here. Kevin Magnussen, though, in that kick Sauber running up inside the top 10.
We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
And Kevin Magnussen, sorry, is no longer running inside the top 10 in that kick Sauber car. I'm hoping Alonso's boxing in. You know what, we'll go one longer then. We'll try and stay out here and get the overcut on the Aston Martin.
Please, 4.4 seconds.
Maybe he'll trip over some of the other traffic inside the pit lane, although I'm not holding my breath. There's quite a lot of stake here at the moment, because I'm not convinced I've got much pace over Fernando Alonso if he breaks out of the DRS window, so we're really trying to drain the battery and get every last advantage we possibly can here to make sure we stay with him. You can see Lance Stroll, I'm sure, as well, will be diving into the pit lane at the end of this lap, so maybe we're going to see Tsunoda move into the lead there as Charles Leclerc seems to be a little bit stuck behind him. Really aggressive on pit lane entry. Just about get it stopped. Don't think we could have done much better there had I wanted to. And we might also slow up Sergio Perez and George Russell just a little bit as well here. So where is Alonso? There he is, making his way up towards the start-finish line. This is not looking good at the moment. Oh, no, again. Again. And I think, yep, there you go. That's our hopes and dreams of keeping up with Alonso in tatters. How many times are we going to have that towards the end of this second season? The team desperately needs more upgrades into their pit stop facility. And Alonso is going to be 4 seconds up the road ahead of George Russell. We are well and truly in the bin.
Removing the right front wheel, we need to try and put that behind us, and let's finish this race as strong as possible. That was our last stop.
You don't say there's been a problem, Mark. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. And, well, to be honest, we might not see another car between now and the end of the afternoon. Well, we're still going to try and have a little bit of hopium here. Russell, Perez, and Alonso now battling it out for P5. Maybe if they can really trip over each other, we can gain a little bit of time. But, I mean, yeah, we've got 4.2 over Gasly behind. his mediums will absolutely fall off the cliff before the end of this race. We are just kind of here. Well, this battle Sergio Perez is involved in at the moment is actually massive for the championship. Max Verstappen has seemingly closed in on, I believe, Yuki Tsunoda towards the end of the race. If he gets ahead of him, Perez needs to finish P6 here or higher. He's currently in P7, and I believe, yeah, if it would finish like this, it would be exactly 86 points. But I can only assume that Verstappen has won more races if it came down to a tie and went on countback all the way back through the year. Alonso and Russell are still battling in front, but yeah, Checo can't afford to rest on his laurels. I mean, we all know it's basically Verstappen's title anyway, but crazier things have happened. Into the final 10 laps then here from Brazil. Every stage harder tyre we've been on this weekend. We have ultimately been more competitive than we were on the softer ones, so yeah, the hard tyre is actually working really, really nicely for us late on in the day. I mean, without the assistance of DRS, not really losing much at all to Perez up the road. Alonso just seems to be slowing them down ever so slightly, but I want to see an all-out fight. I want a three-way scrap for that place. I would like to see another car before the end of this one, otherwise we're going to end up with two pretty lonely races in a row. Oh, we got yellows, Perez is gone. Perez has gone for a spin and we are going to gain a place. It's Sergio Perez under pressure for the World Championship. I think he's gone and absolutely bottled it late on in the day here. At least we're going to get one freebie from it. But I mean, Checo, yeah, might close back in on me before the end of the GP. But now he needs Verstappen to finish P3. And I think even if he did, I was almost called Verstappen, the Mexican there. But of course, it is Sergio Perez. Yeah, the Dutchman, I should say, would still only need 1 point from the final 3 weekends. More yellows. We've got more yellows. What's happening? Later in the day, I think that's a V car breaking down. Just a handful of laps to go. Carlos Sainz is out of the Grand Prix.
They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring.
Well, a safety car now could have really spiced things up late on in the afternoon. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. As Russell and Alonso starting to battle it out just in front. Are they going to cost each other enough time here with just 6 laps to go? Charles Leclerc then rounds the final corners to start the last lap of the Brazilian Grand Prix. Surely Ferrari have got to be feeling confident about their chances heading into next year. The monogas driver has looked absolutely unstoppable towards the end of the campaign, but it's the battle behind him that is much more important right now. Verstappen
is currently around 5 seconds.
How on earth does Mark expect me to do that inside 1 lap here as Verstappen moves round the outside of Tsunoda up into P2 then of this Grand Prix on the very last lap? Of course, if he finishes there, it is over for Sergio Perez for yet another year. For us, though, it's ended up being quite an undramatic end to the Brazilian Grand Prix, but are we going to see Tsunoda hang close enough to maybe put Verstappen back down into 3rd place here? It's not looking like he's going to have enough. I think the Dutchman's gone and done it there and timed it to absolute perfection as rounding our way through this final lap. We had a good battle early on. The race pace has actually been pretty good here. I'm happy with the tweaks we made after the sprint. And P7, I don't really think we can be upset about, to be honest. But, yeah, it would have been nice to fight with Alonso right to the very end of the GP. Out of the final corner, though, Charles Leclerc, 3 wins in a row. He is unstoppable towards the end of this campaign. He's going to be back on top once again here in Brazil. Verstappen, though, for the World Championship, is going to walk home with P2 ahead of Yuki Tsunoda in his Ferrari car there. Lando Norris in P4, ahead of Alonso, Russell, and myself there. Perez, he bottled it late on under very little pressure in a little bit of a squabble. Max Verstappen is a 5-time Formula 1 World Champion, and we come through for 7th.
It's certainly been an incredible year for Formula One, and our drivers have pushed themselves this season, making it one of the most compelling years of racing in history. There can only be one champion, however, and here they are now, our new Formula One World Drivers' Champion. The man from Monaco will win again! Charles Leclerc takes the checkered flag!
And of course, that's now 4 race wins in a row. They've got the momentum now, and it's starting to turn into a bit of a dominance.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc, absolutely unstoppable form this weekend. The full 34 points for the Monegasque driver there. But for Verstappen, I'm sure he could not care less. World title number 5. 5 titles in a row for the Dutchman. Will he be able to break Michael Schumacher's record and make it 6 come the end of next year there? Tsunoda P3, like we said, ahead of Norris, Alonso, Russell and myself, with Perez, Stroll and Gasly rounding out the top 10 there. Hamilton, he's had such torrid luck recently, but I can't complain because it's helping me stay ahead of him in the Drivers' Championship. Taking a look at that Drivers' Championship, Charles Leclerc, he's actually mathematically kept himself in the fight with that. I didn't realise it going in, but yes, Charles Leclerc has jumped Perez. And technically the title fight is not over yet. There's 86 points available. So Verstappen basically needs 7 between now and the end of the campaign. But yes, Charles Leclerc has actually kept this fight going. And I mean, he could theoretically get quite close to Max Verstappen by the end of the year if he's able to keep up this run of form. Russell as well, I've noticed, is closing in on ourselves and Lewis Hamilton here late on in the day, as we now have a 7-point advantage to overhaul over Fernando Alonso there. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, I believe, have, mathematically wrapped that one up, as, Aston Martin now with a 40-point lead over us. So going to be a bit gutted, but I think we're going to finish 6th. 2 seasons in a row there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow then, ready for the first proper race ever from Las Vegas in this series.
The walls are close, the speeds are high, and the location is borderline unbelievable. It is time for qualifying in Las Vegas.
As we get ready then to start our first lap here of qualifying, this might be a really difficult one for us simply because of the lack of top speed in the car. It might be one of those sessions where we might have more race pace than we do qualifying trim, as Hulkenberg only good enough for 19th at the moment, and that's simply because I haven't done my lap yet. He got the better of me last time out in Brazil. I do not want a repeat of that today if we can avoid it, but it's one of those ones where we could make Q3, I could go out in Q1. And I know I've said that a lot this year, but I mean that at this venue more than pretty much any other, as we try and make our way through the first sector. It was only when I was editing back one of the videos here, I did realise you get the face now on the sphere, so we'll give him a little smile, as he was smiling down on our Haas car as well there. It is really cool. Absolutely ridiculous. Nowhere else in the world should that sphere exist but Las Vegas. I mean, it basically is just a case of trying to use all of our battery down the strip to give ourselves any kind of semblance of top speed around this venue. We'll try and keep about 10% worth of charge ready for the final corner there, as you can already see losing speed down in towards that final corner. You brake from so fast, though, at the 100-meter board there. 2 more corners to go. We've navigated that pretty nicely. Drain the battery now back up towards the line. It's a 32.5 by Logan Sargent. How close are we going to be to that? We are going to do a 31.6. Okay, we've got pace, which is good. Oh yeah, very surprised that we made it out of Q1 with as few issues as we did. Charles Leclerc in that Ferrari once again looking very formidable here. Daniel Ricciardo ended up last place though, so happy Hulkenberg was able to get the jump on at least one person. Magnus and Zhou Guanyu, I don't believe they've ever made a Q2 so far in this campaign, as Logan Sargent joins them once again. But yeah, looks like we're gonna be flying the American flag once more. Well, I kind of hit my markers everywhere I wanted to on that first lap. We actually had a braking system fault, which slowed us up getting out for our run here in Q2. Happy they figured that out though before I came out onto the circuit, because I can't help but feel there's quite a few corners here where that kind of issue would prove rather painful if we suddenly discovered down the end of the strip that we had no brakes there. But Yeah, it's going to mean it's not quite a one-shot qualifying, but we're going to be a little bit tight for time here in Q2. Our first lap, though, felt good. So if we can just match that, I'll be quite happy. But obviously the AI just going to improve through each session. Almost into the wall on the outside there. You know you're finding the limits when the car just starts to understeer ever so slightly. 3/10 up on Esteban Ocon. So that would pretty much match the time we did in Q1. Feel like we used a bit more battery, though, around the lap this time round. Only 212 miles an hour that time round. Shout out to the 212. But yeah, down into the final proper corner then of the lap. Oh, way too much curb. We actually got a warning for exceeding track limits there. Didn't realise we went completely over the white line, but as we make our way then back up towards the final corner, pretty much obviously, yeah, final corner and start-finish line, it is going to be a 1:31.1. We go P2. Oh, Charles Leclerc fastest then at the end of the second session, but we split him and his main championship rival in Max Verstappen. Despite the fact we've taken 4 wins in this series, we have never had a pole position yet on this game. I would love to try and get one for Haas before we leave the team, but will tonight be that night? Well, we're going to make sure our first lap then is done with no traffic on the circuit, but we might try and be really cheeky on our last-ditch run here and try to find ourselves in a bit of a slipstream. We did that in the My Team series in Jeddah. Actually got a very nice tow off of Yuki Tsunoda, which proved quite useful come the end of qualifying in that series. But what are we going to be able to do tonight? Haas, pole position, home Grand Prix, Las Vegas. Oh, that's understeer. Trying to give yourself a lot of buzzwords to pep myself up. But yeah, need to concentrate on where I'm going. The inside curb there on the inside. Of course the inside curb's on the inside, Matt, but as we make our way then back out onto the strip, want to try and save a little bit of battery as we get closer to the DRS zone. Might as well try and get as close to VMAX as we possibly can. There we go, 250 miles an hour. We just touched again that time round, so give you that little bit of extra speed down in towards the final couple of corners there. That was really nice over the curb. The car really does flatten out beautifully on the exit as we are millimetres away from the wall on the outside. Run back up towards the line. Are we going to dip into the 1:30s? Yes, we are. A 30.8. We are still in that fight. Less than 2/10 from Charles Leclerc. Well, the AI have caught me out a little bit in how early they've gone out ready for their final runs here in Q3, but at least we'll know what time Charles Leclerc is able to set here through the final corner. The lap really does start incredibly early around this circuit, although getting a good run to the start-finish line isn't the most pivotal part of this lap. We need to nail it, though. Sweat mode, I think, is going to have to be engaged. Could we be on for the historic first ever pole of F124? We need 0.2 of a second at the moment, but that might end up being more than we were anticipating there. Make sure we don't get the understeer. We were a little bit hesitant that time round, though, off of the first couple of corners. We'll start seeing all the other times showing up, but will we do enough? Tap those curbs. You've got to be prepared to get the car wedged over the curbing through some of these corners. There's Leclerc, the 1:30.2. That is a phenomenally quick lap time. So we really try to attack the curbs past the sphere. Oh, a little bit of oversteer there as we try to wedge it over, but we find the grip on the exit. Able to just carry a little bit more speed, and now it's about trying to utilise the battery effectively as possible. Oh, damn it, just nudged the wall on the exit there. That's going to cost us speed right as we make our way down this straight. But again, once we get back into 8th gear, we will drain that battery this time around. We're 4/10 up at the moment, but is that going to be enough to try and put ourselves on pole position? We didn't quite react very well to the to the DRS even. Now we've got to save some battery down towards the final couple of corners of the lap. We're getting a bit too ragged. We're getting just a bit too ragged there. Drop the throttle out of the final corner. We are going to improve. It is not going to be by enough, though, and as the time bleeds away through lack of battery management, it is going to be a 1:30.6. We end up P4. Well, shades of Max Verstappen there in Jeddah 2021 as we tried to get out onto the strip. I mean, we can't be disappointed with P4. Easily one of my best qualifying sessions of the year here late on in the campaign. But Charles Leclerc pole position. Verstappen, though, he needs to finish 7th tonight. Not really high stakes for the Dutchman. Or even 8th, I think, with fastest lap as well there. But yeah, hopefully we can try and be in the fight. I want to try and beat Yuki as well. That's the big one. But let's go out and enjoy ourselves.
Amid growing interest in the US and legions of fans added in the last couple of years, there is so much excitement for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. .8 miles and 3 straights. A good place to do some sightseeing at around 210 miles per hour. 17 corners should provide plenty of interest and lots of overtaking with 2 DRS zones. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Tsunoda, Mr. Monaco, Perez, Albon, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Stroll, Sainz, Sargent, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Gasly, Joe, Ricciardo, Norris, and Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Okay, as you know, this is the team's home race, which means it's extra important for everybody in this team. They've got friends here, they've got family here, they're all in the grandstands watching, so let's go and put on a good show for them.
Well, it does make me chuckle the fact, obviously, Haas have 3 home Grand Prix. Obviously, we've got Ferrari Power, so they have 2 home Grand Prix, and obviously I have Silverstone as well as my home Grand Prix. 6 races, a quarter of the season seemingly is special to the team. I think every race is special in Formula 1 with the exception of a couple. But yeah, hopefully we can try and have a clean, tidy race here today. We know how important battery management is going to be over the course of the afternoon. We know important as well tyre wear is around this circuit. You've got to manage the rears. Obviously, there's so many big traction zones around this circuit that we've got to be very, very careful. But starting P4, there is a huge opportunity, not only for us against Alonso, but us against the Mercs and us against Aston Martin in the Constructors' Championship. A big result today could go a long way towards the end of the year. It is 5 red lights here in Vegas. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to get off to a clean, tidy start. Tsunoda immediately will go around the outside of Verstappen down at turn 1. The Dutchman opting for a less aggressive approach than he did in real life there, as we've still got the second Red Bull of Sergio Perez trying to stay up my inside there, as Verstappen almost put on a bit of a wall of death there on the outside of Yuki at the first couple of corners. Charles Leclerc, though, setting sail early on in the lead of the race, as Perez, I think, now wanted to squeeze me out, but, you know, we're not going to take that line down by the Mexican here. We've clearly got a car that is quick this weekend, and we're going to try and use a car that is quick this weekend. 2 of our fellow Brits in Hamilton and Lando Norris starting at the rear of the field. So it is George Russell and I that have to fly the flag. But yeah, I mean, Leclerc already, he's doing his best Max Verstappen impression. Just checking out at the front of the field there, as Tsunoda and Verstappen still battling it out just behind him. Obviously, we'll have no DRS this time round as we head out onto the strip, so the chaos won't start just yet. But I can't help but feel that Sergio Perez is still going to be very, very quick here. As well. You can see Tsunoda as well. That Ferrari is an absolute weapon in a straight line and already applying some pressure. As, yeah, goodbye, Sergio. I mean, we might even let George Russell by at the rate we're going there. Albon, really good start by him. All the way up into 7th as Tsunoda down the inside of Verstappen. They're not going to give up on it, though, very easily. Oh, almost into the inside wall. I think we just nudged it. As Verstappen will have to give up P2. It is Ferrari, Red Bull, Red Bull. Well, this is where the fun really begins then here on the Vegas Strip. Now going to start seeing what the DRS is like against each other and what top-end speed is going to be looking like as well. There is Albon now making a move on George Russell behind me. Verstappen and Tsunoda again side by side down in towards these final couple of corners. We're really going to try and take it easy early on there, as this time around Verstappen's got the inside line. And Tsunoda thinks better of it. Will back out just a little bit earlier than his teammate would have. Nope, there he goes again. Down the inside. And Tsunoda once more. I mean, could he be a shank for that Red Bull seat in the future? Obviously, he's done a really, really good job with Ferrari. Of course, I mean, Fred Vasseur might turn around, like I said. And, you know, Yuki's been doing so well recently and kind of go, yeah, we may as well keep him. We know what he's like. rather than taking the gamble on me. So we're going to try and get a run then on Perez. We'll follow Tsunoda to the outside of a Red Bull. What are you doing, Checo? I'm still alongside you. So it's just very early doors. We don't want to try and force the issue too much. Right, let's go for a proper then top speed test here. I don't think we've actually got as much speed as we did last year. The downforce levels on the car, very, very different. It's 225, 227 miles an hour, 228. Make sure we spot our braking point though down in towards the final turn. Don't want to do what we did at Baku a few rounds ago there as Verstappen again to the inside of Tsunoda. This time around though we might be able to try and get a run on the Ferrari man. Still coming for that seat, Yuki, don't forget that. As he just about has got enough straight line speed there to hang on. Are we going to see him have a look to the inside of Max? Oh, you just have no confidence with him as Perez decides to crash into the back of me. Tsunoda and Verstappen again then side by side, but we've actually got Russell and Perez out of the DRS window here, so they're clearly having a bit of a squabble behind us. Oh, Tsunoda locks up. Verstappen kind of has to guess where he's going to go, and they're again going to go side by side through the final corner. We're going to have to try and split them down the middle. Verstappen thinks, nah, you know what, I'm not interested in that right now.
Nice move, keep going.
I'm sure Verstappen, yeah, is just interested in making sure his World Championship is mathematically locked, signed and sealed this weekend, despite the fact Leclerc is winning. But yeah, we're not only up into the podium places, we are a bit of P2 then early on. Leclerc, though, he's probably already won. I mean, yeah, Vegas is just uncommentatable inside this game. There is battles going on every single lap. As Tsunoda gets back around my outside there, Verstappen tries it as well. But we get a little bit of oversteer on the exit of the corner to hopefully keep the Dutchman at bay. Every single lap we squabble, and every single lap Leclerc. I mean, he's pulled out nearly 2 seconds this lap. It's just ridiculous. Let's not forget, this battle with Yuki Tsunoda represents a whole lot more than just 3 extra points from this Grand Prix. This is a battle to showcase to Ferrari whether it's worth keeping their current driver, who has had a phenomenal run towards the end of the year, or whether the new upstart in the junior team is worth finally taking a punt on. It's kind of worked with Charles Leclerc. He's had some ups, he's had some downs with Ferrari, but if they could have him some better backup, then who knows what could be possible for the Maranello-based squad in the future. Around the outside of Yuki once more. So we just try and get it slowed down in towards the final couple of corners. I would be tempted to try and undercut him just slightly here and maybe come out in a bit of free air. As Tsunoda wanted to have a look to the outside down at the final corner. Now he's going to try and switch again. Make your mind up, Yuki. Well, we have taken a lot out of these tyres in the opening 10 laps of this Grand Prix. Verstappen still tucked up behind me ahead of Tsunoda, but Perez and Russell have really tripped each other up here. There goes Verstappen. Here goes Yuki Tsunoda. I mean, Yuki, look at that run to the outside of the Dutchman as well. Down in towards the final couple of turns. Are we going to see them go side by side yet again here? Not quite this time round. Yuki Tsunoda thinks better of it. But we're going to try and peel into the pit lane then, see if we can get a bit of an undercut on the pair of them here. I thought just for a split second there, Yuki might try and do the same thing. Make sure we get the car slowed down. I always think it's 37 here. I think where it's just a very, very short pit lane in Vegas, I get a little bit confused. I'm kind of hoping we don't come out in too much traffic as well. See, Hamilton and Norris have been able to make no progress from the rear of the field.
Okay, mate, that's it. Go, go, go. That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting.
We had a pit stop that didn't take a week.
Pit stops, let's go.
I cannot believe it, and even better than that, we've come out right at the front of this group, so we've only got Daniel Ricciardo. We've got to try and overtake, because all we've got yellows out. I think that's a car behind me. Hulkenberg's got a 10-second penalty, so I'm not too sure what's happened to my teammate here, as we can't really overtake Daniel Ricciardo at the moment. Come on, I'm waiting for the greens. There we go. Green flag now. Oh, there we go. It's Alex Albon. Alex Albon's engine has gone up in smoke then here in Las Vegas, so heartbreak for the Williams man, who was hoping to try and bring home a few more points to his team.
Use more of it to gain performance. Let's go.
And hopefully that's not going to be a safety car.
They're retiring from the race.
Mark with plenty of information for me right now. Yeah, I'm intrigued to know what Hulkenberg's done then to pick himself up a 10-second penalty in this race. It really has not been the season to remember for him. But we've got Ricciardo immediately out of the range.
That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
Yeah, using battery here at Vegas is not a particularly difficult thing, as Charles Leclerc into the pit lane then. So Tsunoda will have to stay out, but Verstappen is also in. Well, Charles Leclerc is still going to be a long way out ahead of me here, but we are going to gain a few freebies. There is Verstappen as well. So we've actually not been able to get the undercut that I wanted on the Dutchman. Have had to try and fire back up the tyres and make a move, though, on Daniel Ricciardo.
Hard tyres. Car ahead, now on the hard compound.
Come on, we have got to make sure we stay in the range of Verstappen. But this might allow us both to undercut Yuki. Luckily then for us, we have stayed in the range of Verstappen here, so this is really, really useful. I'll be honest, I'm quite happy to sit behind him. I don't want to fight the Dutchman too much at this stage of the day. Obviously, if we get a slipstream pass, then we get a slipstream pass. But Yuki Tsunoda leading laps here in Vegas. Admittedly, there is a bit of an asterisk next to that, but it will count as a lap led for the Japanese driver there. Charles Leclerc, though, immediately back up into the lead of the GP. Are we going to see ourselves ahead of him? Pierre Gasly as well is another one having a good race here tonight. The Alpine car does work well on the high-speed circuits.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 5.0 seconds.
And Tsunoda, yeah, has been really screwed over by having to go longer in that first stint. I accidentally put the car down in 5th gear there, but he has lost the range. Well, how many times on this game have we seen Verstappen struggle in the opening half of a race and then has had to try and chase down Charles Leclerc towards the end of an afternoon here? Are we going to see the Dutchman attempt it once more? Are we going to be able to work with him to potentially get closer to the Ferrari driver? Or do we try and fight him and keep Charles Leclerc with a bit of distance? Again, prove to Ferrari that we would be a fantastic backup driver if needed. I think, yeah, we've got to start trying to use the slipstream, try and keep slingshotting our way past Max Verstappen, 225 miles an hour. How is the Red Bull that fast? He's got no DRS or anything. So it probably wasn't actually worth the slingshot there. Around the outside will go, though.
Maneuver, you made it look so easy.
I guess we're fighting, Max. I don't see us going a second quicker than Charles Leclerc to the end of the afternoon. But Verstappen, yeah, is getting racy. Yeah, the other thing Verstappen and I have got to be careful of is that Yuki Tsunoda doesn't get back in the range again and can rejoin this fight. I mean, yeah, Verstappen has got so much more straight line speed to me naturally. That Red Bull is an absolute rocket ship, as we'll wave goodbye once again to him down in towards the final corner. I mean, we're losing a good half a second to Charles Leclerc down that straight, but, well, 10 laps to go. That's not the way you attack those final couple of corners. No, Max! Don't leave me, come on. I need to stay in that range. Now Yuki's under 1 second to me. Damn it, man. Drain the battery. Come on, keep going, keep going. That's okay. Well, team have just given us a new target then of trying to get back past Max Verstappen before lap 22. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like, yeah, if I need to make the move, it's not going to be the most difficult thing I've ever done inside this game there, because he's trying to save just a little bit of battery. Ferrari are actually definitely quicker at the moment. So once again, then try and get a run. Use all the slipstream we can.
Hit that target. Really good job.
I mean, you watch how much the delta comes down, and you know how different the speeds are inside this game. It is quite interesting. You know, you can have 25, 30 miles an hour extra in some instances. I've said it before, I would love for there to kind of be like more realistic wings and things like that. So, you know, being able to bring like a low drag wing or something like that to the circuit, but, you know, there's only so much they can implement, I guess. And now it would appear that Yuki Tsunoda has got himself in this fight, so we'll be waving goodbye to Verstappen down this straight, and we'll probably end up waving goodbye to Yuki as well there. Charles Leclerc, this has got to be the most boring race he's ever had out front in Formula 1. I'm sure he won't complain about it after that nip and tuck battle that we saw between him and the Dutchman last year. Ferrari, though, are they back? Could we be moving to Maranello at exactly the right time? Will we even get to move to Maranello? Yeah, Yuki Tsunoda seems to be a man on the move at the moment. How has he got that much speed before we even get to the DRS point? What is that? I wonder if he had DRS back where the old detection point was around this circuit. Maybe just getting the tinfoil hat on there, but yeah, if there's one driver that's going to decide whether we move to Ferrari or not, it is that man right there. Is he delivering enough? Does Fred Vasseur want to keep him on? 6 laps to go. This result could be pivotal in answering that question. I mean, Yuki Tsunoda, he just gets out to where the detection point is and just absolutely flies off. 227 miles an hour, 228 for us. They're going to try and look past Verstappen as well. Clearly he's okay losing one place. Oh, He didn't want to lose both, though, as he ever so slightly understeered out into me there. The Dutchman getting a little bit anxious towards the end of this. I mean, he only needs P7. Just let Yuki and I both have a podium, man. I reckon Verstappen might have problems here, because he's immediately gone and dropped out of the 1 second zone. Did he get a little bit of front wing damage in the contact we had? I mean, he just understeered out, so maybe that has been the case there, as we need to get a good run out onto the back straight there. Keep him over that 1 second zone, which we will. And now it might be us versus Yuki in a battle to the finish here in Vegas. Our home, well, the team's home race doesn't really mean anything for Ferrari, but I'm sure they love another one too. With a little over 3 laps to go then, yet Verstappen is just dropping away. I'm not convinced it's damage, or if it is, it's just a very, very small amount, but I'm happy just to kind of push Yuki Tsunoda along. Look at that, I've got DRS and we're barely gaining in on him. I know we're not using the battery right now, but he's apparently also saving his. That Ferrari, it's got the 2019 engine in it, surely. That thing is an absolute missile. Well, I'm going to start dubbing Charles Leclerc the Crusher of Dreams this weekend. We thought we might bag our first pole position. Charles Leclerc absolutely destroyed all hope. I then thought maybe we can be in the fight for victory today. Charles Leclerc, lap 1, destroyed that hope. But if Fred Vasseur is watching, and if he still hasn't decided yet whether it's going to be Yuki or myself that is alongside him next campaign, well, hopefully this last lap or so is going to help him decide there. We're going to try and get the run this time around on the Ferrari, 225 miles an hour, as we look to the outside in towards the final couple of corners. Just about hold it in between the white lines there. Really try and slam the door shut in Tsunoda's face here. Charles Leclerc, 1 lap to go here of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and are we going to see once again the Monegasque driver?
Final lap.
If you include the sprint at COTA, I believe that is 5 wins in a row now. Sorry, the sprint even in Brazil. The last time he didn't win was the sprint race all the way back at COTA. Charles Leclerc has had formidable pace right towards the end of this year, but we know we need to try and charge the battery pack here against Yuki Tsunoda before we head back out onto that straight. But I'll be honest, I'm a little bit worried we're not going to have much fight in us. Is it worth letting him by before we even get out onto that straight? So we wanted to have a look down the inside in towards the chicane there. Wave to the sphere one final time here. Charles Leclerc, like I said, it's been an absolutely dominant run of form at the end of the year. If he can maintain that into next season, surely he is going to be in the fight for the World Championship here. But as we make our way then down in towards the final few corners of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, we've just got this huge straight that we have to navigate once more. I've opened up the overtake mode on the battery, and we are not going to close it once again here. Are we going to see Tsunoda still able to get the run on me? Yes, we are. I mean, that Ferrari, how many times have I said it? It is an absolute missile here, as you're just watching the gap come down and down and down and down and down to the inside that we will defend. Here comes Tsunoda, though, to the outside. He hasn't quite got enough there in towards the final corner. Maybe used his battery just a little bit too early. He's still going to be gaining on me, though, as we get back to the start-finish line. Leclerc will take the win. Fred Vasseur, though, look at me. It is P2.
What a drive! What a driver! Charles Leclerc takes the victory!
And with 5 race victories now in a row, I mean, do we just give them the trophy now? It's for the others, surely, to try and stop that, because if that's how we're feeling, what must they be feeling as the competition for them? But hey, what competition is there? They're running away with this championship as we speak.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
There we go. Despite Charles Leclerc's best effort, Max Verstappen, we kind of knew it was going to happen at some point. He is now mathematically your Formula 1 world champion, despite not finishing on the podium this weekend. Ferrari power goes burr down the back straight there. We come through for P2, though, able to split those two cars, and surely, yeah, Ferrari, you know, sign me up. Ready for next year there. We beat Yuki on the road for the first time in a long while, actually, in this series. Yeah, you know, we have got a much worse car than the Japanese driver there. Russell comes through for 5th ahead of Oscar Piastri and Sergio Perez. Decent drives by, yeah, both Sainz and Gasly there. Help them pick up some big points, and the gap to Alonso has been massively cut down. 3rd race in a row, Hamilton has been unable to score a point. So many grid penalties for him towards the end of the campaign. It has really not been his year there. Hulkenberg, a pretty lonely afternoon, able to beat out only Sargent and Stroll, who equally both had very lonely afternoons in the end, with Alex Albon, the one driver who failed to see the checkered flag. It means championship-wise, yeah, with 58 points available, Max Verstappen, 66-point lead. He is your Formula 1 world champion. We've gone from an 8-point deficit now to a 10-point lead over Fernando Alonso with that result as well there. And yeah, 1 point in it between Hamilton and George Russell. I'm really hoping towards the end of the campaign we can hold off from there. Lando Norris, despite 3 mechanical failures in the opening 3 Grand Prix, has now got the better of his teammate Oscar Piastri as well there. And yeah, I mean, the other big battle surely has got to be Leclerc versus Perez. Not really sure what Perez is going to be able to do, though, between now and the end of the campaign. 23 points the gap between us and Aston Martin, though, so it is all still to play for, but we're going to need some big results in both Qatar and Abu Dhabi. Thank you all so much for watching this video, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the final sprint weekend of the year from Losail.
Today is all about the rhythm, all about the flow, because it's qualifying in Qatar. We're under the floodlights for a high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow. Wherever you are in the world, you're very welcome.
Well, our performance in sprint qualifying sessions recently have fluctuated quite a lot. We really do seem to have struggled sometimes to get the car up to pace as quickly as obviously you need to. I've also taken a bit of a gamble here. We're running higher left side pressure on the car than right to hopefully make the tyre wear balance a little bit better and obviously regulate temperature as we move into the Grand Prix. It's a big gamble, and it has meant that obviously finding the balance in the car over one lap has been made even more difficult because, of course, you're still having to warm up the tyres as you go round. But yeah, first Sprint Q1 run coming up then. I mean, you've got to try and get top 15 now, otherwise you're going to be on the same set of tyres for the second lap. So let's wait and see. Like I said, we've had quite a few races where we can either make Q3 or be out in Q1, as somehow we go purple through that first sector. A little bit of a mistake as we make our way into Sector 3, but we are still 8/10 up on Nico Hulkenberg right now. Not quite sure how we managed this one so far on this lap. Unless we're going to lose some time through the final sector. It hasn't felt particularly great, but apparently it's hopefully going to be enough there. Maybe as track temperature continuing to fall as the sun has set here around Losail. Our final corner, though. Hopefully it's going to be a good enough run to see us straight into Q2. It is a 1:23.3. We go P5. Well, there we go. I said it was either going to be one extreme or the other, and after Sprint Q1, I think it's going to be Q3 again. Hopefully I haven't just jinxed myself by saying that. Ricardo, Hulkenberg, Sargent and both kick Saubers out in that first session. I have no idea how we were again 1.2 seconds quicker than Hulkenberg. Have the AI suddenly been made bad? I don't really know. Yeah, Q1 performance has given me the confidence to go out right then at the end of Q2 here for our one run. Obviously, we only basically need to match the time we did in that first session. No way Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon are going to be quick enough here, but clearly finding a late flurry of pace in this car right towards the end of the season. I feel like we have unlocked a little bit more in the setup. But yeah, as we've often seen though, maybe good pace in qualifying doesn't always relate to good pace in the race. I mean, this section of corners, even on the medium tyres, is so satisfying when you get it hooked up, which we absolutely will. They're completely pinned through the first 3. I wonder, yeah, whether, again, the AI haven't quite taken their setups the right way this weekend. I'm running maxed out downforce, same wings as I run at Monaco, to give us the speed we need through those turns, and it is really working for us. 1:22.8. We go P1. Well, there we go. A 2/10 clear of Lando Norris at the end of the second session. I don't want to jinx it again, but in Vegas, we thought we might have a shot at pole. Didn't happen. Are we potentially going to see that here in Qatar? Yes, I know it's only a sprint, but I would still take it. And we're going to try and be a little bit cheeky here as well as we start our final run and see if we can get a bit of a slipstream off of Fernando Alonso. But obviously, yeah, this Q3 run, a little bit of a step into the unknown. You don't quite know what the grip levels are going to be like around the circuit, so we've got to try and capitalise here as out of the final corner, ride that throttle all the way up into 8th gear. Hopefully we're going to get a faint slipstream from Alonso. Hopefully he's actually going to move out of my way down in towards that first turn. Doesn't look like he is. Come on, Fernando, don't screw me now. Come on, move. Thank you. It was not fantastic, but it could have been a whole lot worse through turn 2. And you've got to try and utilise that curbing on the outside. This track is all about being smooth, allowing yourself to carry the speed off of the corners. Because obviously, as we know, running such high downforce, you've got to take every little bit of speed you possibly can. Still purple through the first sector. 2/10 up on George Russell. We try and get on that loud pedal out of the hairpin. I believe that might be the slowest corner of the lap. And then that corner as well, slightly off camber. The car really wants to over-rotate on the exit, completely flat through there. It's all about trying to get the car back over to the right-hand side. And then as you fling it through the left again, trying to meet the outside curb and ride that throttle in towards this final sector. 4/10 up, purple sector 1 so far. Go back down into 7th gear just to carry the extra revs through. And again, yeah, completely flat through there. Is this one flat? The final part, oh, we just nudged the brake just to make sure we kept it between the white lines. One more corner to go though. Could we be on for an historic first pole here in F124 out of the final corner up towards the line? It is going to be a 1:22.1. It is P1. Well, there we go then. By 1.7 tenths, we have claimed our first ever pole position ahead of Max Verstappen here for the Qatar Sprint. Yes, like I said, I know it's only a sprint race. I know it won't count to any proper stats. The AI will still continue to improve their setups as we head into real qualifying. But for now, we are going to start from pole position, ready for the sprint.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? Losail International was built in 2004, 3.3 miles, 16 turns with just one DRS zone, but it's a long straight and there's plenty of high-speed overtaking opportunities through the corners. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Russell, Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Stroll, Gasly, Sainz, Ocon, Albon, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, Sargent, Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, here we are then down on the grid for the first time ever. We have got a completely clear view in front of us, ready for turn 1. 10 laps in the sprint, first of all. And yeah, I don't believe the soft tyres can make it work, so we're going to have to take it on the hards. And we're going to have to try and get a good start here. Verstappen alongside me. 5-time back-to-back world champion. No, I'm not trying to name the corner at the Monaco Grand Prix, but we're ready then for this sprint race. Hopefully we can try and get a good clean getaway and then maintain that lead into turn 1. It is 5 red lights, and I have not reacted well, but somehow we didn't get too much wheel spin there as Lando Norris is going to carve his way through from P3 on the grid. Immediately going to try and look down my inside at turn 1. We are going to go late on the brakes though. Try and do what Hamilton couldn't in real life. No contact was made, and unfortunately Lando Norris says, yeah, try it mate, see what happens there. Round the inside he'll go through turn 2, and immediately then we have failed my first task of this sprint race, and that was to try and hang on to the lead. So yeah, we try and make our way though up through turn 3 and turn 4. We know what the goal is today, we know what the objective is. Just try and build up a little bit more of a championship lead over Fernando Alonso. Clearly this car has got something towards the end of the season, and I absolutely love to see it there. As through the top of the hill we go. Of course, the other big one is make sure we stay in the DRS range of Lando Norris as well here early on. We can't watch him just completely run away. as Verstappen and Leclerc are having a bit of a ding-dong behind me. I wouldn't care less if we just ended up stuck in the range of Lando, but watch those other guys squabble and drop away from me. In fact, that would, I think, work quite perfectly for us there as our slight blend down through the end of the fast section. Oh, the gap to Lando Norris already up to 1 second, though, so it has not been the ideal start. And that was the other thing I worried about. Had we accidentally optimised the setup just a bit too much for qualifying, are we set to struggle as we head into the race?
This lap, you can use it when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
We saw, obviously, Kevin Magnussen when he took pole at Sao Paulo for the sprint a couple of years ago, how he wasn't quite able to maintain any kind of rhythm in the race. Hopefully that's not going to happen to us. Oh, well, we did only just hang on to Lando Norris then. Oh, we got yellows. Immediately someone seems to be slowing down in this race. I believe that's Williams of Alex Albon. That might already be out of it then. So heartbreak for Albon. I think that happened last season here. The Williams retired in the sprint. I certainly think one of them had issues at some point. It might have been Albon in the Grand Prix actually. I can't quite remember, but critical for us that we stay in that range of Lando Norris. Now, hopefully, not only are we going to be able to hang close to the lead, but we might be able to defend from the guys behind. Well, I was a little bit nervous after lap 1 that we just didn't have the pace to keep up with all the AI around us. But yeah, as we start lap 5, Lando Norris, he does pull away a little bit out through those final few corners. But with the DRS, we can get right back to him down at turn 1. It is just a case of trying to hang closer through the twisty part of the lap. And maybe we can still try a challenge. Oh, Leclerc and Verstappen, I just see him in the background having a bit of a squabble, and this could be really useful for Lando Norris tonight. Charles Leclerc floating now around that 1 second mark. We are taking a little bit of time at the McLaren in front. You can just see starting to already struggle with the tyres just a little bit. I mean, it's basically 10 qualifying laps for us just to keep up with that McLaren. It definitely seems like they've sacrificed 1 lap pace more than I did for a good race car. But we've got to make it work. I mean, yeah, this has been the closest we've been to Lando Norris over the last few laps out of the final corner. It's still only 9/10 back, though, as we keep trying to drain the battery back towards turn 1. We've got to try and be closer to have a look for something down the inside. No, not quite enough. We are, just trying to give it everything. We know time is slowly running out here. But it's just so difficult to try and be close enough through that final corner to then get the run back down towards turn 1. Luckily, I've said it many times before, though, it is quite easy to recharge the battery on this year's game, which is very useful. It does mean you can go for more attacks. We've got more yellows. We've got more yellows out. Who now is potentially dropping to the wayside late on in this sprint? I think it's a V-carb. I believe that's Carlos Sainz. Yep.
They're retiring from the race.
Clearly, you do not want to be a former member of the Red Bull family here. Both Sainz and Alex Albon out of this sprint race. But yeah, Lando Norris now, I think, just starting to stretch the legs on that McLaren car. We've got to make sure we're not going to be vulnerable back down towards turn 1 to start the last lap. As you can see there, yeah, tyre temperature just starting to overheat slightly. So we're going to need even more pressure in that front left as we move into the Grand Prix proper. But out of the final corner then, really having to just drain the battery now.
Final lap.
To defend from Charles Leclerc. He's going to have a look to my outside, but he's not going to quite have enough there. Down at turn 1. Just really slammed the door on the Ferrari man. He might be my future teammate. But at the moment, we are still trying to fight for Haas. Making our way then in towards the final few corners here. Lando Norris, he's been quietly consistent right the way throughout qualifying. It was normally Leclerc and Verstappen that seemed to be our main rivals. Norris just was doing enough there. He took the lead off the start and never really looked back. Charles Leclerc's dominant run of form of recent races is going to come to an end here in the sprint through the final corner. Lando Norris, sprint winner here in Qatar, just like his teammate did last year. We come through the P2. Well, there we go then. Taking a look at our sprint race results. Lando Norris 1.1 seconds clear at the end. We did take fastest lap. Unfortunately, obviously, you don't get a fastest lap bonus point in a sprint race there. But Leclerc beats out Verstappen, Oscar Piastri P5 ahead of Perez, Tsunoda and George Russell, which means, yeah, Russell now, I believe, will be tied with his teammates Lewis Hamilton in the championship. We've got a 17-point lead over Fernando Alonso. I would love to go into Abu Dhabi with no risk of falling behind the Aston Martin here. Verstappen crosses over the 400-point barrier as well. But yeah, 2 more races to go of the campaign. 2 more availabilities for points here before this season is down and out. So let's head into the Grand Prix qualifying. Moving out then into real qualifying, obviously hoping that Q1 and Q2 are just going to feel a bit like busy work and preparing ourselves ready for Q3. Want to make sure though, obviously now we're doing more laps of anger on the soft compound tyre, that we've got enough to try and hang on to it. Annoyingly, I forgot to put any more tyre pressure in the car, but I don't think it should matter as much in the real race, because obviously you're not going to be driving the car as hard as you did in the sprint. Admittedly, we might have to, depending on where we qualify, to try and keep up with some of the other runners as well there. But yeah, that gap in the constructors coming down to Aston Martin, really, really useful here late on in the campaign. Would have been nice to see Hulkenberg score some points this year. I'm getting worried the Haas will keep him on though, ready for the next season as well, despite how good a car we've had at times. I mean, the fact we could get close to 200 points by the end of the year, and he hasn't even been able to score 1, is slightly alarming. He did worse this year than he's managed last season then, but less said about that the better. We're just focusing on trying to make sure we see ourselves straight into Q2, and making our way then straight out into Q2. It was exactly the same 5 drivers that went out in Q1, as we saw in sprint qualifying there. Whoever said that sprint racing ruins some of the mystery that you get from an IRL Grand Prix? Of course, we've had now confirmed all of the sprints are IRL for 2025, and it's exactly the same as 2024, except for Belgium's back in, replacing Austria. I don't really know why, to be completely honest. As much as I love the Belgian Grand Prix, yeah, it hasn't really delivered many great races in recent years there, at least in Formula 1 anyway. But yeah, top times are improving. We're starting to see drivers get close to the 1:21 21s. My first lap in Q1 wasn't really much of a representative, so as we head out into Q2, I kind of forgot to use the overtake mode through these corners again. It is completely flat out through the first 3. Is it going to be flat through the final one? Just about-ish. I reckon if I get that nailed, it'll be completely flat when we get into Q3. Through the final corner though, up towards the line, making sure we leave at no time on the table with the battery. 22.1 P2, half a tenth away from my sprint rival in Lando Norris. And there we go, we're looking at the end of Q2, I believe. Again, it is exactly the same 5 drivers out in the second session. So, yeah, sprint qualifying isn't really adding much intrigue to Formula 1 right now. I guess the real question is, though, will anybody be able to get into the 121s? As what's that, 7 cars covered by quarter of a second. Ferrari, McLaren, Alonso, Verstappen and myself, we are all in the hunt for pole position. Well, I had forgot, obviously we have got that, well, we're meant to have that grid penalty ready for the Grand Prix, but yeah, they don't seemingly apply inside F124, and well, unlike Singapore where we knew we were meant to start from the back, here I won't be letting other cars by or anything like that, because it's going to be impossible to predict as we head into the GP proper. But yeah, starting our first lap in anger, we've actually got 2 opportunities here in Q3 because of how well we did in the first 2 sessions, and obviously you get an extra set of tyres in the sprint weekends as you move into real qualifying. It's very, very peculiar the way things work on this game, but again, it is just like figuring out where to use the battery. This first lap can be used as a bit of a banker before obviously we really try and wring the neck out of the car on the second. We want to make sure we got a time on the board. There's a 10th up on Russell through sector 1. I think what I like about qualifying here is the fact you've really got to just use a little bit of overtake on pretty much every corner exit around this circuit, and the AI tend to like to use theirs in like 3-4 chunks over the course of a lap. Again, those corners not really a problem at all. Is this final one though? We had to blend out slightly there as we just got the car out on the exit curb. Final corner once again, you've really got to try and get the inside wheel wedged over those curbs in a couple of spots. Is it going to be a 121? 22.1 again. But now we have seen the others improve, only good enough for P6. Well, Lando Norris has gone and absolutely shattered all expectations with his first run here in Q3, a 121.7 from the McLaren man, so we need 0.3 of a second if we want to, again, try and get our first ever real pole position here in Formula 1. We're going to try and be cheeky, we're going to try and claim some slipstream off of Sergio Perez down towards the first corner. I think the Mexican there was slightly confused as to what I was doing. but we'll take a 10.5 in the pocket, 2 tenths in the pocket. By the time we get down to that first corner, that is really, really useful. So plenty of curve through turn 2. That not so much there, as a quarter of a second up though at the first few turns. We haven't really seen the rest of the field improve on their final runs, so it might just be about trying to lock down the time that you're able to find here. Really nice through turn 5 and turn 6. Through the hairpin we go as well there, right that throttle on the exit. 3.5 tenths up, purple through that first sector, but we know how important it is to try and keep the lap going right the way to the very end there. Charles Leclerc just in front, hoping he's not going to cause us any problems. Oh no, a little bit of understeer. Damn it, that's going to cost us loads of time as we make our way up in towards the final sector of the lap. That might be enough to cost us here as we make our way through. Again, completely flat out, no real time to be found here. So we just try and drain the battery in all of the right places. We're going to have to go for it. Completely flat through there, which we just about hang on to. 3.5 tenths up once again. We took a big gamble. Is it going to be enough though? As we try and get the car rotated through the final corner. Power up towards the line. Will it be good enough for pole position? Yes, it is again. And our first ever pole of F124. I am happy with that. There we go. By less than a tenth of a second, we have claimed our first ever pole in Formula 1. And that includes the mistake that cost us a good couple of tenths at the end of Sector 2 there. So we could have been down on a mid-21 had we really got the lap nailed. Lando Norris lines up P2, though, ahead of Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Our big rival in Fernando Alonso down in P8. But now, we've got to try and convert it into a win.
Welcome back to Qatar. Losail International Circuit is our venue, famous for races on 2 wheels through the years. Its F1 bow saw a Hamilton win. Who takes the flag today? 3.3 miles, 16 turns with a single DRS zone at the exit of turn 16. It is a fast and flowing track with plenty of overtaking expected through the DRS zone down into turn 1. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Mr. Monaco, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Hamilton, Stroll, Gasly, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Oscar Piastri, Ocon, Joe, Ricciardo, Sargent, Magnussen, Sainz, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, of course, after I say that the grid penalties won't apply, that's exactly what's happened here as we move into the GP. 29 more laps ahead of us here from Qatar. And I think, honestly, it's better trying to go for the hards early on. I don't really know how well the tyres are going to last. So we're going to try... I mean, why wouldn't it let me start on the... Why wouldn't it let me start on the hards? Come on. Please, let me do this. We might have to try and figure this out. How utterly stupid is that? No matter what I do, I cannot start this race from the hard compounded tyre. It just won't let me for whatever reason, because obviously the softs won't go far enough. I could be on a 4-stop strategy if I felt that way inclined. But yeah, I guess we're starting on the mediums then. Ready for this GP. Waiting, though, on the grid for the 5 red lights. Lando Norris on pole after he converted the win yesterday. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there as Fernando Alonso, my big rival, gets off to a blinder there. So does Charles Leclerc, straight into the lead of the Grand Prix. As we're going to be 3 wide down in towards turn 1. I'm not afraid to get my elbows out, though, down the inside of Verstappen. It'll move to the outside for turn 2. And we just pinch him a little bit there. The Dutchman wants to actually give me some space on the exit of the corner. I think he knows I'm willing to race him as aggressively as he would race myself there, as this gives Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc a little bit of opportunity there. We tried to squeeze him out through turn 3. Didn't quite work. We almost got span off the Dutchman's front end there. Really not a bit ideal to start this one. But Charles Leclerc, how many times have we said it late on in this campaign? He's going to lead the way on lap 1 here. It's a little bit of oversteer on the exit of the corner. Obviously high temperatures, though, around this venue. We've already seen 2 mechanical issues this weekend. We have to monitor our car and make sure that we run into no such problems ourselves. We know, though, it is critical to stay in the DRS range early on. There's Lando Norris with an 0.8 of a second lead. We've got to try and hang with him. I think after the sprint race, people would know just to look after their tyres a little bit more as we head to the real Grand Prix. Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc showing no such intentions early on in this Grand Prix. We've already lost out on the DRS of the pair of them here as Leclerc goes 0.2 faster than me that lap. Annoyingly, yeah, that might be the last we ever see of those two unless we get a safety car or something. It's Verstappen and Alonso still behind myself, but yeah, we need them to squabble. Oh no, here comes Verstappen down the inside at turn 1. Yeah, no real way we can fight against him at the moment. I think we're going to have to be strategic here in this first stint. We know we need to look after the tyres, so I'm going to try and hang with the Dutchman. Maybe he can drag us back up to the top 2. But yeah, I mean, Alonso, he's got a 2-second gap back to Hamilton behind. It is nice now that the AI do tend to spread out just a little bit more inside this game. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful almost immediately. Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc going side by side everywhere for the lead of the Grand Prix. So Verstappen and I just saying thank you very much and closing back down that gap. I mean, we've already taken a second out of them this lap. In fact, Verstappen might end up back in the DRS here almost immediately, so that has worked out beautifully early on in this race. He's going to be right there.
Pass for the leader of the race.
There's Lando Norris. I don't know whether he's won a race so far this year. It's been a bit more kind of the Verstappen, Perez and Leclerc show throughout the most part. Obviously, we've been able to take away a couple of wins as well, and obviously Oscar Piastri won back at Japan. He probably has at some point. I'm probably just not remembering it. It hasn't quite been as dramatic in that regard as Season 1 was. As has Verstappen got the DRS? Not quite. Well, this is absolutely glorious viewing early on in the Qatar Grand Prix. 6 drivers from 6 different teams making up the top 6 here. That Stroll seems to be trying to keep Sergio Perez at bay for 7th as Norris and Leclerc again going wheel to wheel back down to turn 1. Again, though, I just feel like we're struggling with the ultimate race pace against the AI. If they get out of the DRS, we are in real trouble, but if those two at the front keep battling...
Leclerc's moved into first place.
No, he hasn't. Hopefully, that'll keep us close. You can see Verstappen, he watches them fight, and that's when he decides he's going to push on and try and close in even more. Well, yeah, Norris and Leclerc really are putting on a show at the front of the fields.
Hards next time.
Tyre wear warning light has just flashed up, so we've done slightly better with it than we did in the sprint. I'm tempted to try and go for a bit of an undercut here. Didn't work for me in Vegas. But yeah, Qatar is a very, very different track. Only thing I'm worried about, yeah, is about trying to position the car. We want to fight for the win. We know we can hang close to these guys. It's far more difficult, though, trying to get round them. We've got yellows towards the rear of the fields. Not too sure who that is. I think that's a Williams again. Don't say it's Albon retiring from his 2nd race of the night. I think it might be. Is it Alex Albon? Is it Logan Sargent? Either way, he's still just crawling along. That is definitely Alex Albon, though, out.
Okay, they're out of this race.
Questions surely have got to be asked down at Williams. Look at that. Charles Leclerc baits Lando Norris.
Is dropping back by about 0.3 a lap. Well done.
Hadn't really noticed that Fernando Alonso was struggling here, but yeah, Leclerc trying to do the old switch there on Lando at turn 1. I mean, Max Verstappen and I, we have got box office seats for this scrap. Our tyres then really are starting to bleed as we make our way through the final couple of turns of lap 11. I was debating whether it was worth pitting last lap, but we're definitely going to box now then in this Grand Prix. It is so difficult to try and manage the tyres here, but we're going to try and get the undercut. Oh, a little bit hesitant on the way into the pit lane there. I've said it before, and I'm sure I'll say it every single time we come here. I miss the old pit lane entry. It was so much more entertaining on this game than that one. Now we've got to try and obviously get those new tyres up to temperature, though. Come on, clean pit stop.
Okay,
yes!
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Oh, we will come out in clear air then, which I suppose is nice as well. But yeah, pretty much everybody's obviously had to start on the mediums.
See these tyres through to the end now.
18 laps though on a set of hards is a long old way to go, but they shouldn't overheat. They will though take forever to heat up. I had forgot about the off-balance tyre temperature, and immediately that's what we were struggling with in free practice. No one else into the pit lane at the end of lap 12. That makes me slightly nervous that the AI are able to go that much further.
0.9 seconds.
Purple through the final sector as obviously we have all of that extra grip. Luckily, yeah, we did still go 2 seconds quicker than Magnussen last lap, so although we might struggle towards the end, we should absolutely get the undercut. Oh, there we go. Now we're starting to see cars into the pit lane. It's much more of a trickle even on lap 13 than I was hoping for, as Hulkenberg's one of them. Come on, Mark, say it, say it, say it.
Prix, stop now.
Thank you. But where are we going to be at ahead of Lando and Leclerc?
Really good job.
We have not undercut them. We have actually lost out time then, it looks like, to our top 2, so that DRS still carrying them around for a little bit longer. We should be able to get in the range as they have to build tyre temperature, but the undercut is just not as powerful on this game as I remember it being. There we got the rest of our runners into the pit lane then. Annoyingly, it's actually going to give Leclerc a handy slipstream there off of the kick Sauber. So maybe Magnussen will get hired for that second Ferrari seat. Verstappen, though, has lost out in a big way. Verstappen might be out of this fight, as even Perez, his teammate's going to get the jump on him. I'm not quite sure how Checo's ended up as close as he had under all of this. Oh no, it is Verstappen. Apparently I just can't read. That makes a lot more sense then. But we've got to try and hang on to the coattails of our top 2. Oh, here we go, Lando again down the inside of Charles Leclerc at turn 1. I guess, yeah, we were last time round. We were in row 2 for this. Now we've got front row seats for the battle for the second half of this race. The only thing, yeah, I am worried about is whether Verstappen can close in. If these two continue to squabble, that time round Lando will just hang on. But yeah, this is just cinema. We are focusing up so much at this stage of the day. Genuinely, again, feels like it's just qualifying laps over and over and over here in Qatar at the moment, trying to hang on to the car, but we know tyre wear towards the end is going to be really, really bad. I don't know whether it's worth trying to get into the lead, or whether we just try and hold station, think about the bigger picture, think about the championship fight against Fernando Alonso here and watch the battles unfold. Max Verstappen has still got relentless pace behind me. Every race he seems to struggle in the first stint, and then has the pace later on to carry himself through. As Leclerc, he gets right under Lando's gearbox, but cannot get close enough to actually go for a pass. This is the closest we've hung to Charles out of the final corner there, and you can see how hard we're pushing, almost dropping the car off the curb with 10 laps to go. See, Leclerc, though, can't seem to get close enough to Lando Norris. Are we going to be able to get close enough to Charles? No, and shades of the sprint again. Is that our big opportunity kind of wasted? Just, I mean, look at that. 4 cars covered by about a second at this stage of the afternoon. It is unrelenting, this fight for the win.
It's ahead of you. Can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push, push.
This game is pure evil. Fancy setting that as my target now, and it knows what we're trying to do. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Leclerc finally gets to hurry up and decides to have a look down the inside of Lando Norris at turn 1. Not quite able to do anything with it that time round, but that's really good to know. I think we just put Leclerc under that little bit of extra pressure, so now he's having to start thinking about when he can make the move. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. That might be an incident. I think one of the Mercs has gone round. Thought we might see a safety car there because that Mercedes is just stranded on the inside of the corner. I could be tempted to box for a set of soft here to take us to the end if we did get a safety car. Merc just sat in the middle of the road. Unfortunately, though, they're not slowing anybody else up in the process, which is a real shame. We are just willing down the laps, though, late on in the day. I don't know which Merc that is, but they have had an absolute disaster here as they drop to last place in this Grand Prix.
We expect you'll be noticing a bit of grip loss in the tyres around now, so just be careful.
Well, this is the last lap. We've got an opportunity then to try and make a move on Charles Leclerc, so we've got to try and go for it. Back down towards turn 1. He seems to be really struggling to even keep up with Lando Norris at this stage of the day. Are we going to be able to have a look down the inside? Yes, we will. Very aggressive there, but we get the car slowed down just about.
We hit the target. Nice work.
Critical moves late on in the day, and just like we've seen back at Vegas, the harder tyres really work well on this car. That's why I wanted to start on the hards to hopefully maintain the pace early on. But now it's just us and Lando Norris again. Oh no, that's not good. We've got 5 laps to go on the tyre where warning lights already flashed up. Come on, we've got to stay close though. We've kept the DRS range to Lando Norris. That's really good. Gives us a bit of a defence from Charlie.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
It's going to be the big concern here towards the end. Got to try and recharge the battery slightly, and then we'll see if we can go for a run. Ooh, I think Leclerc might have problems. Or is it a bit like we saw with Verstappen in Vegas as well? Just the AI that you jump then seems to really start to struggle for pace. Towards the end of the afternoon, Verstappen stayed inside our range. Leclerc is still right up with him. But is it suddenly going to turn from a 4-car fight to just 2? 2 laps to go then here from Qatar. I do not want to play second fiddle to Lando Norris in 2 back-to-back races here in Losail. We desperately want to try and get our 3rd win of the year on the table. We need to be within 6/10 of him, though, around the start-finish straight. And honestly, I'm not convinced that's going to happen, as we're really struggling now with the tyres. Lando Norris having no such problems. Oh, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We've lost the range. We're going to be under pressure from Verstappen onto the final lap here. And Lando Norris once again. That McLaren car is... I mean, we've seen it in real life as well, the way it's able to work its tyres. Does fantastically well around these more tricky conditions there. As Verstappen having a look to the inside at turn 1. I refuse to back out against the Dutchman here on the final lap. We've done so well up to this point. We deserve another P2 finish there as well. Verstappen. Yeah, I think he very quickly realised there the door was about to get slammed shut in his face. But Lando Norris, like we said, it has not been the best year for McLaren this season. They really have underperformed against, I'm sure, a lot of their targets. More importantly for us, though, as Verstappen locks up, I think, yeah, if we finish here, we might just have done enough to make sure that we're not going to lose to Fernando Alonso in the title, unless he gets pole position, fastest lap and the race win next time out. I think we're going to have a 25-point lead here if we're able to convert this P2, but tyres are absolutely falling away on this final lap. All I'm interested in now is not getting a puncture. 80% on that front left, as surely the Dutchman can't try it here. Good luck there, sunshine. But Lando Norris through the final couple of corners, sprint win, pole position, race victory. It has not been a bad weekend for McLaren, and maybe now they are just stating their intent, ready for Season 3. Lando Norris, back-to-back wins here in Qatar. Through the final corner for us, though, it is going to be back-to-back P2s.
What a way to head to victory! Lando Norris takes the win!
And it's always good to get that momentum on your side, and it's really good for your confidence as well. The more confident you are, the further that can take you.
As the winners make their way up to the podium, one can only imagine the celebrations that will take place at McLaren tonight. Congratulations to everyone on the team, securing the win and proving they're a force to be reckoned with out on the track.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, he takes maximum points, nearly, from this weekend. They're top 4, actually, in both the Sprint and the Grand Prix, all exactly the same. It was only Verstappen and Charles Leclerc that swapped places when all is said and done. But yeah, taking a look at our race results there. I mean, yeah, Lando, obviously, that gap was opened up a little bit right towards the very end. But yeah, all 4 of us covered by small margins come the checkered flag there. Alonso P5 ahead of Perez, Russell, Piastri with Stroll, and, well, Yuki Tsunoda. Not a particularly great race for him after taking some grid penalties there. Unable to recover as the race went on. Ocon beats out Gasly ahead of both V-Cubs there. Hulkenberg from 12th on the grid to P15, and just Alexander Albon failing to see the checkered flag there. Failed to see the checkered flag at any point during this weekend. That means championship-wise, with 1 round to go of the season, we have got, yes, a 25-point lead over Fernando Alonso. Technically, we could still lose to him. I think, yeah, if he got pole position, if he won the race and got fastest lap. But obviously, we'd only need to finish 10th. So technically now, our fight is actually with Oscar Piastri in front. 17 points the gap, though. I'm certainly not holding my breath as we head into the final race of the year there. Top 3 all mathematically wrapped up. None of them can gain, none of them can lose. The first battle, yes, between Lando, Norris and Yuki Tsunoda after a brilliant weekend here for McLaren. Constructors-wise, 10 points in it between us and Aston Martin. If we got another P2, that is all but still fightable between now and the end of the year, as well as, yeah, top 4 all mathematically locked out as well in the Constructors. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the season finale. We'll be back in Abu Dhabi.
Welcome to qualifying. It is time to have some laps at the limit in Abu Dhabi.
As the sun sets then on another Formula 1 season, the sun has also set here around the Yas Marina circuit. I will never quite understand how they made the first 3 or 4 corners of this track so good and then ruin the rest of the lap. It is admittedly much better now than it used to be, but still a long way from a good Grand Prix circuit. It just feels like there's no flow ever around this venue in a Formula 1 car, no matter what I try and do with it. Just never a circuit that I particularly enjoy driving on. But, you know, we've got to put that behind us. We've got to try and deliver here in qualifying there. A little bit of a snag of the rears down at the first chicane. We've done all right there. I guess it's the only chicane now on this lap, which is a little bit weird to think about as well. Because, of course, they've removed, obviously, the one that's at the end of this straight there. Yeah, time's not looking great at the moment. Only a 10th up on Magnussen. And it's normally this final sector I really struggle to roll the car through these final couple of corners, though. We'll wait and see what the time's going to be on the board. Struggle with rear locking through that final turn all practice. 23.9 puts us P13. Good enough for Q2, but not much better. P13 is not good enough for me to feel confident that we'll immediately see ourselves into Q2, so leave ourselves with just one set of tyres to try and get through the second qualifying run. We're going to try and use a little bit more battery this lap, see if we can extract a little bit more pace out of the car. Didn't feel like I was bad with it that time around. There was Ocon there who goes quicker than me, so we got almost on the bubble then. Ricciardo just improves, but not good enough there to get himself up into P15 provisionally. But are we going to see any of the other runners improve, or are we going to have the pressure removed from ourselves? I think we're safely through anyway. P14 in the end, though, yeah, it's not comfortable, especially when you look at the pace we've had in the car recently. But yeah, I think we did forget to use the overtake mode, didn't we? On the first run there, finding a few tenths of a second. And hopefully we'll find a little bit more around the rest of the lap. We're still really struggling with the brakes here. It's a very dusty circuit, so it's difficult to find that ultimate grip, while keeping the lap time then a little bit tidier here as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. 4 tenths up at the moment. This is quite a decent improvement, actually. So we might have a bit more pace in the car than I realised. P9 at the end of Q1. We are right on the cusp of Q3. Charles Leclerc fastest then. I mean, even there, we're only, what, 7 tenths off a pole position at the moment, so not too disappointed. It is Ricciardo, Sargent, and both Kick Saubers once again out in Q1. Alex Albon, I didn't realise that, but he improved right at the end of the session there to safely put himself into Q2. Well, time's continuing to be improved then by our front-running drivers. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen out to the low 1-minute 22s. We need, I think, a 23.6 provisionally if we want to see ourselves into Q3, so we need a few more tenths of a second here. Lance Stroll is a good few tenths from the Mercs in front of him, though, so if he's able to improve, maybe even that time won't be good enough to see us into the knockout round there. But yeah, I hope Ferrari have noticed as well. In a bit to try and make myself look more presentable to the team, I have actually gone and got a haircut ready for this final race of the year as well there. So, you know, it's the little things that hopefully make the difference. And maybe, you know, I've lost a bit of weight as well, which is going to give us that edge as we head into our last-ditch run here at qualifying. It's a bit difficult to tell. I never really know how well a lap's going around this circuit. But that time around, we didn't lock the rears up, which is fantastic news. Well, this final sector definitely seems to where we lose a lot of time relative to the rest of the runners. Absolutely chuck it in to the corner before the hotel. Oh, a little bit wide there. Had to get out of the throttle slightly as we got understeer out over the curbing. Thought we saw yellow flags out temporarily, but apparently not. One more corner to go, and again, just not quite getting the car dialed where I need it, up towards the line. It's still a 23.1. We go P6. How did I manage that? I think we just used more battery. Well, there we go then, end of Q2. We were, yeah, again, 7 tenths slower than Charles Leclerc. I think you've just got to use all of your battery down both of the straights, and that's how we were able to find a load more pace there. Alonso P9, but we are genuinely close to where the pace would need to be to try and overhaul Aston Martin in the Constructors. We saw last year here, Max Verstappen came to Abu Dhabi, and after a really rough second half of the year, still wrapped up the world title, but just decided he was going to remind everyone who is the king of Formula 1 currently.
In the session.
He has now suddenly dumped 3 tenths on Charles Leclerc's head as we move into this final qualifying session. So maybe the Dutchman once again just wants to remind everybody else what he's capable of in that Red Bull. We're though just solely interested on the lap time that I can deliver come the end of qualifying. We've seen pretty much everyone else now is into the 1 minute 22s. As Fernando Alonso bumps himself way up the order. Max Verstappen a 1:21.9. The Dutchman is in another league at this stage of the game there, is trying to avoid the wheel spin on the exit out onto the second of the back straights. Again, this lap's felt pretty good so far. Pretty decent representative against the last time I did in Q2 there, as a 1/10.5 up on Oscar Piastri. I mean, we're just going to try and wring the neck out of it, haven't we, through this final sector of the lap. A 22.5 though for the Australian. If we could go a 1/10.5 quicker than that, I would be absolutely amazed. Let's just try and keep it tidy under the hotel. I tried to short shift him in a 4th gear there, but that actually increased the wheel spin on the exit of the corner. One more to go after that one. Let's just try and get it back to the finish line then. Horrible understeer again. They're out of the final turn. It's a 23.0. It's P9 on the grid. Honestly, we're happy to make Q3. Yuki Tsunoda there, a pretty good effort at the end of the season. Just a 10th away from Charles Leclerc. He will line up on row 2 alongside Lando Norris. Fernando Alonso, though, is where I need to finish in the race if we want any chance of beating Aston Martin overall. I think we're probably going to need 4th or 3rd, to be honest. He is looking racy here. Not my best lap in the world, though. We definitely threw a bit of time away in Sector 3, so hopefully we're going to be in the fight with Alonso, Piastri, Perez and Russell.
It's the final chapter of the season then here at the spectacular Yas Marina circuit. It's a race where the pole sitter failed to finish in 3 of the first 4 events. A front row start here is by no means a guarantee of victory. We go into battle once more then as we get underway at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. The drivers will be racing here at Yas Marina circuit through 21 corners and a lap distance of around 3.4 miles. There are a few opportunities to pass with long straights and DRS zones in 2 places, turns 8 and 11. Plenty of close racing then, plenty of speed and plenty of drama to be found in the laps ahead. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he will start from pole position. And it's Fernando Alonso alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Stroll, Gasly, Ocon, Joe, Russell, Sargent, Perez, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Sainz, Magnussen, Verstappen, Leclerc, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track. We welcome to the commentary box Anthony Davidson. I'm Alex Jakes. We're both looking forward to a really intriguing race today. Well, it's the last race of the season, but there's still plenty to prove out there. How important is getting the right mentality for this season closer?
Yeah, a lot of races to cover, but it's the same for the drivers. It comes at you thick and fast, and you've got to pace yourself as well to get to this point in the season. If it has gone your way, it's a great time to just enjoy it. There's nothing that can change in the championship pecking order, of course. If you've won the championship already, go out and enjoy this race and send yourself off through the winter break. If it's been a bit of a year to forget, you can try and take a bit of solace in this Grand Prix, end on a high and carry that energy into next season.
Okay, mate, final day of the season. Everybody in this entire team has worked incredibly hard to give us the chance to get a good result today. I need you to do your bit and go out there and bring it home for us.
Hang on a minute, I've got to do my bit. What about Hulkenberg all year that's delivered exactly nothing of any value to the team? I've had to put this team on my shoulders, and if I get that call up from Ferrari, I will walk out the door quicker than you can ever try to make an argument otherwise. 9 drivers with grid penalties, though, I think is a record I've ever seen on this game. So we're up to P4 on the grid, which is rather impressive. Verstappen and Leclerc right at the back. dare I say, we might be in the fight for the win here today. Medium to hard is going to be the way to go. 29 laps ahead of us as the sun sets once more here on Yas Island. Alonso lines up P2 though. We have got our work cut out. It is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. Pretty clean, tidy getaway. It's Fernando Alonso straight to the lead at the front of the field. We're going to try to look down the inside of Oscar Piastri at turn 1. And both McLaren cars losing out then off the start of this GP. I think everybody sensed a good opportunity here to try and cause an upset to finish the year with a big result. And Lando Norris, of course, taking that win last time in Qatar. I'm sure would love to try and go back-to-back, almost into the rear of the McLaren down at turn 5 there as we just try and get the car slowed down. But a pretty good start there. Not often do I make up places down towards turn 1, but just got the hook up. Had the confidence there to have a look down the inside of Piastri as Fernando and Lando again. Try saying that 10 times over side by side into the chicane. Now we got Formula 1, I believe. Yeah, they're obviously the oldest driver in Formula 1 versus one of the youngest. Still a lot of experience, though, on Lando Norris's shoulders now. It's always impressive when you think how young he was when he came into F1. But, yeah, I'm happy with that start. We'll see how things settle in early on. Often our qualifying pace here has been better than our race pace. How many times have I said that this year? Well, I don't think Lando Norris is going to spend much time waiting here. Immediately again to the outside of Fernando. They make their way down the back straight, and yeah, luckily the straight here is long enough that you're able to make the move happen quite easily now. Admittedly, yeah, never was quite so easy in real life, was it? That old hairpin was horrible at splitting up cars. Already, though, Hamilton's dropped out of the range of Oscar Piastri. Mercedes' pace has been really odd towards the end of this year. Some weekends they've been flying, other weekends they've had nothing at all. The man that's just overtaken him, though, Yuki Tsunoda, we have beat in the last 2 Grand Prix. Surely if we make it 3 in a row at the end of the season, surely Fred Vasseurs going to come a knock-in. It's only lap 4, but we're already starting to see some gaps opening up and down the order. The new patch has worked quite well with that. I'm happy that it's not just one big train of cars anymore, because it did make things very, very boring. Speaking of things that aren't boring, Fernando Alonso again back down the inside of Lando Norris for the lead. I think either way you look at it, anyone inside probably your top 5 here, it'd be quite a popular win. Even your top 6, Hamilton's still there. I think people would love to see it, but these two squabbling really is allowing us to keep close. And unlike Qatar, I do think we have actually got pace to get ahead.
Okay, mate, Norris just ahead. Push for the position. We can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push, push.
Oh, what? Excuse me, Lando Norris? Yeah, there's no track out there, sir. I still hate the fact this circuit arcs around slightly to the left there, just because there's a car park on the outside, fun fact. If you didn't know, that's genuinely why the track narrows in there at a horrible, horrible point. It's because they wanted to put a car park in that side of the venue. Because they always say, you know, build the car parks and then build the track around them. I guess they do say that in Miami. Ooh, a little bit of oversteer. That's why you don't talk bad of oil money, I guess. They're sabotaging me. Well, I mentioned as well last weekend that we have 4 cars battling for the win. So far here, it looks like we've got a group of 5 of us then, as Lando Norris, that McLaren, so quick in a straight line. We saw this last weekend with Charles Leclerc. He was unable to get past him very easily back down towards turn 1. The Aston Martin seems to be having the same struggle, but it was more useful for me when Alonso was in front, because, yeah, that car is not as fast. Team already then starting just to get a little bit worried about the tyres here, annoyingly. Yeah, Fernando is now just upping the pace slightly. I think he's realised how fast Lando Norris is at the lead of the field. So I don't think he wants to obviously lose sight of the McLaren at the front. Unfortunately, this is also meaning we were pretty much on the limit already, and now we're just struggling to actually match the limit anymore. As we make our way through the first couple of corners, still just trying to strategically make sure we're inside that range as and when we need to be. But it feels like, yeah, we've had so many races towards the end of the year where we're hanging on for dear life in those DRS zones. And Oscar Piastri this time around, I think, has realised that. He is really starting to hound me. Well, we know we've been quicker on the harder tyres most of the second half of this year, so, I mean, yeah, we're just trying to hang on at the moment until we can make a pit stop. I'm tempted again to undercut slightly. Hasn't really worked for me in recent races, but even if we just box kind of the end of lap 10, or sorry, end of lap 11, lap 12, so come on, we are just desperately hanging on. I think that time round we were exactly a second away from Fernando. And you can see he gets close to Lando Norris, but he's not attacking him. They're working together to try and get away from me. But despite the removal of so many traction zones around this circuit, it is still incredibly rear limited. As yeah, now we've lost the DRS. Oscar Piastri, there's no real point in fighting this right now. May as well try and utilise him. Make sure he stays in that zone. McLaren have absolutely got the quickest race car here. Except for Tsunoda, I guess, in that Ferrari. But yeah, they're just kind of waiting in the wings. Lando's winning. I don't know what I'm saying. I just want to win, and it's just not going to happen. Well, how fitting is it then that the man that we've spent all year talking about is the man right behind us on the racetrack? Not for any longer. We're going to peel into the pit lane at the end of that lap. I just know, obviously, one of the McLarens is going to have to extend the stint a bit further than they'd like to. So we've just broken you here a bit away from that top group of cars, and now we want to try and undercut our way back in and hopefully be in that fight to the end. Go on, give us one last good stop.
Come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
We're going to come out in plenty of traffic, but honestly, I don't mind too much. Try and get ahead of Alex Albon and maybe even Daniel Ricciardo. Look at that. There's Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. Not too bad drivers to end up battling with on this venue, but you can see immediately how big this train is. Hulkenberg's got a real opportunity here to score some points. Verstappen trying to go defensive on me. Nope, he's going to try and dive down the inside of Charles Leclerc then. Not too sure what that was all about. Somehow, oh, we're going to make it 3 wide on the exit of the corner. Leclerc's been completely screwed over on the inside of that one. We got to try and get the run on the Dutchman down this next off the straights now. I just don't want to sit behind these cars for all too long. All of the undercuts we've tried towards the end of the year haven't worked out very well. But we've got to try and make this one happen there. Down the inside of Carlos Sainz will go. Down the inside of Hulkenberg will go. We have got so much more grip. Like I said, this track is so rear limited. That, yeah, I think we should hopefully be quicker than the AI. Down the inside of Zhou Guanyu there as well. As Logan Sargent P11. I believe Sargent, Zhou and Hulk are the 3 that haven't scored points this year. Sargent's into P10. So it'd be really funny if one of them's able to get a point. I know which one I'd rather it be. But it's certainly not the one I've got my money on at the moment. It's down the outside of Sargent. I want to actually get the DRS off you, sir.
Fuel quicker than we need to, so please let's ease off and make it last.
Down the inside of Sargent there after we baited him out for the DRS. They call me Fernando Alonso because I keep getting beaten by Lance Stroll. Oh, here we go then. Now we're going to get an idea of whether this has worked against Alonso and one of the McLarens. I believe it might be Oscar Piastri. No, that's definitely Lando. I hope that's Lando. He's that far in front of him as Lance Stroll just in front of me. Still there is Lando Norris. So our ex-race leader, is he going to be out ahead of me? Yes, he still is. But, importantly, we've got the gap over Fernando Alonso then. So that's really, really critical here. I can only assume Alonso got held up in the pit lane as down the inside of Lance will go. Don't see moves very often there, do you? Apart from that one very obvious one. But I'm happy to sit in with Lando. I can sit here for ages if need be, as long as we keep Alonso at bay, as the other Aston Martin clearly feels otherwise. Down the outside will go Lance. Back down the inside we will go. Yeah, good luck with that, sir. And there we go. Our last car's into the pit lane then. So just to get confirmation, it is going to be myself and Lando Norris back at the front there. Oscar Piastri's done well. He seems to have got the undercut. I, though, annoyingly, have instantly lost the DRS. I hope not. He might just do for one lap, but I'm going to use a load of overtake down the back straight. Yeah, Alonso got well and truly screwed over. And everything going on in the pit lane. Not too sure what happened to him. Must have got held up with Lando Norris. But if we can leave those two to fight, I'm just going to try and get myself back under the 1 second mark to Lando. Oh, that's good news then. We're back inside the range of Lando. I mean, yeah, we're really trying to look after this second set of tyres. The hards, they're definitely much more flexible. They can, you know, you can stretch them really long in a Grand Prix if you need to. We seem to work quite nicely with them in this year's game. But, yeah, all eyes, though. The big focus is don't lose the range to Lando, which, again, how do I immediately go and lose it despite the fact I had DRS? I cannot stress this enough, just how much I don't want to finish P2 for the 3rd race in a row to the end of this season. We've had a lot of momentum. We've had a lot of good races, but everything towards the end of the campaign just seems to be preventing me from getting a 3rd win on the year. I mean, we won 2 night races up to this point. I think the only night race we didn't win so far was, in fact, Las Vegas. Oh, and Bahrain, I guess. But clearly, yeah, we're very, very good at the night races, but good enough isn't going to cut it tonight. Lando Norris now pulling away. I feel like, yeah, we're going to drop back into Piastri's clutches. Come on then, Oscar. Make it a McLaren 1-2. We know it's going to happen. There's not really a lot I can do about it. Fernando Alonso, though, seems to be dropping away ever so slightly there. And, yep, there goes the McLaren. So, clearly, yeah, they've got so much pace still in that car. Maybe now looking like they could be fit to fight for the future. So, we try and put the power down. I just cannot afford to lose the DRS immediately to yet another car. Well, I don't want to speak too soon, but Oscar Piastri's pace here looks pretty racy at the moment. The gap to Lando Norris is just coming down ever so slightly. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but could we see the Australian actually claw back to his teammate here towards the end of this one? We can give him a bit of a hurry up. It looks like his DRS is open. I don't think it is. I think it's just a bit of a graphical bug, but Piastri looks fast. Well, you know that bit where I said I didn't want to speak too soon? Yeah, I think that's exactly what I did. I think I might have jinxed Oscar Piastri here. The gap's not going back up, but it's certainly not really coming down at all. I'll be honest, the other thing I'm quite surprised about today is that, well, we haven't had an engine failure since Shanghai. Basically, we had 2 engine failures in the opening 5 Grand Prix, and then since then I've not had a single problem with it, which I'm pretty happy with here. But 5-6 laps to go of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. We're just hanging on. At the very worst, I want P3. I would love to try and Stuka back P2. Oh, hello, Fernando Alonso. Big dive down the inside at the end of the back straight there. I knew he was getting close, but I wasn't expecting him to get that kind of run on me towards the end of this. We can wave goodbye to Oscar Piastri, but here comes the Spaniard. Obviously, one of my other big rivals throughout most of this campaign there. Down the inside goes the Aston Martin. And well, suddenly it looks like we've got to fight for the final podium place.
Position, try to keep focus.
Come on, I can't say all this about how I don't want to finish P2. I still want a trophy. But if I have learned anything from the last few Grand Prix, it's that if I want to try and hang on to cars, it's probably in my best interest to try and overtake them again before it's too late. Down the inside of Alonso, we're going to try and have a bit of a look. Oh, as he just spots me there at the last moment. He's actually going to try and switch me off the exit of the corner, though. Fernando Alonso, a wily old fox. How many times have we said that on this year's game? As well, give him a little bit of a squeeze out. We do move back up, though, and into P3 here with a little bit of a drift to remind him he might be the one with more experience, but we are the one with more skill. Controversial take? Probably. I don't think it's going to be that much of a defence there. Alonso clean back around the outside once more. I mean, at least we're getting a good fight in right towards the end of this Grand Prix. Luckily, both cars seem to be lacking a bit of top-end speed there, which is helping me out, because that McLaren, we saw it last weekend as well, at the hands of Lando Norris, is an absolute missile. I'm sure Yuki Tsunoda just waiting in the wings, hoping he can try and close in on the pair of us. Here is down the inside again we'll go. And again, Alonso will read it. I mean, we are just firing it in there. I'm sure the Spaniard is not too best pleased about it. And again, we're down the inside. We'll try and give him a little bit more room on the outside that time around. Oh, we run it a bit deep in. But Alonso, again, can't do anything. This is brilliant right towards the end of the race. Surely third time's the charm then for Fernando Alonso. This time around, we're going to try and actually start to make him work for it if we're still there into the braking zone. Oh, which we just about are. A little bit of rear lock in there. So the Spaniard will move through. But again, we should be able to get the power down off of the second part of the chicane. And hopefully this time around it's going to be even easier. I mean, look at that. Fernando Alonso trying to give me the biggest of all the squeezes here. We're just over...
Okay, we think the underbody's incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Well, that's a bit of a shame. Alonso clearly fancies getting the elbows out more than I was expecting, and has resorted to cheap tactics right towards the end of this one. We will do the same then. More wheel banging with the Aston Martin. Is all. We are just starting to let the back end slip around a bit too much. Yuki Tsunoda is now well and truly nestled in this fight. With 1 lap to go, we have dropped away so much from the McLarens. We can't beat Aston Martin in the championship unless Alonso fails to finish. But 1 more lap to go then here from Abu Dhabi. And finally, we have got a fight on our hands. Will it be a potential final podium for the Haas Formula 1 team? I mean, for all we know, it might be Aston Martin's last race with Fernando Alonso at the helm. We don't really know what's happening with other drivers before this season is down and out. Got to try and get on the throttle off of the hairpin and stay as close as we possibly can to that Aston Martin. I don't think we're going to be close enough down this straight to get the run, but we might be able to hang close and get the run down the second of the back straights once again there. Thinking about having a look down the inside, but not quite there. Tsunoda, what's he going to be able to do just behind me here as McLaren? They were a little bit lucky with the grid penalties for others, but they have clearly had the pace over Tsunoda, Alonso and ourselves this afternoon. As Alonso, again, he tries to move at the last moment. This time around, we won't run it deep into the corner. Alonso trying to get right the way around the outside. There's more wheel banging between myself and the Aston Martin as he opens up the door down in towards the final few corners. Tyre wear warning light is just flashed up. Park it on the apex there as Lando Norris through the final corner. He is going to win the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Back-to-back victories for the Brit through the final corner. 3 podiums in a row for ourselves. It is P3 in Abu Dhabi. Thank you, Haas Formula 1 team.
Yes, mate, that's it. The season's over, and what a season it's been. Really great effort from you. The whole team is really proud of you, so thank you for a fantastic effort. See you back in the pit lane.
The wait is over. Lando Norris takes the checkered flag.
And of course, what 3 race victories, a hat-trick of wins, does for a driver's confidence is huge going forward in the championship. You know, they've got the energy on their side now, and it's for the others to try and stop this progression of victories.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure, and no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight.
There we go, Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, a McLaren 1-2 to finish out the year there. Like we said, they were a little bit helped by a lot of grid penalties up and down the order, but they had the pace at the end of the day, and Lando Norris, back-to-back victories to finish off the campaign. Is he finally going to be a championship threat next year? We got the elbows out with Alonso at the end. I'm sure he'll have felt that was very hard racing, but hopefully, you know, we can try and have more battles with like that with the Spaniard in the future. 3 podiums in a row to finish off the year after we hit a bit of a lull. I'm really, really happy with that. And I'm happy that we finished the year in such a way there. Tsunoda P5 ahead of Perez, Hamilton, Ocon, Russell, and Pierre Gasly rounding out the top 10 there. With Verstappen, yeah, his swan song race this weekend, not quite the result he would have wanted. I am sure of that. Taking a look at the championship standings, we come through for P7 in the end, nearly 30 points clear of Fernando. They're actually, again, closer to Oscar Piastri by the end of the year than we were to the Spaniard behind there. Only 34 points back from Yuki Tsunoda, despite the fact how much better his car has been right the way through the campaign, though. Verstappen, as we said, though, your Formula 1 world champion. Perez, despite how much we thought it was going to be a fight between him and Verstappen all year, it was actually Leclerc that was able to split the Ferraris when all is said and done. Norris, a brilliant recovery after 3 DNFs to kickstart the year. Beats out Tsunoda, Piastri and myself there with Alonso, Russell and Lewis Hamilton. 2 points in it between them as Lewis barely scored in the final quarter of the campaign there. Gasly gets the jump on Stroll. Sainz beats Esteban Ocon with Daniel Ricciardo, Alex Albon and Kevin Magnussen with points on the board there. Hulkenberg, Sargent and Zhou Guanyu all failing to take home any points this year. Red Bull absolutely dominating the constructors once again. They beat out Ferrari and McLaren there. Mercedes ahead of Aston Martin, 7 points in it come the end, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be for ourselves, with Alpine, VCarb, Williams and Kick Sauber rounding out your constructors order. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed it, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back. Like I said, we're going to take tomorrow off. Monday, we will return to Bahrain with pre-season testing, but who are we going to be driving for?